My brother got my fiancée pregnant, and my dad gave him the family business and a house, so I decided to make them both pay for their betrayal. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Okay, people, this is going to be long, but I need to get this off my chest. The recent events in my family have been extremely upsetting, but in order to understand why, you must first understand the context. I am 33 years old, and I grew up with my younger brother Alex, who is 30 years old, in what appeared to be a normal household from the outside. But, gosh, the dynamics in our house were severely off. See, Alex was a miraculous baby. Mom had a difficult pregnancy with him, and he was quite sick for the first couple of years, in and out of the hospital, breathing problems, infections, the entire thing. I recall sitting in hospital waiting rooms a lot as a child. I understand that having a sick child is scary, but even when Alex recovered, my parents, particularly my father, continued to treat him as if he were made of glass. Meanwhile, I was expected to be the perfect, responsible elder brother who should know better about everything. Alex could miss school. He needed to recuperate. Alex failed a class. He has been through a lot. Alex broke something expensive. Don't be upset with your brother, what about me? From the age of 7, I was expected to obtain excellent grades, never say anything back, work around the house, and overall act like a small grown-up. The double standard was ridiculous. I recall one incident in high school when I received detention for being late to class and was grounded for a week. That same month, Alex was caught skipping school to hang out with his friends at the mall, and my parents had just spoken with him about it. When I was 15, I started working with my father in his electrical business, not because I was particularly interested in becoming an electrician, but because it was the only way I could obtain his attention or acceptance. And you know what? I actually grew better at it. Very good. I began learning everything I could about electrical work, staying late to watch Dad handle the difficult tasks, reading manuals, and watching YouTube videos to learn more. Meanwhile, Alex remained, well, Alex. He was a smart kid when he wanted to be, but he lacked work ethic. He could enchant everyone with his sad little ill kid routine, which he never outgrew. He attempted college for about 2 semesters, got out because it was too stressful, began an online business selling dropship trash that flopped, and then tried to be a day trader, losing a lot of his father's money. But nevertheless, I was still the one receiving lectures about supporting your brother and putting family first. I won't lie, it made me feel a strange mix of hatred and responsibility. I liked my brother because he was my brother, but I couldn't tolerate being around him the most of the time. We were complete opposites. I was the serious, hard-working person who valued keeping my word and doing things well. He was the fun one who never faced repercussions and believed regulations were for other people. Dad's business was dependable, basic home electrical work, some small commercial work, nothing special, but it paid the bills. I saw potential in it, however. When I wasn't working, I was studying about new technologies, smart home systems, and security installations. Dad was old school, preferring to do things the way he'd always done them, but I insisted on modernizing and taking on larger projects. The strange thing is that even when I brought in new clients or completed large projects flawlessly, Dad would find a way to credit Alex. Your brother's charm really helps with customer relations. He answered phones sometimes. Alex has such good ideas for the business. He suggested we get a website. In 2020, I moved out as soon as I could afford it. I moved into my own place around 20 minutes from my parents' house, close enough to help with the business but far enough away to have some space. I felt I was doing fairly well. You know, I had my own place, made decent money, and was learning new skills. I was even considering getting my master electrician license and even having my own business someday. Sophie, a 29-year-old female, and I met around 6 years ago while working on a large rewiring job at these upscale flats downtown. She was the property manager there. The first time I saw her, she was arguing with some HVAC technicians about their substandard work, getting into the technical specifics of why their installation was not up to code. I recall thinking, damn, she actually knows her stuff. Most property managers I'd dealt with wanted things done cheaply and quickly, but Sophie was different. She had read through all of the electrical codes and knew exactly what she wanted done. For the first few weeks on the job, she kept coming around to inspect our work, not in an irritating way, but because she truly wanted to know what we were doing and why. I began taking lunch breaks when I realized she'd be making her rounds. We'd discuss the project first, then about other topics. She told me about growing up with her father, a general constructor, and how she learned everything about construction by helping him on assignments. I informed her about my desire to update my father's business and potentially grow into more commercial work. She was simple to chat to, right? I could rave about my family turmoil, and she understood. Her brother was also the beloved kid, a hotshot lawyer who could do no wrong. We joked about forming a support group for responsible siblings. After we finished the apartment job, I assumed that was it, but about a week later, she called the office to report an urgent electrical problem in her own apartment. Dad asked me to check it out. It turned out there was nothing wrong. She just wanted to see me again. I have to say, that was a really nice maneuver. We began dating after that. Sophie was different from the other girls I dated. She did not play games or expect me to read her mind. If something bothered her, she would simply express it. If she was happy, you would know. She also showed genuine interest in my job. She'd help me study for my licensure examinations and eventually started assisting with the business side of things. Within a year, she was effectively running our business, having implemented a new scheduling system, upgraded our invoicing, and prepared actual contracts in place of the handwritten quotes we used to use. Dad was initially unhappy about it. He preferred doing everything on paper, but he had to acknowledge the firm was functioning more smoothly. I finally felt like I was creating something real. We moved in together after 2 years and started talking about marriage and even having children someday. Sophie would joke about our future children becoming electricians and carrying on the family business. Man, I thought I had everything sorted out. The weird part is that my family liked her at first. Mom was continually calling us over for supper, asking Sophie for assistance with computer issues, or soliciting her advice on house renovations. Even Dad warmed up to her once he realized how much she was contributing to the company's growth. We were gaining larger contracts, doing more commercial work, and establishing a solid reputation in the area. Sophie got along well with Alex too. When I became irritated with his latest unsuccessful attempt, she would defend him, telling me that I should try to understand his point of view better, how growing up unwell might have influenced him. Looking back, I should have recognized that as a red flag, but you know how it is when you really trust someone. You do not want to see the signs. We became engaged after 4 years together. Nothing spectacular. I proposed at home after we finished the massive project we had been working on together. She'd been helping me plan this large electrical renovation for a nearby hospital, staying up late with me to go over blueprints and deal with contractors. It just felt right, you know. As if we were true partners in everything. Around a year ago, things began to change. Alex had spent another chunk of Dad's money trying to launch a cryptocurrency trading business, returned home bankrupt, and Dad offered him a job in our office. Just the basics: answering phones, filing papers, and organizing appointments. It should have been simple enough, but Alex always managed to screw it up. Sophie began spending more time at my parents' place, assisting Mom with wedding preparations and such. She stated it was easier to focus on company documents there while Alex was learning the procedures. I was working most days, so it made sense at the time. Following that, everything began to spiral out of control. I began to notice subtle changes about 8 months before everything blew up. Nothing big at first, just minor details that didn't line up. Sophie was spending more time at my parents' house, helping with business matters. She explained that she was educating Alex on our new billing system and assisting Mom with wedding plans. Makes sense, right? I was out on jobs most days, working my tail off to save money for our future. We planned the entire wedding and talked about buying a property. I wanted to do things correctly. But then other things started happening. Sophie changed her phone's password. She has never actually hidden her phone before. We knew each other's passwords. It was no big problem, but she started acting strangely about it. She explained that her banking app required her to update security or something. Whatever, I absolutely trusted her, so I didn't think much of it. Then Alex began acting differently. He began wearing cologne at work. Dude used to turn up half the time in the same clothes as yesterday. He got all these new clothing and started showing up to work on time, which was unusual for him. He was also strangely polite to me, volunteering to stay late at the office and expressing a strong desire to study business. Sophie was talking about him differently. Alex is really getting good at handling the scheduling, or, your brother's actually pretty smart when he applies himself. She'd get angry whenever I complained about his messing something up, and even started taking his side in family disputes. The atmosphere in the office also becomes strange. Janet, our receptionist for the past 15 years, was like a second mother to us. She began giving me these looks while Sophie and Alex were working late together, but whenever I asked what was going on, she would simply say nothing and change the subject. Once, I returned to the office early from a task because we had run out of materials. Sophie and Alex were in the break room, giggling over something. There was nothing clearly wrong, but they both jumped as if they had been caught doing something when I stepped in. Sophie mentioned that they were just going over some invoices around 7 p.m. Right. Sophie seemed to talk less about our future. She used to be quite enthused about wedding planning, looking at houses online, and discussing what kind of family we'd have. Then she became quiet about it all. She claimed she was just anxious about work. The true red flag I missed was when she stopped visiting job sites to check on projects. It used to be our thing. She'd bring lunch, we'd go over plans, and solve problems together, but she was suddenly too busy at work with Alex. We had a large family meal approximately 6 months ago. Sophie was acting funny all night, barely speaking and constantly checking her phone. Alex kept attempting to make inside jokes with her. Sophie snorted with laughter when he mentioned that insane person at work. But when I questioned what was hilarious, they both said, "You had to be there." After dinner, on the way home, I finally brought it up. Sophie remained glancing at her phone. "You okay? You seemed off tonight." "Just tired. Work's been crazy." "Yeah, it seems like you and Alex are getting along better these days." She tightened up but tried to keep it casual. "He's not as bad as you always say. He's actually pretty funny when you get to know him." "Funny enough to make you ignore everyone else at dinner?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, just that you've been different lately. Distant. Always on your phone." She became defensive quickly. "Oh, so I'm not allowed to have my own conversations now? Everything has to be about you?" That threw me off guard. Sophie never spoke to me like that before. "That's not what I said. Just feels like something's changed. Maybe you're just paranoid. I'm tired of you always complaining about Alex. He's trying his best." I recall getting a horrible feeling in my stomach, like if something was seriously wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. She had never defended Alex like that before. "Since when are you Team Alex?" "Since I actually got to know him instead of just listening to you bashing him all the time." We drove the rest of the way silently. Man, all the symptoms were there: the protective attitude, the phone, the inside jokes, the way she suddenly thought Alex was fantastic. But you never want to believe someone you absolutely trust could do that to you, especially not your own brother. I recall lying there that night, watching her try to sleep and thinking, nah, I'm just being paranoid. The next several months were just more of the same. Sophie working late, Alex becoming interested in the business, and me being a complete idiot working 12-hour days to save for our future while my brother was stealing my girl right under my nose. Then came the day when everything burst. It was Tuesday. I recall because I was working on a large commercial project that involved rewiring a warehouse. Sophie called about 2 p.m., crying so hard I couldn't hear her. She claimed she needed to speak with me in person and that it was urgent. My immediate impression was that something had happened to her parents. I told my colleagues that I had a family emergency and drove straight home. I discovered her sitting in her car in our driveway. She refused to come inside, instead sitting there gripping the steering wheel as if it was the only thing holding her together. I sat in the passenger seat, waiting for her to say anything. "I'm pregnant," she explained. For a few seconds, all I felt was happiness. We discussed starting a family after the wedding, and suddenly it was happening. I started talking about how we'd work things out, and how we could move the wedding up if necessary. She kept crying. "There's more," she said, choking. "It might not be yours." Everything within me became still. My brain initially refused to accept it, as if I needed to repeat it to ensure that I had heard her correctly. "Might not be mine?" My voice sounded strange, as if it weren't even mine. "Who else would it be?" I paused. It all connected at once: the late nights, the sudden secrecy with her phone, and the strange discomfort whenever I mentioned it. "No." I gazed at her, waiting for her to deny it and tell me I was wrong. She did not. "It's not him," she sighed. My hands tightened into fists. "Sophie," my voice was strong and demanding. "Tell me it's not Alex." She made a broken sound in her throat. "It wasn't supposed to happen." I gave a harsh laugh, but there was no comedy in it. "Oh right, you just tripped and fell into my brother's bed." "It wasn't like that," she replied hastily. "It was one time." I shut her off. "One time?" My head was pounding. "Tell me the truth, nothing but quiet." "How long?" Her breathing sounded unsteady. 3 months. Maybe 4. I had to press my hands on my knees to keep myself steady. "Does he know?" My voice was tight and controlled. She nodded. "I told him yesterday." "That's when I realized I had to tell you too." I stared at her, As if she wanted me to be relieved she had finally decided to come honest. I got out of the car because I needed air. She followed me, attempting to explain how it wasn't planned, how horrible they both felt, and how they had ended it weeks before. All I could think about was them laughing in the break room during those late-night work sessions. "Were you ever going to tell me if you weren't pregnant?" She did not respond to that. It explained all I needed to know. I hopped into my truck and drove directly to my folks' place. I found Alex in the office, doing bounce as usual. When he saw my face, he knew I knew. "Listen, bro, I can explain." I don't remember what happened next. It's all a blur, but I recall him on the ground with blood gushing from his nose. Dad and 2 of our employees are pushing me away from him. Alex began ranting about how I was crazy, how Sophie had come onto him first, and how they were in love. In love. My own brother, the guy who'd seen me plan my future with this lady and sat there at Sunday dinners knowing exactly what he was doing. Dad got between us, tried to calm everyone down, and told us we had to address this like adults. That's when Alex released the next bombshell. "She's having my baby. You can't just ignore that." Dad's face turned white. I guess he wasn't aware of that portion yet. Mom began crying. Janet grabbed her purse and walked away. I found out later that she quit that day, saying she couldn't work for people like them. I glanced at my father and said, "He's your problem now. I'm done." Dad attempted to stop me, saying, "Son, wait. We can figure this out. Family is family." I told him Alex ceased being my family the moment he touched my fiancée. I walked out and haven't returned since. Sophie was still at our house when I arrived home. She was sitting on the couch, crying, after packing her bags. "I never meant to hurt you," she explained. "It just got complicated." I informed her she had 24 hours to grab her belongings and leave. I didn't care where she went. Block my number, lose my address. "What about the baby?" she inquired. "Better hope it's Alex's, because if it's mine, we're doing a DNA test and going through lawyers." She tried to speak more, but I walked away. I drove to my friend Mike's apartment and stayed for a few days while she moved out. So, after everything happened, I remained at my friend Mike's house for approximately a week. I turned off my phone. I simply needed to comprehend everything. Mike is a real one. Didn't try to offer counsel or anything, simply let me crash. When I eventually put my phone back on, I had about 50 missed calls, the majority of which were from my parents, some from Sophie, and a couple from Alex. This dude has some nerve. But I only listened to Mom's messages. She was crying in the majority of them, pleading with me to come talk to Dad, who claimed to have a solution. I should have known Dad's answer would be manipulative nonsense, but I went anyway, primarily because Mom sounded so distraught. Walking into that house was strange. I found everyone in the living room. Mom looked like she hadn't slept for days. Dad sat in his normal recliner, looking serious, as if he were preparing to give one of his lectures. Alex was also there, with a lovely bruised nose. I'm not going to lie, that felt amazing to see. Dad cleared his throat and smacked me with a diamond. "Son, I've been thinking about how to resolve this situation in a way that benefits everyone. Since you're clearly not willing to work things out with Sophie, and given her condition, I think it makes sense for her and Alex to get married." I actually laughed. I literally laughed in his face. But he wasn't finished. "Furthermore, since they'll be starting a family, I think it's appropriate for Alex to take over the business. With Sophie's experience running the office and Alex learning the trade, they could—" "Alex learning the trade?" I interrupted him. "He can't even wire a count outlet without supervision." Dad had the same look he typically does when someone disturbs him. "Language, and your brother has shown real interest in learning. In fact, I want you to train him." Guys, I've lost it. I started laughing again, but it was the kind of insane chuckle you get when something is so twisted up that you can't process it. "Let me get this straight," I remarked. "You want me to train the brother who screwed my fiancée to take over the business I helped build, while they're married and raising a kid that might be mine? Are you actually insane?" Mom began crying again. Alex simply sat there, staring at the floor like a coward. Dad took out his final card. "This business is still in my name. If you won't help your brother, maybe you should find somewhere else to work." That's when I realized all those years of hard effort had been for nothing. All of my hard work, the business I brought in, and the reputation I earned were insignificant in comparison to precious Alex's latest blunder. I just got up and headed to the door. Mom tried to stop me, but I just said, "I'm done. Good luck with your new golden team." Alex eventually spoke up. "Bro, wait." I turned around and simply stated, "Call me bro again, and I'll break more than your anabro nose." Dad raged at me about loyalty and second chances. I did not even look back. The next day, I began calling all of our big clients, including those with whom I had personal relationships. I informed them that I was departing and offered some other reputable contractors they could work with. Dad called, yelling about how I was attempting to damage the business. I told him I was only informing my clients that I would no longer be handling their jobs. It's not my responsibility if they don't want to work with his new ideal team. Alex and Sophie genuinely agreed to the entire thing. They married at the courthouse 2 weeks later, as if it were a love story rather than a total betrayal. Dad even backed them up, giving them a down payment on a house as a reward for what they'd done. Meanwhile, I was left standing amid the ruins of all I believed I knew. There was no apology, no meaningful consequences, only the expectation that I move on while they played happy family. So, I did. I walked away from it all. I took a position with one of our old competitors, where my work was respected rather being treated as an afterthought. Better income, genuine recognition, and best of all, no family drama. I pushed everything into starting over and developing my own reputation. I even acquired my master electrician's license, something Dad always claimed I wasn't ready for. Turns out, I was more than prepared. I just had to get out of his shadow to prove it. I didn't hear much about the family business for approximately 4 months. Mom would occasionally text me, but I requested her not to inform me about Alex or Sophie. I didn't need the stress in my life. Then, last week, I received a call from Mom at approximately 11 p.m. She started crying again, claiming Dad needed to talk to me right away. I almost hung up, but she seemed quite disturbed. "Please," she asked. "I know you have every right to say no, but we're about to lose everything." I was truly curious and remained on the line. Dad came on, and his voice was different, not the typical I know everything tone. He sounded broken. It turns out that allowing Alex to run the business was exactly the nightmare I predicted. This genius screwed up 3 large commercial jobs so horribly that one customer has threatened to sue us for code violations. I'm talking about fundamental things like incorrect gauge wiring, missing ground wires, and junction boxes put without covers, mistakes that may practically burn a building down. And things get better. Instead of recruiting qualified electricians, he appointed his drinking buddy from college as chief electrician. The guy's whole electrical experience involved changing light bulbs in his flat. No license, no credentials, and probably couldn't tell the difference between a voltage meter and a screwdriver. They run a real professional operation there. Then there's the monetary side. Alex reportedly neglected to pay their liability insurance. Consider this. You're in the electrical company. They'd lose everything with one accident or fire. But, hey, why spend money on frivolous things like insurance when you can pocket the cash instead? Because that's exactly what he was doing. Accepting cash payments from consumers while conveniently failing to record them in the books. And the financial genius had been taking out loans against the firm without informing Dad. Multiple loans. We're talking significant money here. And the best part? Nobody can figure out where all that money went. Nothing in his bank account, nothing in his investments, it all vanished like magic. I'm betting his new automobile and the luxury clothes he's been wearing could be a hint. It's almost impressive how thoroughly he ruined everything in just a few months. Dad spent 30 years building this firm, and Alex virtually destroyed it in less than half a year. That's what happens when you give over a profitable business to someone whose greatest accomplishment was becoming the beer pong team captain in college. Dad finally found out when their insurance was canceled, and he began looking into the books. Alex had been concealing all of the difficulties by tampering with the papers, as Sophie had taught him during all of those late hours at work. Most of their seasoned members quit. I can't blame them. Alex treated them poorly, and checks began to bounce. Janet, our previous receptionist, evidently tried to notify Dad about strange activity in the accounts months ago, but he refused to listen. Dad's voice was shaking as he told me all of this, and then he slapped me with, "Son, I need you to come back, help me fix this. We can make you majority owner, give you full control." I told him that I needed to think about it. He started to become desperate. "Please, we're going to lose everything, the business, the house, everything I built. Your mother, she's not handling this well." Then he played his last card. Alex and Sophie split up. She left last week, just disappeared. Left a note saying not to contact her. The baby. We don't even know where she is. Alex wasn't daddy material after all. My response was, "Not my circus, not my monkeys anymore." Dad began with his typical guilt trip about family and devotion. I cut him off. "Remember when I begged you not to give the business to Alex? When I told you he'd run it into the ground? What was it you said? Oh yeah, family is family. Well, this is your family's mess now. Mom called back, weeping about how they might be homeless soon. That hit hard. Mom did not deserve any of this. She's the only one who's ever attempted to keep the family together, the only one who hasn't taken sides, even when she probably should have. I told her she may come and stay with me at any moment. It's just her. Not Dad. Not Alex. I can't leave your father, she explained. I exhaled. Then that's your choice, Mom, but my door is only open for you. It sucked knowing she would never go through it. A few days later, Sophie texted me. I know I'm the last person you want to hear from, but I need help. The baby's yours. I got the test results. Alex took all my money and disappeared. Please, I don't have anywhere else to go. I read it, stared at it, and set my phone down. Did not respond. Not going to. But damn if it didn't sit there like a stone in my gut, like a punch I knew was coming but couldn't handle. It should have meant something. It should have been life-changing. But all I felt was tiredness, like if I had finally climbed out of this mess just to have it reach back and try to drag me under again. And for the first time, I didn't know what to do. Dad showed up at my place last night while I was still trying to figure out what was going on. There was no notice, simply standing there when I arrived home from work. Looking grungy, wearing an old jacket I recall from my childhood. Hadn't shaven in what seemed like weeks. First thing I noticed was that he was driving Mom's old Civic rather than his truck. Later, they discovered that they needed to sell his truck to pay off some of the business's debts. Can we talk? He requested, not demanding as usual. He truly sounded exhausted. I invited him in because I really wanted him to see how I was doing without his assistance. My new house is quite nice. I received it following my last promotion. Nothing spectacular, but it's mine. I earned it myself. He stood in my living room, looking bewildered, as if he didn't know how to communicate with me other than by delivering commands. Finally, he sat down and began pouring everything. The business is essentially dead. They're being sued by 2 business clients over Alex's rubbish work. After that, the majority of their home customers abandoned them, complaining about jobs that were left unfinished. The bank is coming for the house next month. I should have listened to you, he explained. This is the first time I've ever heard him confess to being incorrect about anything. I told him that was good to hear, but it was late. Then he took out this folder. Inside, there was papers to transfer 100% ownership of the company to me with no strings attached. You can save it, he replied. You always knew what you were doing. I was just too proud to see it. Do you know what is crazy? 6 months ago, this would have been everything I wanted. All that validation, finally having power, and Dad admitting I was correct. But while glancing at those papers, I wondered, what happened to Alex? Dad's face simply crumpled. Alex cleared out their savings account last week and disappeared. Left this note about needing to find himself or some BS. Classic Alex, causes a mess and then flees from the consequences. He's still your brother, Dad explained calmly. Number, you replied. He stopped being my brother the day he decided family loyalty meant nothing to him. Sound familiar? That struck him hard. Good. He began telling me how he could help me restore the firm, how we could collaborate and be a genuine family again. I had to laugh. Dad, you're not hearing me. I don't want the business, I don't want your help. I'm done. But this is your legacy too. Everything we built, everything I built, you gave to Alex, remember? You chose him even after he slept with my fiancée. Now you get to live with that choice. He tried guilt-tripping me again about Mom's anguish over the family falling apart. I told him the same thing as before. She's welcome here anytime, just her. She won't leave me, he said? Then that's her choice, and living with the consequences of your actions, that's yours. He sat for a long time before asking quietly, where did I go wrong? I wanted to lay it all out. All the years of favoritism, the continual justifications for Alex, how he discarded someone who genuinely cared about the business for someone who regarded it as a piggy bank to rob. So what's the point? You didn't go wrong, Dad. You got exactly what you always wanted, Alex being in charge. How's that working out? He left shortly thereafter. He looked around 20 years older walking out than when he walked in. I received a text from Mom this morning. They'll be moving in with her sister in Ohio next month. Dad is going to try to find job there. She asked me once more if I would contemplate assisting them in their stay here. I informed her that my offer stood. She is welcome to stay with me at any moment, but I am tired of burning myself on fire to keep others warm. Sophie still sends texts concerning the baby. I advised her to call my lawyer. I haven't heard from Alex, do not expect to. You know what's weird? I imagined that witnessing them lose everything would be satisfying, as if karma was punishing them for what they had done to me. But honestly, I don't feel anything. Nor pleased, nor sad, just finished. I began dating someone new last month, taking it slowly. She asked about my family, and I simply stated that we are not close. Maybe someday I'll tell her the whole tale, but for now, I'm focused on creating my own life. There is no drama, no poisonous familial BS, and no attempting to gain favor that never comes. I informed Sophie that everything would now be handled by lawyers. Will I be present for my child? Yeah, I am not my brother. I do not abandon my responsibilities. But Sophie destroyed that bridge. We'll work out custody and support through the courts. She made her choices, and now she must live with the consequences, just like everyone else in this mess. For the time being, I'm simply trying to keep my head straight, focusing on work, my new relationship, and creating something unique to me. Some nights, I lie awake thinking about how messed up it is that my children will be born into all of this drama, but you can't undo other people's mistakes. You can only strive to follow your conscience. Sometimes the best vengeance is simply living well. This is the last section, guys. Thank you for following along. Writing it all out truly helped me sort through some of my thoughts. Edit 2. Since people keep asking, yes, if Sophie can show the baby exists and is mine, I will step forward, but only through legal means. No direct interaction. My wife sold the family heirloom engagement ring to buy luxury items, even though she knew how important it was to me. My soon-to-be ex-wife, Leah, 26F, and I, 28M, had been married for 6 months after dating for 2 years. I spoke with a lawyer a few days ago and filed for divorce because she sold the wedding ring I proposed to her with. It was a rather expensive ring with a platinum band set with diamonds, and it had been in my family for 3 generations. It was a major deal to me, and she understood I wanted to keep it in the family as an heirloom. I asked her about her lost ring last week. She casually informed me that she had sold it to fund a few luxury goods because the ring was outdated and not her style. She spent the money on fancy purses and jewelry. She acted as if it was no big issue when she told me about it, but I immediately freaked out because my mother and grandmother are still alive and would be quite unhappy if they found out. I told her she needed to return everything and buy the ring back since it was supposed to stay in the family. She was aware of this, and I couldn't comprehend how she could have made such a big error. But she explained that it was not a mistake. She had done it on purpose. She knew I'd lose my head, so she prepared her defense. Apparently, she had disliked the ring from the day I proposed but had not said anything because it belonged to our family. However, now that we were married, she claimed it was technically hers, and she could do whatever she wanted with it. That was her rationale, and she believed it was sound logic. We had a huge quarrel, screaming at each other like never before. I assured her I was willing to do whatever it took to get the ring back. She informed me that she was not returning anything and that if I wanted the ring back, I would have to buy it back from the buyer myself. I was so unhappy that I packed a tiny bag and drove to a suburban hotel, where I'm currently staying. She didn't try to stop me, and she didn't even look up as I left. Since then, she has not attempted to contact me. I waited 2 days for her to get back to me. When she didn't respond, I contacted my pals, who recommended a decent divorce attorney. On the 3rd day, after consulting with the lawyer, I blocked her everywhere. Yesterday, I signed the divorce papers and returned home throughout the day. I skipped work so I could go home when she wasn't around. I went inside, placed the divorce papers on the coffee table, and began sorting through my belongings. Fortunately, a few friends were willing to help me. They assisted in carrying the heavier and larger items, which are being stored at their homes until I find another place to live. By the time I finished, everything that belonged to me had vanished, and there was no sign of me left. Then, I returned to the motel. When Leah returned home from work after 6 p.m., her parents began calling me. They texted me that I couldn't do this, that I should only talk to her once, and that I needed to unblock her because this was petty. They claimed that I could not simply end our marriage over anything like this. I didn't care. I blocked them as well. That's when she dispatched her companions after me. They started calling me unreasonable, petty, and egoistic. Then they told me that shortly after I left, Leah had contacted the jeweler she sold the ring to and was in the process of purchasing it back since she felt awful. But, according to them, I hadn't even given her enough time to repair it, so they started portraying me as the evil guy. Now I think I may have overreacted, and I've been feeling strange since last evening. Am I incorrect to file for divorce since my wife sold the wedding ring that had been in my family for generations? Edit. My family has no idea what is going on right now. I don't want them to worry, so I haven't told them anything. My maternal grandmother is pretty elderly. She was the original owner of the ring when my grandfather proposed to her with it. I don't want to risk giving her a heart attack, which she would undoubtedly have if she discovered that Leah sold the ring. The ring is really important to my family, and I've been chatting with the jeweler Leah sold it to for the past 3 days. She had given me his contact information while we were fighting, telling me that if I really wanted the ring back, I could go buy it myself. However, I have yet to be able to get it back because the jeweler is asking for considerably more than he paid Leah for it. I'm currently negotiating with him. I also asked if Leah was trying to repurchase the ring, and he verified that she was. He told me he'd sell it to whoever had the money first. Meanwhile, if another client offered a higher price than the one he quoted us, he would sell it to them instead. So I need to move quickly because the ring is on display at his store, and he doesn't take reservations. If someone offers greater money, he will sell to them. It's been frustrating dealing with him, but at the end of the day, he's a businessman, so I can't hold it against him. After all, Leah sold him the ring, and he paid a nice price for it. It's all fair game to him. I'm just crossing my fingers that I can get the money together as quickly as possible. Maybe he'll drop the price he's quoted, and I'll be able to buy it back. Only then will I tell my family what's been going on. Otherwise, things will become very messy, and I do not want them to panic. Update 1. It has been 4 days since my first post here. Thank you to everyone who left comments on my post. It was tremendously reassuring to know that I was doing the correct thing after greatly doubting myself. Her pals definitely got inside my thoughts. They went out of their way to make me a villain, but I didn't take it personally. I've blocked all of her friends and family members. I don't want to interact with any of them because of what's happened in the last few days. It's really been playing with my mind. Leah and I have been together for a few years, and I never anticipated this would happen. She's always been a bit materialistic, which I've had to tolerate, but I never expected her to go this far. What threw me off surprise was how she acted as if she had done nothing wrong. It's not as if we haven't fought before, we have, just like every other couple. But this one was different. I saw an entirely different side to her, which is why I chose to get divorced. If she believed she could treat me the same way after only 6 months of marriage, she was mistaken. She can't walk all over me and expect me to stay. The ring may seem insignificant to some, but it means a lot to me and my family. It is not as if she was unaware of this. I indicated in my initial post that she was well aware that I intended to keep the ring as a family treasure. You don't just sell a family heirloom and then pretend everything is good because, legally, you now own it. I wish I could convey all of this to her family and friends, who are so determined to portray me as the evil person, but, frankly, I don't think it's worth the hassle. Leah hasn't even tried to contact me, which is unusual given how desperate she is. I know she has a burner account on social media, which I haven't disabled, but she hasn't sent me any messages from it. So I guess she isn't really trying to get back to me. Instead, she's trying to make me feel horrible about filing for divorce. At least that's how it appears right now. Regarding the ring, I've contacted the jeweler. He informed me that Leah had not responded to his messages in the past 2 days. Maybe she has backed off? I'm not sure what's going on with her. But I told him I was happy to buy the ring back at the price he was offering because, at this point, I am just anxious to have it back, no matter what. He agreed, and I'm going to his store tomorrow to send him a check and get my ring returned. Once I have it, I'll finally tell my family about what's been going on with me and Leah, since I believe it's time. They still have no idea, and my mother has been questioning why neither of us has been home and why Leah has not returned her calls. I wasn't aware that Leah had also moved out. I guess she's staying with her parents or friends, it does not matter. But I guess this is finally over, because moving out of the house appears to be the final step. I anticipate to hear from her lawyer within the next several days, and then we can proceed with the divorce. I have a gut sense she will not contest it, and I sincerely hope she does not. I believe I was fair in my divorce settlement, so she shouldn't feel the need to ask for anything further. I will find out soon enough. For the time being, I'm simply hoping that everything goes well for me. I've already spent a lot of money to get the ring back. I don't want to spend another amount on a lawyer to battle a long, drawn-out divorce. I just hope everything goes smoothly from now on. Update 2. I eventually went to the jeweler's store today, paid him, and got the ring back. The guy seemed quite interested in my condition. He was quite talkative and had a tendency to gossip. He explained to me that he had never been in a situation like this before and found it fascinating. Then he stated something that truly piqued my interest. Leah had unexpectedly blocked him. That surprised me, given that her friends had insisted she was distraught by our argument and was sincerely attempting to reclaim the ring. But I believe as soon as she saw I wasn't coming back, she gave up. It was all for show after all. She doesn't care about the ring or repairing things. All she cares about is looking like the victim. This only validates what I previously believed, so I'm not surprised. After visiting the jeweler, I decided to speak with my family and remove the band-aid. I was sick of keeping things from them, and now that I had the ring, they wouldn't have to worry about that. I drove to my mother's house, sat my parents down, called my grandmother on FaceTime, and recounted the entire issue to them. Everyone was surprised that Leah had done anything like this. She always came across as a nice person, and no one anticipated her to pull off something like this. My grandmother was relieved that I was able to reclaim the ring, but she also remarked something that resonated with me. It wasn't right that I had to purchase my own ring back. She suggested that during the divorce, I make Leah pay for it. I told her I will think about it, but I know it won't happen. It would simply lead to a long war and countless negotiations, which is the last thing I want. These things can stretch on for months, and I don't have the time or money to continue squandering on lawyers. I didn't say it to my grandmother, but there isn't much I can do in situations like these other than confess defeat. It seems horrible, but it's actually the more practical thing to do. We had no written agreement regarding the ring, so proving anything in court would be tough. Social conventions and family customs are not legally binding. Unless I had the best lawyers in town, pursuing her legally would be worthless. My parents understood this, therefore they did not pursue the matter further. After we ended the FaceTime session with my grandmother, my parents expressed their disappointment with how things turned out with Leah. They had developed a strong liking for her. They have never had an issue with her before. She had always been an excellent daughter-in-law, and when we married, my parents were the happiest they had been. Leah blended right in with our family, like the missing piece of a puzzle. And now, less than a year into our marriage, we were getting divorced. I ended up weeping while they were speaking to me. They had to console me since, up until now, I had not allowed myself to cry or properly express my emotions. But today, I couldn't keep back. Hearing my parents talk about Leah and how unhappy they were about the situation only made me feel worse about all I was going through. And they were correct. We were already divorcing after only a year of marriage. I never envisioned something like this happening just a few months, let alone a few weeks ago. But now it is occurring, and there is little I can do about it. The toughest part is that I know Leah believes she did nothing wrong. That's why she sent her family and friends after me, to guilt-trip me into returning. The whole event with the jeweler was purely for show. She wanted to appear upset, but the truth is that she probably wasn't. She doesn't comprehend how important this was to me. She believes I'm overreacting. And that's the worst part. But after speaking with my parents today, I felt lighter. It felt like a great weight had been lifted off my chest. They told me they were proud of me for sticking up for myself and my family, for refusing to let anyone walk all over me, even if I love that person. That's all the reassurance I need. At the very least, my parents believe I am doing the right thing and am not overreacting. Whatever hurts me, harms me. I can't change that. And if Leah doesn't care that she harmed me, maybe we should end this marriage while we still can. Now I'm just waiting for her response to my divorce filing. I sincerely hope she does not contest anything, because it is the last thing I need right now. She's already brought me enough difficulty, I don't want any more. Update 3. It's been a few days since my last update, and I've been busy. I had missed a few days of work, so I had to make up for lost time, including working overtime. Given my existing circumstances, I couldn't afford to upset my bosses. Instead of relaxing, I spent my free time hunting for an apartment close to my employment. Staying at a hotel was no longer practical. Thankfully, I was able to find a place with a fair rent, and I'll be moving in next week. Naturally, dealing with the practical issues of my life kept me extremely busy, so I didn't have much time to reflect about Leah and everything that had gone wrong. In some ways, it served as a good distraction. But then she called me last evening. It was from an unfamiliar number, so I picked it up intuitively. And when I heard her voice on the other end, I stopped. I wasn't sure whether to stay on the line or hang up. So I just remained silent. She did not apologize. She did not even admit what she had done. Instead, she stated that she wanted to speak with me one final time, despite the fact that she admitted she had no authority to do so. She stated she wanted to meet with me in person to give over the signed divorce papers and have one final talk to clear things up. Even when I didn't react, she simply said she'd be waiting at home in the afternoon. Then she hung up. For the rest of the evening, I was unsure what to do. But this morning, I decided to finally head over. Even if I didn't want to talk to her, I figured it was a good idea to get the divorce papers in person. Part of me was curious about what she needed to clear up with me. So I went home, and by then, the place had mostly been emptied out. Only the furniture remained, but since the house had already been equipped, It was evident that it would stay. We were planning to end the lease at the end of the month anyway. She gave me a check in addition to the papers. I was perplexed, but then I saw the amount. It was quite considerable. She explained that she had returned everything she had purchased with the proceeds from the sale of the ring. She decided that because we were no longer going to be together, it would be best to return the money. It was a few thousand less than what I had paid the jeweler to buy back my ring. I told her, and she said that whatever amount I had to pay, she would pay the balance in payments over the next few months. She could only afford to offer me this right now. I was fine with that because, honestly, I received some of it back, whereas I had anticipated losing whatever I had spent on the ring. It was a little odd, but I thanked her. She finally apologized. She was already in tears, telling me that she had never planned for things to go so wrong. But it was plainly too late to remedy anything, so perhaps it was best if we just let each other go. I didn't know what to reply, so I remained there awkwardly silent as she continued chatting. She informed me she'd been feeling terrible about everything for the past few weeks, ever since I left home. Even though her family and friends supported her, she couldn't believe she had done the right thing or that I had overreacted. Somewhere deep down, she knew I was correct and that she had made a tremendous mistake. She told me that she had wanted to contact me several times before. But since I had already blocked her, she was scared that if she did, I would reject her, which she couldn't bear. So she just stayed away. She also stated that she knew I deserved better, thus she felt it was right for us to divorce. Despite the fact that she was crying, she managed to finish her speech. Then she left without waiting for an answer from me. I was in shock, so I stood in the living room for a few minutes after she departed. Then I sat on the couch, attempting to make sense of everything. I started crying about a half hour after hearing her car pull away. Then I finally left and returned to the motel. I am going to the bank tomorrow to cash the check. I've already spoken with my lawyer about the papers, and since there's nothing else to discuss, we'll just have to wait for the waiting time to end. Then we will be officially divorced. I expected this to feel much better than it does now. But I suppose with time, I'll move on. For the time being, however, it hurts. And I'm going to let it hurt because there isn't much else I can do. Update 4. I cashed the check today at the bank, and for some reason, it felt incredibly liberating. Leah and I haven't spoken in a few days since our last interaction at the house, and I believe I'm finally letting go. Holding on to all of my anger and hurt will do me no good. I just want to forget about that whole situation and get on with my life. I had already moved out of the hotel and into my new apartment. Thanks to my pals, I was able to get everything set up rather quickly. I am so grateful to have such supportive friends. They've been checking in on me as often as they can. I'm also grateful to my parents, who have been there for me emotionally. I don't think I would have been able to deal with this as well as I am now if it hadn't been for them. And it's not as if I don't miss Leah or regret what has occurred. Of course I do. But I can't let it get in the way of my life since the world won't stop for me to digest my emotions. I am still going to have to work. I'll still have to keep up with the bills and everything else. I'll still have to do everything I'm supposed to do. To stay up, I needed the emotional support I've received from everyone, so I'm grateful that I have such a strong support system. In a few weeks, my divorce will be final. After that, I'll be done with the legal matters. I'm thinking about going on a vacation or doing something exciting and unplanned to take my mind off things because I believe I need a change of pace right now. I've spoken with a few pals, and they seem enthused about the prospect of traveling together. Perhaps I will take them up on that. Leah and I are no longer together, as evidenced by her social media post. I don't use social media much, so I didn't post anything or make any announcements, but she did. Many of our mutual acquaintances contacted me. Some simply wanted to assure me that things will improve, while others only wanted to gossip. But at least everyone knows now, so I don't have to explain anything. For that, I am grateful. That being said, I'm looking forward to moving on. Update 5. Hello everyone, my divorce was finalized earlier this week. Leah contacted me again from the same number she had used before to apologize. Instead of remaining mute, I told her that I wish things could have worked out with us, but that is how it is. I wished her only the best for the future. She thanked me and then hung up. And that was all. It hurts, but I suppose this is the closest we'll get to having any form of closure. Now, I'm actively attempting to move forward with my life. As I indicated in my previous update, I'm set to embark on a trip with a couple of my friends in a few days, which I'm very happy about. I've been looking forward to this for weeks, and it's finally happening. It actually feels like I'm beginning a new chapter in my life, which is very thrilling. Of course, I'm not totally done with the chapter I've left behind, but I can't go back. The only way to proceed is forward, and I'm hoping this tour performs its job successfully. That being said, I don't anticipate blogging here anytime soon. So, I'd like to thank everyone who has commented on my posts, supported me, and even reached out to me. It's very wonderful of you. The fact that you are all strangers to me and still care about my situation is extremely amazing, so thank you. I mean it. When I was 8 years old, my parents cruelly threw me out of the house. I wandered through the night until my aunt found me and took me in. I'll never forget that night when I was only 8 years old. My harsh parents yelled at me and threw me out the house. When I attempted to force my way back in, my mother burst in wrath and hit me so hard that I staggered and fell onto the road. But what my father did next was even more shocking, something I could not have predicted. Hello, my name is Mia Anderson and I'm 23 years old. But the story does not begin today. It began 15 years ago, when I was only 8 years old. That night, I learnt that not all parents love their children equally. That night, I lost my family. I grew up in Seattle, Washington, in a house that resembled a museum rather than a home. Everything was shiny, expensive, and flawless, except for me. My parents, Jonathan and Catherine Anderson, were well-known attorneys for their discipline, brilliance, and accomplishment. In their world, there was no place for weakness, failure, or mistakes. They expected excellence in everything, particularly from their children. My younger brother, Adam, was their pride and pleasure. Adam was everything they wanted: brilliant, engaging, and naturally talented. Whenever he accomplished something, our parents showered him with love, praise, and attention. He was the golden child. And me? I was merely the additional one. They weren't sure what to do with the mistake. No matter how hard I worked, I was never good enough. If I received a B on an exam, my parents would stare at me as if I had personally embarrassed them. If Adam received an A, they would celebrate. If I needed help with my homework, they told me to do it myself. If Adam required assistance, they engaged the best tutor money could buy. They acted as if he deserved success while I deserved nothing. I spent my childhood chasing their approval, convinced that if I worked hard enough, if I tried my hardest, they would eventually notice me. Finally, they loved me in the same manner that they loved Adam. But nothing I accomplished was ever satisfactory. When I succeeded, I was invisible. When I failed, I was apparent. When I was 8 years old, things changed. It was the night I realized that no amount of effort could make them adore me. That night, they made a decision. The night they decided I didn't fit into their beautiful family. On a frigid evening, my life as I knew it came crumbling down. I had just gotten back from school, my backpack dragging heavily on my shoulders. But the weight in my chest was far heavier. That day, I took an important arithmetic test. I'd spent endless evenings studying, going over my notes over and again, thinking that this time I'd make my parents proud. Despite my best efforts, I only received a C+ in the end. I understood what that meant. As soon as I went inside the house, I could hear their voices in the living room, loud, piercing, and disappointed. My hands gripped around my test paper while I remained frozen in place, listening. "She's an embarrassment," my mother said sharply, each word piercing the air like a knife. "We have given her everything, every opportunity, and she still fails us." My father's voice followed, colder than before. "We've done our best to shape her into something worthwhile, but she keeps proving she's not meant to succeed." My gut wrenched horribly, and I felt my breath catch. They were talking about me again. "She's lazy," my father added. "No matter how much we push her, she never rises to the occasion. She is not the kind of child we can be proud of." Tears welled in my eyes, blinding my vision. I tried. I'd done everything I could and worked harder than ever. But it wasn't enough. Then my mother's voice broke the silence in a way that made my blood run cold. "We can't keep doing this. Maybe it's time for her to leave." I felt the ground beneath me shift. For a moment, I thought I misheard her. I was 8 years old. She couldn't have meant that. But she did. After supper, my parents summoned me to the living room. My father sat on the couch with his arms tightly crossed over his chest. My mother stood beside him with an unreadable expression. Adam was nowhere to be found. He never had to witness these events. "Mia, we've talked about this," my father remarked, his tone calculated and dispassionate. "You aren't meeting our expectations, and quite frankly, we're tired of trying." A shiver went down my spine. "Trying what?" My voice was barely audible, a murmur of bewilderment. My mother did not hesitate. "Trying to fix you," she stated bluntly. "If you can't live up to what we expect, then maybe you don't belong here." My breath got locked in my throat. My hands trembled by my sides. Where Where would I go? I said, barely above a whisper. My father sighed, unfazed by my apprehension. Figure it out, he said. Something within me shattered. Panic clutched at my chest. Please, I implored, my voice faltering as tears ran down my cheeks. I'll do better. I'll work harder. Just don't send me away. I walked closer, reaching for my mother's hand, hoping for some trace of warmth or hesitancy. Instead, she punched me. It happened so quickly that I barely had time to respond. Her punch hit my cheek, sending a ripple of anguish through my skull. My head snapped to the side, and I staggered, almost dropping to the ground. For a brief moment, the entire globe went silent. My heart hammered in my ears. My skin burned where she had smacked me, and the sting went deep into my bones. I held my cheek and trembled as I felt the painful, swollen skin. I gazed up at her, tears in my eyes, grief and betrayal etched over my face. But my mother did not even flinch. Get out, she ordered, her tone low, harsh, and definitive. I looked to my father for some sort of protest, some indication that he disagreed with what had just occurred. But he didn't even look at me. That was it. That was when I stopped being their daughter. The moment I realized they never wanted me in the first place. The sting on my cheek grew worse while I remained there, stunned in shock. My mom had punched me. My father had allowed it to happen. And now they're throwing me away as if I'm nothing. Tears obscured my vision, but I refused to cry in front of them. Crying would not change anything. Begging would not make them adore me. They had made a decision. Without further word, I turned and dashed to my room. My hands shook as I grabbed a tiny suitcase and packed whatever clothes I could locate. I wasn't sure where I was going or what I was meant to do. I just knew I needed to leave. As I zipped up the suitcase, I paused for a second and looked around my room. The walls were blank, except for a few old sketches from my childhood. My bed, which I had slept in for years, suddenly felt unfamiliar. This house has never truly felt like home. But now I realize, it never will. With my heart thumping, I grabbed the strap of my backpack and headed toward the front door. My mother was standing in the hallway, arms crossed, looking at me with frigid contempt. My father was in his normal chair, thumbing through a newspaper as if nothing had happened. Adam was still missing. I swallowed the lump in my throat. One final chance. Maybe if I stared at them long enough, they'd see the sorrow in my eyes and alter their minds. Perhaps my mother will regret slapping me. Perhaps my father would tell me to stay. However, they didn't. My mother grabbed the doorknob and swung it open. Leave. I went outside, hugging my bag tightly, and the cool night air sent shivers down my spine. My feet felt heavy as I walked down the stairs, and my mind begged me to turn back, to do anything, to make them want me. The door slammed closed behind me. I was alone. As I walked through the streets of Seattle, a sense of dread sank in my chest. The street lights flickered above me, sending sweeping shadows across the pavement. The sound of distant traffic, laughter from surrounding homes, and the odd barking of a dog all added to my sense of solitude. I wasn't sure where to go. I did not have a plan. I only had the clothing on my back, a swollen cheek, and a heart that seemed torn into pieces. Hours passed as I wandered aimlessly, fatigue settling into my bones. The chilly wind clawed at my skin, and the hunger in my stomach served as a harsh reminder that I hadn't eaten since dinner. I wanted to collapse on the sidewalk and give up, letting the world take me whole. Then I heard a familiar voice. I stood in the dark light of a street lamp, arms wrapped around myself in a desperate attempt to stay warm. My feet ached from walking, my stomach twisted from hunger, and the sting of my mother's hit lingered on my cheek. I felt entirely lost. The streets of Seattle stretched out before me, foreign and unwelcoming. I had nowhere to go and no idea what to do next. My parents, no, they weren't my parents anymore, had made it clear that I was no longer a part of their lives. The realization brought another flood of hopelessness smashing over me. And then, in the depths of my sorrow, I heard a voice. Mia! I froze. My breath caught. The voice was warm, familiar, and filled with concern. I turned back, my heart thumping, and noticed a woman standing a few steps away. It was Mary. My aunt. For a minute, I was unable to move. I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating or if my fatigued mind was pulling a nasty joke on me. But as she got closer, her eyes scanned my face, taking in my injured cheek and the bag hanging over my shoulder, I realized this was true. Oh my God, Mia? What are you doing out here? She inquired, her voice filled with concern. I opened my lips to respond, but the words would not come. How could I describe what had just occurred? How could I tell her my mother had punched me? That my father had witnessed it and said nothing? That they'd discarded me like garbage? Mary must have noticed the agony in my eyes because, before I could even speak, she rushed up and hugged me. It was the first proper hug I had received in years. The warmth of her hug stirred something deep within me. I'd been fighting back my tears, refusing to cry, refusing to show my parents how deeply they had hurt me. But as Mary's arms wrapped around me, I shattered. A sob slipped from my lips. Then another. Before I knew it, I was crying furiously into her shoulder. She said nothing. She just held me while I cried and fell apart. When I finally pulled away, my breath caught. She tenderly caressed my face, her fingertips stroking against my injured cheek. Her eyes darkened with rage. "Did someone hurt you?" she said, her tone stern. I paused, but I could not lie. "It was my mom," I said quietly. "She hit me. And then they told me to leave." Mary inhaled quickly, her jaw clenching. For a minute, she appeared to want to march right to their house and give them a piece of her mind. Instead, she took a long breath and gently exhaled, as if forcing herself to remain calm. "Come with me," she urged, her tone softer now. "You're safe now, Mia. I promise." She held my hand, and for the first time that night I felt less alone. Mary guided me through the quiet neighborhoods, her grip hard yet pleasant. My legs ached, and my body was fatigued from the constant walking, but I didn't care. For the first time since leaving that place, I felt secure. We arrived at her apartment, a small but charming space tucked in a quiet section of town. When she unlocked the door and led me inside, I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Something I had never felt in my own home. There were warm blankets spread over the couch, family portraits on the walls, and the faint aroma of vanilla candles wafted through the air. "Sit down, sweetheart," Mary urged gently, directing me to the kitchen table. "You look exhausted." I obeyed, my body too exhausted to argue. I watched her walk about the kitchen, preparing a bowl of soup and pouring me a drink of water. She did not ask me 100 questions. She did not demand explanations. She simply took care of me. As she placed the bowl in front of me, I paused. My mother had never done this. Not while I was unwell. Not while I was upset. Not ever. "Eat," she spoke quietly. "And then we'll talk." My first sip of soup warmed me from the inside out. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating and finished the entire bowl in minutes. Mary sat across from me, studying me intently. "Now," she replied, folding her hands together. "Tell me everything." I gulped hard, my gaze sliding to the table. "Where do I even start?" "They never wanted me," I finally admitted, my voice lifeless. "No matter what I did, it was never enough. Adam was their favorite. I was just there. A failure. A disappointment." Mary's face clouded, but she did not interrupt. "I got a C+ on a math test today," I explained. "And that was the final straw. They said I wasn't worth the effort anymore. My mom." My fingers brushed over my injured cheek, the recollection still fresh. "She hit me. Then they told me to leave." An uneasy quiet enveloped the room. When I finally looked up, Mary's face was furious. "I always knew your parents were cruel," she continued, her voice trembling. "But this is unforgivable." Tears welled up again in my eyes. But this time, I wasn't simply sad. I was also angry. How could they have done this to me? How could they sleep comfortably if they had abandoned their own daughter? Mary stretched across the table and squeezed my hand. "Listen to me, Mia. You're not a failure. You're not worthless. You are smart and strong, and you didn't deserve any of this." A lump developed in my throat. I'd spent my entire life trying to prove myself to my parents, but as I sat in Mary's warm, comfortable kitchen, I came to a realization. I did not have to prove anything to them. They'd made their choice. And now I'll make mine. I was not going back. That night, for the first time in a long time, I slept soundly. There were no quiet arguments outside my door. There is no overpowering sense of failure pushing down on my chest. Mary's corridor light cast a nice glow into the guest room, and a blanket pulled over me provided warmth. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving. I felt safe. Mary served me scrambled eggs and toast for breakfast the next morning. It was unusual to have someone care about me unconditionally, without expecting perfection in exchange. As I ate, she sat across from me, drinking her coffee. "You can stay here for as long as you need," she stated simply, as if it wasn't a question. I hesitated, a tinge of doubt seeping in. "I don't want to be a burden," I muttered. Mary scoffed and shook her head. "You are not a burden, Mia. You never were." Her words sank deep into my chest, releasing years of self-doubt. I had long believed that I was unwelcome. That I was not good enough. But maybe the problem was never mine. Perhaps it was them. With Mary's help, I began to rebuild my life. She assisted me in transferring to a new school where I could start over, free from the continual weight of my parents' expectations. At first, it was difficult. I still cringed at loud voices. I still felt like I needed to prove my worth to everyone around me. But Mary never made me forget my potential. "You're smart, Mia. You can do anything you set your mind to," Mom told me every day. I studied harder than ever. Not because I want approval, but because I wanted to prove to myself that I was capable. Slowly, I began to excel in school and gained confidence in my own talents. Meanwhile, my brother Adam remained inside the house. Still imprisoned by our parents' crushing expectations. I scarcely spoke to him throughout those first several years, but I was concerned about him. I'd escaped. However, he was still stuck. My phone chimed one evening as I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my school assignments. My heart almost stopped when I saw Adam's name on the screen. "Adam. Hello, could we talk?" I stared at the message, my fingers hanging above the keyboard. A part of me wanted to dismiss it, to leave that period of my life behind and never look back. But another part of me, the one that still cared despite everything, understood Adam was contacting me for a reason. I took a deep breath. "Mia, what is going on?" Little did I realize the text would signal the beginning of something I never expected, a shift that would alter everything. Adam's letter sat on my screen, shimmering in the softly lighted room. For a time, I paused. Why now? He had never reached out to me before, not when I was fighting to meet our parents' unrealistic expectations, not when I was kicked out, and not in the years following. But something told me this wasn't a regular text. I responded fast. "Yes, we can discuss. What's happening?" His reply came almost immediately. "Adam. Can we meet? I need to get out of here for a while." I could sense the desperation in his words. It wasn't like Adam to sound unsure. Not the golden boy, the favorite child who always got his way. But something had changed. An hour later, I met him in a quiet coffee shop near Mary's flat. When I saw him, I knew something was wrong. The confident, polished brother I recalled appeared weary. His eyes were sunken, his posture slouched, and his fingers tapped nervously on the table. He looked up as I sat down, his face hesitant and almost remorseful. "Hey." I nodded and kept my voice neutral. "Hey." We didn't speak for a while. The stillness between us was dense with unspoken words. Finally, Adam moaned and scratched his temples. "Mom and Dad are suffocating me," he said. "They won't let me do anything that doesn't fit their idea of success. I told them I wanted to go to a performing arts school, and they lost it. They said I was wasting my potential." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "I thought you wanted to follow in their footsteps, law school, corporate success, all of that." Adam gave out a hollow laugh. "That's what they wanted. Not me." For the first time, I looked at him, not as the sibling I despised for being the favorite, but as someone who had been trapped like me. He may not have been kicked out like I was, but he had been just as confined and crushed by expectations. "I can't do this anymore, Mia," he said, his voice raspy. "I don't want to wake up every day feeling like I have to be perfect just to be worthy of their approval." I had a strong sense of recognition. I understood that feeling better than anyone else. I took a deep breath. Then I stopped hesitating. Adam looked up at me, bewilderment in his tired eyes. "You don't owe them your life," I stated firmly. "If you don't want the life they're forcing on you, then leave. Start over. You have a choice, Adam." His jaw stiffened. "It's not that easy," he remarked. "I still live under their roof. They pay for everything, school, clothes, food. If I leave, I have nothing." I slumped back in my chair, contemplating his comments. He was not mistaken. It was simpler for me because Mary had taken me in and given me another chance. Adam had no one else but me. I met his gaze. "Then come stay with me." He blinked, taken aback. "What?" "I mean it," I said. "If you really want out, then leave. I'll help you figure things out, the same way Mary helped me. You don't have to do this alone." Adam swallowed hard, his hands curling into fists against the table. For a little while, he said nothing. Then he nodded. "Okay." And just like that, everything changed. For years, I assumed Adam was the lucky one, the one they cherished and desired. But now I knew he had been stuck in the same way that I was. The difference was that I'd already broken free. Now it was his time. The tension in the air the night Adam departed our parents' house was almost unbearable. He had packed a single bag, just as I did years before. But, unlike me, he could choose to leave. He was not being tossed out. He was finally gaining control of his own life. Mary and I waited for him outside, in her car, which was parked a few homes away from our boyhood home. My gut was tight with apprehension, knowing our parents would not let him leave without a battle. But Adam was determined. He'd spent years as their perfect son, their golden child. And now, for the first time, he was selecting himself. The front door opened 15 minutes later, and Adam stepped out onto the porch. Mom and Dad were just behind him. Even from a distance, I could see the rage in their faces. Mary tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "Are you sure he's ready for this?" she wondered. I breathed slowly. "He has to be." Adam strode down the stairs, his motions rigid and strained. My father stood at the doorway, arms crossed, face twisted with barely restrained rage. "If you leave now, you will not come back," my father cautioned. Adam paused. I could practically feel his internal struggle, years of training, years of being the preferred son, the one they shaped to their liking. Leaving meant losing up all of that. But then he took another stride forwards. "Then I won't come back." My mother gave a bitter laugh. "You're making a mistake, Adam. You're nothing without us." I felt my nails drive into my palms as she said. I'd heard those identical lines before, words designed to rob us of our confidence and make us believe we were powerless without them. Adam, however, did not shy away. He returned to them for one last time. "No, Mom, I was nothing with you." And with that, he walked towards us. Mary accelerated as soon as he got inside the car, pushing away from the curb. I turned to face Adam, expecting him to display some expression of contrition. But instead, he sighed with relief. For the first time in his life, he was free. That night, Adam stayed in Mary's guest room, which had become my safe haven all those years before. He was quiet at first while processing everything. But as we sat at the kitchen table, something about him felt lighter. "I should have done this sooner," he said, staring at his hands. I gave him a slight smile. "You did it when you were ready. That's all that matters." Mary touched his shoulder. "You'll figure things out, Adam. And you don't have to do it alone." I nodded in accord. "We're in this together." For years, I believed that my family was irreparably shattered, and that I would never have a sister who genuinely understood what I had been through. But as I sat with Adam and watched his confidence begin to recover, I noticed something. Perhaps we were not broken. We were just breaking free. The days that followed seemed strange. Adam was finally out of his parents' grasp, but he was still getting used to his new situation. At first, he was quiet and reserved. He spent a long time lost in thought, contemplating what had happened. But gradually, I began to see the true guy emerge. He played his guitar more, something he had to give up due to our parents' stringent prohibitions. He began talking again about music school, songwriting, and finally doing something for himself rather than for them. It was weird to see him without the weight of their expectations on him. However, it was wonderful. We were sitting on Mary's little balcony, admiring the city lights, when Adam turned to face me. "Do you ever think about them?" he inquired tentatively. I breathed gently, my fingers stroking the mug's rim. "I used to," I confessed. "For years, I wanted them to regret what they did. I wanted them to realize their mistake, to come find me and beg for forgiveness." Adam nodded while looking down. "And now?" I considered it briefly before shaking my head. "Now, I don't care anymore." And I intended it. I had spent so much of my youth and adolescence needing something from them that they would never give me. Love, approval, or an apology. But the truth was that I didn't need it anymore. They were not part of my life. I was better off without them. Adam remained silent for a time before nodding. "I think I'm getting there too." We sat in peaceful silence, the weight of the past gradually fading into the night air. As the months passed, I immersed myself in my studies, resolved to make something of my life, not for them, but for myself. Adam began writing and recording music with a newfound freedom. For the first time, we were creating lives we truly desired. And then one day, Mary approached us with an idea that would change everything. We were sitting in the living room, laughing at one of Adam's stupid song lyrics, when she gave us a thoughtful look. "What if we did something with all of this?" she was asking. Adam lifted his eyebrow. "With my music?" "Number. With everything we've been through," she clarified. "You both know what it feels like to be rejected, to be told you're not enough. What if we created a place for kids who feel the same way?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" Mary leaned forward, eagerness in her eyes. A community center? A place where kids and teenagers who feel lost, abandoned, or pressured by their families can come and just be themselves. No expectations. No judgment. Just support. The notion settled in my chest like a spark waiting to ignite. I remembered the kid I used to be, the child who yearned for affection, a secure haven, and someone to tell her she was enough. I envisioned what it would have been like if such a location existed back then. Adam sat up taller. We could have music programs, art classes, tutoring. A place where kids can actually do what they love without fear of being told they're wasting their time. Mary nodded. Exactly. I met Adam's stare and knew we were going to do this. We intended to make our misery significant. We were finally going to build the home we never had. Months later, what began as a notion became a reality. The Anderson Community Center, which we called after ourselves rather than our parents, gradually took shape. We got a small place, raised finances, and created something from nothing. A place where children might pursue their passions without fear, pressure, or rejection. Every time I stepped inside, I felt a strong sense of purpose. This was what I was destined to do, not prove myself to my parents or seek their favor. But just when I thought I'd left the past behind, it came calling. It happened during a calm afternoon. I was in the community center reviewing schedules when my phone rang. I hadn't seen this number in years. My stomach turned. I almost didn't respond. But then curiosity got the best of me. Hello? A crisp, familiar voice came through the line. Mia. I froze. My mother. It had been years since I'd heard her voice, but just hearing it felt my chest constrict. We need to talk, she said. I clenched my jaw. We really don't. She let out a deep sigh. Enough with the attitude, Mia. We've been patient, but this little act of rebellion has gone on long enough. I nearly laughed. Act of rebellion? Did she really believe I had established a whole new life only to spite her? What do you want? I inquired plainly. Your father and I have been thinking about the future, she said. And we believe it's time you come home. I grabbed the edge of the desk. Home. As if they hadn't discarded me like rubbish. As if she hadn't punched me in the face and declared me worthless. You're getting older, Mia, she continued. You need stability. A real career. That community center nonsense isn't going to sustain you forever. My heart pounded. She had not altered. Not even a little. I took a deep breath and kept my voice calm. Let me make something very clear to you, Mother. You are not my family. You stopped being my family the day you hit me and threw me out into the streets. Her stillness at the other end was deafening. I persisted, my voice resolute. I used to dream about this moment. About you realizing you were wrong. But now I see that you haven't changed at all. And I don't need your approval anymore. I heard a sudden intake of breath. Mia, be reasonable? No. You are reasonable, I replied. I am never coming back to you. I am never letting you have control over me again. You don't get to decide my future. I do. And I choose to live without you. Her voice became sharp. You're making a mistake. You'll regret this. I grinned, but she couldn't see it. I regret ever wanting your love in the first place. With that, I hung up. That was the moment I realized I was free. On the day of the community center's grand opening, I stood with Mary and Adam, admiring the space we had created together. A place for youngsters like us, who have been rejected, abandoned, or made to feel inadequate. Adam strummed his guitar with a slight smile on his face. Mom and Dad would hate this, he reflected. I laughed. Good. Mary wrapped her arms around both of us. You two have done something incredible. I hope you know that. I gazed around at the children passing through the doors, kids who would never have to feel as alone as we did. I didn't need my parents' love. I did not need their approval. I had something better. A family selected me. A life I created on my own terms. And for the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. My family abandoned me at a rest stop when I was 22, leaving me stranded with no money or phone. Now, they have contacted me and asked for money. That summer, I turned 22. It was supposed to be just like any other day. I'd work at my father's hardware store for money and live at home because, according to banks, my father's college was not practical. I was also the perpetual punching bag for my golden kid brother Alan. We weren't destitute, but we weren't the sort to go on Disney vacations. So, when banks stated that we were going on a family road trip to my uncle's wedding in Colorado, I should have known something was up. 3 days into that horrible road journey, I was already regretting not making up an excuse to stay at home. My father and Alan had been taking turns playing their favorite game, making Salvador's life terrible. Mom, Irene, would periodically say, "That's enough," in her frail voice, but we all knew it was just a show. Look, I need to explain something about my family. Banks wasn't your typical dad. He was the type to wake you up at 3 a.m., to rant about a chore you forgot, or who will toss away your belongings if they get in his way. He had been telling me I was useless since I was able to grasp words. Alan quickly realized that he could either be Dad's mini-me or become like me. Guess which road he took? That morning, we came to a rest spot in Colorado that seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. Only fields, mountains in the distance, and a depressing tiny restroom facility with vending machines. I had been sleeping in the back of our Suburban and needed to stretch my legs and use the restroom. Dad and Alan were laughing over something, and Mom was checking her makeup in the visor mirror. I remember what I was wearing: an old Metallica t-shirt, trousers with a hole in one knee, and these beat-up Vans that I'd had for years. I did not take my phone because it was charging in the car. I didn't take my wallet, so why would I? We were in the middle of nowhere, and I was just taking a piss. I spent 10 minutes in that bathroom, perhaps less. When I walked out, blinking in the Colorado sun, the parking spot was vacant. Our dark green Suburban was gone. At first, I assumed they had moved it as a hoax. I wandered around the whole rest area. Nothing. That's the thing about betrayal by your own blood. It hits differently than any other type. I sat on the curb for an hour, telling myself they were simply trying to scare me and would be back. People came and left, and a few gave me strange looks. A trucker questioned if I was all right. I lied, saying I was waiting for my girlfriend in the bathroom. He nodded and departed. After 2 hours, I began to feel a chill in my stomach. They were not coming back. My initial thought was to borrow someone's phone and call them, begging them to come fetch me. However, when I was about to approach a mother with 2 children, something stopped me. A lifetime of memories flooded through my mind, every humiliation, every time they'd laughed at my expense, and every joke that was essentially cruelty with a punchline. I almost heard them. Alan's voice. "Dude, I bet he's crying right now." My father, "He'll figure it out if he's not as stupid as he appears." My mother's faint protest, which did not change anything. So, I made a decision. I approached that mother and asked to use her phone, but I did not contact my family. I contacted information and was given the phone number for the nearest shelter in Grand Junction, which is around 40 miles away. Then I asked her if she could give me a ride into town and said that my family had an emergency and had to leave, but they would send someone for me later. She hesitated, but I must have been innocent enough, since she agreed. That first night in the shelter was a reality check. I had nothing except the clothing on my back, no identification, money, or connections. Dave, the shelter employee, let me use their computer to seek out my uncle's address from a wedding invitation I had seen. I thought I would be able to travel to the wedding and see my family, but then I sat there staring at the screen, wondering why. Why pursue down folks who literally abandoned me on the side of the road for laughs? Instead, I set up a fresh email account. I searched up services for folks who needed emergency ID replacements, Googled cash-paying employment, and devised a plan. 2 days later, I was washing dishes at a small diner named Sunny. Geraldine, the proprietor, was a 60-something woman with purple-streaked gray hair and more tattoos than one would anticipate. I'd gone in, asked if they needed help, and informed her that my wallet had been stolen but that I needed work. She sized me up and remarked, "The dishwasher quit yesterday. You take from me, and you will die. Start now." That's the thing about rock bottom, you can only get up from there. For a week, I worked double shifts, slept in the shelter, and dressed in donated clothing. Dave assisted me in the process of obtaining a replacement ID by contacting vital records in my home state. With my first paycheck, I purchased a low-cost pay-as-you-go phone from Walmart. 7 days after they abandoned me, my phone rang. The number was unknown. I responded, and it was my mother, her voice shaking. She inquired as to my whereabouts and my well-being. They had been looking everywhere. It was only supposed to be a joke, she explained. They waited down the road for 20 minutes, returned, and couldn't find me. I listened to her stress and phony compassion. In the background, I could hear my father telling me to stop acting so theatrical and go to Uncle Rick's. I heard Alan laughing. "Salvador, are you there? Say something, we've been worried sick." That icy feeling in my gut was gone. Now there was just clarity. "You wanted to see if I could make it on my own," I explained, my voice firmer than it had ever been when speaking to them. "So watch me." I hung up, blocked the number, and then blocked every family number I could think of. I went to the Verizon store the next day and changed my phone number totally. I envisioned them becoming increasingly irritated as they realized their punching bag was not returning to be pummeled. 1 month later, I had my own studio apartment above a laundromat. It was small and always smelled like fabric softener, but it was mine. I worked my way up to prep cook at Sonny's, and Geraldine was showing me how to properly chop veggies without losing a finger. Sometimes I'd check my old email address, which my family knew. Messages piled up from Mom. "Please come home, we're sorry." From Dad. "This childish stunt needs to end right now." From Alan. "Dude, it was just a joke. Stop being such a..." I never replied. Not once. The thing about freedom is that once you've tasted it, you can't go back to the cage. I will not pretend it was easy. Some nights, I'd look through Instagram and see photographs of people with normal families who truly loved each other, and I'd feel an aching that no amount of them could satisfy. I experienced nights when loneliness threatened to take me whole. The holidays were the worst. But every morning, I'd wake up in my dingy little apartment, which smelled like Downy, go to my dishwashing job, where no one labeled me worthless, and construct my life one brick at a time. 3 months after they abandoned me at that rest stop, I checked my inbox for the last time. There was a fresh message from my mother. "Your grandmother is asking about you. Please just let us know you're alive." I closed the email, erased the account, and put my old SIM card in the dumpster behind Sonny's. That night, Geraldine showed me how to bake her renowned apple pie. She stated I had good pastry skills. It was the first real compliment I had received in many years. I never looked back. Update: 5 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest area, I found myself staring at a familiar face in my Facebook page. Not because I was trolling my family's profiles, well, maybe I was, but because Alan had recently been mentioned in a local news piece back home. He'd received a DUI and wrapped his automobile around a telephone pole. Nobody heard except the pole. The publication had utilized one of his high school football photos. He appeared youthful and smug, in stark contrast to the fat mugshot below. That's the thing with karma. It goes at its own pace and never forgets an address. By then, I had established something like a life in Colorado. My terrible studio above the laundromat was eventually exchanged for a 1-bedroom with actual windows. I had worked my way up from dishwasher to line cook to assistant manager at Sonny's. Geraldine still ran the property with an iron fist and a flour-dusted glove, but she'd started treating me more like a quirky nephew than a charity case. My first major purchase, when I had actual savings, was a good laptop. Nothing spectacular, just enough to attend online community college classes in business management and basic accounting, which banks always claimed were for individuals who couldn't perform actual work. I'd spend my mornings at Sonny's, afternoons studying, and evenings at work. Rinse, repeat. Look, I'm not going to pretend that what occurred didn't leave me messed up. Trust issues? More like trust subscriptions, which I could cancel whenever someone got too near. I'd made only 2 friends in 5 years. My neighbor Doug, who played bass in a bad garage band and occasionally brought me homemade beer that tastes like hoppy dishwater, and Geraldine, if she qualified as a friend rather than a boss. That changed when Kendra began arriving at Sonny's every Tuesday and Thursday, like clockwork. She always got the same thing, Denver omelet with no tomatoes and extra coffee. She was often sitting at the counter with a textbook, med school. I later discovered she had this habit of completely shutting out while studying. For several minutes, she held the fork halfway to her mouth. I started timing her once, and her time was 7 minutes and 23 seconds before she noticed she was holding cold eggs. I had been giving her coffee refills for 4 months before she saw me. "I mean, you truly saw me." Her eyes widened slightly as she explained that my name tag was spelled incorrectly. It wasn't, but it became our strange little joke. Every Tuesday and Thursday, she would point out that I was wearing the wrong name Salvador. I would act startled. It was the stupidest flirtation ever, but it worked. Our first date was not even intended to be a date. Her study group canceled at the last minute, and she had a reservation at this pizza place that was tough to get into. I happened to be cleaning the counter when she received the cancellation SMS. The next thing I knew, I was seated across from her at Antonio's, both of us uneasily realizing this was precisely like a date. 6 months later, she moved into my flat. A year later, we moved into a somewhat larger place together. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom with a bathroom where the toilet did not run all the time and neighbors who did not practice bass solos at 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I used false accounts to keep track of my family. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. Dad's hardware store started failing after the Home Depot opened on the outskirts of town. I noticed him talking about it on community Facebook pages, with remarks becoming increasingly frantic and nasty. Mom's social media became a weird shrine to family, with regular throwback photos of us all smiling and postings about missing her boys, which was rich. She would tag Alan but never mention me, as if I had been erased. Alan moved from job to job, posting vague updates about haters and new opportunities, the standard social media smokescreen of someone whose life is circling the abyss. 3 years in, Geraldine approached me during inventory and informed me she was considering opening a second Sonny's shop on the opposite side of town. She asked if I was interested in running it, rather than owning it. This is an important distinction. I didn't sleep that night because I kept thinking it was a test or a joke. People like me did not have opportunities like that. Banks had ensured I understood that much. That is the problem about poisonous beliefs. They remain in your system long after you have left the serpent. But I said yes because Kendra, who was half sleeping next me, whispered that it would be silly not to. Doug, through a haze of cannabis smoke, replied, "Duh, you practically run to the original place already." Because Geraldine was not Banks, wasn't my family, and had never made me feel useless. Sonny's East opened 6 months later, smaller than its predecessor and with a new menu, my menu. I worked 90-hour weeks for the first year and lost 10 pounds I couldn't afford to lose. I argued with Kendra about never being home. I came home to passive-aggressive post-its on the fridge several times, but they worked. People arrived. People came back. The food was delicious and the atmosphere was good. We weren't getting rich, but we were making do. 4 years after being abandoned, I earned enough to assist Kendra with her medical school loans. Not all of them, those creatures are monstrous, but enough to make an impact. She cried when I handed her the payment confirmation. Not cinematic crying, but lovely mascara tears. Real sobbing, snotty, red-faced, hiccuping crying. I had never felt more like a true person than in that moment. Then my granny died. I found out on Facebook. Mom captioned this lengthy, emotional homage with a million heart emoticons. Grandma Rose was the only one in the family who ever stood up to Banks, the only one who appeared to notice me. She would slip me $20 when no one was looking and instruct me to save them for my escape. I believe she meant college. It turned out to be more literal than that. I considered going to the funeral and even looked up airfares. Kendra said she'd come with me and hold my hand throughout the traumatic reunion. Doug offered me his lousy hatchback to drive instead. Geraldine simply shrugged and said, "Dead people don't know if you're there or not, so do whatever brings you peace." I didn't go. Instead, I sent flowers. A generic sympathy arrangement, signed Salvador, with no return address or note. It's just me. The reaction on social media was quick. Mom is posting about signs and reaching out from beyond. Alan made cryptic remarks about prodigal sons. Banks said nothing publicly, but I could imagine the uproar behind closed doors. A week later, I received a friend request from a profile that I did not recognize. Some random name, no posts, and no buddies. I almost erased it until I noticed the message. "It's Uncle Rick. Your mom gave me your old email, but it bounced back. Are you okay? We've been worried. Your dad has been asking around about you." That night, I blocked the account. I had my first panic attack in 2 years, sitting on our bathroom floor at 3 a.m., trying not to wake Kendra, feeling like my lungs were collapsing, and picturing Banks chasing me down, showing up at Sonny's, and destroying everything I'd built. Kendra found me about an hour later. She didn't ask any questions. She simply sat with me, her shoulder touching mine. When I could finally breathe, she said the most basic thing: "They can't take anything from you that you don't give them." The next morning, I called a lawyer for guidance on restraining orders, just in case. I adjusted the privacy settings on everything and requested Geraldine to notify staff not to disclose any information about me to anyone. Practical steps. Power what you have power over. 5 years to the day after being abandoned, I married Kendra in a tiny wedding at a state park. Doug was my best man. Geraldine cooked the cake and cried the whole time, mascara pouring down her wrinkled cheeks. Kendra's enormous, boisterous family embraced me immediately, her father cracking dad jokes that didn't make me cringe, and her mother hugging me without sending off alarms in my head. That's the thing with family. It can find you even when you're not looking. A week after the wedding, I saw it while going through my dummy account late at night. Banks posted on a community website, asking for information on his son Salvador, whose last known location is Grand Junction, Colorado. This is a family emergency. There was no emergency. I was already aware of this. What I didn't understand was why, after 5 years of silence, they were now hunting for me. So I probed deeper, made another phony account, joined community groups in my hometown, and pulled everything together piece by piece. The hardware company had closed, their house was in foreclosure, Mom was dealing with some medical concerns that she was hazy about, and Alan had returned home following his third DUI. They weren't seeking for me because they missed me, but because they needed something. And you know what? For the first time in 5 years, I smiled as I remembered them. Not because I was pleased with their tragedy, but because I discovered a crucial truth. I no longer cared. I closed the laptop, went into bed beside my sleeping wife, and made a decision. I would continue to observe from a distance, not out of hatred or love, but because sometimes the finest retribution is not what you do, but what you build, while they are busy destroying themselves. Finally, we have an update. It began with a LinkedIn notification. 15 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest station, my perfectly planned existence had a flaw. Someone saw my profile 27 times in a single day. It's not rare for LinkedIn recruiters to do crazy things like that. What was remarkable was my brother's name, Alan Matthew. That is the thing with the past. It is patient. It will linger in the tall grass for years before striking. By then, my life had changed drastically from my first year in Grand Junction. Kendra had finished medical school, completed her residency, and was now working 3 days a week at a local clinic to spend more time at home with our children. We had 2, Ellie, 7, and Marcus, 4. The apartment above the laundromat had given way to a modest 4-bedroom home on the outskirts of town. Nothing spectacular, but with a yard where the kids could play and I could grow tomatoes, though they never quite worked out. Sonny's had expanded to 3 locations. Still not a major franchise or anything, but enough that I no longer had to work the line, except when someone called in sick. Geraldine had semi-retired 2 years before, but she still turned up unexpectedly to criticize how we made her pie crust recipe. I had made peace with my past, or so I thought. I still kept an eye on the family from afar, but the frequent checks had dwindled to maybe once every few months. Banks and Irene had downsized after losing their home, as far as I understood. Alan has been married, divorced, and married again. They all seem to have gone on with their lives, just as I had. However, the LinkedIn issue bothered me. 15 years of silence, and now this. I mentioned it to Kendra as we were performing our usual Sunday night activity. Folding laundry while half watching whatever Netflix show we were currently behind on. She paused, holding a mismatched sock in each hand, and asked whether I was all right. I nodded. What else could I say? That I was suddenly 22 years old again, stopped at a rest stop, and that I could hear Banks' voice in my head, calling me useless. 3 days later, I was in Sunny's East, the original second site, assisting with inventory because our supplier had sent the wrong type of coffee filters again, when Maya at the front desk called back to say there was a family looking for me. My first thought was of Kendra's parents, who occasionally surprised us when they passed through. I strolled out front, my thoughts already turning to how to persuade them to stay for supper. It was not Kendra's family. Banks appeared older, grayer, and his once intimidating physique had shrunk. Irene's face was pinched from years of effort, and her hair had been dyed an unnatural shade of brown. Alan resembled Banks at 40, with the same stance and technique of taking up space. There was a woman with them who I didn't recognize. She was young, perhaps in her early 20s, and she was standing back as if she wasn't sure she belonged. Nobody spoke. The lunch rush cacophony faded away, leaving only my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. Banks broke first, asking for my name. I nodded, as my voice had evidently gone on vacation. Look, I'd envisioned this moment in 1,000 various ways over the course of 15 years. In some of them, I told them off brilliantly. In others, I was chilly and distant, unconcerned about their existence. In a couple awkward late-night situations, we even had a tearful reconciliation. Reality is invariably messier than fancy. I motioned to an empty table in the corner, asked Maya to get water, sat across from the folks who had once been my family, and waited. They'd discovered me through a magazine story titled Rocky Mountain Rising 10 Local Success Stories. It wasn't even a major feature, just a sidebar with a photo of me in front of Sunny's original location. But evidently, one of Mom's high school friends had moved to Colorado, saw it, and forwarded it to her with the caption, "Isn't this your son?" They'd made 107 missed calls to my former number in the years before it was disconnected. Mom had counted. She mentioned this as if it meant something. They spoke over each other. Mom mentioned how worried they had been. Banks about how I had misinterpreted what happened that day. Alan was uncomfortably trying to pretend like we were old friends catching up. The young woman, who turned out to be Alan's second wife Poppy, simply regarded me with curiosity. I let them talk and watched as they spun their own version of reality in which they were not the villains. I noticed how Banks continued looking at the restaurant, mentally calculating how much it would be worth. I noticed Mom's fingers waver slightly as she grabbed for her water. I noticed Alan's studied charm faltering whenever he thought I wasn't staring directly at him. Finally, when they ran out of steam, I asked the only important question. Why now? That's when the true tale emerged, in parts and pieces among awkward silences. Banks had medical debts, heart issues, and no insurance. The second residence was being foreclosed upon. Alan's business idea, something obscure about cryptocurrencies, had flopped terribly. Mom required knee surgery, which she could not afford. They weren't there for reconciliation, but for money. I should have become angry. Should have thrown them away. Instead, I felt an unexpected emotion. Sympathy. They seemed so little and desperate. These giants who had formerly ruled my entire universe were simply imperfect, broken beings. I asked them to supper at my house that night, explaining that I needed to contemplate and chat to Kendra. They agreed enthusiastically. Banks are already halfway to calling it a done deal. The afternoon was weird. I picked up Ellie from her dance lesson and assisted Marcus with his preschool show and tell preparations, all while texting Kendra updates on who was coming to dinner. She volunteered to take the children to her sisters. I said no. I wanted them there. I wanted my family to meet my family. Dinner was chicken enchiladas, my specialty. That wasn't anything exceptional, it was simply a recipe from the back of an old El Paso box that I had modified over the years. Ellie set the table without being asked, meticulously placed the forks on the incorrect side until Kendra quietly corrected her. Marcus insisted on wearing his Spider-Man outfit because it was Tuesday, and it appears that Tuesday is now Spider-Man Day. When the doorbell rang, I nearly dropped the dish I was bringing to the table. Kendra clutched my arm as she passed, whispering that she had my back anyway. The children looked up with interest, realizing that something significant was happening. That's the thing about dreaded moments. When they occur, they're both worse and better than you expected. The introductions were awkward. Even after adjustments, Banks continued to refer to Kendra as Karen. Irene couldn't stop crying every time she looked at the kids, which terrified Marcus. Alan and Poppy were the least bad, making genuine attempts at polite conversation, but Alan kept hinting about family supporting family. After dinner, Kendra brought the kids upstairs for baths and bedtime, giving me a look that said, "Text if you need extraction." Then it was just me and them, sitting in a living room that felt too small. Banks began on the pitch, talking about how family sticks together and how he'd always known I'd be successful. A lie. How they only needed $20,000 to get back on their feet, alone, of course. I let him continue, then asked him if he remembered what he told me on my 18th birthday. He gave a blank gaze. I said to him, "At least you can't disappoint me anymore, once you're not legally my problem." I asked Mom if she recalled what she did after Banks tossed away my acceptance letter to community college. Nothing. She had done nothing. I asked Alan whether he remembered telling my first girlfriend that I was probably, in any case, when she came to the house seeking for me. They squirmed and made excuses. Banks' voice began to take on a deadly edge, which used to make me shrink. But here's what happened. I stopped shrinking. I was 15 years and a million miles away from that person. I went to my office, returned with an envelope, and delivered it to Banks. The check was for $73.50. Banks glanced at it, perplexed, and wondered what the hell this was supposed to be. I responded. In 2010, that was exactly what a Greyhound ticket from Grand Junction to our hometown would have cost, the exact amount it would have taken for me to make it back home from where you abandoned me. The hush was absolute. Then Banks began shouting at me, calling me ungrateful and greedy, and claiming that I had always been a disappointment. The greatest hits record from my childhood is being played one more time. I didn't argue or shout back. Just stood up and informed them that it was time to leave. Mom used a different approach. Tears and guilt. How could I do this to my family? Alan went cold. The Pleasant Brothers mask had entirely slipped. Poppy simply seemed embarrassed for all of them. When they eventually departed, Banks crumpled the check and dropped it on our doorstep. I closed the door and leaned against it, my legs becoming unsteady. Kendra came downstairs and asked if I was all right. I nodded, not trusting my own voice. We cleaned up the dinner dishes in silence, checked on the sleeping children, and prepared for bed as if it were any other night. As I was configuring the security system, I accessed the front entrance camera on my phone. They remained in the driveway, arguing. Banks is gesticulating violently, and his mother is sobbing. Alan was looking at our house with an attitude that I know all too well, jealousy mingled with hatred. Finally, they hopped into their rental car and drove away. I have never seen or heard from them again. Do not expect to. The chapter is finished. That's the thing about revenge, The best type is something you live rather than do. Every beautiful moment with my children, every inside joke with Kendra, every peaceful Sunday morning with nothing to worry, and every ordinary day in a life constructed on my terms. I never got back home. I did something better. I constructed one. My sister crashed my wedding but was arrested for kidnapping. Now that she is facing jail, my parents want me to help, but I refuse. So, I, 24F, got married about a week ago, and things went very wrong. Let me start from the beginning. I have an older sister named Stacy, 26F. We have always had a strong sibling rivalry, and I am serious about it. Growing up, we despised each other because we were always trying to outdo each other. We never got along, and as we grew older, we continued to despise each other. We were sure not to show others how much we loathed one another, but it was all there beneath the surface. When we were living together, she and I didn't talk to each other and simply put up a show for our family members when they visited. But even our parents realized we didn't like each other, and they never tried to make things right between us. In some ways, I believe that is what led to so many things going wrong in the end. But I will get to that later. She moved out when she was 18 to attend college, and I was relieved because it meant I could finally be myself around the house instead of continuously walking on eggshells because of her. She would only come back for the holidays and talk about how wonderful her life was since she was attending one of the greatest business schools in the state. I was a little jealous of her, but my sole goal was to work harder than her and get into a better place, which I achieved. I was accepted into an Ivy League school. That was a great slap in the face for her, and I was celebrated far more than she ever was. I expected that getting into an Ivy League institution would put a stop to our competition, but that did not happen. She suddenly revealed that she was beginning her own business. She completed the task with the assistance of my father. I'm not sure if it was luck or hard effort, but her firm took off a few years ago, and she relocated to Japan to expand the technological side of it. It was a huge success, and our parents were really proud of her. That was roughly 2 years ago. Since then, she has lived in Japan. Unfortunately, things didn't go so well for me once I finished college. The fact that Stacy was succeeding so much only exacerbated the situation. I had gotten a job, but it was nowhere as glamorous or rewarding as what she was doing. So I quit shortly after joining. That was a terrible mistake, and I know it now because I should have stayed there and worked my way up. But I was a fool for competing with my sister when I should have focused on myself and my work. It was a very stupid decision on my behalf, and I regret it. But it's finished now. After I quit my work, there was a period in which I waited for something to simply fall into my lap. When it didn't happen, I became depressed. It also didn't help that Stacy was excelling in her area, and her business was something my parents always brag about. I despised it, but I couldn't say anything without appearing resentful and jealous. Even though I was feeling both of these emotions, I had to disguise them when I met with my family and seemed to be pleased for Stacy, because anything other than happiness was an inappropriate emotion. That was about the time I met my spouse, Jackson, 25 million. I'm very pleased I did because meeting him transformed my life. It had been roughly 6 months since I had resigned from my work and had been hoping for a better opportunity to come along, but with no success. As I previously stated, I was deeply miserable and disappointed with my life. So I downloaded a dating application. I wasn't really searching for something serious, I just wanted to meet people and use it as a way to distract myself from how horrible things were going for me. I was trying to pay rent and buy basics for myself. I had to rely on my parents for money. They'd send me money every month. I also had some money saved from when I was working, but it wasn't enough, and I was struggling to pay my bills. My parents would bail me out, and I would promise them every month that I would return all of their money as soon as I could. I could always sense displeasure in their tones, which drove me insane because I knew I wasn't doing my best. It was really difficult for me to accept the fact that, at the time, Stacy was faring better than I was, and I was a tremendous disappointment to my parents. So I was utilizing dating apps and going on random dates with men I didn't even like, all to distract myself from my feelings. For a while, it worked. I went on a few dates over the course of many weeks with individuals who were solely interested in hooking up. It was basically casual. However, that changed after I paired with Jackson. He was an extremely interesting guy to talk to at first, and he checked all of my boxes. He had also received straight A's in school. But after graduating from high school, he attended culinary school and was working in a restaurant when we met 2 years ago. He was humorous, engaging, and had the perfect amount of machismo. But at the time, I assured him I wasn't seeking something serious. When he asked me out on a date after nearly 2 weeks of talking online, he said he was seeking something serious and did not want to be in a casual relationship. He was dating to marry. I appreciated how honest and open he was about his feelings, so I decided to give it a shot, not knowing what was in store for me. I went out with him after agreeing on a first date to see how things went. And it went extremely nicely. It felt like we'd known each other for years. I think it was the best date I've ever had. We had a great time, and with him, I didn't feel like I was trying to prove anything. That was the first time I'd ever felt that way around other people, so it was a refreshing change. Our talk flowed easily, and we just clicked. I'm not sure what changed, but I decided to give our relationship a proper shot. We went on several more dates. But after only 3 months together, I discovered that I was pregnant. At the time, all I was concerned about was how Jackson would react to it. Within the first few weeks of our relationship, he had learned almost everything he needed to know about me. I had told him everything about myself and my family, including how I had spent my entire childhood competing with and trying to outdo my sister. But being with him inspired me to be a better person, a person of my own. He already knew everything about me, and I believe I knew everything about him at that moment. In reality, he was the one who pushed me to get out of my depressive state and actively seek a job rather than waiting for something to come to me. So I ended up returning to my previous position at the company from which I had resigned. And I believe that was one of the best moves I've ever made. By the time I discovered I was pregnant, I had been working for over a month and things with Jackson were going well. I was just concerned about his reaction to the news. Most people would believe it was too soon and withdraw from the relationship because they were terrified. But deep inside, I genuinely wanted the baby. It simply felt perfect. I can't put it into words, but I just felt prepared to be a mother. To my surprise, when I told Jackson about my pregnancy, he was very supportive. He informed me that it was my body, therefore I could do anything I wanted, and that he would support me regardless of what I did. When I told him I wanted to keep the kid, no one was happier than him. He explained that he had wanted me to keep the baby because he believed he was also ready. Even though we were young and had only been together for 3 months, he told me he didn't want to seem insane or come across as overly powerful, so he left it up to me. But my decision had made him the happiest guy alive. We agreed that despite the fact that we were expecting a kid, we would wait to get to know each other better before marrying. It was decided. We pushed ahead with the pregnancy, and a few weeks later, we discovered that we were having twins. That was another huge surprise, but we dealt with it. He moved in with me soon after we learned about the pregnancy and introduced me to his parents around the same time. His parents were quite lovely, and they appeared to love all of their children equally, without ever pressuring them to compete with one another. It appeared to be a healthy family, and it was the first time I had seen how one worked because I had never experienced it firsthand. However, I was hesitant to introduce him to my family because I knew my parents wouldn't approve of my life choices. I was a talented student with a promising future, but I had opted to have children with a man I had only known for less than a year. I'd even moved in with him. Any parent would disapprove of this, and I knew my parents would probably lose their minds. So I kept putting it off until I started to show, at which point I realized there was no way to hide it. I organized a meeting with them when I was 4 months pregnant and decided to tell them everything. I invited them over to my house and had Jackson present for moral support. They knew I had been dating Jackson for a time, but they had no idea I had been living with him, or that I would soon be the mother of his children. When I informed them about it, I anticipated them to get angry and yell at me. But they responded in an unexpected way. They truly appeared to be delighted for me. They were overjoyed and hugged me, congratulating me on my pregnancy. And when I informed them I was having twins, my mother nearly collapsed with joy. It was an unexpected reaction, but I was relieved that they were not upset with me. In fact, once they found out, they threw me a party and proclaimed to everyone that they were about to become grandparents. I also informed them that Jackson and I did not want to marry solely because we were having children together. We wanted to live together for a while before making such a significant commitment. They were cool with it as well. They were incredibly supportive of everything, which surprised me, but in a positive way. I was really relieved that my parents were on my side in this, since I would have despised it if they had turned against me or attempted to change my mind about things. I even spoke with them about how supportive they were, and I stated that I had not expected that from them. They told me that they were aware that they had never truly been excellent parents since they had never stopped my sister and me from competing with one another throughout our childhood. They felt they were doing something nice. They believed that continually pushing us to achieve better would help us succeed. However, they understood that doing so may have harmed us in the long run. This epiphany occurred when they discovered that I had quit my work in order to pursue a better opportunity. They recognized that Stacy's success with her own business had influenced her decision. They realized that I wanted to accomplish something on my own to outdo Stacy. I thought it was strange that they knew about it, even though I had never mentioned it to them. However, they stated that as parents, they were aware of what was going on and felt responsible for it. They wanted me to know that whatever happened, they would be there for me. I didn't have to continually compete with Stacy to prove that I deserved their love and affection. They would always adore me, and they were equally proud of both of us because we had always given our all. That was the most important thing to them. It was a much-needed chat, and I'm glad I talked it out with my folks. It made things much simpler for me during the pregnancy and afterwards because I could openly ask my parents to help me with the kids while Jackson and I worked. They also informed me that they had a similar interaction with Stacy. However, it appears that things did not proceed as planned. She had just smiled and said she didn't need them to say such things because she truly thought I was a sore loser. In her opinion, I was having a breakdown, which is why my parents tried to be understanding by telling us that they were equally proud of both of us. But she understood the truth, and refused to believe that our parents were truly attempting to turn a new leaf and become better parents. She was persuaded that she was more deserving of their love since, by her own standards, she was performing better in life. My parents assured me that they would speak with her again when she returned for the holidays, because internet discussions were not the same. They promised me that they would have the same chat with her as they had with me, and she would finally stop trying to compete with me. Until that time, she had gone to great lengths to make me feel horrible. Since I revealed my pregnancy, she has been sending me backhanded compliments and making sarcastic remarks in the family group chat, completely inappropriate. She was clearly attempting to tear me down and make me feel awful about the pregnancy, even though I saw no reason to feel bad about it. To her, however, it was clearly a failure, a massive one. In her eyes, I was knocked up before marriage and living with a guy I had hardly met. So, for her, this was a big win. She assumed she could now say whatever she wanted to me without repercussions. It was really grating on my nerves, and I had considered leaving the group chat multiple times. But my parents persuaded me to stay since they were genuinely trying to be better parents and wanted us to stick together. So I stayed, for their sake. My parents pledged to put an end to this, or at least do their best. And if they couldn't, I could leave the group. When Stacy returned for Christmas, my parents informed me they were going to talk to her, and they did. Unfortunately, she was already too far gone by then. Her main purpose in life at the time was to humiliate me and make me feel as tiny as possible. She was intolerable that year. Even though she had been extremely unpleasant in the previous few years due to her thriving business, that year was far worse. Not only had she just returned from Japan, but she was also aware that I was pregnant and nowhere near her level of accomplishment and riches. She used every chance to remind everyone of this. She was constantly talking about herself, giving me stares, and even sarcastically asking if I was not happy for her. It was quite awkward and uncomfortable. I had to leave the party early because I was trying so hard not to lose my anger and cry in front of everyone. After the Christmas party, my parents attempted to contact Stacy again in the hopes that she would stop calling. Instead, she stated that she had worked hard to be where she is, and she would not allow me to take that away from her. She stated she had every right to brag about it as she pleased, and I would just have to deal with it. That was when I decided to cut ties with her. I exited the group chat, and my parents agreed that it was for the best. We hadn't communicated for 2 years, and I had no idea what she had been up to. But I recently learned from a couple of my relatives that she had returned from Japan, with a baby. I first heard about it around 4 weeks ago. Apparently, it was a miracle baby, who was just 2 months old. My parents told me that they had had multiple video chats with her before she returned, and they had never detected anything, not even the faintest indication that she was pregnant. She explained that she wanted it to be a surprise for everyone. She stated she had recently become a mother and had married in a secret ceremony only a year before. Now she was ready to discuss it. The timing was nothing short of suspect. Almost everyone in the family thought I was going to marry around the same time. But now, thanks to her, everyone is only talking about her marriage and daughter. She stated that her husband remained in Japan due to a heavy workload and was unable to make it. But she had returned with her daughter because she wanted her family to meet her. I couldn't let something like that bother me since I was getting married and it was meant to be a lovely time. So, even after she returned, I continued to avoid her. Unfortunately, it didn't matter because she managed to spoil my wedding. She showed up on my wedding day unannounced. Just after the ceremony, I noticed her among the guests. I nearly flipped out. But Jackson and my folks helped me relax. Apparently, she had snuck in, and making a disturbance would only play into her hands and make my wedding all about her. As long as she wasn't actively causing problems, we decided to let her stay and deal with it later. I was being married at Jackson's aunt's farmhouse, so security wasn't tight, which is how she got inside. Now I regret not spending enough money on security. If I had, we could have avoided a lot of problems. Throughout her time at the wedding, all she talked about was how fortunate she was to have her miracle baby. And how my children were illegitimate and did not count because I had them before marriage. It was quite insulting. She was saying that to everyone she met while attending my wedding. Later on, numerous visitors approached me and told me about it. I had to grin and let it go since I didn't want to argue with her and ruin my own wedding. It was quite challenging, but I managed to get through it. At one point, I nearly lost it. But, before I could say anything, the police attacked the venue. I had no idea what was happening. They sealed the entrances, and we were locked in within seconds. Then they arrested Stacy. It was really disorienting. A woman was screaming and crying while holding the baby that was meant to be my sister's, saying it was actually hers. After then, everything became a blur: statements, handcuffs, and uncertainty. It was not until much later that we realized what had transpired. The baby had never been Stacy's. Apparently, all of the photos she had shown us were taken from a friend's social media account. She'd photoshopped herself into them, like some sicko. And the worst part? All of the occasions she had met us with the kid, she had been babysitting for her friend. She had been living with a friend since she returned from Japan because she had terminated the lease on her own apartment and was seeking for a new place. So she was babysitting for free. That was why Mom had never invited our parents or relatives to see her. Then, on the day of my wedding, she decided to go too far. She attended my wedding without her friend's permission. She had gotten the baby out while her friend and her friend's husband were sleeping. She then refused to answer any subsequent calls. That's why her friends had to contact the cops and have her detained. Fortunately, she had been constantly discussing my wedding and how she wanted to take me down, so her pals had guessed where she would be. This is how they found her and arrested her. It was really ridiculous. I still can't believe what happened, but it did. My family and I are still fighting to cope with it. Thinking Stacy was a fierce competitor was one thing, but knowing that she was willing to go to such extreme, crazy lengths only to show our parents that she was better than me, that was extremely concerning. She is now pleading with her friends not to bring charges against her because she is well aware that she would not win this case. If charges are filed, she will face jail time. So far, nothing has happened, yet she blames me for everything. She thinks I was simply getting married to rub it in her face. Now, don't forget that I haven't spoken to her in almost 2 years. I haven't spoken to her since our previous conversation. And I was even polite enough to let her crash my wedding because I didn't want to cause a scene or shame her. She was the one who transformed my wedding into something nasty. If anything, I should be blaming her. So, when she contacted me yesterday and told me that I needed to convince her friends that I had pushed her to do something crazy, I told her precisely what I believed. I told her that I wished she would wind up in prison, because that is where she belongs. Either that or the psych facility, as she is mad. My parents, however, believe that I must assist her at this time. They want me to persuade her friends that she wasn't thinking straight, because I was tormenting her with news of my marriage and children. That way, they may not file charges against her and have her detained. So far, the matter has become slightly more problematic because she had been living with them and babysitting the infant. The police have yet to figure out what to do about it. They cannot proceed without her friend's permission. It would have been a clear case of kidnapping if she hadn't been living with them and actively caring for their infant while they were away. But that is not the situation here. That is why she has managed to stay out of jail, for the time being. She continued insisting that they had already agreed to her take the kid with her anytime she wanted. But there's no way to corroborate it yet, so she's not in big trouble. All we need to do is persuade them not to file charges. But I am not sure I want to do it. I don't believe she deserves any assistance from me, of all people. But my parents believe it would be bad of me to turn my back on her. So, am I a bad person for wanting my sister to go to jail? Update 1. Okay, I've chosen to cut connections with my entire family, including my parents. Yes, they were quite useful during my pregnancy and after the baby, but I'm done with them now. I believe I will require some time alone. Whether they are supportive or not is irrelevant to me right now. I simply want to be with my husband and children. Period. And I can't do it if I continue to get caught up in their drama. So I'm withdrawing myself from the issue since it's causing me mental distress. I am grateful to my parents for everything they did once I revealed my pregnancy. But really? I am so tired of everything. As for Stacy, I think it's clear why I don't want to aid her. She does not deserve my help. She dug her own grave so she could get out on her own. Jackson thinks I'm making the proper decision. Yes, that's it. Update 2. So, I recently heard from a couple of my family that Stacy is in serious difficulty. Her pals have officially chosen to seek charges and take this thing further. So far, Stacy has claimed that she has her friend's permission to take the kid whenever she wants. But that will be extremely tough to show in court. Given her behavior during the wedding and how she had been claiming the child as her own, I can't see how she can get out of this. It's upsetting, but really? I cannot say I am surprised. I'm also not speaking with my folks right now. And I don't think I will until they admit that what I did was correct, and that they apologize for asking me to help her. That's a lot to ask, but I don't want to speak with them until they understand how terribly they messed things up for Stacy and me as children. They must acknowledge that this is partly their fault. Update 3. Hi, so, Stacy is now on trial. We don't know what will happen to her yet, but if she is convicted, she may face up to 5 years in jail. She is mentally unstable, which could result in a lower sentence. Anyway, that isn't our business. Jackson and I are still going on our honeymoon. We're going to try to make amends for our horrible wedding. I can't ask my parents to babysit because we still don't communicate. So we'll have to ask Jackson's parents to watch our kids while we're gone. But it'll just be for 2 weeks, so it's not too long. I'm simply hoping my honeymoon is better than my wedding. And honestly, I have a feeling it will happen. Because this time, it will be just me and Jackson. I refused to be the family's default babysitter when they planned a vacation for Mom's 60th birthday without even asking for my opinion. I, 27 female, have spent the last 5 years advancing my career as a manager at Preston Technologies, one of Austin's fastest growing tech businesses. While my younger sisters were beginning children, I focused on moving up the business ladder. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy my job and the route I've chosen. But sometimes I worry whether I missed something along the road. No husband, no children. It's just me in my corner office, overlooking downtown Austin. It was a normal Tuesday morning when my phone rang. Lauren, 25F, appeared on the screen, and I responded while sorting through quarterly performance assessments on my desk. "Hey Ash, have you got a minute?" Lauren asked across the speaker. My youngest sister has always been the bubbly one. "Sure, what's up?" I pushed some papers aside, half listening while reviewing the figures. "So, you know Mom is turning 60 in 2 months, right?" She paused for emphasis. "Well, we're planning something special, and we need everyone to chip in." That caught my interest. "Okay, how much are we talking about?" Lauren named the figure, and I almost choked on my coffee. It was more than I'd spent on my last holiday. Which, to think of it, was 3 years ago. "I know it's a lot," Lauren quickly added. "But it's for Mom, you know?" No, it's fine," I replied, already opening my banking app. "I'll transfer it right now." "Great. Oh, and one other thing, make sure you take a week off work to celebrate. Don't schedule anything else during that period, okay?" The next few weeks passed in a whirl of meetings and deadlines. I periodically wondered what my sisters were planning with all that money. But any time I inquired, they would dismiss me with ambiguous answers. Finally, work took over. Mom's birthday slipped into the back of my thoughts. Then came Saturday dinner. We all gathered at our parents' home. Mom and Dad, my sisters, Aunt Susan and her children Nathan and Daniel, my cousins, are with their families. The familiar pandemonium of a family supper surrounded us. Dad tells the same old jokes about Texas football. Mom is fretting about everyone's plates. The typical stuff. Lauren then dropped her bomb. "So," she continued, pushing her grilled asparagus about her plate with studied casualness, "we have finally organized everything for Mom's birthday. We're going to spend a week at Mountain Pine Resort in Colorado." The table erupted with enthusiastic discussion. Mom was beaming. Dad was already discussing visiting the slopes. And my sisters were talking about which ski lines they wanted to attempt. "Why didn't anyone tell me earlier?" I said, feeling excluded. "I don't even have a ski suit, and there's barely any time to get one now." The table became too silent. Mother cleared her throat. And my stomach dropped before she opened her mouth. "Actually, honey," she began with that tone she used to ask for a favor she knew I couldn't refuse. "We were hoping you could do us all a huge favor and watch the kids while we're there." I looked at my family gathering around the dinner table, waiting for someone to chuckle. To say that all was a joke. But the stillness went on. Broken only by the faint clink of cutlery upon plates. "You want me to watch the kids?" I finally asked. "All 5 of them?" My mind began counting them off mechanically. Lauren's toddler, Noah. Isabel's baby child, Lily. Lucas and Anna are twins born to cousin Nathan. And Daniel's kid, Leo. 5 children under the age of 7. "Well, you're so good with them," Mom exclaimed, as if it explained everything. They love their Aunt Ashley. I looked around the table again. I'm still hoping to see some comedy in someone's eyes. There was none. Just eager looks, waiting for my standard yes. But that's not fair, I caught myself saying. My voice sounded unusual to my own ears. I want to celebrate with everyone too. It's Mom's birthday. My middle sister, Isabella, 23F, sighed as she put down her fork. Come on, Ashley, you will be bored there anyway. It'll be noisy and crowded. Bored? I said again. How would you know if I'd be bored? Well, she said, exchanging eyes with Lauren. You're wonderful with the kids. They adore you. And let's be honest, you don't need a break from family life. I felt my chest tightening. What's that supposed to mean? Lauren jumped in. Her voice carried the condescending tone she had honed over the years. She just means that you do not have children or a husband to escape from, like the rest of us do. We need a break. You understand, right? The green beans on my plate blurred as I blinked away tears. I would not give them the gratification of watching me cry. Instead, I silently pushed back my chair and stood. Ashley. Mom's voice sounded concerned, but not enough to make me stop. Without saying anything, I grabbed my purse from the counter and headed for the door. Nobody tried to stop me. Nobody yelled out. The only thing I heard was Mom's voice floating from the dining room. Don't worry, she'll be a little offended at first, but she'll come around, she always does. As I proceeded towards my car, their voices faded behind me. Already talking about ski slopes and winter gear. The evening air felt crisp against my face. Helping to cleanse my mind. 10 years. 10 years of putting others first. Of being the accountable party. The reliable one. And this is what I received in return. The worst aspect wasn't the babysitting request. It was the casualness with which they believed I would agree. The way they organized this entire event without me. Using my money. My time, my vacation days. Without even asking. As if I were simply a resource to be utilized. Not one member of the family will be included. I spent half a night pacing around my downtown flat. Replaying every family meal, every holiday, every time I put aside my own needs to assist another person. The memories came flooding back. Each is taking on a new, darker meaning in light of tonight's events. At 16, I was cooking dinner as Mom helped Isabella with her homework. At 18, I turned down a spring break trip with friends to watch Lauren while our parents went on a weekend excursion. At 21, Isabella worked 2 jobs in college to help pay for her prom dress. Images kept coming, every year, sacrifice after sacrifice. Ashley, can you watch Noah for a few hours? Lauren's voice echoed in my mind. I really need a break. Ashley, would you mind taking the twins for the weekend? Nathan's familiar request came back like a broken record. Sophia's overwhelmed, and you're so good with kids. I had always answered yes. Always. Even though I had critical meetings the following day. Even though I was fatigued from my own work week. I took pride in being the reliable one, the responsible sister, the perfect daughter. I sank on my couch, the leather cool against my skin. The photo albums on my coffee table drew my attention. On family vacations, I was always the one behind the camera. Holiday celebrations in which I was constantly in the kitchen, everyone else laughed in the living room. When was the last time somebody asked me what I wanted? It's not like you need a break from family life. Lauren's words kept replaying in my mind. As if my life, job, and decisions were somehow less valid, because I was not married with children, as if all of my sacrifices meant nothing. Because they did not suit their idea of what was important. Sleep did not come easily that night. I tossed and turned, remembering how I'd worked through college with a scholarship. I was determined not to bother my parents financially. How I started my job right after graduation, helping to put both of my sisters through school. All those late evenings at work climbing the corporate ladder, sending a portion of my paycheck home to help with family expenditures. By dawn, I had made up my mind. I wasn't a confrontational person and never had been. There had to be a way to settle this quietly. To make them comprehend without generating family strife. So I did what I had always done when there was a problem. I attempted to solve it. I waited till an acceptable hour on Sunday morning to pick up my phone. Mom responded on the 3rd ring. Hi, Mom, I responded, my voice firm. I had been thinking about the resort trip. I actually have a solution. I will pay for a professional babysitter for all 5 children. That way, everyone may enjoy the festivities together. The silence on the other end of the telephone lasted a little too long. That won't work, Ashley. Mom eventually stated, her voice tense. We can't trust a stranger with our children, They are used to you. Mom, I want to be a part of the celebration as well, I explained. I want to be there for your birthday. I could find a great babysitter, one with excellent references. You're not exactly a social butterfly, she interrupted me, her tone stern. You'd probably feel uneasy with all the noise and commotion regardless. The kids will keep you occupied, and you'll enjoy spending time with them. It's ideal for everyone. Before I could react, I heard the click of the call ending. I sat there, phone still pressed against my ear. My mother's comments sank in. She had not even bothered to say goodbye. And then I realized. This was more than just a birthday excursion. It was about years of taking me for granted. Years spent expecting I'd always be available. Always answer yes. Always prioritize everyone else's needs before my own. Perhaps it was time to prove them incorrect. Update 1, I was still staring at my phone, pondering my mother's sudden hang-up. Then it buzzed again. Lauren's name flashed on the screen. How dare you, she snarled, before I could say hello. Mom just told me about your small proposal. Considering hiring a babysitter, are you attempting to wreck everything? Ruin everything? I sat up taller, surprised by her harsh tone. Why, I'm trying to find a solution that works for everyone. We've already got a solution. Lauren's voice soared. Everything is planned, Ashley. Everything. And now you're being totally selfish, trying to change all of our plans at the last minute. The accusation struck me like a slap. Am I being selfish? Yes, you are. We had been planning this for weeks. Everyone is excited. The resort is rented, and the activities are planned. And now you want to throw a wrench in everything because you can't simply do one thing for your family? One thing, I began, but she interrupted me again. What if you wreck this trip for everyone? If you spoil Mom's birthday party, don't talk to me again, Ashley. I mean it. The call went dead. I sat astonished by my baby sister's threat. Then my phone rang again, this time with incoming texts from Isabella. My hands were shaking. Family needs to stick together, her first text stated. Everyone helps each other out. Remember how I covered your work event last year while you were sick? The kids adore you. Why can't you just stop being resentful and focus on what is best for the family? My fingers rushed across the keyboard as I responded. A real family does not take advantage of one another. A real family respects each other's wishes and incorporates everyone into their activities. A real family does not manipulate or guilt-trip each other. I saw the 3 dots emerge and disappear multiple times. However, no response came. That's when something inside of me changed. Something clicked in place. They requested for money without clarifying what it was for. They carefully instructed me to take time off work without mentioning the resort. They casually mentioned their plans at dinner, as if everything were already set in stone. They had planned this all along. While I worked late nights, while I was babysitting their children, while I was being the ideal daughter and sister, they were quietly planning this vacation. They used my money, set up my schedule, and planned to dump 5 children on me. Not a single word was spoken. And now that I was not following their script, they tried every manipulation strategy they could think of. Guilt, threats, emotional blackmail. All to force me back into the box they'd made for me. Something peculiar happens when you finally see through the haze of manipulation. Suddenly, everything is crystal clear. I felt lighter than I have in years. The shame that had been dragging me down was replaced by something else, determination. I opened my laptop and began searching. Within an hour, I'd reserved a beachside hotel in Florida. Not too fancy, but it had a balcony that overlooked the ocean. And was within walking distance of anything I might require. I even purchased a first-class aircraft ticket. I had lots of money. Since I would not be skiing. The following several days at work were remarkably tranquil. My family stopped phoning and texting. They presumably believed I was at home, getting ready for a week of childcare. Consider buying additional snacks and arranging activities. This concept made me grin. I packed my beach clothing and a new swimsuit. Going on a tropical trip in the middle of winter? My coworker Janet inquired after seeing me check the Florida weather forecast. Sometimes you need to do something unexpected, I said. I was surprised at how amazing it felt to say those things aloud. The morning of my flight, I took one final look around my apartment. I'd cleaned everything scrupulously out of habit, I suppose. The refrigerator was empty, the windows were properly locked, everything is in excellent order, as always. Except for this time. I would not be available to answer any desperate phone calls for childcare. Aunt Susan's last message appeared as I was headed to the airport. The kids are really delighted to spend time with their favorite aunt. Do not disappoint them. I felt a sense of remorse. But then I recalled, they all sat there during dinner, smiling and nodding, while basically excluding me from my own mother's birthday party. The guilt subsided. Nathan provided a thorough calendar of the twins' medication schedules and allergies. Sophia responded with a list of their favorite eats and activities. Daniel reminded me that Leo requires a particular blanket for naps. Everyone assumed I was going along with their plan, despite my obvious resistance. As I waited at my gate, more texts came in. "We're counting on you, Ashley. The kids are already packed. Don't forget Noah needs his stuffed dinosaur for bedtime. I've left detailed instructions about Lily's feeding schedule." I shut off my phone and put it in my bag. No social media, no email. There's no family turmoil. Just me, the beach, and a full week of freedom. Looking out the plane window as we took off, I thought of the turmoil that will emerge tomorrow morning. When they showed up to my empty flat, part of me felt horrible for the children. They were completely innocent throughout this. But perhaps it was time for their parents to step up and become actual parents, rather than depending on their convenient single sister as the default babysitter. For the first time in my adult years, I was choosing myself. And surprisingly, it felt right. As the plane rose higher, Austin slipped behind the clouds. And with that, the weight of everybody's expectations. I was finally free. Update 2. When I stepped out of the airport, the Florida air welcomed me with open arms. The palm trees swung with the air. Even from there, I could smell the salt of the ocean. My hotel suite was even nicer than the photographs. The balcony provided an excellent view of the limitless blue horizon. And I could hear the waves smashing on the shore. The first afternoon, I strolled barefoot on the beach, allowing the warm sand to squish between my toes. When was the last time I had done something like this? When was the last time I did something simply for myself? I swam in the hotel pool. Read a book without interruptions. We ate dinner at a small seashore restaurant. Nobody needed me to cut their food or clean up messes. I watched the sunset from my balcony, sipping a glass of wine, without a single care for nighttime or morning schedules. My final morning in Florida, I relished my last minutes of tranquility. I knew I'd have to switch my phone back on eventually, face the chaos I had left behind. But I wasn't expecting what I found. When my phone eventually started up, it started buzzing nonstop. Messages. Voicemails. I missed calls. There are hundreds of them. The timestamps showed they started exactly 1 week ago, early in the morning. My hands trembled slightly as I began to browse through them. The first messages came from Lauren. "Where are you? We're outside your house." Then Emma. "Ashley, open the door. The kids are getting restless." Nathan. "Hey, we brought Lucas and Anna like planned. Are you home?" Daniel. "Ashley, what's going on?" "Leo's asking for his aunt." As I read through the messages, I could see the scene perfectly. My sisters and cousins stand outside my empty house, with 5 confused kids. Their suitcases are packed for the resort. Their meticulously crafted plans are crashing around them. The tone of the communications altered rapidly, from bewilderment to panic. "Ashley, this isn't funny. Where are you? Pick up your phone. What are we supposed to do with the kids? You can't just disappear like this." Then rage set in. Lauren's messages became nasty. "You selfish witch. How could you do this to us?" Isabella wasn't doing any better. "I can't believe you're so immature. You ruined Mom's birthday." Aunt Susan's messages caused me to cringe. I had never seen her use that type of language before. Mom's messages began later in the day. "I'm very disappointed in you, Ashley. I never thought you'd be so selfish after everything we've done for you." Dad, who rarely texted, sent only one message. "Your mother is crying. I hope you're happy with yourself." The voicemails were terrible. I could hear the rage, disappointment, and accusations in their voices. Messages from extended family members I had not spoken with in months suddenly appeared. All of them condemned my actions. "You've always been so reliable. How could you do this to your own family? Those poor children. You've ruined everything." I sat in my calm hotel room, reading message after message, finding out what my relatives thought of me. I eventually quit being their handy solution. The words they used. They nicknamed me by these names. They made assumptions about my character. It was like meeting a completely new family, one who has been hiding behind artificial grins, and casually asks for favors. Without addressing any of them, I packed my bags and went to the airport. It was time to head home. But I wasn't the same Ashley who had gone a week before. Ashley might have apologized, You might have felt guilty. Perhaps they sought to make amends to everyone. But Ashley was gone. I had just finished unpacking my beach clothing. I heard a violent beating on my front door. Before I ever got to it, I heard a key spinning in the lock. I gave my mother an emergency key years ago, just in case. They rushed in like an angry storm. Mom leads the charge. Lauren and Isabella are surrounding her flanks. All of them had red faces and furious eyes. The serene mood I had developed in Florida vanished abruptly. Update 3. Do you have any idea what you've done? Lauren yelled and stepped forward. You ruined everything. Everything. I stood my ground. Watching them unleash their rage in my living room, the identical living room where I babysat their children on numerous occasions, I had cancelled my own plans to accommodate their crises. Where I had always been the dependable one. Nathan and Daniel refused to stay with the kids, Isabella spit out, referring to their spouses. They both suddenly had important business to take care of. So Lauren had to stay home with all 5 children while we went to the resort. She missed Mom's birthday because of you. The whole trip was ruined, Mom exclaimed, her voice rising. No one could enjoy themselves. All we did was discuss how you betrayed us. How did you let everyone down? Your father couldn't even ski correctly, he was so upset. They continued their tirade. Speaking over one another, each seeking to outperform the others. They expressed their disappointment and indignation. The longer they talked, the more ludicrous everything seemed. Until something within me broke. But not in the way they had expected. I began laughing. My chuckle sliced right through their charges. They halted in the middle of a sentence. They looked at me as if I had lost my mind. What's so funny? Mom demanded, her cheeks growing crimson. What could possibly be funny about this situation? I brushed away tears of laughter from my eyes. Don't you see how ridiculous this is? Do you really not understand how absurd you all sound right now? Absurd? Isabella exclaimed. You secretly planned this entire trip, I interjected, my laughing decreasing but my voice remaining calm. You opted to watch your children without asking me. You grabbed my money and told me to take time off work. And then just thought I'd go along with your intentions. Now that everything has fallen apart due to your assumptions, you're here calling me a villain. But you've always helped before, Mom remarked, her voice smaller and perplexed. You've never said no. And that's exactly the problem, I interjected. Because I constantly assisted, you started taking advantage of me. You stopped seeing me as a daughter or sister and instead saw me as free childcare. You stopped thinking about my feelings, plans, and life. That's not true, Lauren argued, but her voice was unsure. Really? I asked, raising an eyebrow. So, why didn't you include me in the planning? Why didn't you ask whether I wanted to go to the resort? Why did you imagine I would be content to stay behind with 5 children while everyone else celebrated? I observed their expressions, trying to see any awareness or understanding of how they treated me. Instead, I noticed their expressions hardening. You're being selfish, Mom replied, her tone icy. You wrecked my birthday and damaged your sisters. You have disappointed the children. This is not how I raised you. No, Mom. You're the ones being selfish. This entire situation is your fault, not mine. Mom drew herself up to full height, her visage stone-like. If you feel that way, perhaps I no longer have a daughter named Ashley. If that's what you want, Mom, I responded gently. Then so be it. It had been 6 weeks since the final encounter in my living room. 6 weeks of silence. Broken only by the occasional post in which one of my family members makes another barely disguised statement on social media. Some people only think about themselves, Mom wrote last week. It was followed by a dozen sympathetic responses from relatives and family acquaintances who only knew her side of the tale. Family should always come first, Lauren said yesterday, with a photo of her son. So blessed to have people in my life who understand what that really means. Isabella's newest was a lengthy paragraph. Refer to toxic people who destroy family bonds with their selfishness. She did not tag me, of course. Everyone knew who she was talking about. Several months ago, these posts would have destroyed me. I would have spent hours creating responses in my mind. Losing sleep because of their words. I wonder if they were correct. What about now? I just scrolled past them, sometimes with a tiny smile. Look how predictable they've become. I adjusted my regimen. Instead of spending my weekends waiting for emergency childcare calls, I have joined a neighborhood book club. The initial meeting seemed strange. Sitting in a coffee shop on a Saturday morning, I knew my phone would not ring with a desperate plea from one of my sisters. Last week, I scheduled another vacation. A journey to Europe in the spring. I didn't need to verify anyone's schedule. Alternatively, ensure that it does not interfere with the demands of others. I just spotted a decent price and took it. Occasionally, in peaceful moments, I think of my nieces and nephews. I miss them. But not in the way they were wielded against me. I hope that when they grow older, they will understand. Maybe. Perhaps they'll see the same patterns in their own lives. Make a new choice. I still have the emergency key Mom used that day. I should probably send it back. But something stops me every time I think of it. Perhaps a part of me hopes that one day, they will understand. That they'll realize how unfair their behavior and demands were. How they took advantage of my feelings for them. That kids would know that being a family does not entail sacrificing oneself to suit the needs of others. But I am no longer waiting for that day. I am not putting my life on hold. I hope for their acceptance or understanding. For the first time in my life, I am putting myself first. And it feels right. Yesterday, I removed the family group chat from my phone. I did not make an announcement or attempt to explain myself. I simply calmly withdrew myself from one more commitment. An additional cause of stress. Some may term this selfishness, my family certainly does. But I've discovered that there is a distinction between being selfish and having self-respect. Sometimes the healthiest thing to do is step away from folks who don't see your worth. Beyond what you can accomplish for them. As I relax in my peaceful abode, looking over travel guides for my forthcoming European journey, I've realized something. The silence that previously seemed so threatening. It now feels like liberation. The empty gaps on my calendar that used to cause me anxiety. Now it feels like there are possibilities. I'm not just the dependable aunt, the perfect daughter, or the helpful sister any longer. I am Ashley. And for the first time in my life, that seems like enough. I found out my wife was cheating with my friend after she secretly went out despite my warning. She admitted to multiple affairs. I'm 30 male and my wife is 25 female. We've been married 3 years and together roughly 6. Never had kids. No assets whatsoever. Debt exceeds checking account balance. I earn about $4,000 a month and we rent a house. She earns roughly $1,500. I work hard to give my daughter the life she deserves, and now I face the unthinkable. My workplace family is close. A almost 3-year coworker urged me to join a recreational soccer league, which I've played in for 2 years. I thought my wife supporting me by attending every soccer game was nice. I suspected she went for the alcohol though. I drank lightly most game nights. While watching the games, she'd get loose and ride home with me. After the games, some males and girls would linger out at different venues late at night. We occasionally returned to my house or went to a pub, pizza joint, etc. A couple of weeks ago, a group of them were going to a guy's house a city away from me. After the game, I apologized and said we wouldn't go. I worked early the next morning. On the way home, she texted a friend to drive her there. She asked if she could go while I drove home. No, I said. Work in the morning, but I want to be with you tonight. She silently punished me with anger and alcohol. As I entered the driveway, a car pulled up in front of the house. It was my pal. Her executive choice to attend this party enraged me. I told my friend to exit from his automobile. My wife left my car and entered his. Driving away. The dead iPad I got her years before was plugged in my wrath. Though old, I knew it was linked to her messaging/social media accounts. I noticed where she was and tried to stand. That night, I fell asleep at 3 a.m. She was still away. Morning came, and she was in our bed. I had no idea when she returned. I woke up, got ready for work, and went without waking her or kissing her goodbye for the first and last time. I wanted her to know I was mad. I put the iPad in my briefcase before work. I worked that day. After a meeting and a few conversations, I pulled out the iPad and saw a message app notification. Buddy is typing. An awful exchange of self-destructing messages appeared in the app. I saw their communication in real time, thus this app must have been obsolete. The night prior, they recanted. Buddy was talking about them making love and other guys having fun last night. Very nearly lost it. After that, things became worse. I watched my wife tell Buddy to send her a video of him enjoying himself. He obliged, and I unfortunately witnessed it. I raced from my office to the restroom and vomited profusely. Was shaking after seeing what? I was excused from work today. After several hours to relax, I was scared I would damage someone or myself. She was still asleep on the bed when I got home. I set my stuff down and invited her downstairs. I sat across from her and asked her to describe yesterday night in full. She did, without sexual situations. Drinking, pool, and conversing. The end. I asked her when she last spoke to Buddy. She stated she messaged him that morning, but nothing in particular. I dropped the bomb. Would your story change if you knew I watched your entire morning conversation with him? Her tears fell. Her first words were, "You leaving me?" She confessed. Though she couldn't remember, she said she had sex with Buddy and another teammate last night. And that was all she remembered. Perhaps there were more guys involved, but she wasn't sure. I hated it. Was this her first time? She surprised me by saying there had been others. One was in my house while I slept upstairs. The end. Everything was numb to me. We packed her bag and she went to visit family. She begged me not to tell. My horrible story was mine alone. 2 weeks till D-Day, I have no idea what to do. I hope I don't have the worst D-Day experience, but it's hard to imagine anything worse than catching your wife in a gangbang with males you've accepted into your lives and discovering they've been together for months. She now attributes everything to drink. She vows to start AA. Encourages couples therapy. She wants a united outcome, perhaps too late. But I'm a chump and experience all the post-infidelity emotions, including guilt. Not sure why. I have a lawyer appointment tomorrow. I hope my decision is right. However devastated she is from being an alcoholic, no matter her sincere desire to resolve this, I imagine her as douche sandwich lunch meat whenever we converse. Can't trust her. Her persistent deeds offend me. I deserve much better. Why do I feel bad when I'm not perfect? No reconciliation, right? I am not the villain, am I? Any advice or help is much appreciated. Writing this and seeing it so clearly makes me feel stupid. However, it's difficult to quit caring about the person who shocked you. Please be patient with me. Update 1. Your advice, concern, and positivity are much appreciated. I've had several kind individuals ask how I'm doing since I posted about my experience almost a month ago. Unfortunately, this scenario has escalated from awful to egregious. My words don't do it justice. I apologize for the long update post, but it's the only way to show how devastated I am. I followed your suggestion and scheduled many attorney and legal document preparation sessions days following the initial post to keep my options open. FYI, my wife was unaware of the meetings. A few days passed without interaction after the post. But she insisted that this time she would try to get us in to see a marriage therapist, something I had been pressing on for months before my D-Day, to see if we could work through this. My heart knew what I would choose. She got us on a therapist's schedule, but it would take a week and a half. I stalked her every move on that filthy iPad. I was fixated. Watching every communication pass. I checked Facebook, Snapchat, and everything else. I had no further evidence after a week and a half of monitoring her online activity. I hoped she was expressing genuine regret. When we saw the therapist, he sat us down and asked why. I instructed her to recount the tale in her own terms. She left certain information out, but much was on the table. After listening, the therapist asked, "How does that affect your trust in her? You feel how about your marriage?" Shaking my head in surprise and shock. Instead of answering, I said, "I fear I will never say it out loud if I don't now. I can't recover. This marriage is over. Broken vows. My faith is broken. I believe the only option is to divorce." My stomach sank, and she cried hysterically. I added, "I don't know what can be salvaged from this relationship, but the marriage is over. I meant what I said on the altar, and I'm not being true to myself if I don't recognize this as being broken, unfixable." That gave me a little relief. Declaring my resignation to her in a neutral party. He calmed her and explained why my sentiments and decision were rational given the situation throughout the rest of the therapist visit. This could not have gone better, in my opinion. He wanted to see us individually first to see whether he could help us. We may meet to discuss reconciliation years from now. Let me tell you now so you don't wonder, I don't even want to discuss reconciliation anymore. However, individual therapy may help me in the meanwhile. Before continuing, I knew I was about to embark on a legal road that, if not amiable, might be disgustingly unpleasant and financially catastrophic for me, the earner in a no-fault state. I wrote out this legal process, but I won't post it until it's finalized. No longer safe to share online. My main point is, I must be polite now. Fast forward about a week and a half. Both of us have had individual treatment. She told her family that we're leaving the marriage due of broken vows, but we're both healing. I've kept scanning her social media for signs that she's continuing her filthy practices while she's around family. Many of you said she would. Not your fault, I would have searched anyhow. Last Thursday night, I discovered I hadn't checked a place. Ever. The App Store. I checked her iCloud app download history and found that she had downloaded a hidden texting app approximately 2 weeks earlier to that evening. My stomach ached. In one terrible swoop, I knew she had tried to hide communication from me the whole time. All while knowing I had her iPad, which she requested I maintain to regain my trust. I still think she didn't aware that any iCloud-connected device can access an app's download history. I needed to understand app communications. Thinking about those moments, I lost control of my body. I put the app on her iPad. Tried some of her most common logins. Voila, the truth. After our first therapy meeting, she not only messaged Buddy on this app, nevertheless they kept having sex when she knew I'd be away. Throwing up. I wept. Weeknight 3 a.m. I grabbed every prescription-strength drug in the bathroom. I returned to my room with a full fistful of drugs that would have killed me. Sitting on my bed, I cried, ready to end it. I tried calling my mom on my phone, no reply. My dad. No reply. My sister. She replied. I told her what I found through violent tears, and she could tell I was losing it. Even in the middle of the night, she kept me on the phone until I calmed down, even though she didn't know I had the tablets. About 1 hour. But I felt numb again. I returned to the restroom and refilled a container with tablets after hanging up the phone, washing hands. Go back to bed to catch a few hours of sleep. We never got that. After several hours, I realized I needed to work. I couldn't stand that house or that time. I put the iPad and pill bottle in my briefcase as I got dressed. I immediately gave my most trusted coworker both upon arriving at my office. I urged him to keep them in his desk and never give them back. No queries. As I left, he patted my shoulder in understanding. So I did it. I got my wish. What I sought. Undisputed proof that my wife cheats and lies. I spent days deciding what to do with my newfound knowledge. I desperately wanted to call her out to every family member, friend, and acquaintance, declare her true self to the world. What she did? And still did. But I couldn't. I had started divorce proceedings. There's still time for her to get nasty and expensive. As days passed and additional texts, calls, and attempts to contact me remained unanswered, she eventually made an effort to visit me. About lost my crap during the encounter. I deliberately remained ambiguous and indifferent to her. I was unsure what to do. I gave her a chance and asked her directly when she lost her temper and started ranting at me for acting weird. Have you spoken to Buddy since that night? Her reply. No, I blocked him everywhere. I asked again. Are you sure? She insisted she hadn't. He was filthy. That she would never hurt me. That she could never hurt me. I dropped the bomb. What about this app? What about my phone footage of that app showing your two talks all along? You sent each other pictures? Based on my daily itinerary, your plans to slip around? She fell to the ground, crying and pleading for what? My tone was neutral. I won't tell anyone about this. You won't argue with me about divorce matters in exchange. Despite not having to, I'll be fair. The divorce papers will be served to you. Do nothing with them. Otherwise, people will have to know why I'm being so unreasonable. Your pick. She departed. 2 days later, she was served. I haven't told anyone outside my immediate family since that day. However, Find My iPhone proves she has visited him every night since then. At home with his mother. Her family thinks she attends AA every night. But my screenshots of her location during those meetings reveal otherwise. Why hasn't she changed her iCloud password? Why I keep gathering proof is beyond me, but I do. Waiting for this legal period is worrying me. One where she could challenge me in court, while fully aware, her family believes she's doing well. So far from the truth, in fact, she lies to all of them. Unfairness pains me most right now. She can pretend everything is fine around her family. Each night, she flees for sex with him. Then sneaks home at night to maintain appearances. I work every day. An empty, haunted house awaits you. Experience true solitude in every way. I no longer consider self-harm. However, these are dark days. I take things hourly. Day by day. Until I know I survive this torture, my finances intact, leaving her behind. As for my next steps, I'm unsure. I'm just surviving until then. Thanks for reading, caring, giving guidance, knowledge and courage. You were my only vent when I felt absolutely isolated. I may know nothing about you. I trust you more than my wife. Undoubtedly. Thank you. Second update. This is my third and hopefully last post. I survived my darkest days because to the great support and counsel I received here. I hesitated to comment because my divorce is finally final. No more hiding. After the unreasonably long 6-month and 1-day cooling off period to see whether my ex-wife might lawyer up without me knowing, it's done. After going entirely silent, I feel like I can finally move forward in my life. As ridiculous and ugly as my 2 initial posts after D-Day were, many people followed them, and I should have realized the rest of the cooling off period would be just as terrible. I wanted to update you on what's happened since my last post. My last post was 6 weeks after D-Day. I didn't indicate in that post that I had filed my divorce papers with the county. Many wonderful Redditors advised me to give her the iPad and cut any ties to gadgets, shared logins, and accounts that would allow me to obsess over what, where, who she was doing. I knew enough. Out was my goal. My approach to divorce may have caused emotional harm in the long term. It had less long-term influence on my wallet. Despite its painful slowness, it all made sense in real time. After accepting that I could never trust her again, I needed to get rid of her. I wasn't going to give her $2,000 in spousal support month to month for half the marriage. We had no kids together. But my state allows no-fault divorce, and I was the breadwinner. No way. No way. I'm not compensating her for her harm. I got mad. Thought about it, and planned to leave this marriage and her quickly and completely. Looking back, I regret my divorce negotiating techniques. It worked out. Though I think my morality may have suffered. A matter of opinion. From my perspective on fault and accountability, she caused me mistrust, grief, and anguish that dwarfed my acts. I submitted the divorce paperwork to the county around my last post, but I was still waiting for their confirmation. I hid this from my wife, who lived with her family. She was never allowed back in my home after I made her leave. I scheduled several meetings for us to chat. I wanted to convince her I still wanted to save the relationship. Complete falsehood. But in all our conversations, I made it clear that I thought our marriage was finished. Breach of vows. If we wanted to start over, we must start over. This marriage must terminate mutually. We can then court each other again and build a better relationship. This is making me gag typing it. I can't believe she bought it. I would make it as easy and pleasant as possible for her, accelerate the process, and keep it out of the public eye, just to get through this phase so we could focus on the next together. My service of her was an example. A mutual acquaintance played third wheel in a handoff, signature exchange, and chat at my place, where we lived together. She signed necessary documents. She sealed her paperwork in their envelopes without scanning them. I doubt she ever delved into the legal procedures, as I portrayed a perfect scenario without spousal support. The biggest issue I wanted to avoid was giving her spousal support, beyond dividing what was in our account. I played the need time on my own to think card for the first several months. Hard to avoid seeing her, although we met twice a month for dinner or public events. I made small talk and pretended to care. She could never say I tried to hurt her because our meetings were always public. Maintaining appearances. I manipulated her. I made her think I was really processing what occurred and trying to forgive so we could reconcile. I had no intention of doing so. I cleaned by keeping her led on. Remove her from my financial accounts, with her help kick her out of the lease, even got all her stuff moved out of our house into storage. After all that, I told her we'd move and that taking her stuff removed would make the existing home less haunting for me while I healed. Lying to her and keeping her submissive and cooperative made the separation tasks go well. She thought her actions were good for us. This technique helped me get through 4 of the 6 months needed to see the light. In early month 4, a family member she was staying with texted me asking if we were still working things out. This family member knew about Buddy and the truth, yet I replied to maintain my reconciliation charade. Yes. Why? I got a picture. My wife and Buddy were eating out in a different city. The next text read, "This is happening now." Apparently, one family member saw coworkers having drinks after work. I blew it by letting my emotions take over. I immediately texted my wife to call her. She lied and said she was in an AA meeting and could contact me after she was done. Then I retaliated. I didn't realize, restaurant held AA meetings. Buddy was now your sponsor? That caught her eye. She called me immediately and yelled at me for pursuing her. My response used foul language the mods will not allow on this sub. Basically telling her off, calling her names, and that I never wanted to talk to her again. Thus, she dated Buddy in the final 2 months of the divorce. This was first private but later public. I blocked both on all social media. Information came from our friends. Questions arose. More folks contacted me to ask what was going on. My wife was posting more status updates and photos of them together. Upon request, I would provide as much information as requested. Friendships and ties I valued and wanted to save, I needed their support. Just telling them the truth worked. But having support and hearing others who knew us both say what she did to me was horrific. To hear that approval felt more essential than divorce's material division. Finally, I had folks to vent to. Boy, did I vent? Nearly everyone I spoke to explain what happened had contacted her first. In some way, to identify this guy she posted so many photos of? All those follow-up calls to me had one thing in common. She greatly downplayed the occurrences. I believe she admitted to cheating. I was required to explain the things she omitted. Each of our acquaintances and most of her closest relatives were shocked. I feel they chose to support me and still do. I even asked them not to argue until the divorce was final. Pictures became bolder as they spent more time together. As their relationship became increasingly public, my phone rang more. So I had to beg folks to quit telling me about their developments. Because it still hurt me emotionally. Valentine's Day fell days before the divorce. Along with the Day of Love, came 3 screenshots. From 3 people identical social media posts, 2 pigs embraced with a romantic message and photo. About how incredible God is to provide her such a great boyfriend, she couldn't be happy. That she literally hopes to marry him. When a door closes, God opens a window. That bewildered response from extended family and her distant pals inquiring who that was funny. Even some surprised emojis. I don't mind them together. But it does. Loss still haunts me. I'm disgusted and regretful at how silly, nasty, and cold-hearted this woman is. That I didn't see this beast for so long sickens me. Buddy is a vile person. I have no respect or energy to comment or worry about him. Karma will punish him for staying with her. My ex-wife, whom I barely know. This makes it easier for me moving ahead. The day eventually came last week, our divorce date set by the court. I wasn't served any paperwork, so she couldn't fight me for anything not in the initial agreements. The ones we wrote when we pretended to try again. I kept my whole 401k. No spouse support. I owe nothing more. No attorneys. No court. No more dealing with them. Later that day, I blocked her number from my phone. Next day, 7 of my best friends, 6 of them were mutual friends, gave me a divorce party. The Snapchatters posted it all night. Documenting the party was worthwhile. That got my ex-wife to block them all on social media. Some received abusive SMS. Her maid of honor attended my divorce celebration and never wants to see her again. P.S. My final internal struggle. Someone may have insight. In the darkest days of my addiction, when I searched her digital footprints, I discovered she had been sleeping with a hometown man during this time. However, this guy is an old flame of hers. His wife and child live with him. I struggle to decide if I should tell his wife. Shame on me for not saying anything yet. However, the guilt of ruining a family is beyond my explanation. How do I tell her? Identify myself? Or keep it to myself? This is a nagging thought. Relentless, making me nauseated, frightened, and sometimes having dreams. Any advice is welcome. Considering all. Update 3. Hello again, everyone. Second anniversary of my D-Day in 17 days. Actually, when I read my past writings, in all honesty, I never imagined getting this far. In terms of time, with the relief of my anxiety, melancholy, and burden because my ex-wife did terrible things. Many of you compassionate people have asked for an update. I can only advise. Ask carefully. This should be my last update on the divorce. For those joining the conversation now, this light reading will get you up to speed. Whether you like being shocked, disgusted, or left saying unbelievable, read the post below before proceeding. Obviously, my previous update was a long ago. However, some significant events occurred that demonstrate human depravity. The divorce was finalized in February 2019. I attempted to avoid touch. It's harder to do today. I didn't talk to her, yet occasionally I would see a post from a distant relative I hadn't blocked. Or a pal accidentally mentioned anything on a common acquaintance's Snapchat, such as that. All my true pals sought to keep these updates private. But some news was too huge to hide. May 2019 saw the first blockbuster. One of my greatest pals called to tell me that my ex-wife was remarrying a Tennessee man. Wait. What? Indeed, it was. My friend's husband hadn't blocked my ex-wife on Facebook. I took screenshots of the events leading up to the big news. All this happened between March and July 2019. But he seemed to leave her soon after the divorce. I don't know what happened or how. Sort of wish I did. Not surprising, at least. Starting April, Facebook status updates mentioned everything happening for a reason. and subversive signs she was falling in love. I feel sorry for someone. Suddenly in July, a simple photo and caption were on her wall. The image. We never heard of her or this odd guy. In courthouse, hands together, rings on fingers displaying a marriage certificate, geotagged in California. She proudly adopted her new surname, with a caption like, "I'm excited to spend my life with this great man. Feeling blessed. Tennessee, here we come." Astonished pause. This entire journey, from my first post until today, may appear implausible. I can only prove this: I'm recording God's truth. The next few sentences may lose some readers. If you've read this far, I hope you trust me. I wanted to warn you beforehand. I could not handle the situation's tremendous curiosity. To find out more, I contacted one of my ex-wife's cousin-in-laws, whom I liked. He agreed. Her new husband was someone she met online and talked to for months by phone, text, etc. They apparently fell hard and fast for each other. He called and proposed, and she said yes, they couldn't wait. Within a week of the proposal and her hasty attempt to notify her family and invite them to the wedding, which took place in a random location 2 hours from our hometown for reasons I don't understand, he flew to California for the Saturday wedding. That day was their first face-to-face meeting. Now husband and wife. The cousin says the kicker is that no family member attended her courtroom wedding. Whether due to lack of time to plan or disrespect to attend, marriage was unceremonious. Something that would have drove her crazy. That Sunday, she packed her belongings into a moving truck. They headed east for Tennessee on Monday. I was stunned. After hearing it from enough individuals, I believe the tale and time frame are true. That seemed unthinkable at the moment. That poor man. If only he knew. He would know if he would have known not to marry in California. A no-fault state where he may face my issue with her. Hopefully, he was unaware. Opposed to stupidity. In the meantime, I tried to forget them both. I took comfort in knowing they were relocating far away, where she would never randomly appear again. Summer 2019 ended, another bombshell in mid-fall. While browsing Instagram, a video showed my ex-wife carrying a dish in front of her father appeared. He covered his eyes with palms. Before I realized what I was seeing, I observed one blue frosted cookie on the dish. The video showed my ex-wife counting down. 3, 1, a boy. Her father opened his eyes. A crazy gender reveal video. Why is this visible? Her mother recently opened a public Instagram account and posted this video of her husband's enthusiasm. Instagram's algorithm suggested this video from someone I may know. Completely lost it. That was a terrible few days and nights. I felt disdain, agony, frustration, and a little envy. I want to be a dad. If these events had not occurred on our prior timeline, we may have had a child then. My child could have been it. I could have fathered. My age is 32. I assumed I'd be one by now. Not even on a path to a relationship or child. As a grown man, I know I have time to attain that dream with someone I love and enjoy. I keep comparing my life to what I thought it would be by now. I can only tell that in this situation, I prefer my position to the soon-to-be fathers. I expect the baby to be born immediately. I've been lucky and among friends to not hear either way. I know not knowing is best. Against the alternative. But occasionally I wonder. Good news. When I think about it, more days are passing for her and her dumpster fire life. Do not cross my mind. I consider that development. Some days are bad, whereby stay-at-home orders progressively worsen, giving days of despair. I'm lucky to be an independent contractor. Work on my computer at home. But some days are lonely. I do my best to walk, I miss the gym. I visit my parents as much as possible, only to have a company without a webinar or phone call. I know this is a common problem. Affects all our lives. Someone else is going through it. Sometimes I feel hopeless. My early days after D-Day come to mind. I feared I'd never survive. But I have. I will survive this terrible moment too. One day, one moment at a time, if necessary. Time advances despite its apparent slowness. I appreciate your time reading my update. Catch up on events. Finally, my deepest thanks to my commenters and messengers, and supported me throughout this life event. Without a doubt that collective strength saved me, encouraged me, and offered me another chance at happiness, after escaping misery. Thank you. To 2 more years of survival and success. Update 4, it has been 3 years since D-Day. And over a year since my last post. The first was last year. Where I can finally focus on myself. My ex-wife's situation is unknown. Since her entire family has stopped communicating with me. I've even muted and blocked mutual pals who may have shared undesirable information. From past experience, keeping anything related to her or her family off my feed would offer me the best chance to focus on my future without getting lost in the past. Truly, being without her family was hard. Because they were my family till she did what she did. Some I loved like blood kin. Accepting the loss of such relationships was difficult and unfair. Ultimately required. I know this method is profitable, because more days go by without thinking about her. Versus when I, despite thinking about her now, more like thank God I dodged that crap storm. Rather than sadness or pain. During the pandemic last year, my career changed drastically. I founded my own tech support IT system design consulting firm. A faith leap, but it paid off immediately. I got several contracts fast, including 2 government agencies in my county. Much work has been done, both contracts have been extended for 12 months. Not slowing down. Self-employed, having the flexibility to make such a decision with only myself relying on my success, has energized. The work I do for clients is my pride. Feeling self-worth has changed everything. I view the past differently and don't worry about the future. My job is steady. My finances are better than ever. Past recollections are mostly gone from my mind. My body is healthier than it has been since this started. I like myself as a man. The one issue I have due to my usual distrust of individuals romantically, especially women. I left my job easily since I distrusted others. Entering into business for myself seemed obvious. I can perform the work alone, and I always do. Romantically, the desire to be with someone has diminished. No problem being alone. And in my limited online dating experience, I discovered that mostly, it's a dump of broken people. I concluded this after 3 to 4 dates. Incredibly disappointing experiences with women who didn't want anything substantial, as their profiles suggest. Instead, they were neglected ladies. Who wanted every man's full attention. No one of my dates a year ago seemed believable, were simply talking to me. I felt like I condoned their fielding. No more of that for one lifetime. Not to be disrespectful to women, or that I took a pill, or went my own way. I crave that intimacy and connection. Want someone to share my life. Just because I feel that way doesn't mean I'll let anyone in. Just to avoid solitude. Willing to wait. Get my task done. Continue guiding my life toward success. Keep my eyes, ears, and heart open to the notion sometime I can love again. I have obnoxious self-talk. I think of that more than I should. Reminding me I'm 34 and that I should have a wife and children by now. That I should be joyful like my buddies. Who seem to be paying mortgages, traveling, loving their kids, and enjoying their best lives. I have what? Banked money. Do you feel better about life? Clearly, I need to improve this. But I know that rigidly following a mental chronology does not meet my needs. For now, I'm thankful for my life. I am incredibly lucky. Not living a different life, with my ex-wife attached. And I hope, if I keep prioritizing myself maximizing my days, no matter what happens, I'll look back and feel proud of myself, and that I capitalized on a terrible hand. Many thanks for your time, guidance, support, and wisdom. I couldn't survive without you. Mom worked multiple jobs to raise me after my dad passed away, but now my wife is pregnant and has demanded I choose between her and my mom. A little background, my mother and father were both orphans. My father died 2 weeks before I was born. My mother didn't have a support system, so it was just the 2 of us. I never needed anything since my mother worked her entire life to provide me with the life I have now, and she didn't even have time to start over. She completed every small task imaginable to ensure that we didn't miss anything. She went hungry in order to provide for me. I had extremely nice clothes, but she had none. I observed her make sacrifices over and again, always with a smile. To be honest, I've always assumed she was an angel disguised as a human. She only yelled at me once, when I was 16 and observed her getting sick while working. I wanted to assist her in obtaining work, but she became enraged and told me that it was not my responsibility to care for her and that it was up to her to care for me. She wanted me to achieve exceptionally good scores so I could get into the best universities. It's the only way I'll be able to protect myself after she's gone. Even at university, she did not want me to work. I had to concentrate on my schoolwork, but mother wanted me to volunteer so that I could be an adult with hands-on experience. I met my wife there while we were helping. My wife is a nice person, but she was never close to her parents or siblings, and she has admired my mother since she met her. We used to joke that she loved my mother more than she liked me. Deep down, I believe she was hoping for a link between mother and daughter that she did not have with her mother. When I finished my studies, I obtained a job, and we moved in together, but she was uncomfortable with my calling my mother every day. Remember, there were 10 to 15-minute calls, and she ultimately stopped bringing them on. 2 years later, I purchased a home for my mother, as we had never owned one. We moved from apartment to apartment, so it was the smallest sacrifice Mom made for me, and it was non-negotiable. That's where the problem began, first with my wife, then with my girlfriend. She wanted me to think about us first. I told her that my dream had always been to buy my mother a house since I was a child, and that it was what I had to do, but she protested to my mother. My mother had no idea I had bought her a property as a surprise for her birthday. She was uneasy about getting the house because of my wife, but she told me it wasn't necessary because we could use it for ourselves after we married. I was infuriated. I told my mother that the house was hers, that she could do whatever she wanted with it, but that she needed to prioritize herself first. Our love endured, we married and eventually had our own home. Our lives were going well until 2 months ago, when my mother became ill. I wanted her to move in with us so I could care for her, but my wife refused. I then decided to rent an apartment immediately next to our house with my own money so that I could be close to her and go there to care for her, but my wife was not pleased with that idea either. My wife and I don't have any children yet, we both work. I usually go home at 6 p.m., but because my mother is ailing, I go to see her and return about 8 p.m. On weekends, I see her for 1 or 2 hours and spend the rest of my time with my wife. We go on dates. I always join her in her activities, even if she never goes to mine. She told me 2 days ago that she had given it some thought and believes I place too much value on my mother. She informed me that I had to choose between my mother and the life I hope to make with her. The fact is that I never made her feel this way. We both work, but I am the one who cooks and pays someone to do the housekeeping. I make sure to do the dishes she enjoys. She had no idea what I like to eat because I never complained. I run her baths, give her massages and flowers, and I write her poetry, which I hide somewhere in the home for her to discover. We take a trip 1 weekend per month. I earn a lot more money than her. I told her to keep her money for myself, and I will take care of all the expenses, including hers. I constantly make an effort to listen to her and consider her point of view, and I believe I am easygoing because I can adjust my thinking to fit hers, but I understand she wants to completely dominate me, and the only subject on which I do not give her a choice is my relationship with my mother. So I'm going to have a conversation with her and set some firm boundaries. If she doesn't want to, we'll divorce. Update 1. Hello everyone, I keep receiving mails requesting for an update. I wanted to do it sooner but didn't have enough time to complete it properly. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left comments and DMs on my recent article. I tried to respond to everyone but couldn't, nevertheless, I did read you all. Before addressing my wife, I had time to contemplate, and I decided that no one in my life should ever dictate the relationship I should have with my mother or the amount of time I should devote to her. So I decided to respond to the ultimatum, but first I wanted to know if there was another reason why she handed me the ultimatum. She said, "Nope." I asked her if, aside from what she blamed me for, there was anything she wanted to tell me but couldn't. She said that there was nothing and asked me to get to the point. So I told her that I wanted a divorce. She remained frozen. I believe she was shocked because she was silent. She just stared at me. I tell her everything that was on my mind, including how our beliefs are too different. My mother was ill, and I was going through one of the most difficult times of my life. We administered numerous tests to her. We still have no idea what she is suffering from. We do not know her family's medical history because she was an orphan. It makes me nervous to think that I could suddenly find myself alone in the world. Yes, I am alone in the world because all I needed in these trying times was her support, but if my own wife believes that I should pay less attention to my mother, who is unwell and needs me more than ever, it is time for us to part ways. She still didn't say anything, so I told her I was going to a hotel for the night and we'd talk about how we were going to separate later. I gathered some of my belongings and fled. When I went to see my mother the next day, she realized something was wrong, but I wasn't going to tell her I was leaving my wife because she couldn't handle our relationship, especially because she was so sick. I didn't want to make things worse for her. I never discuss my marriage troubles with my mother, so she is unaware of our problems. To be honest, she adores my wife too much, and my wife behaves as if she were her own mother, so I was not going to tell her what she was thinking behind her back. My mother ends up telling me that my wife did not come by that day. Yes, my wife, who wanted me to limit my contact with my mother, saw her every day, and I never asked her to do anything for her. She calls my mother Mom. When she was sick, she used to go to my mother, and she would take care of her. It used to bother me because I felt like I couldn't take care of her, but she explained that this wasn't the same. A mother's motives are different. I told myself it was her attempt to form a mother-daughter tie that she had never had, and I understood her. She has previously stated that her mother told her that she was not supposed to be born, that she was an accident, that she nearly aborted her and regrets not doing so. Only a monster could say such to her child, so I never said anything when she demanded my mother's attention. After all, I received enough affection to share with whoever desired my mother. After I went home to school, she became a foster mother for children, something she had always done until 2 years ago. I have always adored each of the children with whom I remain in contact and regard to be my siblings. We all went on vacation for a week every year, the kids, my mother, and my wife. I typically take 2 months of vacation, 6 of which I devote to my wife, but the 2 weeks I devote to my mother and children are too much for my wife. Anyway, I am rambling. So, when my mother told me she hadn't gone to see her that day, I hurried back home, frightened. I discovered her in the toilet, dressed and with red eyes, as if she had been crying all along. Seeing her in that state was awful. I helped her, but this proud woman crumbled in front of me, crying profusely. I'm not sure if it was an hour or 2, but she kept crying, then calmed down and cried again. I just remained silent. She eventually told me that, deep down, she never wanted me to be less involved in my mother's life. She was always jealous of our closeness. She was constantly envious of the attention my mother paid to the other children. She understands that it was not sensible, but she couldn't help but strive to be number one in my mother's heart. It was a competition for her, so when I wanted to care for my mother, she didn't want me to be the one to do it. I was furious, but I didn't say anything. I wondered if she was a psychopath or anything. We're talking about a genuinely ill person, and she's obsessed with her darn competition, even if it meant destroying my connection with my mother and putting us in a position where I wanted to divorce her. She told me she was very jealous of me and would have preferred to be in my position. If she had to pick, she would have chosen to be my mother's child over my wife, even though I was the love of her life and the only man she'd ever known. She also informed me that even if the world breaks apart around me, I will stay stoic, that I live as if I don't need anyone, and that I offer everything to others, but I don't know how to let others reach me, and she was never able to do so. Only my mother could. I didn't know what else to say. I was so caught up with the concept of competitiveness that I didn't immediately understand the extent of her comments, but I listened to her to the conclusion. I put her in bed till she fell asleep, and then I went to sleep in another room. In the morning, she was acting like nothing had occurred. She was being herself. She stated, "I don't have to pity." I assured her it was out of love. She remained my wife. She departed for work, and I did the same, but I opted to stay at the hotel for the time being. During that moment, I questioned how I could have made the saying behave so that she would think about it. Deep down, I believe she is correct. It is a protection mechanism I have had since infancy. I've never stayed in one place long enough to establish friends. It was painful every time we had to move from my 5th to my 15th year. I had moved more than 50 times from apartment to apartment, hotel room to hotel room, and I believe I have always lived my relationships in a squat. I never unpacked or settled in because I knew I could be forced out at any time, but I thought I acted differently with my wife, but apparently not. So I reasoned that perhaps we didn't need to go that far. What we needed was therapy rather than divorce. Then, a little more than a week after our conversation, I received a call from the hospital. My wife had been admitted. She reportedly was not feeling well. I went to see her, but she didn't want to see me. I've never seen so much hatred in just 2 eyes. I informed her best friend so she could have system support because she did not want me there. I informed my mother, and she inquired what I had done to my wife to put her in the hospital, and she advised me not to stress a pregnant lady. I asked, "What?" She told me what my wife told her and begged her to keep it a secret so she could tell me when she was ready. I'm not sure what was going through my head. Anger because it was my mother who told me, happiness at being a father for the first time, and complete astonishment at the odd circumstance. I went to tell my wife, but she looked at me angrily and told me she had lost the baby, which was my fault. In an instant, I learned that my wife was pregnant but kept it a secret from me, that I was going to be a father, that we had lost the baby, and that she was accusing me of causing something I had no idea about. She asked me to go, and I did. I always desired children from a young age. My wife preferred to focus on her work. I understood and agreed. I tried to persuade her for years but was unsuccessful. Now that she is pregnant, she doesn't tell me anything. She tells my mother about it, and she claims I caused her miscarriage. She has now stated that she did not tell me anything because she wanted to ensure that I could handle all of the obligations I assigned to myself while also raising a child. I don't understand her, and I've admitted to harboring a strong dislike for her ever since. I can't look at her without feeling angry, and I don't want to hurt her with my words. I take care of her at home, but we do not communicate. I'm not going to stay with her. That's impossible. I began seeing a psychologist, who advised me that patience was my best weapon, that I shouldn't base irreversible decisions on emotions that could be fleeting, and that I should take my time to see if there was anything to salvage. This is where I am. I'm not sure if I will do another update. I took days off to care for my wife and mother, but I'm miserable and want to go away from it all right now. In any event, thank you for sharing your thoughts on your first post, whether they were supportive or critical. Update 2. Hello everyone, it has been a while. I didn't want to post again after my last one, but even though it's been months, I continue to receive support and people wonder where I am in my life. So, I believe I owe you at least one final update because your comments and direct messages were quite helpful to me at a time when I needed them the most. I'm not sure whether it'll be long, but let's go. My wife was obviously pregnant after her miscarriage. I had to care for her because she couldn't do it alone. After what happened, all I could think of was rage and contempt, but as I previously stated, if something is fragile enough to break, you have no choice but to treat it tenderly. I didn't want her to break. I didn't want to abandon her in the most difficult time of her life, so I fulfilled my job as a husband despite everything. Her mental state deteriorated. She believed she was still pregnant and talked to herself. She became crazy one night, mistaking me for her father and believing that I was going to hurt her. I had to call the emergency room and, after an assessment, a psychiatrist urged me to have her admitted. That is what I did. She spent 6 weeks there. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Physicians assume she possibly has delusional condition and was severely mistreated as a child, but that's all they could tell me. She did not want to see anyone, particularly her relatives. She proposed that we connect by letters, so every time I went there, I took her letter and dropped mine the next day. It's crazy. I get the sensation that in 2 months, I got to know her better than I had in the previous 10 years, which reminded me of how nice a person she was despite her imperfections. She used to travel to help build schools, wells, and anything else that could benefit those living in poverty. She did more than just offer money. She also lent a hand. She's the type to help a foreigner who doesn't speak the language catch his train, even if it means missing her own. Honestly, she was like a gold mine, full of resources and kindness. Although we had money, we used to like traveling on public transportation to recall when we were poor and to enjoy life simply because having each other was enough. We would go without money and dare one another to see how far we could reach. It was the best moment of our life. We were so close and in love that we thought nothing could separate us. What's changed since then? We attempted to sort it out in our letters to each other, and we talked about a variety of topics. I will not go into depth. She accepts responsibility for her faults, just like I do. She fully accepts responsibility for the repercussions of her conduct. She apologized for how she treated me and acknowledged that the only conceivable outcome is a divorce. She needs to heal and improve herself. She stated she had a long way to go, which wasn't fair to me. She stated that, given her situation, I would not discuss a divorce with her. She would have to handle it herself. Some fights she must fight alone. Otherwise, she will never be her finest self. She has no idea how long it will take, but if she arrives and I haven't moved on, she'll be pleased to start over with me. I've always believed in repairing broken objects rather than discarding them, but this doesn't apply to humans. You can't fix someone unless they want to be fixed, and I wouldn't have had the strength to fix someone because I'm concentrating all of my remaining energy on attempting to fix myself. If my wife had not made the decision she did, I would have offered divorce. Paradoxically, it was because she took the decision that I saw hope for us. I then proposed a separation rather than a divorce, and if we still want to divorce after a year, we will. If we believe we can be in a healthy partnership, we will reconnect, communicate, and attempt to do things differently. She agreed, stating that was her hope. When she got out of the hospital, she didn't want us to meet because she didn't think she'd be able to stick to her resolutions. For my part, I hadn't yet let go of all the unpleasant emotions that had arisen as a result of the circumstances before her illness, so it was ultimately best for both of us. We decided to continue sending letters to one another, which is fine with me for the time being. She could see my mother. She wrote what my mother told her: despite her terrible mistakes, she will always be a mother figure to her. She did not have to strive for her love since she already had it, and that is something that will never change. She asked whether I was comfortable with her getting in touch with my mom. I told her it was up to them. She didn't need my permission. Nevertheless, she wouldn't be seeing my mother very frequently because I had decided to take my mother to one of the top hospitals in the world, which is located in Europe. About me, I've been in Germany for over a month now. We're from France, and I'm learning to delegate tasks after making a resolution in treatment. I needed therapy, and you were the ones who convinced me. I will always be thankful to you. The therapy sessions were so intense and exhausting that I didn't have the energy to do much after leaving my therapist's room, but it improved over time. I'm now working remotely. I return to France once a week to settle things at work and continue with my treatment sessions because I do not want to change therapists. I managed to devote time solely to myself, which is truly beneficial. One of my foster brothers wanted to travel with us to Germany because he too works remotely. He is a big assistance. In short, I'm getting better. About my mother. This is perhaps the most difficult thing to tackle, and I acknowledge that I don't want to talk about it, but I also believe that talking about it here will prepare me to talk about it later in life. A few years ago, we moved from apartment to apartment and hotel to hotel. This is one of the hardest periods of our lives. Because we were a single mother with a child, the state always provided us with a place to sleep. It wasn't stable because we had to change locations every time, but it was preferable to sleeping outdoors. My mother was and still is a stunningly attractive woman. She happened to receive sexual bids for an apartment right in front of my eyes. I'm not sure what she went through with my father, but she refused to be with anybody else because she believes that death does not end a meaningful relationship. There was an association that used to look after us by always providing us a place to stay the night. One of the guys in charge of finding us someplace to stay asked us to stay in his apartment while they looked for a better place for us because we were staying in an unsanitary motel. My mother didn't want to go, but I persuaded her to go since the prospect of sleeping warm in a good bed was all I could think about. But after we had supper at his house, he began making moves on my mother, who quickly stopped him. He told us it was either that or leave his house, so we left. We returned to the hotel, but our room had already been occupied. There was nothing we could do that day, so we decided to sleep outside. Trigger warning, gang RP, we were startled while sleeping by a gang of men who were attempting to RP my mother. They attacked me so hard that I was frightened to try to help my mother. Several other men who had apparently returned from a party heard the screams and rushed to our relief. The attackers fled. I always maintained that my mother was almost our pet, and I eventually believed it, but my mother was our pet right in front of my eyes. I finally admitted it. My mother had become our pet before my eyes, and I was powerless to stop it. If we had thrown ourselves into each other's arms and cried together that day, things may have been different, but she stood up, took my arm, and informed me that this spot was not safe and that we needed to look for a safer place. We never spoke about that day again. We continued with our lives as if nothing had happened. Things improved over time. She worked hard to ensure my success. She put all of her life's earnings in my project, and I now owe her the firm I founded. How did she endure the hell she'd been through? Since I accepted the fact that she was our pet, all I wanted to do was tell her about it, but it's not about me. She's the one who went through the hardest. I'd like to talk to her about it, but I'm not sure what good can come of it after so many years. That's all. As of today, her condition is improving, and the future appears better than it did a few months before. So, I believe that is all. This will be my final post. To everyone who has supported me during those difficult times, I thank you from the bottom of my heart and wish you the best in your lives. May what you have left to live be better than what you have already lived. Am I the A for getting upset with my wife for secretly having an abortion after I clearly stated I didn't want children? I have been happily married to my wife, Clara, for around 3 years now. I love this woman to pieces. I don't want to get sentimental, but she truly is my other half and I cannot see myself with another woman, even now. Before we got married, I made my stance on children clear. I didn't want any. She agreed at the moment and I thought that was that. About 1.5 years into our marriage, she brings up the question of children again. She asks me if I want kids. I say no, I don't. She hums and we go back to doing what we did before. It wasn't a conversation so much as it was an odd question this time around, but I didn't think anything of it. We had a very robust sex life but always took the necessary precautions. She has the implant and I use a condom around 90% of the time, so I wasn't worried. Her bookshelf recently broke, so I ordered a new one. I had wanted to build it as a surprise and put her books up on it for when she came home. While going through them, I noticed an old journal of hers. I immediately smiled and flipped through it. When we were in college, she'd carry it around. It was a future planning notebook or sorts. If she wanted something in life, she'd draw out exactly what she envisioned, add clip-ins, the whole 9 yards. Manifestation, if you will. She had shown me it in college after declaring that she wanted to pursue her doctorate, and I remember being stunned at the attention to detail. I mean, we were only sophomores and she knew exactly what she wanted to do, what she wanted to study, and where she would take herself. It made me feel out of depth. I liked it. Anyway, I flipped through the journal, reminiscing about the past. I hadn't expected there to be any new entries, at least not anything recent that I hadn't experienced with her. But as I opened it up, I saw something I never thought I'd see. It was a section dedicated to pregnancy and baby prep. She had researched prenatal vitamins, OB-GYNs in our area, had images of cradles, etc. It was only 2 pages, but I remember feeling so sick. In my head, there was only one reason she'd put that in a journal like this. She wanted kids. Naturally, I was torn up. I kept telling myself I'd been upfront about what I wanted, and if she hadn't, that was her fault. But the thought that she'd secretly been suffering because of me, that she was holding herself back from the life she wanted to please me, I couldn't stand it. I confronted her about it as soon as we came home, and I found out the situation was a lot worse than I thought. Clara did indeed want kids, but claimed she wanted our relationship more and was okay with compromise. I asked her a million times if she was sure. I really wanted her to be honest and not feel like she had to hold anything back. She insisted that not having children wasn't a deal breaker for her, but I kept pushing. I couldn't understand why she'd put something that wasn't that important to her in that journal. In the midst of our conversation, she dropped the bomb. She told me she had an abortion 1.5 years ago. Offered up the information like I should have been relieved. Like it was the proof she needed to convince me that she meant what she had said about children not being a deal breaker. I can't describe what I felt at that moment. What I'm still feeling. What I can say is that I have never blown up at my wife the way I did that night. I didn't put my hands on her. I would never put my hands on her, but it was not a pretty exchange. I just remember feeling hurt that she hadn't consulted me on such an important decision. That she went and had such a life-altering procedure without discussing it with me. That I didn't even fucking notice that it happened. I mean, those things have side effects, right? She would have been bedridden for days afterwards, in physical and emotional pain. How could I not have seen the signs? I'm still beating myself up about it. I remember her asking me if I wanted kids, but nothing about her emotional state for the rest of that week when she would have had the procedure done. How much can I really claim to care about her? I don't want children, I still don't. But I'd rather chew my left arm off than make her have an abortion, even more so now after she's told me she isn't really against having kids the way I am. I'd happily raise a kid if it meant she didn't need to go through something so drastic. I've been staying with my sister for the last 1.5 weeks. I needed space to think, so I left. I want to see her, to ask if she's okay, but I don't know what to do or say. I'm still unbelievably angry at her and at myself. I don't want to yell at her again. I think the first time around scared her pretty badly, and I don't want to repeat that. My sister thinks I'm being petty, punishing my wife for something I would have agreed with regardless. But I wouldn't have fucking agreed. I don't know. Relevant comments. OP on not considering of prioritizing his wife's preferences when she is prioritizing his decisions. Comment 1. OP. To clarify, I never once said this. If that's how my post came across, let me clear it up. If she came to me as asked to start trying for a kid, in other words, to go off birth control and stop using condoms, my answer would be no. I've always been firm in that. She's never pushed the issue, but no amount of begging would entice me to plan to have a child. Having an unplanned child, on the other hand, wasn't something we discussed. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but that doesn't help much here. Update. I woke up to lots amount of comments and outright hate, so I thought I'd clear a few things up. A lot of you were concerned about me snoping in Clara's journal. I met this woman when I was 6 years old. We had experienced over half of what she had written down in that notebook together. She's been letting me read her entries routinely since college, though I would read them more often back then. Like I said, I found her decisiveness incredibly attractive. But college was 6-7 years ago and times have changed. I'm not sure if she has other journals, but her use of this specific one died down as we got older, and so did my readership. I felt no qualms about picking it up and reading it that day because I quite frankly never have. This was not the first time I read that journal without her present, as I've been given express permission to do so. It was meant to be a quick trip down memory lane. I had no idea she had added more things, let alone pregnancy planning. She keeps all her old journals, sketchbooks, etc., in the same area, and this book was in that pile. You should have gotten a vasectomy. I'm not discussing my reasons for not wanting kids here, but I did discuss them thoroughly with Clara before we got married. Our reasons for not wanting children were very similar based on that initial conversation, but I guess hers wavered as time went on. How that turned me into an evil dictator that refused to hear her opinions out, I'll never understand. But I guess that's Reddit for you? I didn't get a vasectomy because I'm not sure that I won't want kids 10, 15 years down the line. I am positive I don't want them at the current moment, but I'm 27. Opinions and circumstances change. Regardless of its reversibility, it's marketed as a permanent surgery. Vasectomies are covered by my health insurance, but reversals are not. It simply made no sense to invest in something I wasn't sure could be undone if I didn't want it anymore, not when Clara and I were taking the necessary precautions to avoid pregnancy otherwise. She got on birth control way before we started having sex. I had absolutely nothing to do with that decision. As far as I know, she's quite happy with it. The chances of pregnancy with the implant are less than 1%, even less when using condoms as well. We talked about the decision together and ultimately decided a vasectomy wasn't the right choice. Someone actually went as far as to say that because I didn't get my vas deferens cinched, an unexpected pregnancy was inevitable. A 0.5% chance and inevitable are two vastly different things. You guys do realize that vasectomies aren't 100% effective either, right? Unless you're pushing for abstinence, I really don't want to hear it. We also don't go raw unless we both agree to it, which I would never pressure her to do. You verbally abused her. Clara and I both grew up in shitty homes. Our parents yelled and were extremely combative. After growing up in that environment, we agreed to avoid that kind of behavior in our relationship, and we do our best to keep to that. I have never raised my voice at her before this argument. I'm more on the timid side, so I imagine it was a shock for her to see me so angry. She also just doesn't do well with yelling in general. It wasn't my words, so much as it was my tone. Should I have raised my voice? No, but I'm not an infallible robot. My comment about not putting my hands on her was to draw conclusions away from physical violence. Clearly it wasn't taken that way and had the opposite effect. The exchange was heated on both sides, lots of things were said. It was the worst disagreement we have ever had, and we have been together for close to a decade, close friends for even longer. That being said, I still think it was on the tamer side of the overall spectrum, relative to other people. That spectrum might be a bit skewed due to my childhood, but take that as you will. You're a dick for leaving her for a week and a half. To be fully clear, this was a mutually respected decision. I told her I needed space to think. She suggested I take it outside the house. Granted, she wasn't the happiest when she said it, but we had just finished a heated argument. We texted the entire time I was at my sister's place. Very dull and mundane conversation. Mostly pleasantries, but I didn't just abandon her. We weren't speaking audibly, but we weren't in contact. I don't know how else to phrase that. Things were just tense and very different from our usual level of interaction. Everything was surface level. We would check to make sure the other ate, showered, whatever else, but that was it. There was no continuation of our discussion while we were apart. We were both taking the time to make sure we were in the right headspace to have a proper conversation, as is common for our relationship. It just took me a bit longer to get there. She wouldn't have been bedridden. Abortions aren't that deep. I'll concede to the physical aspect of this. I've often heard them described as a bad period, and a lot of the women in my life tend to tap out during their monthlies, which is what I based my assumption on. I accept that it was incorrect. Though I'm not sure if I should, because half of you agreed with my take in the post, condemning me for not noticing, and the other half told me I was overreacting. Again, I guess that's Reddit for you. More importantly, I will not agree on the general take on the emotional aspect. At the time, I still did not believe Clara genuinely wanted to have an abortion after hearing her updated stance on having kids. I imagined her feelings would be on par with someone who experienced a miscarriage rather than an abortion because of this. I still do. The only thing that would change my mind at this point is Clara herself. You should go to couples counseling and seek therapy individually. We are both in different types of talk therapy and have been for several years. I'm not sure how helpful couples therapy would be on top of that, but I'm not opposed to it. Asking if you wanted kids was enough. She doesn't owe you anything. Reading through the comments, many of you thought this, and we're simply going to have to disagree. As the father of the child, the decision to abort should not have been made without my clear and explicit knowledge that she was pregnant. We weren't separated at the time, nor did I cheat, and contrary to popular belief, I'm not abusive. I deserve to know. I won't apologize for expecting my wife to consult me on family planning decisions. I'd do the same for her 10 times over if roles were reversed. Call it controlling. I really don't care. Asking if I want kids is a completely different discussion than terminating a pregnancy. I am on my way home now and will update if the situation changes, likely sometime this week. I'd ask for well wishes, but I think it's clear none of you are rooting in my favor. Fucking hell. Edit. Took out the numbers to prevent text from looking long and blocky. Final update. Before I got into where Clara and I are now, a lot of you had some misconceptions concerning things like me reading Clara's journal, vasectomies, and other things. I made a separate post addressing those. Read it, don't, whatever. I came home the morning following my initial post and Clara and I had a very long conversation. We both apologized for letting the previous conversation get out of hand and acting out of character. I also explained why I left in the first place and apologized for raising my voice. She's especially sensitive to that kind of thing, so I addressed it first. She forgave me and said as long as we could keep things calm this time around it would be okay. She was more interested in finding out what I was so deep in thought about that I was gone for so long. Again, we do take breaks from conflicts from time to time and revisit them when we're calmer, though this was the first one where I physically removed myself from her proximity. I told her how I initially felt after reading her journal entry. I hadn't been mad then. Part of me was confused. We had agreed on no kids before getting married after all. The other half was riddled with anxiety. Contrary to what you may all think, I adore Clara. She is quite honestly one of only good things this life has given me. I didn't want to lose her, but if she wanted kids badly enough to put them in her journal, I wasn't sure what that would mean for us. She downplayed the importance of the entry. In her view, not everything she puts into the journal is something she's genuinely hoping for. Some things are just nice to fantasize about, and not every fantasy is meant to be reality. I was honest. I told her that her words were hard to believe given how meticulously she had written everything down and planned it out. The last thing I wanted was for her to harbor resentment over what her life could have been. She assured me that wasn't the case, but I'm still unsure. Talking about the abortion itself was hard on both of us. I wanted to know if she was in pain, what signs I had missed. I didn't really press for details on the procedure, but we talked a lot about how she felt afterwards, why she hid it and how she came to her decision. I just held her in my arms and listened for the most part. It was gut-wrenching to say the least. It turns out that the second time she had asked if I wanted kids occurred a month or two after she had already had the procedure done. She had asked because she was contemplating whether or not to tell me about it. I guess she had ultimately decided not to. She told me I was actually with her the day she took the pills. I remembered the day because she had been crying and I wasn't sure why. When I asked, she cited cramps, so I got her a heating pad and laid down with her. Her periods have always been pretty hard on her, so I guess I didn't think much of it. In hindsight, I should have realized something was up because she hasn't had bad cramps in years. Still, I'm glad she didn't go through it completely alone. Much later that day, I asked her why she didn't come to me when she realized she was pregnant. In her eyes, she was protecting our relationship. She knows our circumstances, my reasons for not wanting kids, my stance on abortion. She didn't want to burden me with having to choose between the two, and so she made the choice herself. As hard as I try, I can't understand or accept her reasoning. Her decision to go through this alone, while meant to shield me, inadvertently communicated that she doesn't trust me to support her or handle the truth. All I understood is that she feels like she can't lean on me when she's in trouble. And if that's the case, I'm not sure why we're married. She's always been independent, but this is the first time I've felt completely blindsided by not being included. I asked up and down if I'd given her a reason to doubt me, to doubt my commitment to her. If she felt I wasn't a reliable partner, etc. She said no, but that just makes all this harder to grasp. She said she was afraid saying anything would change how I viewed her, our relationship, but I'm having a hard time distinguishing insecurity, anxiety from reasonable doubt. I asked her if she knew I loved her, how much I care for her, the lengths I would go to make her happy, etc. She laughed a little and reminded me of a line from my wedding vows. We shared private vows before our ceremony and I had said quite a bit. I was a little shocked that she remembered that portion at all, let alone word for word. We transitioned to talking about the promises we made to one another, and just times in our relationship where we had complete trust, faith in one another. It helped put us both in better moods and ended the night on a lighter note for both of us. We're doing okay at the moment. Not quite where we were before, but getting there. Everything's still incredibly raw, including our eyes. We both broke down 5 minutes into the conversation. Clara is against couples counseling right now. I'm ambivalent, as we're still working a couple of things out on our own. I'm not sure how helpful a third party asking what steps we're willing to take to improve trust and transparency will really be, but I'm open to anything at this point. We're not leaving one another. Issues or not, we both think it's clear that there's still an abundance of love between us, and we don't want to throw that away. Some of you will be happy to know that Clara and I decided on a new rule for ourselves. Clara was a lot more upset about my leaving than she initially let on. From now on, the distance between the top and bottom floors of our home is all the space either of us are allowed to take. We need to cool our heads. If proximity really does become an issue, the max either of us are allowed to stay outside the house is 48 hours. So no more week-long stays at my sister's. I faced police calls due to a classmate's misunderstanding about my bruises. Now, she must change classes and face the consequences. I, 19, am in a nursing program. We do a lot of physical exams on each other to practice, which involves wearing shorts and tanks. It's important to mention that I am permanently blind in one eye. I'm constantly running into walls, doors, railings, plants, people, animals, everything. As you can guess, I'm covered in bruises 90% of the time, on my blind side. In the course one day we were talking about signs of abuse and the teacher said constant bruising. I raised my hand and added that it's important to talk to the patient if they're an adult, before calling the police, as it could be something else. She asked for an example, so I rolled up my sleeve and explained that the bruises were from door handles of the school, which were varying colors and heights. She nodded and agreed. She said that with children, we call the authorities the moment we suspect abuse. With adults, we first attempt to talk to them, and if their reason seems valid, we don't call. The lessons continued, and about a week later, the cops showed up at my door. They told me they had received a report that I was being physically abused and always covered in bruises. I explained my disability to them. They checked my home, talked to my family, and found no further signs of abuse. When I asked questions, they told me they got my address from the university because they take abuse seriously here. When they talked to the university about me, the university was very concerned and just wanted to help me. After the police left, I talked to some people at the university, including a psychologist, just so they could be sure I had no mental signs of abuse. Then life went on. Well, I was still coming in bruises every day, and one of my classmates came up to me. She told me our classmate Kay was telling people she was thinking about calling the police again because I'm still covered in bruises. I got my classmate's report written down, alongside a few others, and waited. Sure enough, police showed up again. Same song and dance, but this time I told the university that Kay was using the police to harass me and I wanted something done about it. The university decided the best course of action was to move her from my labs to the other ones so she couldn't see whether I was bruised or not. She's now told me I'm an asshole and that she was just trying to help me and I didn't need to mess up her whole university schedule. Relevant comments. Deleted user. She really didn't learn the lesson the class was taught, did she? A lesson she needs to understand if she's going to work in this job. If she'd done what the teacher taught, talk to the adult, then none of this would have happened. She brought this on herself. Comment 1. She was harassing you by carrying on calling the police. Once can definitely be out of concern, but after everything was checked out and you were safe, she decided to continue, so it's totally on her. OP, I was fine with the once, it's okay, people make mistakes, but after the second time I wanted to make sure it'd stop. Comment 2, I'm not blind in either eye and I'm also always bruised. My legs and sides always have a big purple knot somewhere. It's a daily occurrence. Multiple doctors have said it's not a medical issue. I just have terrible spatial awareness for where my body is. I run into door handles, my work desk, and counters. I get my clothes caught on stuff all the time. It's entirely my own lack of attention and clumsiness. Comment 3, Kay knew about your disability and literally learned in class about talking with the patient before reporting. Additionally, Kay could be a serious danger to her patients if she did this with a DV case. The abuser may escalate when confronted by police, which can create a dangerous and potentially deadly situation. Comment 4, Kay found out the consequences of 1. Not believing you, and 2. Not minding her own business. She needs to learn to rein that in or she's not going to keep a job as a nurse with assumption-making skills like that. Comment 5, genuine question. How do you get bruised almost every day? Do you have low sight in your other eye as well? Do you wear eyeglasses? I'm blind in one eye as well, by birth. I'm short-sighted, but I rarely get bruised running into things. I usually sprain my ankle due to not noticing unlevel ground or hit my toe on the wall corners due to blind spots once or twice a year, but the peripheral vision and the angle at which I turn my head to keep my eye at center is more than enough to not bump into things so frequently. OP, I'm nearsighted in the other eye. Stuff on my left side is just impossible to see. Glasses get in the way of some of my peripheral vision. Keeping my head turned too long causes stiffness in my neck and I have to be able to turn my head fast and quick. As I said, well, I get bruised a lot. It doesn't interfere with my job. It's something I've grown up with. And I bruise easily. I don't bump into anything at home, but in the outside world I do. Comment 6, I ask this as a nurse, and I mean no disrespect, but are you sure that nursing is the best field for you given that impairment? OP, Yes, I love helping people, and I'm fully capable of the job. I'm the only one who ever gets injured in my daily life, lol. And it's typically because I'm not paying enough attention to my surroundings and don't notice something new and trip on it. Update 1. Okay, so, I'm blind in one eye. I run into random stuff if I'm not paying enough attention. I'm covered in various bruises. Showed this during class while talking about abuse and how we have to talk to adults before calling. Girl decided to call the cops on me twice claiming I'm abused, resulting in me forced to go to counseling, talk to therapists, police, etc. until everyone was assured I wasn't abused. So anyways, it's been a bit since that post and I have big updates on her. I called her Kay in the other story, so let's stick with that. So anyways, I had previously gotten her removed from my labs. We still shared class, not lab. I figured everything was fine now and she'd leave me alone. But I was wrong. Not only was she spreading rumors that I was abused, but she called the cops again. Apparently more than once, as the other 2 times the cops said they had a report of abuse. This time they said reports. When I asked how many reports, they said that it was multiple people. So I don't know if others in class called or she had her family do so. I just don't know. They couldn't tell me who called due to privacy when it comes to reporting, to try and make sure abusers don't attack the reporters. Apparently my university had attempted to stop them when the cops spoke to them, but the cops had to check anyways, so they came after talking to the university anyways. And again we did the same song and dance. I told them I felt like someone was using the cops to harass me. And the cops took this. They said no one would show up again. And anyone that calls would now have their name taken down, and if they call after being told not to, they'd be charged with harassment. Well, that was about a week ago, and someone continued calling, tried to claim a different name, didn't realize they record phone numbers as well. So there's your update on Kay. She called again, and again, and again until it got her charged with harassment as well as misuse of police resources. Not certain what's gonna happen going forward or if I'll be called to testify. I'm not certain what's happening, but I haven't seen her since I was informed that she's still called, which I found out from another classmate. Relevant comments. Deleted user. What's the school doing about this? Is she getting expelled for harassing you? OP, seeing as she's probably ending up with a criminal charge, she will be expelled. Comment 1, you're not just protecting yourself. You're protecting the patients she might have had in the future. She's got big issues. Comment 2, this really pisses me off. My toddler has von Willebrand disease, so her blood doesn't work the way it should. She is so covered in bruises all the time that she looks like a Dalmatian. She also has paper-thin skin, so she has many cuts in a day. One day she even got the corner of her eye open from the corner of a pillow. Last summer we got a call from the CPS. Someone called them that we are beating our child and that they have seen it. This is not true. And if you really saw a parent beating their 1-5-year-old child, wouldn't you stop it when it was happening? Not called a week later. Best part was that we weren't even in the country when the beating took place. Someone was just mad because we have been renovating our house and the noise was too much for them. Pure harassment. Comment 3. I read your other post and was glad to find this update. While I agree Kay is definitely in the wrong and needs to have the consequences of her actions. Hopefully not being a nurse is one of them, since she seems unfit for it. I really came here because I was so upset about how people were saying you shouldn't be a nurse because you are blind in one eye. My brother is blind in one eye. Actually, he has had a prosthetic eye since he was a kid. He has been a nurse for more than 30 years. ER nurse, cardiac surgery nurse, trauma unit. He's done it all while having no sight on one side. People that say you can't be a nurse need to F off. They are narrow-minded AHs. Also, my brother rides a motorcycle and has done since he was a teen. Do what makes you happy and F all the rest of them. Good luck on your career. Update 2. I don't know exactly where to start with this post, but I kinda want to give this update because I'm hoping it's the last one. So I made my last post only 12 days ago and shit kinda went down. Now, I need to explain that quite a bit of this is secondhand, because I luckily avoided the crazies. So basically, Kay does not know where I live, knows the general town, but nothing else. I did invite one girl in our class to my house to work on a project. She was the only person other than the university that knows where I live. Kay knows this, because her and girl who Emma call Lily, are kinda not related. Lily's cousin is married to Kay's cousin, so they knew each other prior to the program but not really well, and Lily is also the one that told me about Kay still calling even after the police promised me they would not show up again. Which they haven't. They just started taking down the numbers and keeping track of who called, when, and did they call after being told not to. So basically, Kay knew me and Lily were paired up for the project, knew Lily came to my house, did not know where the house was, or what it looked like, just that it was in a town X kilometers away from where they were. They also knew the town name via Lily's mom, So I got warned by Lily that Kay's mom was going to try to find me to get me to drop Kay's charges. I'm not the one charging her. The police are. I have not pressed any charges despite some people saying I should get a restraining order. Lily warned me, and I hid in my house and did not leave until Lily told me that Kay's mom had returned home. Kay's mom then proceeded to harass Lily in an attempt to get Lily to give Kay's mom my address so she could knock on my door instead of driving around aimlessly hoping to spot me. Lily refused, and deleted all text between me and her to ensure that even if Kay's mom stole her phone, and somehow got past the password, that she would never get my address. Lily then informed the university of the situation, and had proof via text, that the university had her print off and give to them, and the police. The university's security are now watching for Kay's mom's car, and Kay's mom. Security is informed that if and when I'm at school they are to escort me to and from my car. My car is also to be parked near cameras, by order of the university, until the situation dies down. Luckily I'm at clinicals and not anywhere near the university. Kay was kicked out before clinicals so has no idea which clinics the students are at, or which I'm at. Had she stayed in longer, she'd have a literal list posted to the class page, about where I'm at, and where in the building I'm at. Kay's family apparently was informed by the police that any attempts to contact me would be harassment, so says Lily. Can't guarantee, but yeah. I kinda don't know how to feel. The next time I have to go to the uni is for exams in like 3 weeks, so hopefully Kay's family doesn't hold on to this that long. Until then I'm safe in a building filled with security, locked doors, and places to run. The placement was also informed about this situation and with pictures from Lily, who's at a different placement, are watching for Kay's family and has banned them from the premise in advance. So yeah, if this goes no further I won't update anymore, but if it gets worse I guess I'll update after my exams and the HSI. Wish me luck because I'm gonna try to not stress too much about the K situation and focus on my finals and HSI, instead of that, but don't know how that go. Hope y'all are enjoying my mild suffering and it entertains you, even if only a bit, so that some good can come from this situation I can't believe I'm in right now. So, yeah, thanks again for the words of encouragement and kindness some of you showed me during this insanity. Wish Lily some luck as she's being bombarded by her family to give Kay's mom my address, phone number, etc. And doing her best to hold out on this while making sure her phone is never out of her sight on the off chance she leaves it open. Anyways, hopefully this is goodbye. If not, well, I'll see y'all in 3 weeks for another update. Relevant comments. Comment 1, I don't understand why there is so much drama from Kay and her family. Like what the heck is happening that they feel the need to harass you? Have you presented a restraining order? OP, hi. I still don't feel a restraining order necessary as they really only keep people willing to listen away, and that's not really the case here. I plan to just avoid it, the police and courts handle it and forget it ever happened. Comment 2, this is going too far. What's wrong with that woman? And has her whole family gone insane? Not only are they harassing you but they're putting your family in danger. She's basically accusing them of abuse. It could damage their reputation but also put their job on the line depending on their fields. It's good that they are providing you with security but it's still not enough. Lily won't possibly be able to warn you every time that woman goes out of her house. In case she eventually finds your house and comes to threaten you, you should probably get cameras for your door to record everything. When you say she was kicked out, do you mean the school? Because I really hope your university realized how unhinged Kay's behavior has been and how unfit she is to start a career in this field. Not only does she lack common sense but she's also acting in a deranged manner. Targeting someone like that is not acceptable, especially not under the fake pretense of trying to help. Had you really been a victim of abuse, you would have probably been even more traumatized by this situation. OP, hi, so yes my house has cameras already, and Kay has been removed from school due to pending charges and should they fully go through she will never come back. Her access to everything has been suspended and she's basically already expelled. They are just awaiting charges to go through before they actually push the expulsion through. My stepdaughter passed away 4 weeks ago and I caught my husband and his ex-wife together in our bed. My stepdaughter Becca, 14, died 4 weeks ago. I've been in her life since she was 7 years old. We were extremely close. My husband Derek, 40, his ex-wife Sam, 38, and I, 35, get along very well. There has never been an issue in the 7 years that I've been with Derek. Sam has always been kind to me. She didn't even care that Becca called me mom too. Right after Becca's passing, Sam had so much anxiety and depression that she was unable to be by herself. She has no family besides us, so we invited her to stay with us. Sam hardly leaves the house, she mostly just sleeps in Becca's room, which is completely understandable. I always tell her that I'm here if she needs me and that I want her to take her time grieving and that there is no pressure to go back to her home. Today I needed to run some errands, So I asked Sam if she'd like to join me to get out of the house a little bit, but she declined and said she'd rather just stay at the house and sleep. I told Derek that I was leaving and that I would be back in 2-ish hours. He works from home. I also told him to check on Sam every once in a while, and maybe try getting her to eat something. After stopping at the post office, I realized I forgot my library book that I needed to return, so I went back home to get it. As soon as I walked in the door, I heard moaning coming from mine and Derek's bedroom. I immediately knew what was happening. And my heart completely broke at that moment. I wasn't completely sure what to do, but I ended up deciding to confront them, so I walked to the bedroom and opened the door and began yelling at them both. Sam started having an anxiety attack and ran to the bathroom while Derek kept apologizing profusely. I asked him what the hell was happening. He told me that he made himself and Sam some lunch and they began talking about Becca, and shared some memories. And then Sam ended up kissing him and he didn't pull back, and then it ended with them in our bed. They're begging me to understand that it was just grief that caused them to become intimate and that they both made a mistake. I don't know what to do. I love this man. And I love Sam. I'm heartbroken that they did this to me and put me in this position. I feel so stuck. Relevant comments. Comment 1, that would be hard for me. I understand grieving, but how is this excusing cheating? What happens next time he is sad? Edit. I misspoke when I said sad. Obviously this is something beyond devastating. I still don't think it can be used as an excuse. OP, I don't want to excuse his cheating. I think I want to divorce him, but I'm anxious about doing it right after we lost Becca. Comment 2, probably together. Do you both own the home? If it's in your name, change the locks. Stay strong and don't listen to his excuses. I am so sorry this happened to you during such a difficult time. OP, exactly what I was thinking if I'm being honest. And yes, we both own it. When I told him to leave, he kept saying sorry and then said that he would leave and respect me wanting him gone for a while. Comment 3, are you seeing a therapist perhaps? You're dealing with a lot right now, it might be useful. OP, yes, I am in therapy. I've been with my therapist for other things for the last 3 years. She's been very helpful. I saw her yesterday and was able to figure some things out. Update 1, I decided that I'm filing for a divorce. I can't ever trust Derek again. It sucks because we had an amazing relationship, I thought. He's always been great, so this was a complete shock to me. Last night, Derek came over to talk. He confessed a lot. Turns out it wasn't their first time having sex like most people thought. They've been having sex since 3 months before Becca died. I am completely shocked and heartbroken. Sam also reached out last night and thanked me for everything I've done for her, and told me she was sorry. I didn't respond, I blocked her. I did so much for Sam and considered her a friend, so this hurts a lot, more than I can handle. This is all too much. As hard as this is gonna be, I need to leave Derek and cut them both out of my life. I am ready to do so. I am done. Also, some people are saying I deserve this because I should have known better than to let Sam into our home, around Derek. But, you need to understand that I'm a giving person. I trust people more than I should. I truly thought Sam was an amazing person. I know it's unusual to become friends with your husband's ex-wife, but it's just how it went for us and I shouldn't be blamed for what happened. Thank you to everyone who commented nice things and for the kind messages. You've all been helpful during this insanely difficult time. I appreciate it. Relevant comments. Comment, out of curiosity, what are his excuses for cheating? Those two are going to be in a world of hurt once the guilt settles in. They're going to be asking themselves why it had to be Becca and will eventually come to the conclusion that it's their punishment for what they've done to you. I can pretty much guarantee you that. OP, he told me that they just accidentally reconnected one night when I was away at my mom's. He was stressed we weren't conceiving and were having miscarriages, so he vented to Sam, and then somehow that led to sex. It seems so icky to me. How can he vent about our struggles like that and then go and have sex with Sam? It's just awful of him. I don't understand it. Editor's note. Remove the first half of the updates as it was a rehash of update #1, updates 2. I'm getting lots of questions about some things, so I figured I'd answer a few of them. Have I told anyone about what happened besides my mom? Yes, I told a few friends and some family members. Most of them are supportive of my decision and aren't speaking to Derek. Where is Derek staying? Currently, he's staying at a hotel. Our friends refuse to let him stay with them. He's lost a lot of people due to his awful decisions. Has he tried fighting me on getting a divorce? Yes, he begged me not to file for divorce, but when I told him I needed him to just let me go and that I was too exhausted to fight him on this, he let it be and agreed to getting a divorce. Why isn't Derek staying with Sam? He told me he didn't want to continue to hurt me, so he told Sam he was done with her for good. And that they have no reason to speak to each other anymore. I have no idea if that'll last and if they'll just end up together, but I truly don't care what they do anymore. I just want peace. What was Derek's excuse for cheating? He told me that they just accidentally reconnected one night when I was away at my mom's. He was stressed we weren't conceiving and were having miscarriages, so he vented to Sam, and then somehow that led to sex. Disgusting of them both, I know. Feel free to ask anything else, and I'll try to answer. Thank you everyone for your support and advice. Relevant comments OP on what happened to Becca. OP, it was very sudden. She died in a car accident when she was with one of her friends and her friend's parents. OP on her husband's parents being supportive or not, and if they know about his cheating. OP, I get along with Derek's mom very well, but he's also a mama's boy, so it's kinda complicated. She will always be there for him. He'd stay with her if she didn't live across the country. She knows what he did and told me she had a talk with him but said that he's still her son and she'd help him with anything if he needed it. I'm thinking I need to cut her out of my life too, which makes me really sad because we were close and talked on the phone almost daily. OP on if she has children with her husband. OP, we've had 6 miscarriages total. All of them were in the first trimester. More updates. I just found out that he is staying with Sam and not at the hotel. He told me it's too expensive to stay at a hotel and Sam is the only one that'll help him right now. I had a feeling this would happen. Just knowing that they are still probably sleeping together hurts my heart. I talked to a lawyer this morning and we are proceeding with the divorce and Derek agreed to it. It's actually happening. And I feel some relief that he's not fighting me on this. My mom leaves on Sunday. I'm scared to be alone. But I go back to work on Monday, so I'm hoping it'll be a good distraction. I'll keep updating if anything else happens. Thank you everyone, I am so grateful for you all. Relevant comments. Comment 1, OP, how did you find out he was staying at his ex-wife's place? Anything he says should be taken with a grain of salt. He's not true to his words in going on contact with Sam. OP, he texted me this morning after we talked to lawyers, and said he just wants to be honest with me. I told him to stop giving me updates on what he's doing in his life and that it's not something I need to know. It seems like he wanted to tell me to hurt me. OP on how she is doing. OP, thank you, I'm doing a little better today. My mom and I went on some nature walks and went out into the garden this afternoon, that helped. Becca loved gardening with me, so it made me feel closer to her. I decided to go through some of Becca's stuff today. I just found her diary in a box in the back of her closet. Would it be wrong to read some of it? I feel like it would help me feel closer to her, but part of me feels like it's wrong too. I haven't told Derek that I found it either, and I'm unsure if I should tell him. What would you do? Relevant comments OP on if she was closer with Becca prior to her sudden passing. OP, Becca and I were very close. It felt like she told me anything and everything, but I honestly think all parents feel that way about their kids, so I'm kinda nervous to read it. Just a little update. I figured it's been a few days, so I should give a little update. My mom is leaving in a couple hours, so I'll be alone. I'm kinda nervous about it. She helped me stay distracted and kept me going. IDK how I'm gonna handle her being gone. I go back to work tomorrow, the first day back since Becca passed away. I'm looking forward to it though because it'll keep me distracted. Also, I did read some of Becca's diary. It made me love her even more, she was such a sweetheart. I went back a few months and saw that she noticed some weird behavior between Derek and Sam, didn't mention that she knew of the affair, but she just wrote that she thought it was kinda strange that they all 3 would hang out more than usual, without me. I might read more, but so far I haven't found anything that's disturbing, just her being a teenager and talking about crushes, fights with friends, happy family memories, etc. Tomorrow I'm also talking to my lawyer, so I might have more updates on that. Thanks for the continuous love and support everyone. Last update for a while, started randomly getting a lot more messages, comments, so I figured I'd do another little last update. My first week back at work went great. I wasn't expecting it to go so well, but thankfully it did. My coworkers were so helpful and patient with me. On Friday night I decided I didn't want to stay home all weekend alone, so I decided to drive up to my mom's. It helps that I have a 3-day weekend so I can spend more time with her. I'm heading back home tomorrow. Also, for those of you that have messaged me hateful things for reading Becca's diary, I just have to say, you aren't in my shoes right now. Telling me I'm a bad mom because I'm reading her diary is just ridiculous. I learned so much more about her, about how caring and sweet she is, and it made me love her even more. It's how I'm able to feel so close to her right now, so please don't tell me I'm a bad parent for just trying to get by one of the hardest times of my life. You have no idea what it's like. I don't have much of an update, so this will be it. I'll come back and update once the divorce happens though. Thank you to those of you that have been nothing but kind and helpful. You helped me feel less alone. I'll forever be grateful. Sam saw my Reddit post and is threatening to sue me. Sam made a fake FB profile to message me and tell me she wants to sue me for telling strangers about what happened. Derek supports her apparently. I don't need this. Am I not allowed to vent about my life to people online? I just want life to get better. I'm so tired. Fuck you, Sam. Fuck you, Derek. Edit. Sam is in the comments and messaged me on here too. Blocked her. Additional information from OP on the message from Sam OP. No, I just ignored her. It might be an empty threat just to make my life harder, but I'm unsure. Her message said, so I was scrolling through TikTok and ended up on an account where they read Reddit posts, and guess whose post they read? Yours. First you tell friends and family and then you go to a bunch of strangers and tell them our life story. I can't believe you. It isn't just your business to tell. Becca would be so disappointed in you. Be prepared because I think I'm gonna be suing you for this. This was no one else's business. You did this to yourself, remember that. I'm actually baffled. She thinks Becca would be disappointed in me. Now to the next story, story 2. Am I the A for leaving my boyfriend after nearly 2 years of dating because he bought lingerie for his best friend as a joke? My boyfriend, 28, and I, 24, have been together for a year and a half. I love him a lot, and he has been pretty amazing to me. He is also the sort of person who has lots of friends and his close friends are pretty much family. He also loves to joke and play these harmless pranks on his friends, which sometimes makes me feel weird. Just for context, he has 2 female friends and 3 male friends. This is about my BF and one of his friends, Claire, 28. Claire is a nice woman and we are friendly. My boyfriend also has never ignored me in favor of his friends or talked over me in front of them. Which is why I don't understand if I'm in the right. They, my boyfriend's friends, had a recently escalated prank fight. I had made it clear to my BF that I am not good at jokes and am rather stiff, and he said he would keep me out of it. Claire, my boyfriend, and another friend Kyle, 27, even had a huge throwing water balloons fight in Kyle's backyard. Then my boyfriend got pranked with dye in his body wash. Then Kyle got pranked by Claire, something about whipping cream and oven mitts. But the issue was when my boyfriend brought a red, lacy, lingerie set and he planned to put it in Claire's room the next time he went over. I said it was a tacky prank, and why would he buy lingerie? None of the previous pranks have been of this kind, and it makes me really uncomfortable. I also felt like if I was Claire, I would feel gross about it. But my boyfriend got mad and defensive and told me Claire is cool like that, and she would think it's funny. I admit, I get a bit weirded out when he calls Claire extremely beautiful and jokes about how she has always been way out of his league. But I thought it was nothing and they were like family, so I guess it was their thing. However, the lingerie prank had me put my foot down and I said that he was wrong to give another woman lingerie, no matter who, when he had a girlfriend. We fought and I said I wanted to break up, which he didn't want to, and I said that I was just overreacting. He said that I was too conservative and needed to open my mind when he had never given me a reason to be insecure. Claire called me and said that she and my BF have been friends for a long time, and inside jokes are just that, and I'll learn with more age. I still feel weird about this. My best friend is supportive of me no matter what I do, but I have started to feel like I'm blowing this out of proportion. My boyfriend says that the fact that he told me and didn't hide it from me shows that I'm the problem. I have started to feel like I've blown this out of proportion and maybe it's my fault I can't take a joke. I really feel awful about this whole thing. Eta. Edit. The people asking what the prank is with the lingerie. Apparently, it's an inside joke about how during their college days she had some problems with the color red, and the lingerie would have just given her a shock of some kind, I guess. I told my boyfriend it was cruel, but he said it wasn't a trauma thing, just an inside joke. Claire also said over the phone that the lingerie thing was just an inside joke of their college days. Update. My inbox got flooded with DMs and had to turn off Reddit notifications. When I posted this, I was ready to be called immature and ridiculous and get a couple of comments, but it seemed like the post blew up, and the comments were kind of eye-opening. TBH, before all this fiasco, my BF has always been nice to me. Came with me to my grad school functions even though he found them very boring, but would do it so that I could network. He builds stuff like furniture and helps out with handiwork all the time. He is also very funny, and at the very beginning, I thought all his jokes were funny. And I sometimes wondered why he wanted to be with me, plus, I was always busy with school and job interviews. His mom and I had even gotten close and she has been saying how happy she was that we were together. I had always ignored his and Claire's weird dynamic because I told myself I was being insecure. I have male friends too, and I thought that just because we aren't like that, doesn't mean my BF and Claire can't be close. Claire has also never been outright mean to me. She was just aloof, and I thought it was because I was new to the group. To the actual update, my BF and I broke up. I'm sorry guys, but even after seeing so many replies on how he was cheating, I refuse to believe it. I'm still in love with this guy. And he called me, like half a day after I wrote this post, and asked to meet. I met him. And he said that he understood where I was coming from. But I was always too uptight to understand that friendship is friendship. He and Claire had known each other for years before I came into the picture, and I cannot expect him to just ruin their dynamic. I asked him what sort of dynamic was red lingerie. Why couldn't it be literally any other type of clothing? He told me he had it with my insecurities. And that he and Claire talked, and apparently I was making them sound like cheaters and homewreckers. And that he thought it was better I found someone like me, who thought the idea of a fun night was junk food and a movie indoors. That hurt a lot. He had always known I had insecurities about being called boring. He always complimented me on how his weaknesses were my strengths. Now he says things like this to me? Also, before this lingerie fiasco, I had never said a word about his and Claire's friendship. I always supported his pranks and practical jokes no matter my opinions on them because I thought it was his business what he did with his hobbies. And he leaves without even putting up a fight because his girlfriend didn't want him giving lingerie to the woman he constantly refers to as his sexy bestie. Claire didn't call or text after the breakup either. But Kyle did and said that he was sad that we broke up and he hoped I would be okay in the future. I asked him if my BF ever cheated on me. He said that my BF had only been a one-woman man when he was dating me, but he could understand that some women can't handle female best friends, especially if they look like Claire. I told him to fuck off and blocked him. It felt like he only wanted to gloat and hurt me because my BF left. I feel like I never knew these people. Claire and Kyle were always at least decent to me, if not nice. Did it make me a free target now that my BF has been telling his friends I'm an insecure child? I don't know what to do now. I have been told repeatedly by both my friends and sister that I dodged a bullet. But I have been breaking down like a kid again and again. I'm even thinking of going to therapy, after feeling the most insecure I've felt my whole life. Thank you to all who were supportive. It seems like my now ex-BF just did the work for me. My ex-girlfriend claims my current girlfriend manipulated her into ending our 4-year relationship. Am I the asshole? I, 28 years old, am really confused about the events of the last month. My ex-girlfriend Julie, 29 years old, thinks that my current girlfriend Mindy, 28 years old, is manipulative and sabotaged our 4-year relationship. I was in a loving relationship with Julie for the last 4 years. We met through some mutual friends. Julie and I were very compatible in terms of our love for outdoor activities and running. We have very similar lifestyles and supported each other well for the last 4 years. We have also been living together for the last 3 years. We even discussed getting married during the summer. Everything was great and I was planning to propose to her over the holidays. However, I started to see changes in behavior in Julie around September. She was acting distant and looked stressed. It was quite noticeable and I was worried. I trust her with all my heart and I could not imagine she would be cheating on me. However, she did spend more time by herself. Around the same time, Julie's friend Mindy messaged me privately and asked me if I could meet her secretly, as she wanted to tell me something about Julie. Mindy and Julie work together and I've known Mindy ever since I started dating Julie. I was surprised, but to be honest, I assumed the worst. I met her at a cafe after work. She asked me if things were going on between Julie and me. She told me that Julie told her that she was planning to leave me soon. This was a total shock to me. I asked her if there was anyone else that Julie was interested in and she told me no. Julie confided in her that she was not sure about marrying me. She told me she just had to tell me this as she did not want me to be blindsided. I was devastated. I started putting more effort into making our relationship more exciting and planning more dates, etc. Mindy was also helping me through this time, and telling me more about what Julie told her. Eventually, before Thanksgiving, Julie told me that she loved me, but she wanted to take a break for a month to live alone. She said that she just wanted to live alone for a month to make sure she wanted to marry me. I was completely heartbroken. I asked her if she wanted to pursue someone else. She told me that was not the case, and I better not do anything stupid either. She loves me with all her heart, but she just wants to stay away from me to make sure that she is marrying me for love, and not because she is used to being with me. I did not understand that at all. I told her that if she is not sure after 4 years, if she wants to marry me, Then maybe we should just break up. We had a big fight and broke up after a few days. As our lease was ending, we decided to part ways in December. She got a new apartment and I kept our old apartment and just took her name off the lease. After the breakup, I was feeling very lonely, as I was not used to being in the apartment alone. I didn't want to keep on being sad and hence invited a bunch of friends for a New Year's party. I also invited Mindy. We had a good time, and my friends were doing their best to cheer me up. Mindy also mingled with my friends and it was good. Mindy decided to stay back to help me clean up and we hooked up that night. I felt guilty, but Mindy did cheer me up. Since then, we have hung out almost daily at my place. I am still sad about Julie, but I won't lie that being with Mindy does make me feel happy. She is sweet and caring. Last Sunday, we woke up and someone was banging on the door. I went to open it and it was Julie. She looked furious and started yelling at me. She kept on accusing me of cheating on her. I told her I most certainly did not cheat on her, and she was the one who broke up with me. Mindy was also at my apartment. Julie was just angry at both of us. She started calling Mindy a manipulative bitch and told me that Mindy was the one who suggested to her that she should take some time away from me to understand her true feelings. I calmed her down and asked her to explain herself. She told me that ever since our marriage talk, she told Mindy about it and Mindy kept on asking Julie if she was sure about marrying me. Mindy suggested she take some time to herself to understand her true feelings and that I will understand and give her space. When I said no, Mindy convinced her that I was so controlling that I could not even give her 1 month to herself and convinced her to break up with me. Mindy told me that she did not say any such things, and these were all Julie's ideas and she was just there during these conversations. She did tell Julie that she told me about some of the things so that I get a chance to make things right with her over the last few months. That made Julie more angry and she started accusing me of emotionally cheating on her. Julie told me that the last few weeks have made her realize that we were meant to be together, but she now cannot believe I could move on from a 4-year relationship in a week. On one hand, I want to believe Julie, but she broke up with me for no fault of my own. Mindy was there for me when I was down, but now I also doubt her. She suddenly started talking to me out of the blue as we were never really close before, and immediately became my support after the breakup although Julie was her close friend. Am I the to emotionally cheat on Julie? Should I have told her about Mindy's texts? Should I have not moved on from her so quickly, even though Julie broke up with me? I was just hurting and Mindy was right there to support me. I need advice from someone with a clear mind on what the fuck is going on. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Sounds like you and Julie need to talk privately and discuss what Mindy said to each of you. As others said, this sounds all too convenient. Mindy was in both of your ears telling you both what she wanted you to hear to orchestrate this whole thing. Please reach out to Julie and ask her to talk to you alone. Even if you both don't get back together, I'm sure you care for each other deeply and she would want you to be with someone who cares about you and won't manipulate you, and her. Her manipulation of you is more direct but Julie is the victim as well. OP, you are right. If Julie is right, I just threw a 4-year relationship under the bus in 2 weeks. Comment 2. So what's your reason for sleeping with your ex's good friend weeks after the breakup? It's understandable you wanted to move on, but why her? OP, I was not planning on it. But she just stayed back after the party and things happened. Did I feel guilty after that? Yes. I felt discarded and unwanted after a 4-year relationship and was not thinking straight. Update 1, 28. Posted last week regarding my girlfriend Julie, 29, accusing her friend and co-worker Mindy, 28, of sabotaging our relationship. Julie broke up with me in December after a 4-year relationship and Mindy reached out to me when I was feeling down. However, when Julie realized Mindy was talking to me, she confronted both of us last Sunday morning and told me that Mindy manipulated her to break up with me. The worst part was I was not thinking straight after the breakup and ended up hooking up with Mindy after a New Year's party. After the incident I asked Mindy if I needed some time and did not meet her. Since then I made the following post on Reddit and had 3,000 people call me an idiot. I am sorry for the long post, but I wanted to say that we were not idiots to not see what happened. You guys read an abridged version of events in 5 minutes, while we lived it for the last 7 months. I messaged Julie every day since then, to try and talk to her. She did not reply to my messages. I was not sure if she blocked me. Mindy was constantly trying to message me, asking if we could meet and talk about it. On Wednesday, one day after posting, I decided to message Mindy. I told her to tell me everything she said to Julie truthfully. I told her I would go and see if I found out that she was lying. Mindy wanted to meet me in person or talk to me on the phone, but I wanted everything in writing. She messaged me that Julie always said good things about me for all these years. When Julie told her about us talking about getting married in 2024, she was happy for both of us. However, Julie started telling her that she had cold feet and was not sure if she wanted to marry me because of issues she observed about her parents' marriage. One day Julie told her she wanted to take a break from me. She was not sure about her true feelings for me. That was the time Mindy told me about Julie's behavior, as she felt bad for me, as we were already telling our families about the engagement plans. After our fight, she said that Julie was extremely upset and told Mindy that she would never marry me. She said that the only reason Julie came back was when she heard that I was moving on, as she is jealous of us. She also said that I was a good guy, and hopefully, I see that what we have is something special. I just said okay and told her I needed time. I kept on messaging Julie once a day to at least talk to her once. It was heartbreaking to think that she may have blocked me and may never talk to me again. On Friday afternoon, Julie finally replied. She said she wanted to meet me and told me she would come to our apartment on Saturday afternoon. I cleaned the place up and was just feeling deep guilt from inside before facing her. When she came in, she looked like a shell of herself and completely broken. I sat on our sofa, but she chose to sit away from me. We asked how we both were, but it was clear that none of us were doing well. I started apologizing, but she stopped me. She asked me to let her finish and not to interrupt her. She had brought her little notebook and had written down things she wanted to say to me. She told me that she truly loved me. But after we discussed getting married, she started feeling scared of the next big step. She thought those feelings were normal and would go away. So she decided to not discuss her concerns with me. It kept on eating her from inside, and she made a mistake to talk to Mindy about them. She said that she wanted to say everything to me now, so I don't get secondhand information about why she was distant and broke up with me. She said that her parents had a very rocky marriage, though they were together until her mom passed away in 2021 during the pandemic. Her parents argued constantly, and she always thought her mom did not love her dad. However, her mom was extremely dependent on him for everything, and her dad knew it and hence didn't treat her well. She never wanted to be like her mom after the marriage. However, as we lived together, she started seeing some of those issues in our relationship. For example, when we met, Julie had a lot of credit card debt and was bad at managing her money. I helped her with that. Even though we have separate finances, I ended up managing all her finances, investments, etc. At her request, to the point that she did not know or understand where her money exactly was. She also said that we always enjoy making nice meals for dinner every day. However, whenever I work late, she completely loses any motivation to cook and ends up eating cheese and crackers like a toddler for dinner. She also complained that in the last 4 years of our relationship, I have never said no to her for buying anything. She feels that I coddle her, and she just got comfortable with all the luxuries and things I can provide for her. She talked about this with Mindy, and while Mindy initially just listened to her, she told her around September that one of her cousins also had the same issue. She decided to stay away from her fiancé for a month, and within a week, she realized how much she missed him and never had doubts again. When Julie asked for a break, all she wanted to do was to live with her best friend for a few weeks, to see if she was just too codependent on me. She knew I was planning to propose during our Christmas trip to my parents' house, and when I told her that she could not take a break, she just freaked out and broke up with me, as she did not want to be engaged without knowing for sure that we won't end up like her parents. After this, she asked me when I started meeting Mindy, and how many times we met. I opened my chat messages with Mindy and handed her the phone. I told her I met Mindy only once in September, where she told me that Julie wanted to break up with me because she was not happy with our relationship. I already had noticed Julie's distant behavior, and when I asked her, the only answer I got was, "I am fine, we are fine." Due to my insecurities, I tried to hold on to Julie and started coddling her more, planning more expensive dates, and trying to spend more time at home. When Julie asked me for a break and to stay away from me for a few weeks, I thought that was the final step before the breakup and broke down and fought with her, which led to our breakup and her moving out. At this point, Julie's voice started cracking up. She asked me when Mindy contacted you after the breakup. I pointed her to the messages. Mindy initially just started sending me memes to cheer me up, and I just used to respond with thanks, or a thumbs up. However, the messages started getting more frequent, and she offered to talk to me in case I needed help. She asked me what I was doing for Christmas and New Year's, and when I told her I was inviting a few friends, she told me that she does not have any plans for New Year's, and I invited her. Julie stopped me there. She told me she did not need to hear the details after that. She told me that when she moved out of our house after our fight, she thought she was just not ready to get married to me. She stayed with her friend for 2 weeks and then got her new apartment in January. She told me that she was miserable and missed me badly. It became more acute when she moved into the apartment alone, and could not stay there for even one night. Her best friend is currently staying with her in the new apartment. She realized she could not live without me within a week of living there. When she asked one of our mutual friends, on Saturday, about how I was doing, she told her about the party and told her Mindy was there. It did not make sense to her why Mindy would be at the party. She concluded that Mindy and I were having an affair during our relationship, and that was the reason Mindy must have tried to break us apart, by constantly telling her that she should not get married if she had doubts. When she saw Mindy in our apartment on Sunday, she completely broke down. However, when she learned that Mindy was also talking to me and telling me the opposite things, she realized how naive she was to throw everything away without properly talking to me first. As hurt as she is seeing me with Mindy, she also does not want to lose me. She kept on calling herself an idiot and apologizing for not telling her concerns to me sooner. I sat next to her and tried to hug her, but she moved away. She asked me if I was willing to still be together, and I told her I would give anything to get her back. She told me she was also willing to forget what happened, but she had a few conditions. Her first condition was that I cut contact with Mindy. I block her everywhere and never contact her again. If I see her standing in front of me, I act as if she is invisible. I was okay with that. Secondly, she has already signed up for individual therapy and is on the waitlist. She wants us to do couples therapy so that we can talk about all the concerns we have and work through them. We also decided to hold off our engagement or marriage until we both can get into couples therapy. I was also okay with that too. Finally, she wanted me to forget the last month as a bad nightmare and never talk about it again. And if I ever make a "we were on a break" joke, she will punch me in the face. This was the first time we both smiled. I asked her what she was going to do about Mindy as they worked together. She said the biggest punishment for Mindy is to know that she did not succeed in breaking us up. She wants Mindy to see how happy she is with me. She wants Mindy to be there when she flaunts her engagement ring in the office and gets jealous when we get married. We hugged and I felt so relieved that I had a chance to make things right for her. I asked her to stay and she agreed. The rest of the evening was nice. We ordered DoorDash and watched reruns of Top Chef while cuddling on our couch. In the morning, we discussed moving back together. I want her to move back to our old apartment, but she wants a fresh start and asked me if I'm willing to move into her new apartment. Her new apartment is tiny compared to our current apartment and also not in the best neighborhood, but we will talk about it more and decide. I also will have to deal with the issue of having two 12-month leases, and how to get out of one of them. Currently, Julie went to her apartment after lunch to get some of her stuff for the week and I am writing this post. I am just so lucky that I did not lose Julie despite my terrible actions during the last month. I just hope that I will be able to work things out and get married soon, and this whole incident is a small bump in our perfect relationship. I also don't know how to address the issue where she feels coddled by my behavior and feels like I'm making her codependent on me. It's just my personality and I need to work on that during couples therapy. However, any tips from you guys are welcome on how to make her feel less codependent. P.S. Thanks to everyone who checked on my health during the last few days via direct messages, and sent me numbers for helplines. Don't worry, I am a marathon runner, and don't give up that easily. Relevant comments. Comment 1. So what happened to Mindy? OP, no idea. As far as I'm concerned, she does not exist. Comment 2. So it was Mindy who suggested to Julie to take the break? OP, yes. Mindy told Julie that she should take a break, and at the same time told me Julie wanted to break up with me because she was unhappy with me. I thought a break meant she wanted to move away and I would never see her again if I said yes. Comment 3. I don't know how you can make someone who can't even stay alone in their apartment less codependent. She needs her own therapist to make that happen, or she will again blame you for making her that way. OP, yes, she is looking for one right now. I have been in therapy and it takes time to find the right therapist that helps you. At least now we have discussed the issue, so it will be easier for us to see the signs and work on them together. New update. I wrote a few posts 6 months ago regarding breaking up with my then fiancée Julie because she asked me for a break and then hooking up with her friend Mindy. It turned out that Mindy was the one who encouraged Julie to ask me for a break and also befriended me and told me about Julie's intentions in advance. They were the worst few weeks of my life, but Julie and I reconciled and got back together. A lot of you have been asking me for an update, and I feel this is a good time to give a final update. After the incident, Julie told me that she wants to get back together and forget about the whole thing, but I could see that she was still hurt by my behavior. I tried to not love bomb her and give her space as that was the reason why we broke up in the first place. Julie had a mental breakdown, and had a panic attack, during the week after she saw Mindy with me in our apartment. She got an online therapist who she still sees once a week. We also looked for couples counseling and were able to see one almost a month after the incident. We decided to put our plans for marriage on hold until then. I could feel that Julie was making a lot of effort to act normally, but something was not right. I was optimistic about us, but it was hard to see her suffer because of my actions. During our first couples counseling session, we both opened up about our relationship and talked about the incident. Julie apologized to me for not communicating what was in her mind and how bad she felt for putting me through all the drama. She told me that she did not know how to process her thoughts and did not want to unload all her negative feelings on me and panicked in the moment. I also apologized to her about everything, and at one point we were in competition on who gets to take a bigger blame for what happened. There were a lot of tears, and I found the experience very healing. The counselor told us that she could see how much we love each other and should take baby steps towards talking to each other about what is in our mind. She gave us some exercises to do after going home and discussing certain things. By the time we left her office, I was so sure that I wanted to spend my life with Julie. I told her that, and she also said that she cannot imagine a life without me. We decided to go ahead with our wedding plans. Mindy tried to contact me several times. She messaged me, but Julie blocked her on my phone and all socials. She also contacted Julie and sent some nasty messages to her. The worst was 15 days after the incident, when Mindy started posting pictures of me and her on Instagram every day. Some of those photos were intimate, non-nude, and it caused a lot of pain to Julie. Julie reported her to HR and got a transfer, and promotion, to a different department after a month. The last I heard from Mindy was when she sent me a long email on my work email, but I deleted it without reading. The photos Mindy posted did cause a lot of drama, and we had to explain to our parents and friends about what happened during that time. As you all may have guessed, I was unanimously nominated for the Idiot of the Year award, but I am sure my sister would give me a good run for it before the year ends. The whole issue lasted for a month, and then we never heard from Mindy again and just moved on with our lives. Julie has been talking to her therapist about her codependency issues and concerns. I think it's childhood trauma, and the therapist feels that it might have amplified after her mother's sudden death. I have been trying to help Julie slowly take interest in our finances, recommend Ramit Sethi podcast, but she is allergic to money talks and always changes the subject. I was able to break the lease that Julie signed by paying some penalty, and we stayed in our old apartment. However, Julie wanted to move out of it as soon as possible because of the bad memories. We purchased a single-family home a few months ago in a nice suburb and moved there in May. I don't think that issue of codependency is resolved and probably may have increased after the incident, but I love her, will always be there for her when she needs me. On to the main update. Julie and I got married last Saturday in a nice intimate ceremony held at my father's country club. All our family and friends were present, and I could not have asked for a better evening. I wish I could share photos of Julie in her wedding dress because she looked stunning. We plan to leave for our honeymoon next week, and I could not have been happier about how things turned out. Hopefully, in 25 years, Julie and I would look back at this incident as a small blip in our perfect life. Relevant comments. Comment 1, looks like a happy update after all. Make sure to keep communicating about any issues either of you might have, and don't be afraid to go back to counseling if it's needed. OP, thanks. We did attend couples counseling for 2 more sessions, and it was good to talk through our expectations about each other. I know not everyone needs it, but would highly recommend it to any couple getting married. Comment 2. I'm sorry, how are you the idiot for her leaving you because her BFF got into her head? Also, how is your sister trying to take away your championship belt? OP, I feel like an idiot because I should have taken some time before moving on to the next girl willing to be with me. Julie and I were in a relationship for 4 years and I almost threw everything away in 15 days. I feel if you read the first post in isolation and the 3K plus comments, you would also see why I am an idiot here. My sister is a goofball. I am sure she will do something more stupid before the end of the year. There is no way in hell I will win that title when she is around. I punched an autistic kid after he groped me and now everyone hates me. Am I the jerk? That grope was the last straw. I have known Troy since nursery, kindergarten for Americans, or just anyone, and he has always been a baby. It was always his autism that made him who he was. I don't know why, but he always had a crush on me. I rejected him gently multiple times, but he never took no for an answer. As we grew older, he got worse. He started commenting on my chest. Asking to touch them. Asking to see them. His friends kept trying to convince me to show him because nobody would be nice enough to give him a chance. And in year 7, 6th grade, he started groping me. I told teachers, but they kept saying that his autism doesn't make him know any better. It was only me. He got jealous when I was in the presence of another guy. He would have meltdowns and I got into trouble because I knew how upset he would get. No, I didn't. It was like my only purpose was to be his. I wasn't allowed to be my own person. The groping continued. I kept telling him to stop. He didn't listen. I remember crying on the floor and teachers just kept saying that his autism makes him like this and that I'm being a good person by taking care of him. His groping hurt. I don't know how to explain it. He just grabbed my chest and butt hard. And it hurts. The groping continued for 4 years. I was always his caretaker, his girlfriend, his best friend, his. I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't take it anymore. It was hot and I wore a skirt and he proceeded to put his hands up my skirt and groped my butt. I lost it and punched him around the nose. His nose got broken and unfortunately now I am getting put into isolation for 2 months for bullying an autistic kid. He's not a kid though. He's 16 years old. He acts normal around his friends. He treats everyone else with respect. He's not a kid. Now everyone hates me. I have been receiving death threats and people have been saying he should have done worse. Now all I want to do is curl up and die. Maybe I should have been nicer. Maybe I should have been more sympathetic. Maybe I should have just accepted it. I could have been his only chance. For the record, I don't despise autistic people. He is not a representative of them. He is just an awful person. Troy is just a horrible person. Thank you for letting me vent. Edit. Hi all. I didn't expect so much attention, so thank you for the validation. Giving my context. His parents are prominent people in our community. His dad is a third-generation Army something, IDK, and his mom is known for always holding all of the stuff for kids. Like the summer fairs, etc. She is also part of the school board and friends with the higher-ups if you will, which is why this happened at all. I wasn't technically his caretaker because I didn't have to feed him, clothe him, etc. I just had to be his friend. His dad is also friends with the police station, they go way back, so that's another reason why they didn't do much. Or just took a statement then wrote him off as mentally disabled. And the police here just suck ass here. Police officers have essayed many women before here. They just get let off unfortunately. Onto a semi-update. Firstly, my parents will look into lawyers, we just couldn't afford one, and I was always too scared to get one. I guess it was because I have been so neglected, that I just thought nobody would believe me. However, my other relatives said that they would chip in and pay for a good lawyer. Meanwhile, my parents took me out of the school and I will stay at my grandma's for a while to recover. My auntie is also going to pay for my therapy. So I will enjoy that much needed therapy. Thank you so much for the kind words. I hope you all miraculously wake up with more money in your bank's accounts than you expected. Edit 2. Hi all, I didn't expect this story to end up on TikTok so quickly. I would like to thank you all again for your words and thank you so much to those who have been reaching out to me. It means a lot. I would also like to point out that this is a throwaway account, and I want to stay anonymous. But thank you all so much again for the kind words and comments. I realize that I was never in the wrong. That I am a person. Thank you. I truly hope you all have the best days ever. You all are amazing. Relevant comments from OOP. Comment 1. Is the kid cognitively challenged? OP, nope, he has mild autism if that makes sense. He's actually quite good around people. Just not me. IG. Comment 2. I would get law enforcement involved. OP, we tried to. They just didn't care because he is mentally challenged. My parents genuinely tried to do something, but when everyone defends him, they believe the majority. I mean, when I usually say this story, people automatically think I hate autistic people. I don't. Because autistic people don't do this. Horrible people do. Autism isn't the label for assault, the label is sexual assaulter. Update. Firstly, I would like to thank you all so much for your kind words and messages. Thank you for your support and validation, your words meant so much to me. Also, I thought I would explain the whole I hope you all miraculously wake up with more money in your bank account comment. I heard someone in TikTok say this and thought it would be a nice thing to say, as some people did question it in my messages. But yeah, thank you all again. Before this update starts, I would like to say that this all occurred like 2 weeks ago now. I just reached my breaking point and needed to vent. Hence why the update may be soon to some. This won't be the final update, but an update. I would also like to clear the air with my parents. Now unfortunately, my parents come from a country where this stuff is normal. Not only that, but I am partially to blame as I didn't say anything. Eventually I did tell them and they tried their best to help me. But they didn't know how. Though I do acknowledge their efforts, I am still going to be taking time to heal from them as well. My entire family also had a go at them and expressed their disappointment. The best thing for now is for me to spend some time apart from them. So to begin, I left the school. After my parents had heard that I got into trouble seriously because of Troy again, they basically thought it was time to pull me out. I am due to start my new school in 2 weeks. I have also been trying to settle at my grandma's house as I just needed a fresh start with fresh people. To be honest, I have never felt so free. I have had to deal with that torment for years and years. So now I can enjoy the pleasure of walking home and not seeing him or bumping into him. So I feel great. On to the serious stuff. As I had mentioned, my family basically decided to pay for a lawyer, and we are now hoping to have a lawsuit against basically everyone involved. My grandma also had to go to put nicely with the school's board for basically allowing nepotism to harass other girls. She called all of the teachers a disgrace for endangering not only me but other people and saying how none of the teachers who allowed this deserved to even step foot into a school. This experience has also not been all sunshines and daisies. After the suit was claimed or made, IDK, my parents got letters and messages basically asking for the case to be dropped. My parents obviously said no. But it still didn't stop the harassment. I eventually got harassed too. All of the people giving me death threats decided to go into graphic detail on what Troy wanted to do to me. Spoiler, it wasn't great. And Troy's parents showed up on my doorstep demanding to see me and talk to me and how Troy is ready to apologize. Thankfully by then my uncle and I had been on the way to my grandma's house. However, my parents obviously didn't let them in regardless and said that if they wanted to communicate it had to be through a lawyer. The harassment didn't stop. And eventually Troy sent me a message on a burner account detailing all of the things he was going to do if got the opportunity to, and that I should be grateful that I managed to walk away with just a groping. Troy also kept spewing on about how I'm nothing but a whore or slut, etc. And I should be grateful that someone so popular even looked my way. He kept saying how if I'd just let him fuck me, he wouldn't have groped me. However, I know if I did that I would no longer be myself. I would be his property forever. The thought of that makes me want to vomit. Also, his logic doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, I just got receipts and blocked him. I also asked my parents to help me change my number. And I did. My grandma, being the person she is, decided that wasn't good enough and got me a whole new phone. She claims it's compensation for my trauma. Thanks, Grandma. I am starting therapy the day after tomorrow and I am hoping to start family therapy in August as, truthfully, I don't know if I'm mad at my parents or should be mad. Like, is it my fault for not saying anything? But that's all the update I can give you for now. The lawsuit will be a whole other process and hopefully if I remember I can update you all again. Thank you so much for your words. I truly appreciate all of you. I hope this update is clear enough for you and apologies if you made it this far. Now to the next story, Story 2. My autistic brother spent over 400 pounds of my hard-earned money on Lego, and my mum supports this. I, 14, have a brother 16 who has autism and I just can't stand it anymore. Before you go and make assumptions, let me get this out of the way. He's not like the autistic people you see on the news or online. He's a perfectly functional, intelligent person, however he becomes violent when he doesn't get his way, and his brain doesn't get toilet messages, regularly pisses, shits himself. The thing with him is, these things only happen at home. Anywhere else, he doesn't have any problems with accidents in his pants. What happened today drove me over the edge to the point of writing this. For context, here is the usual routine. I woke up to him on my bed hitting me repeatedly. My parents are downstairs making breakfast, oblivious to this. He won't stop, so I shout for my mom. She comes upstairs, gets him off me by rewarding him with chocolate, and proceeds to yell at me for shouting at her, and confiscate my electronics for an hour. When I get home from school, all is fine. I do some homework and go on the Xbox. After around 30 minutes on the Xbox, he does the same thing. Hits me over and over, leaving me with no choice but to call for my mom. She again rewards him for stopping, before proceeding to tell me off, and confiscate my electronics for the rest of the day. I'm writing this with the phone one of my friends bought for me which I keep under my bed, as this is the only way I get to use technology for over 40 minutes a day. A reminder that this is the daily routine and has been occurring for at least 5 years. However, what happened today was even worse. He'd seen a Lego set that he wanted and beat me up until he got it. I shouted for my mum, but this time, she did something different. She let him order all the Lego he wanted, from my debit card. I've been saving up doing my paper round for 2 years to buy a PC, and he just blew 400 pounds of my money on Lego. I hate this. I hate my life. It feels like I'm only living to suffer. This post is purely me venting, and will likely not go anywhere, but I don't care. With all that said, is there anything I can do about this? I'm a minor in the UK if that helps. TLDR, my autistic brother spent over £400 of my hard-earned money on Lego, and my mum supports this edit. Thanks for all the supportive comments. I didn't think anyone would care. Edit 2, 2000 upvotes. You guys are insane. I didn't think anyone would care about this, but obviously you guys do. I'm writing an update to answer some of your questions, and explain my next moves. Again, thank you all so much for all of the support. Update. First, I just want to say thank you. Thank you all so much for all the support on the original post and all of your ideas in the comments. I tried to reply to every comment, but there are so many that I can't do that, although I do read them all. Second, I want to do a quick FAQ as many comments are asking the same thing. So here goes. Move in with another family member, tell another family member. They all live 100+ miles away and don't believe that it's serious. You can get your money back as you're the cardholder. Nope, I need a legal guardian to go into the bank with me to do that. And finally, hit him back. I am a weak, 5 foot tall 14-year-old. He is a strong, 6 foot tall 16-year-old. This would cause more harm to me because he would attack back harder, and my mum would punish me more. Next, to the people who have offered me money in PMs and the comments. Thank you all so much for the offer, but I'm not going to accept anything. As I've come to realize, the assault is far more serious than the money at the end of the day. Finally, on to my plan. After reading literally 100s of comments, I've decided that the best course of action is to leg it out of school to the police station on Wednesday, and show them my collected video evidence, and the bruises on my arms. Again, thank you all so much for your advice. Please let me know if this is what I should do or if there's a better alternative. Edit. Just got 3 videos of this story in a row on TikTok. That's absolutely crazy. My parents favored my younger brother over me. They even chose to attend his game instead of coming to my wedding. Buckle up guys, this will be kinda long. So I, 27, have a younger brother, Mike, 21. He is the definition of a man-child and a mama's boy, always complaining, always expecting others to bow to him. Just overall, an asshole. Ever since he was born, my parents fussed over him for everything. He's not special needs, or had a traumatic birth or anything of the sort. He was just born. And my parents completely discarded me. My mom, 5, especially. She went from a loving mother to one of those boy moms that people make fun of on the internet. My father, 50, still showed me love and support, but he's always been too much of a coward to stand up to my mother and let me win at least once. The only one who stood for me was my grandpa, 76, who always called my parents out on their bullshit, and never liked my brother. I remind him of his late wife, my grandma, and we have a very special bond. But he lives on the other side of the country and I could never see him often. Mike knows our mom prefers him, and loves to shove it in my face. Because of this and his behavior, we've always been at odds. He's spoiled, a brat and an awful human. I can't remember how many times I ended up in trouble for things I did better than him or for things he framed me with. His only talent is his football skills. He won a scholarship to a nice college out of state. My parents didn't spend a dime on my education because apparently my fund had been used to cover expenses after a fire, just for me to discover years later that money was given to Mike to buy a car and a house. It's at a public university that I met Lucas. He was the first person I was really drawn to there. Of course I met new people who are now my dearest friends, and thanks to them and Lucas, who was my best friend for years before we got together, I managed to move out of my parents' house. Now both Lucas and I are well known in our fields and have very good salaries. Now, to the main issue. Lucas proposed to me a year ago. We're very private people, so we didn't post it on social media or anything, and when I told my parents they dismissed it with a "that's nice." I'm starting to think they downright didn't listen to me at all. We decided that we wanted a nice but simple ceremony and reception with our friends and relatives. Lucas convinced me to invite my parents and brother, but they never responded to the invite. And whenever I went to visit and began to talk about my wedding, without mentioning it was a wedding, my mom would always speak over me and about my brother's accomplishments and wild adventures. At one point I got fed up with it and interrupted my mom to tell her that there was an event I was planning to organize, whose date was unmovable. She told me that they couldn't attend, because my brother was playing the last game of the season that very same day, and wanted them to be there. Of course, this favoritism didn't surprise me. They missed my ballets, shows and both my high school and university graduation for things about him. At this point, I wanted to be petty. I told both my parents that it wasn't a problem to miss this event, purposely omitted the fact that this event was my wedding, and didn't insist further. Flash forward to a few weeks ago, I got married. It was perfect. My family, Lucas's family and our friends were all there and we had a blast. My grandpa was happy to give me away, and it was just perfect. My relatives asked me multiple times why my parents weren't there with us. I was honest and simply said they had my brother's game to attend, and couldn't come. They gave me a few looks, and my grandpa was visibly angry for a while, but otherwise nothing strange happened. After the reception, Lucas and I left for our honeymoon, and were phone-free for the whole duration of the trip. But once we got back, we discovered that a shitstorm was welcoming us home. I turned my phone on, and was unable to even unlock it before a storm of notifications popped up. Most of them were from my mother and brother. Mike called me all sorts of nasty names and insulted me because, apparently, one of my paternal aunts posted the photos of the wedding on Facebook, and captioned it with a very obvious dig at my parents, especially my mom, for missing the wedding. The post apparently went viral in my parents' community, and they've been publicly shamed for their mistreatment of me. It also turns out that my grandpa personally visited my parents to go on a tirade to shame my father, his son, to the point of tears. And this seemed to be my father's breaking point, because he was so distraught for missing his only daughter's wedding and for his father's disapproval, that he finally rebelled against my mom and is threatening divorce unless she makes it up to me. I think that's the reason why my mom has been spamming my phone with messages, at first insulting and threatening and then downright pitiful, full of begging and pity parties. Now I'm at home with my husband, deciding how to approach the situation. Most of my relatives, even those I didn't invite to the wedding, reached out to apologize for what I went through and to claim they had no idea this was happening at home. Can't blame any of my relatives. They all live with my grandpa on the other side of the country or in another state. But my mom's sisters and friends are belittling me for not telling my mom about the wedding, because now she's inconsolable at the thought of having missed my wedding. Personally, I think she just claims that to save face, but I'm not sure. The latest messages from my father and mother seem extremely saddened and hurt for missing my wedding. Now my family is divided on three fronts. The majority who are sticking by my side, my maternal aunts shaming me for hurting my mom's feelings, and my maternal grandparents who are adamant that I forgive my mom in light of her atonement. My best friends are telling me not to listen to them. TLDR, since some of you guys want the juice without reading the post. My parents have preferred my younger brother over me my entire life, and prioritized his events over mine. I got engaged and told everyone, but was dismissed. I sent a wedding invitation to my parents and double-checked, but they didn't respond. When I told them the date, they told me my brother had a game they had to attend. I didn't repeat that it was my wedding during the exchange and told them that they weren't missing anything. I had my wedding and now my parents are receiving backlash from my relatives and community after my aunt posted a dig at my mother. Edit. Thank you so much for the feedback and love. It's overwhelming. I'm going to address the popular questions here. I did inform my parents about my wedding. I sent traditional on-paper invites to all my guests, and was notified that all invites had reached their addressees. I did not receive any answer from my parents and Mike, a few very distant relatives, and some people on Lucas's side. I did reach out to all of them through a message to double-check, and those who hadn't replied told me they couldn't come. I asked my parents and brother via text, but they didn't respond. I was left to read. Knowing them and given all the things I had to plan, I didn't bother insisting. I didn't repeat the date of my wedding because I had already been told there was my brother's game. Plus, every time I insisted on highlighting my celebrations to get an answer, I was always told that it wasn't that important and to not be pissy and a bother. Because some things were simply more important than me. At this point I think it's fair for me to not insist anymore. It's not worth the effort. I didn't keep my wedding a secret. I avoided telling my parents that it was my wedding to see if they would be interested in the slightest, but surprise surprise, they weren't. Despite this, I did openly talk about my wedding with my aunts and uncles. My mother was in the room with us a few times when I discussed venues or dress shops with my aunt, the FB post one. But sometimes mom was on the phone, and other times she was just chatting with other people. She never paid attention. When I talked about it during reunions, she smiled and said, "That's great, dear," and then would change the subject. Radio silence on Dad and Mike. I kept in contact with them because, well, all the times I tried to go NC in the past years I've been harassed. I tried after my HS, bachelor's and master's graduations, to which they never bothered to show up for reasons involving my brother. Every time I was shamed for daring to turn my back on family by my parents, my brother, my maternal aunts and my maternal grandparents. I think the turning point here is that, all those times, Lucas wasn't by my side. We started dating a little after my last attempt at going NC, and now that I have him here, I feel more confident in my stance. But before that, I want this confidence. As I already stated, all my paternal side lives on the other side of the country and wasn't aware of how they treated me. I did try to expose my parents once, at 14. My aunts, uncles and grandpa reprimanded them, they faked being sorry, and then once home I got the beating and gaslighting of my life for lying. After that, L kept in contact regularly with my paternal side, but omitting my parents' abuse out of fear, which still haunts me to this day. Only grandpa knew, but he was always threatened to be alienated from me if he tried anything. My parents and I are not from the same city. I live in a city an hour drive from my parents' small town, and they don't know my new address because once, my brother tried to break into my apartment to steal some cash and my mother backed him up, claiming that siblings share their goods. Now I moved, and I'll be sure not to tell them where I live. My parents didn't buy my brother a car and a house before he even started high school. They bought him a car for his 16th birthday, and a house near his college when he began freshman year. They didn't spend the money from my fund right away, they just lied to me to use it later for my brother, keeping it stored for later in the meantime. Relevant comments. Commenter: do you think it would have been different if they knew it was a wedding and not just an event? OP: well, I am pretty certain my parents would have been a handful at my wedding anyway. They ruined a cousin's wedding by making it all about how my brother had just given his first university exam, and he got drunk and trashed part of the cake. So, I'm wondering what made me want to add them to the guest list in the first place, but then again in my family going NC or even LC is considered shameful. The cousin whose wedding Mike trashed cut my family off, and they've been dragged for turning their back on family over a minor accident. OP on her father missing her wedding and why it was a big deal for him. OP. Giving daughters away is a big deal on my father's side of the family. He only has me, and has made a big deal since birth despite how he treated me. Appearances, that's what matters? Make of this whatever you wish to make it. Update. First of all, I want to thank all those who were interested in my story, and those who wished me and my husband a happy life. I am beyond grateful for your reassuring messages, and your love and feedback. The response was overwhelming and beyond what I ever thought it could be. I love you all so much. To those who believed my story was fake, I want to say that I'm happy your family life is better than mine, to the point of thinking of my reality as a fantasy, but I'd appreciate it if you stopped harassing me in DM, claiming that I'm writing a fake story for attention. If I've missed a few details in the OG post, it's because I was overwhelmed and crying my eyes out because of my family's harassment. You are not forced to read my story, or think it's true, but I think keeping the smallest amount of decency would be nice. Oh, and before diving in the update, let me clarify a few things. Yes, the invitation specifically stated it was a wedding. No excuses. My maternal side of the family didn't come to the wedding. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear in the OG post. Most of them were busy, and the others just gave me excuses to send a gift but did not come. That's it. Don't ask me why they didn't discuss my wedding with my mom, it's not like I live in their brain. My mother's atonement is the fact that she apologized via text. Now on to the update. Things have been a little crazy this past week. I got off of Reddit for a couple of days, to gather my thoughts. Then I had a lengthy conversation with Lucas about how to proceed. He's been my rock, and I don't think I could ever love him more than I already do. My parents were always a taboo topic, but he hit me with a brutal reality check that I absolutely needed. We reached the conclusion that the fact I kept in contact all this time, stuck around and couldn't go NC, isn't healthy. I've realized that, the reason I never fully went NC, was that deep down I just wanted their approval, even now, for once. Pathetic, I know. But it's like a drug, being with my parents. They can be loving, funny, caring and warm, until they're not. The little love they give makes you crave for more, and you want their approval so badly you destroy yourself. But that's enough. I promised myself that things are going to change. I've thought about it and decided to start therapy, and to go NC with all those who made an issue about this situation, for good this time. After the days dedicated to reflecting on how I feel, I ended up messaging my father to tell him that, if he wanted to talk, I would meet him, Mom and Mike in a neutral location the following day. He immediately replied and agreed, and we met at the park. My father's sisters and brother accompanied us for damage control. My father looked distraught and as if he had been crying for a while. My mom looked the same, but I think it was more out of anger and embarrassment. My brother looked annoyed. I told the three of them about how their behavior and preference in regards of my brother always hurt me, and that their abusive behavior made me realize that I didn't want contact with any of them again after that meeting. My mother tried to cut me off multiple times, but my aunt, the one who posted on FB, shut her up every single time. When I asked them why they would treat me this way, they didn't know what to say. My father kept crying and apologizing without giving me an answer, and my uncle reprimanded him for it. My mother seemed as if she was asking herself that for the first time, but well, in the end she just said that she simply disliked me. Plain and simple. And my brother? He just liked the attention and made me miserable as some kind of sport. I went on with my questions. When I asked why they never responded to my invite, they claimed to have never received one. I showed them the texts, but they denied receiving them. And well, it turns out that they hadn't in fact received my wedding invitation. When it arrived at their house, they weren't there. The only one in the house was my brother, who had come visiting for the weekend. He saw the invite and, as many of you guessed, ripped it up and trashed it. And then, when I texted my parents, he deleted the messages. Wasn't hard to do. According to him, they kept my chat archived and didn't get the notification. So my parents never actually got a formal invitation. I was just distraught. I asked Mike why he would do that, and he just shrugged, and claimed that it wasn't as important as the stuff they had in the program anyway. I had to stop Lucas from punching him in the face. Strangely enough, my parents were upset and started reprimanding him. He actually began to throw a tantrum and cry crocodile tears, and I must admit that I was kind of satisfied. But then my mom claimed that all was resolved, there was no need to fuss over a misunderstanding, and it was time for me to clear their name. That set me off, and I interrupted her, telling her that they weren't forgiven at all, that just because Mike trashed the invite, it didn't mean it automatically canceled all their neglect out. Plus, all that time it was still very obvious that I was having a wedding, and they should have asked about it. You want to know my mother's response? She said something along the lines of, "I did hear you talking about a wedding of yours, but I just thought you were being delusional." And seeking my attention with exaggerated scenarios. She was convinced Lucas didn't actually like me, nor would ever marry me. When I tell you I was about to trash her face, do you believe me? Another thing came up. It turns out that my brother didn't have a football game to go to at all. My parents used the fact that my husband, friends and I know little to nothing about football, we prefer soccer. And the fact I stopped asking about it when Mike would mock me during his time in high school, to make up a story to avoid my event. At the time I wrote the OG post, I couldn't confirm or deny the presence of a game because my brother has private social media and Lucas and I are blocked, and I foolishly trusted my parents' word. But no. You want to know where they went with that man-child? They went to Disneyland, because Mike wanted to go. They used the football story to cover for my brother's 100th tantrum holiday, and apparently they did it multiple times in the past months. At that point I was just completely burnt out and overwhelmed by this amount of information. The fact that I had been fooled this badly, that I was so gullible, genuinely made my blood boil, and I snapped. I stood up and told my father he was a sad, weak man, unable to stand up for his kids unless his wife approved of it. I told my brother he was a little dipshit, a poor excuse of a man that will not accomplish anything in his life and that he'll always live like the leech he is, baby to the point of uselessness. And to my mom, I told her that she was the worst narcissist, pathetic, little woman on the earth, that she didn't even deserve to be addressed and judged, for her irrelevance. That not even God could help her out because she is just too rotten. Harsh, I know. My mother shot up from her seat to scream at me halfway through my rant to her, but I was just too mad. I shouted at her to shut the fuck up and sit down, and listen for once. She got so mad it felt like steam was coming out of her ears. I don't remember much after that, just that I kept talking. And talking. It felt as if all my anger and hurt just flooded out. At one point I'm pretty sure the whole park was silent. I spat at my parents and Mike that I was disowning them all, and that if they're smart, they'll think before reaching out again. I took my purse and left with Lucas, Anna and Francis, leaving my parents and brother at my aunt's and uncle's mercy. I think at some point the reality of what I had just learned and said finally hit me, because I ended up having a panic attack on the way home. Lucas was driving, so Anna helped me through it until we stopped in a parking lot to calm me down. I am beyond grateful for their help. Once home I just fell on the bed and went to sleep. I really wanted to go with you guys' advice, and post the whole thread on FB, but given my work and career I couldn't expose myself like that. One thing is sharing my story from an anonymous throwaway on Reddit, the other is on FB, with my name and face plastered everywhere. I couldn't go down that path. Instead, I did something better. I made a folder with all of my mother's insults, messages and awful comments, and sent it to the woman in charge of my mom's church. It's a tight-knit community my mom worked her ass off to enter in, but that is also extremely judgmental, and being shunned by them is a death sentence. And well, that's exactly what happened. Just like clockwork, the scandal spread like wildfire, going out of the church and reaching the rest of the small town. You can imagine what this means for my mother and father. Because of my little spill, I did find other messages from my maternal side of the family, belittling me even more for upsetting their sister or daughter and insulting her. I just didn't care anymore at that point, so I followed you guys' advice and told them that from now on, they will no longer be part of my life and that they can talk shit all they want, I just won't care. Instead, they should be grateful I don't send their nasty texts to their employers and spouses. I blocked every single one of them, grandparents included, on everything. I did find a lengthy message from my father. He apologized for not being strong enough to face my mother, agreed that what I said was true and couldn't believe that he had lost so much of my life because of her. He told me he is going to divorce her no matter what my decision will be, because he is tired of being controlled. He would like a relationship with me to make up for all the years that passed. I did reply to him, to tell him that as of now I really don't want to see him or forgive him. He has replied that he'll try his best to win me back, and that he loves me. I replied back that, as of now, I find that hard to believe, and then blocked him too. Frankly, his slimy way of trying to get out of this situation by throwing my mother under the bus is pathetic. At least, she was hateful and owned up to it. He is only able to blame others for his choices. I don't want to surround myself with people like that. My mother and brother are blocked similarly to my maternal side. Mike wrote other messages to taunt and insult me, and I just blocked him. My mom threw herself a pity party for being shunned by her community and for her marriage going into shambles, and I just replied, good riddance, before blocking her too. As for my grandpa, he has decided to stay with us for a while, to stick by my side. He really is the best, and has read some of your comments. He isn't going to admit that he's flattered by them. Since then a few days have passed, and all has been quiet. Lucas is spoiling me rotten, and I'm starting therapy soon. I know this isn't the drama-filled, revengeful update you hoped for, but well, this is it. I'll let you know if anything changes or evolves. Thank you so much for the love and support you showed me. I think I'm going to log out now. As for now, goodbye. I've decided to start therapy. I confronted my parents and brother about their behavior and ended up disowning them. I sent my mother's nasty messages to the leader of her church, and now she and her husband are shunned by their community. Relevant comments. Commenter. Maybe once your father is actually divorced and gone NC with her and your brother, there's a basis for some rekindling of your relationship. But wow. OP, perhaps, but as of now I don't want to think about it. He's been a supportive dad, but he's never once defended me in his life. His love was unconditional until my mother decided it was in fact, conditional. And sometimes, it really felt like his love was just something on and off. I don't want to stick around to see when the magic spell will wear off. My husband's sister died from falling down the stairs 6 months ago. Now my husband has suddenly and baselessly accused me of killing her. This is long and ridiculous. Sorry. My 30 husband, Luke, 33, had a sister, Laura, 29. We were all close and saw each other 2-3 times a month, along with their parents. Almost 6 months ago, Laura fell down the stairs at their family home and died. It was a freak accident. There's a window on the half landing and she hit her head on the sill. I was the last person to see her. I was there for less than 10 minutes and she was in her pajamas making coffee. I didn't even stay for a drink, and I struggle with how such a brief and meaningless interaction could have been her last. She deserved so much more. My husband and I have only been married for a year, but we've been together for 4 and have known each other for 20 plus. When Laura's parents found her, they called my husband straight away and we rushed over. We faced the whole thing as a family. In the days after, Luke started quizzing me. Exactly what we talked about. What she was wearing, where we were standing, etc. It progressed to saying I was providing conflicting information, on tiny details he was deliberately misunderstanding, and accusing me of withholding information because I couldn't tell him things like what pajamas she was wearing. This escalated quickly but lasted for less than a week, as I lost my cool and made it clear that I was done answering questions. He didn't bring it up again and I wrote it off as a grief quirk. His behavior was generally that of a normal, grieving person. Last Friday, he outright accused me of murdering her, in front of his parents. Out of the blue. We were all stunned. There was an inquest which recently concluded and there was never any doubt the verdict would be accidental death. He said it was completely obvious and he couldn't believe that no one else could see it. He claims I went through his phone and found his messages with Laura. I have absolutely no idea what messages he's talking about. I have never looked at his phone, and that I went over to confront her and things got out of hand, and I pushed her downstairs. By the end he was shouting about going to the police and getting the inquest overturned, and how I wasn't going to get away with it. Let me be clear, Laura and I had a great relationship. We all did. I have no idea where this has come from, other than these messages I haven't seen, And even then, I don't think there's anything I could ever see on someone's phone that would drive me to murder. It's just ridiculous. He's been with his parents since this happened and will not talk to me at all. I've had some contact with his mom, but she's not being very communicative. The last I heard, she didn't know what messages he was referring to either. I am still completely stunned and I have no idea how to proceed. I made a commitment to be there for him always, and I understand that grief can manifest in strange ways, but part of me feels like my love for him died the second he called me a murderer, and I don't know how we could possibly work through this. I also really don't want to be thought of in this way, and I have no idea if he has said anything to people we know. I obviously haven't. A brain tumor or psychotic break has crossed my mind, and I suggested it to his mother, and she just said she'll talk to him. Other than the questions before, he hasn't been acting odd. Obviously he's been grieving, but he's seemed sane and sensible other than this. I feel like I'm going mad. Does anyone have any advice at all? TL Doctor, my husband's sister died in a horrible accident, and my husband, for absolutely no reason other than some mystery messages, thinks I murdered her? Edit. It has come to my attention that I accidentally used Laura's real name once in this post. Can I kindly ask anyone who commented who is real name? Delete their comment, as I really don't want this to bleed into my real life. For obvious reasons. Relevant comments. Moral_tack. Fuck no. You don't salvage this. You get a lawyer and get the fuck out. Best case scenario, he has just admitted to sending messages with his sister that he thinks would make you angry enough to kill her over them. I have some ideas about what those might be, and they're all bad. How did the parents react when he did this? OP, when he first laid out the accusation, at his parents' house, both his mother and I just kept asking him about the messages, and all he would say was that I know exactly what messages he was talking about. She was as stunned as me, and his father just said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He's a man of few words, but there was plenty of head shaking. The whole thing was surreal, no one knew how to react. I honestly don't know what kind of lawyer I would even speak to about this. From what I'm aware, the coroner's decision can't be appealed and the police can't launch an investigation into an accidental death. I don't think I'm quite ready for divorce. We haven't spoken since his accusation, and I walked out about 5 minutes after he threw it out, and I have no idea what his frame of mind is. Wonderful Prior 381. You need to get a lawyer to protect yourself in case he does go to the police. I would write down everything that you can remember that happened that day and keep it just in case. He may be having a psychotic break. As stated, don't talk to him or his immediate family or your friends without someone present, or preferably by text or email. Save everything. You need to take his accusations seriously and cover your ass. OP, I was interviewed by the coroner's office after her death, as I was the last person to see her. She died about 3 hours after I saw her, and I'd been to the supermarket and was home by that point. It's all verifiable and was a recorded interview. I haven't spoken to anyone but his mother, and that's only been over messages. She's never been a big texter, but she has seemed very cagey over the past few days. I don't know if this means she's seen the messages. I've asked and been ignored. Grolsch good. I think they mean to record everything you remember about the day your soon-to-be ex accused you of murder. OP, I'm feeling so freaked out at the idea that he came up with this almost immediately after her death, and has either been sitting on it or planning his confrontation, that I'm basically trying to dissect the past 6 months. Maybe it's time I start writing things down. Right until it happened, things felt very normal. Obviously her death has been felt deeply by all of us and things aren't anything like they were, but there have been no signs of anything like this, even on the day. OP on getting the messages. I'm absolutely desperate to see these messages, because I'm right there with you on the sheer wackiness of what they have to contain. It hadn't occurred to me that they might not exist. I've never known him to lie, but I do think a mental health issue is a real possibility. His relationship with his sister didn't seem odd, and I've never been interested in his phone, but he's never been defensive about it either, so I think you might be right. If I had such incriminating messages, I'd probably worry about them before now. When told to find an old iPad to use to access them, I have his iCloud password. It has a backup from yesterday. I have no idea how to turn this into something I can actually use. It doesn't have a messages folder or any signs of how to use it for anything other than restoring a whole phone, which I don't want to do. Does anyone know how to actually get the messages from this? Sorry to throw a tech support request in. I can't believe I didn't think of this. Huge thanks to the person who suggested it. Update 1. I'm in a bizarre and complex situation with my husband. I have broken the law, and I feel I have no choice but to do so again for my safety. I don't know what type of solicitor I need or what the next steps should look like. We're in England, and I'll try not to editorialize too much. My husband's sister died suddenly at the start of the year. Her death was an accident and there was no suggestion to the contrary. The inquest was recently concluded and a verdict of accidental death returned. I was the last person to see her, but her time of death, which was almost immediate due to her injury, was confirmed to be hours after I had left the house. All of this was verified at the time. In the immediate aftermath, my husband behaved strangely and kept trying to trip up my story of the last time we saw each other, which was a brief interaction. Last week, months after this was first and last mentioned, he outright accused me of murder, in front of his parents. He says I saw his messages with his sister and confronted her, and that he's going to have the coroner's decision overturned and have the police investigate. I haven't seen or heard from him since. Today is day 9. I posted for advice on Reddit. I'm pretty desperate at this point, and it has spooked me, quite reasonably I think, but also led to me committing a crime and planning another. My husband's iCloud credentials were saved on an old iPad in his office, and I downloaded his backup last night. I have read all of his messages with his sister, and there is absolutely nothing like he describes. I understand this is illegal and I'm concerned about the possible ramifications. I am also waiting for a callback from a locksmith to change the locks on the home we own together, which I believe is also against the law. So this leads to my actual questions. I feel justified in what I've done for my safety, but is there a degree of pragmatism under the law for these issues because of the situation? Or am I shooting myself in the foot? I am resigned to the fact my relationship is over, but his parents don't seem to be taking this seriously and they're icing me out. I believe this is a serious mental health issue which may put people, namely me, at risk. Can I do anything about this when all I have is the fact I'm being accused of murder? I feel he needs to be detained and this should be investigated as a full-blown psychotic break. Sorry, this is all a bit mental. In addition, what type of solicitor do I need? My understanding is that a coroner decision can't be appealed. Is that correct? Are his accusations going to go anywhere? Can I protect myself from this or stop him escalating to telling others? We live in our hometown and everyone knows everyone. This could follow me forever and it's either a lie or a delusion. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Relevant comments when told OP can't lock out her husband or force him to get a psych eval. OP. Thank you so much for your response. Locking each other out doesn't sound like a pattern I want to get into, but I think I'll go ahead and change them once on the basis that it isn't you did this so you have to leave the house, and also you'll be prosecuted. Levels of seriousness. In terms of him being deemed to lack capacity, is there any way I can trigger the process that you know of? Is something like this sufficient for the Mental Health Act to kick in? I've been Googling and you can be detained if professionals think your mental health puts you or others at risk, and you need to be in hospital. Seems very vague. Obviously I'm biased, but accusing someone of murder and screaming about how they aren't going to get away with it feels like risky behavior. Does he need to have made explicit threats or is there a clearer bar to meet? Sorry for asking so many questions. No Firefighter, 9257. You are jumping ahead of yourself and playing out situations that have not occurred. If your husband reports you to the police for accessing his data and you are subsequently arrested or taken in for questioning, then obtain the services of a criminal solicitor for advice. With respect of changing locks, ending your marriage, seek a solicitor that deals with family law divorce. If you feel that you're at risk from your husband, talk to a domestic abuse helpline. If you feel you're at an immediate risk of harm, then call the police. If you think your husband is mentally ill and presents a risk to himself or others, call the police. OP. I don't think that's a fair assessment. Being accused of arguably the most serious crime to exist has most definitely occurred. My understanding of the law is that something is illegal whether you're reported to the police or not. Those messages are evidence, as far as I'm concerned, that his accusations are false. They were apparently the trigger to me literally murdering someone I was extremely close to. I have illegally accessed them, and I don't think it's unreasonable to inquire as to the potential impact of that. I am fully aware that I need a solicitor, but as you're probably aware, today is Sunday. I don't know if I need to seek someone out based on a divorce, which honestly, if this is a mental health issue, is not going to be something I go for, or a criminal solicitor, or someone who deals with the Mental Health Act, as my absolute priority preference is getting him assessed. My only exposure to the legal system in my entire life was through the inquest, and that is obviously completely different to any of this. I'm not educated in this area. Commenter. It's sad and slightly suspicious that OP is jumping ahead to mental health assessments to defend themselves from accusations of murder when their husband is clearly going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. OP, what else can I do? He has blocked me everywhere, and we went from a normal couple dealing with the new normal 6 months after the death of his sister, to me being accused of murder over a family dinner because of messages which clearly don't exist, and it's been 9 days and I've heard nothing since. Can I remind you that the inquest was held and concluded? I dropped off some Tupperware, grabbed an umbrella I'd left behind the previous week, went to a big Tesco, then went home and called my mom. I was already home by the time she died, and my whereabouts were extremely easy to verify because my husband was home all day. It's obvious that he's going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. That is the exact point of all of this. Update 2. Firstly, thank you to those who helped me get to my husband's iCloud backups through an old iPad. I wasn't expecting much from Reddit, but I got valuable practical advice before my post was locked, and I appreciate it. There were no crazy, or even suspicious messages. I've searched for over 100 terms and scrolled back over the years. I saw a side of them both I wasn't expecting, but nothing that explains the claim I murdered Laura over their chats. Nothing to suggest he was cheating. Absolutely nothing to suggest incest. I repeat, no incest. No weird gaps where deleted conversations or a switch to another app would fit. Just siblings making plans, sending memes, and gossiping. They said unexpectedly horrible stuff about a few people, but not me. It was a sort of relief, but it raised more questions than it answered. I sought legal advice, also from Reddit, after posting here. Turns out my options are divorce him or sit down. I contacted my community mental health team, who said they'd reach out, but made it clear it wasn't urgent. I then called his mom and said that if I didn't hear from him by this weekend, I would get a solicitor and ask for a mental health assessment as part of the divorce. In response, he made a ridiculous post to Facebook, which neither of us have used in years, and everything blew up. I'm going to try to keep this succinct. On Friday night, he made a long accusation on Facebook, with new information. He said he'd been planning to leave me for months with his sister's support, and I found the messages, and murdered her. The coroner has reopened the case and the police are preparing to arrest me, and he needs to make sure people know before the trial stops him talking about it. It was well written and seemed vaguely plausible. He messaged people with links so it got some attention. We live in our hometown, and have a large circle of friends because we've been here all our lives. People I haven't spoken to since school were reaching out to me asking WTF was going on. It was madness. In response, I posted the export of his entire conversation history with Laura, also to Facebook, when I finally got back in. I linked to the chat along with a post explaining my side, and noting that I had changed my ex's iCloud and Apple passwords, and that if he wanted them back, he should comment on my post and update his own, admitting that he was lying. He eventually did. When I started getting messages about his post, I panicked, and changing his password seemed important to preserve everything because he'd know I had access. When I spoke to him the next morning, it's clear he's not having a mental episode at all, but is claiming one because he's been caught in a big lie. As soon as he was outed, he called me, clearly drunk, begging and promising to explain everything if I deleted my post. I hung up and told him to call back the next day. He did, after many missed calls and texts, and he tried to bargain and guilt-trip me with his mental health until it was clear the wrong people had seen his conversation. It's hard to describe, but it seemed fake. It was too well rehearsed, and then this morning, when it was clear he was getting nowhere, he blocked me. Begging for mercy and reciting facts about mental disorders doesn't align with someone in crisis with a sincere belief that someone murdered their sibling. The question of why he did all this remains unanswered, and he will not be getting his passwords until it is. The legal advice subreddit said this stuff is technically illegal, but it's beneath a court to take action, so I'm going to count on that because I felt like I had no other choice at the time, and now I don't see any other way to get answers from him. I am desperate and it's all I've got. So there we are. The relationship I have believed was my destiny since I was a teenager has boiled down to petty, convoluted and vindictive bullshit, played out on social media for reasons still unknown. My hope for a brain tumor is fading, and clearly tomorrow morning is going to be when I lawyer up and stop posting about this. I am mortified. I have no idea whether some people might believe him, and I still don't know why this all happened in the first place. Sorry I don't have a happier update, and thanks once again to everyone who offered advice. Stepmom falsely accused me of assault to block my inheritance at 21. Dad believed her and cut me off. 7 years later, he learned the truth. When I was 21, my stepmother falsely accused me of assault to prevent me from inheriting my father's wealth. My dad believed her and cut me off. 7 years later, he discovered the truth. Hello everyone. My biological parents divorced when I was 9, and they shared equal custody of me. I spent weekdays with my mom, who lived near my school, and weekends with my dad. Despite their separation, both parents were always kind and gentle towards me. While I was sad they were not together, I understood they both loved me deeply. A few years later, my dad met Gina, who would become my stepmother. When I was 11, my dad introduced her to me. She seemed nice, and my dad was clearly happy. He hoped we would get along well. Gina had twin daughters, Emma and Emily, who were 14 at the time. Raised without their father, the twins were quite immature and would throw public tantrums if they didn't get their way. As an introvert, I quietly observed their behavior. After a year of dating, my dad and Gina decided to marry when I was 12. Even my mom attended the wedding. I was excited to have a new family member. Initially, I thought my stepmother and I got along well. However, a few months after their honeymoon, she told me one morning that she didn't really like me. She said we needed to pretend to get along for my dad's sake when he was around. She also told me to stay out of her way when he wasn't there because she couldn't stand the sight of me, as I reminded her of my mom. Hearing her harsh words broke my heart. I had genuinely liked her and hoped for a good relationship. The twins overheard her and later teased me, saying my dad didn't love me and preferred them. I remember crying and telling my mom about it. She immediately called my dad and gave him an earful. My dad assured her that my stepmom would never say such things and that I must have misunderstood her. The following weekend, when I visited my father, my stepmother appeared upset. She stayed silent in front of my dad, but as soon as he left, she angrily whispered to me, threatening that she would ensure I no longer had a dad in my life if I ever told my mom anything about her. She also warned that she would divorce my dad and take all his money, leaving him destitute if I didn't keep quiet. At just 12 years old, I was terrified for my dad, so I nodded in agreement. From that day on, Gina made it her mission to make my life miserable in every way possible. Being a child, I felt I had to endure it silently. Whenever we were alone, she would say hurtful things to me and I would stay silent, hoping she would eventually stop bullying me. She would insult my height and weight, calling me ugly. I hoped my dad would notice, but he never did. He believed Gina and I had a good relationship and would often force me to go shopping and eat out with her and the kids. She would use my dad's card to pay for our meals but wouldn't let me eat anything substantial at the restaurant. I was only allowed to have soup or dessert, no main course. I would sit there miserably, watching them finish their meals while crying quietly. I would return home hungry and she would force me to go to bed without eating. Many nights I cried myself to sleep, both hungry and exhausted from her cruelty. At that point, I was at my wit's end, scared, angry, and frustrated with both my stepmom and my dad. This is why I dreaded visiting my dad on weekends. Every Friday evening, I would try to avoid visiting by coming up with excuses like a stomach ache so I could stay with my mom. My parents started noticing, and my dad would call, expressing sadness at not seeing me. My mom would urge me to tell her if something was wrong, but I always kept quiet, still scared of Gina's threats. When I was 14, my dad decided to take the whole family, including me, on a trip to Greece. Initially, I didn't want to go, but my mother told me it was a good opportunity to travel and see the world, so I reluctantly agreed to join them. As usual, Gina pretended to be sweet and kind in front of my dad, asking about school as if she genuinely cared. I noticed she would subtly tease me in her sweet voice, making hurtful comments that wouldn't outright portray her as mean. For example, whenever I mentioned playing basketball, she would joke that I needed to be taller for that sport, even though I was quite tall for my age. She would then say I should focus more on studies if I ever wanted to be successful. The twins would smirk and call me names like meathead, even though I had better grades than them. My dad would notice but choose to ignore it. Whenever I expressed that her comments hurt me, my dad insisted she was just teasing and that I should lighten up. Gina would nod and tell my dad that I had no sense of humor and needed to learn to have fun. This continued throughout the vacation. One day, in a moment of anger when she and the twins were teasing me about my weight while I was trying to enjoy the pool, I decided to retaliate. I told the twins that their double chins were embarrassing, watching their faces fall. I then turned to Gina and told her she shouldn't wear a shrug over her bikini because her huge stomach was still visible, making her look like a penguin. Gina's face turned red with embarrassment, and she ran back to the hotel room. The twins started yelling at me, calling me sexist and saying how horrible it was for me to say such things about them. Later, my dad confronted me, clearly angry. He asked if I had really spoken to my stepmother and stepsisters like that, and when I admitted it, he lectured me about how he had raised me better and that I should never talk to a woman about her weight. I argued back that they were criticizing my weight, looks, and height, but my dad forced me to apologize to Gina, who had locked herself in the bathroom crying after what I said. Gina and the twins made a big show of accepting my apologies. When I got home, I told my mom everything. She spoke to my dad, who tried to blame me for the whole situation. My mother threatened to call CPS on him if Gina ever commented on my weight or looks again. This scared my dad, and after that, Gina never said anything to me. However, she and the twins would blatantly ignore me whenever my dad wasn't around, which I honestly didn't mind. When I was 16, my mom went away for a few days, so I stayed with my dad and Gina. Gina complained about having to cook for one more person, so on my last night, I decided to make dinner since my mom had taught me to cook from a young age to be independent. Gina wanted to invite some friends over when she heard I was cooking. I prepared the meal, set the table and served dinner. Everyone loved the food and praised me. My dad decided to do the dishes, so I went to my room. From there, I heard Gina and her friends talking loudly outside my window. Her friends were saying how lucky she was to have a nice husband and a great house. When they mentioned how nice it was that I cooked for them, Gina went on a rant about how annoying I was and that she couldn't stand seeing my face. She told her friends she couldn't wait until I was 18 so she wouldn't have to see me every weekend. When one of her friends mentioned again how nice I seemed, Gina admitted she had hoped I would fail at cooking so she could blame me for something. This shocked me because I was trying to be polite to her, even though I knew she hated me. As time went on, Gina's dislike for me only grew. During college, when I visited my dad for a few days at his insistence, Gina would completely ignore me. She would schedule family activities with just dad and the twins or her and the twins, leaving me at home. If I woke up late during my vacation, she would yell at me, calling me lazy and inconsiderate, even though I always cleaned up after myself. I knew I was always respectful to her because my dad would be furious if I wasn't. Despite being polite and careful not to upset her, it felt like nothing I did was ever enough. She was also inconsiderate of my privacy. She would loudly enter my room while I was sleeping, waking me up or barging in without knocking, making me extremely uncomfortable. She would randomly search my room and look under my bed for reasons unknown to me. She refused to pick up dinner for me but did so for the family, never inviting me to join them. Despite this, I kept quiet, tried to stay out of the way and spent time with dad whenever possible. Now, on to the main incident. When I turned 21, my dad invited me to visit him, saying he had some important news to share. It had been a while since I last visited, so I felt a bit apprehensive, but my mother encouraged me, saying it was good news. I agreed and booked my tickets. Upon arrival, my dad greeted me warmly at the airport, and we drove back to his place. I asked him about the news, but he said he would reveal everything during the family dinner. When we arrived, I noticed the twins were home too. It had been a while since I had seen Emma and Emily. They didn't acknowledge my presence, and I didn't acknowledge theirs either. That night, during dinner, my dad started by expressing how proud he was to have 3 wonderful children. He spoke about his gratitude for having such a loving family and wanted to share some exciting news. The atmosphere was positive, and I felt a sense of anticipation as he continued speaking. He looked at each of us with a smile, including Gina, who had been giving me icy glares all day. My dad went on to say that he had recently lost a friend to a heart attack, which made him realize how lucky he was to have us. He had spoken to a lawyer and made a will. Upon hearing the word will, Gina and the twins perked up with excitement. Dad said he had decided to leave the house to my stepmom, as she was his wife. Gina beamed with pride and kissed him on the cheek. My dad's house was a 5-bedroom place, and if Gina ever decided to sell it, she could make a fortune. Dad then announced he was leaving his entire retirement account and his car to me. This wasn't just any car, it was a vintage car he had spent a lot of time and money maintaining. The car held sentimental value for both of us, as he often shared stories of his youth and adventures associated with it. As I processed this information, I realized that leaving the car to me was his way of expressing his love. As my dad spoke about his pride in me inheriting the car, Gina's expression shifted from pride to discontent. She exchanged glances with the twins, who seemed equally displeased. It was clear that the idea of me inheriting a significant sum of money and the beloved vintage car stoked their resentment. Dad, apparently unaware of the tension in the room, continued to explain how he would leave the joint bank account he shared with Gina to the twins. Since Gina was a homemaker, the money was entirely my dad's. He expressed his wish for the account to be equally divided between them, assuring them they would have money and a house to live in. So they needn't worry if anything happened to him. I thought this arrangement was fair and had no issues with it. However, the twins immediately voiced their disappointment, saying they had expected more. They argued that my dad should also leave them his retirement account, claiming I didn't need it anyway. When my dad questioned their reasoning, Gina chimed in, stating that as a guy I should find my own way, whereas they were women and needed more money for financial security. My dad reminded Gina that he had already taken care of their college funds and now they were also getting a house and a bank account, so they had nothing to worry about. Despite this, Gina kept insisting that I didn't deserve so much money. My dad firmly reiterated that his decision was final. I sat quietly, observing as the argument escalated. Suddenly, Gina burst into tears. We looked at her, startled, and my dad reassured her that there was no need to cry since he had divided everything fairly. Through her sobs, Gina claimed she had kept silent for years to protect the family but couldn't hold it in any longer. The room fell into awkward silence, and my dad and I exchanged confused looks. Despite the palpable tension, he gently encouraged Gina to share what was weighing on her mind. Amidst her sobs, Gina began to recount how, a few years ago, I had supposedly tried to force myself on her, but she had kept it hidden to protect me. I was stunned, completely blindsided by the unexpected accusation. Before I could even grasp what was happening, Gina started elaborating on her fabricated story. She told my dad that after our vacation in Greece, where we had an argument about weight and height, I would constantly stare at her and attempt to enter her bedroom uninvited. I sat frozen in my chair as she continued to concoct tales of how I would try to barge in every time she took a shower or get uncomfortably close to her face when we were alone. She claimed she dreaded having me over every weekend because she feared I would behave the same way with the twins. I tried to defend myself, vehemently denying the baseless accusations and yelling at her for having the audacity to make up such lies, but Gina continued to cry as if she were the victim. She went on about how, as I grew older, I made her increasingly uncomfortable and, on one occasion when we were alone, I allegedly tried to force myself on her. My eyes widened in shock, and the blood drained from my face upon hearing such a serious accusation. My dad looked utterly confused and concerned, his eyes darting between me and Gina, clearly at a loss for words. Gina continued her story, claiming she had suffered in silence for years, afraid to speak up for the sake of the family. I yelled at Gina, calling her a psycho, insisting there was no way I had ever looked at her inappropriately, let alone touched her. Gina yelled back that she was done keeping her silence and needed to expose a monster like me. The twins began shouting furiously at me, accusing me of putting their mother through this and using words like rapist and molester. My head was spinning, and it all felt like a bad dream. I couldn't believe how a pleasant evening had turned into such wild accusations. I looked at my dad for support, but he remained quiet, clearly trying to process everything Gina had said. He asked her if what she had spoken was true, and Gina nodded, asserting that she would never lie to him about his own son and that, as his wife, he should believe her. While I tried to defend myself, my dad asked Gina why she hadn't spoken up earlier. She explained that she feared no one would believe her since I was a minor trying to do inappropriate things with her. As a stepmother who had married my dad, she felt people would dismiss her words. She claimed she had to bear this silently to protect the family. I was crying at this point, begging my dad not to believe her. I never imagined Gina could fabricate such atrocious lies, especially after what she had put me through over the years. Unfortunately, Gina's manipulation had strained my relationship with my dad, and he seemed torn between trusting me and believing his wife. The twins, influenced by their mother's narrative, supported Gina's false accusations and yelled at me to leave their house. I yelled back that it was my dad's place and they shouldn't believe their mother's lies. My dad, amidst the chaos, looked up at me and told me to leave the house until the matter was resolved. It felt like a punch to the gut. Being rejected by my own father, who chose to believe his second wife over me, left me hurt, confused, and betrayed. I packed my belongings and left the home I once thought was mine. I flew straight to my mother, who was shocked to see me at her doorstep. When I told her everything, she was furious and ready to confront my stepmom. But I asked her not to, knowing how unpredictable and dangerous Gina could be. If Gina could concoct such wild lies to get me kicked out of my dad's house because she was upset about the inheritance, she could do much more to ruin my life. I couldn't risk having her in my life any longer, which is why I decided to cut off my dad permanently. Since he chose to believe her, he didn't deserve to have me in his life. Later, my mom told me that my dad called her to express his shame in having a son like me and declared he wanted nothing to do with me. Despite her attempts to defend me, it was in vain. My dad's side of the family, convinced by Gina's story, also attacked my mom, accusing her of raising a pervert. I can't even begin to fathom the pain my mom felt hearing such words about her son. The damage was done, and Gina had won. I wish I could say my life improved after cutting her off, but it didn't. Gina and the twins continued bombarding me with vile text messages, threatening that I should stay away from my dad forever. It got so bad that I had to change my number to escape them. Even after that, things didn't get better. Gina's actions left me terrified of being around any woman, fearing I would be falsely accused again and lose my job and career. I was scared to meet anyone or go on dates. Throughout this ordeal, my mom stood by me and believed me. I went through severe depressive and suicidal episodes, and my mom flew in to live with me for a couple of months to make sure I was all right. Slowly, my mental health improved, and I started to rebuild my life. Eventually, I met a wonderful woman named Mara, who brought joy back into my life. She has completely changed my life and my mom adores her. Mara and my mom mean everything to me, and thanks to them I continue to live my life with purpose. Just a week ago I received a call from an unknown number. Thinking it might be Amazon, I answered. To my shock, it was my dad. I was stunned to hear his voice after nearly 7 years. He sounded old. When I asked how he got my new number, he dodged the question and asked if I was doing okay. I remained silent and then told him not to bother me again since I had nothing to say to him. That's when my dad broke down and started crying. He begged for my forgiveness, admitting how wrong he was to abandon his own son. My curiosity was piqued, so I waited for him to explain. My dad then revealed that Gina had been cheating on him with his best friend for years. When he confronted her with proof, she stopped hiding and confessed she was tired of being married to a pathetic man like him. Gina admitted she had only married him for his money and despised being with him. When my dad pressed her further, she confessed to fabricating all the accusations against me because she hated me and wanted all his wealth for herself and her daughters. As you can imagine, my dad divorced her, and she got nothing from the marriage due to her affair. Despite her lawyers fighting for alimony, my dad said he had been waiting to divorce Gina so he could officially reach out to me and apologize for what he put me through. He expressed his desire to make up for lost time and rebuild our father-son relationship. At the mention of father and son, I couldn't help but scoff. I told him that he was no father of mine after how quickly he abandoned me for his wife's nasty accusations. I told him I wanted nothing to do with him and that he should stop bothering me. I ended the call and hoped he got the message. Since then, I've been bombarded with calls from my dad and his side of the family, who I don't even talk to, saying that my dad has suffered enough and that I'm just making it harder on him. Their messages leave me feeling conflicted. Am I the bad guy for refusing to talk to my dad after he cut me off due to Gina's false accusations? Update 1, my post was locked, but hopefully it's okay now. I've posted the link and tried my best with spacing. I'm on mobile. To everyone who offered support and advice, thank you so much. Your words helped me see things more clearly. I'm not just furious at my dad for believing my stepmother over me but also for all those years she harassed me while he did nothing to protect me. I was just a child and she blackmailed and manipulated me while I kept quiet. I think it's time I open up to my mom and let her know exactly what I went through because I know she'll understand. Update 2. Hi everyone, it's been a week since my last update. For those concerned about my mental health, I'm doing okay. Thank you for your kindness. I booked tickets for my mom to come visit me so I could tell her and Mara everything. They already sensed something was up. I started by telling them about Dad's contact after all these years, which shocked my mom. She asked why he reached out, and I explained. She had no idea he had gone through a divorce and was furious at Gina for what she put everyone through. Then I told them about how Gina would manipulate me when I was just 12 years old. I recounted how she bullied me when Dad wasn't around and threatened to divorce him if I ever told him. I didn't realize how traumatic these events were until I began to open up about them one by one. By the time I finished, I had tears streaming down my face. Mara and my mom were crying quietly as well. My mom immediately hugged me, repeatedly saying that I shouldn't have kept this all in and that it was okay to share. I cried for half an hour while my mom held me. Mara also told me that no child should have gone through what I did and that it was completely fine if I chose never to speak to my dad again since he should have protected me. My mom nodded, saying I had no obligations to explain anything to my dad because when I needed him the most, he chose to believe his wife over me. The only reason he was reaching out now was that he was lonely and had no family left. That's when I realized they were right. My dad perhaps never really loved me because if he did, he would have never believed I was capable of such things. Since then, I've felt much lighter after sharing my past with Gina out loud with my mom and Mara. I've blocked my dad and will continue to block any other family member who tries to interject in my life. I owe no explanations to those who chose to abandon me. Update 3. Wow, it's been 6 months since I wrote this post, and I can't believe how much my life has changed since then. I want to start by sharing some happy news. I proposed to Mara, and she said yes. My mom is thrilled for us, and we're considering moving closer to her because the schools are better there. Since both of us can work from anywhere, it makes sense for our future family. Thanks to advice from people on Reddit, I've also started therapy. It's helping me feel better, step by step. I'm trying to focus on the positive aspects of my life, like Mara and my mom. They've always been there for me, and I'm deeply grateful for their support. The past has been tough, but I'm looking forward to a brighter future, free from all the lies and drama. My church banned our youth worship leader for condemning Christian nationalism. The band plans to walk out during their next performance. My church's youth group has a youth band that leads worship during youth, but the church also has them lead worship on Sunday mornings every few weeks, to promote the youth band when the usual worship team has a week off. I'm not in the band, but I often help with lyric PowerPoints along with another girl, but not when the band plays on Sundays. The main singer of the youth band is the daughter of a youth assistant, and the daughter is an assistant too. We'll call her Emma, she's 20. I'm writing because of what happened the last time the youth band led Sunday worship on 6/30. That led to Emma and her family leaving the church. In between one of the songs, Emma said she felt led to say that Christian nationalism wasn't of God, because forcing people to believe went against the basis of Christianity because God gave free will and too many Christians forgot that. She also said there would be no short and narrow path if people were forced to walk it, before saying Project 2025 was advertised as Christian but resembled nothing of God, because God never forced people to believe in Him. No one confronted her or anything, as it was brief, and they played a few more songs along with the closing song after the pastor finished his sermon. But when we got to youth on Friday night, Emma and her mother weren't there. And we were later informed, by the youth pastor, that Emma and her mom would no longer be helping the youth before a bunch of stuff about giving others the chance to be lead singers because Emma had left the church. However, word got out from one of the band's players that Emma told the band that she got banned during the week and that her parents left the church with her, so they already knew before we found out at youth. The reason I'm making this post is because of a conversation I had with the band, and other PowerPoint girl, the same Friday the youth pastor announced it, and the conversation was private from the rest of the kids. Long story short, the band is upset about what happened to Emma, and they've been throwing around ideas on what to do. The one they're heavily considering is a walkout the next time they're scheduled to play on Sunday after playing the intro song. Service opens with an intro song before someone comes on stage to welcome everyone before worship continues, and they would voice support for Emma before walking out together. They haven't told anyone not associated with the band because they don't want anyone to spill the deets. But the main thing we're debating is repercussions from our parents and whether or not it's worth the risk. There's likely a few weeks until the band plays on Sunday again, and they still haven't decided on a new lead singer yet. I also want to add that the church didn't upload the worship portion of the service with Emma and only uploaded the sermon from that day. They always include worship on their YouTube upload of the service. Most of the concerns were around tuition punishments, as some of them have their parents helping pay, but they still want to do something. And while I'm not in the band technically, aside from coordinating PowerPoint lyrics occasionally, I figured the least I could do was get advice from other adults anonymously, because we don't want to ask our parents for obvious reasons, and maybe others could see more pros and cons that we can. I appreciate any advice that anyone gives and will relay it to the band too. Thanks to anyone who read this to edit. I forgot to add this detail in my post, but the pastor of our church has used the pulpit to speak politics in the past and has even mentioned support of a presidential candidate on numerous occasions, along with other political topics on occasion too, Roe v. Wade and gay rights. So while I agree that politics probably shouldn't be spoken in church, some of the band said that Emma was tired of the often political topics being brought up during sermons, thus why she said what she said. Comments from the first post. Comment 1, OP, I am not Christian, but standing up to the tyranny of Project 2025 is the most Christian thing I've heard. That sounds exactly like what you should be doing against something that represents hate and violence. Christian nationalism is why many people are starting to make fun of or roll their eyes at Christian values. Because from what we see, Christian nationalism is the exact opposite thing Jesus would want or support. I don't believe in him, but I do think God/Jesus would be proud of you. You sound like a good person. Comment 2, hey. I hope you see this despite all of the responses. I was raised Catholic. I consider myself otherwise now, but that is how I was raised, and I was an altar server and lead singer for Mass. I was very involved in my church. My priest was an amazing human being who never brought politics into service. He was so kind and so caring to everyone in the community. When I lost my faith, he was an amazing person to talk to, and he never shamed me. That being said, other people in the church hated this about him and became vocal about it. It was exactly this political behavior that made me turn away from the church in the first place. I thought it was horrible to mix politics and faith. I strongly disagreed with it and wanted no part in it. I started exploring the history of my faith and other faiths. I wanted to know why. Why were we trying to dictate people's lives, when Jesus told us not to? Why were we cruel to the poor and the sinful, when Jesus' message was to forgive? Why, when the church had so much wealth and power, did they wield that power like a club, forcing themselves onto the vulnerable and desperate? In the end, it is all about control. Whether you believe in God or not is one thing. But believing in the church is to believe in a man-made organization. Flawed people created these institutions, and like people, they are flawed too. A community organization has the power to uplift as much as it has the power to control and beat down. And that is what it all comes down to, doesn't it? Your friend could not be controlled. So they kicked her out. And now here comes the big question. Knowing all of this, can your conscience be at peace if you stay silent? When I was your age, I could not. Do what you believe is truly right, even if it's hard. Even if it's uncomfortable. You will always become better for it. Edit. Wow. Thanks for the awards, guys. And OP, if you see this, please update us. I would love to know how this update. I want to thank to everyone who commented on my original post because it was way more than I expected, and many of you had really helpful advice. This is a small update with some really surprising things that happened since. First, the band is still going through with the walkout, and they're keeping it within the band so that no other kids tell their parents who might tell leaders. It would have been awesome to include others, but the risk of the church catching wind was too great. Second, we have a date of 8 quarters when the youth band will do worship for the adults again. Third, the youth pastor appointed a singer from within the group who will take turns singing on Sundays with future participants in the coming weeks. Fourth, the new singer agreed that the church's handling of Emma was BS. Fifth and most exciting, 2 of the band members told non-religious relatives about the situation and fear of punishment, and they agreed to come to the service and let them head to their cars in the parking lot straight from the walkout, for safety. They won't leave the lot in case some parents try to claim kidnapping, but will be in their cars if all goes well, and the rest of us are going to ask our relatives too. Sixth, one of the band members told a teacher they knew from school who's thinking about coming and walking out too. And seventh, one of the band members wrote a little something that the lead singer will read before they walk off stage, and it would be great if anyone with editing experience could help to make it clearer or provide advice on what to add. They tried to keep it short. I will make a post about their write-up in the near future. Here's how we hope it happens. The band will play the opening song, which officially starts service, and usually lets people know it's starting. Many make their way from the foyer during the intro song. And after someone gives the welcome prayer after the opening song, the lead singer will then give the speech before the band walks off stage, and I will walk out with them from the pews along with relatives' friends. One relative said she might bring some people she knows too, which could make more of a statement to the church to see adults leaving too. One of the relatives will also record the whole thing in case any parents don't react well to it, and I will update after it happens. If anyone has any further advice, it would be appreciated and I'll bring it to the band. Most of the band, outside of 2 seniors, aren't old enough to vote this year, but this is a chance to stand up for what's right against something that is adamantly infusing itself into Christianity, Christian nationalism, and making Christianity lose all of its respect in our opinion. We don't expect change to happen in the church as a result of our walkout, but it's a small thing we can do to say we did our part when faced with it ourselves. Another commenter put it best when she asked if we'd be able to live with ourselves if we did nothing, and the answer has been no for us so far. I also want to add something I forgot to clarify in my first post. Emma didn't say what she did out of the blue. She'd been vocal about the pastor talking politics for some time according to the band, and I've seen much of it too. However, a lot of people sent DMs disagreeing with the band's decision. So before I get into it, I want to give specifics of what the pastor has done. The pastor mentioned Trump from the pulpit numerous times, including the aftermath of the 2020 election, to voice discontent over the results. He has also celebrated Roe v. Wade's overturning from the pulpit, Pride Month during June, and even compared Trump's legal trial to how Jesus was persecuted leading up to his crucifixion, things that have no place being vented about from the pulpit, and this has happened over the course of a few years. I received a few DMs in the aftermath of my first post, and some were encouraging while others not so much. A few people, who said they were Christians, said that Emma was wrong to use the microphone to hijack the service, with her words, because she should have talked to the pastor first while calling her actions immature. However, when I showed the band the advice from my posts, I also told them about the DMs, and they said that Emma spoke to a leader about the pastor's political sermons in the past. But nothing came from it as he continued to speak politics from the pulpit frequently. Some people also said that our walkout wasn't godly, because we, like Emma, would be hijacking the service for a publicity stunt when church was supposed to be about God. Some people called us immature among harsher things, but we disagree for 2 reasons. First, who is supposed to call out the misuse of the pulpit if not people who attend the same church where it's misused? A few DMs said to do nothing and pray for God to change the pastor's heart, but he's been doing this for years. And second, the Bible gives guidance on how to call out improper behavior in the church in Matthew 18:15, 17. Dealing with sin in the church. 15. If your brother or sister sins, go and point out their fault, just between the 2 of you. If they listen to you, you have won them over. 16. But if they will not listen, take 1 or 2 others along, so that every matter may be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. 17. If they still refuse to listen, tell it to the church. And if they refuse to listen even to the church, treat them as you would a pagan, or a tax collector. Emma has already talked to a leader one-on-one, and the band has voiced displeasure about Emma's ban to the youth pastor, only for him to disagree and say that Emma was out of line. Regarding the part about, tell it to the church, I suppose the how might be up to interpretation. Maybe telling the church means telling a church leader instead of the congregation on stage. But Emma and the band have talked to various leaders, including an elder too, aside from our youth leader, only for years of political rants from the pulpit to continue. When Jesus flipped tables in Matthew 21:12, we believe he did it because people were using the temple to sell things that had nothing to do with God, and we believe that politics falls into the same boat. Someone commented a link in the comments of my first post that I never saw. But I showed the band, and we couldn't agree more. Pastor Loran Livingston talked about the role of politics in the church and how politics shouldn't be combined with Christianity. I still plan to speak with my parents ahead of 8 quarters, and I'll share the write-up the band is working on really soon. I really appreciate everyone who commented too. Lastly, I want to clarify that the walkout is the band's decision entirely. I am not a member of the band, I just do PowerPoint lyrics during youth, and I'm not even in the band's group chat with Emma. As some of the band members are contemplating punishments from parents, 2 seniors who are concerned with their parents removing tuition help. I will support whatever they decide while understanding that they have to take care of their future too, as many commented. If they decide to continue with the walkout, I will support them and walk out from the pews. But if they change their mind because the repercussions are too great, I will respect that and continue to support them. Comments from the update. Comment 1, my views on religion and churches are a whole other thing. I'm impressed by the conviction to your sense of right and wrong and your need to not sit by while someone spews falsehoods from their platform, a platform which Christians will claim is supposedly a place from which love and truth emanate. Much respect to you and yours. Those telling you to pray on it and that it isn't your place are cowards. Being afraid to rock the boat is how religions get twisted. It sounds like your church is well down the slippery slope of becoming a cult to a guy who, when asked about his favorite Bible verse, responded vaguely, like he hasn't read the book. OP. I was a little surprised when a few of the people who called themselves Christians in the DMs even used profanity against my first post, but change doesn't happen unless it's addressed, and it's not like Emma and the others haven't addressed it with numerous leaders over the years. Comment 2. It is worth remembering that the original idea behind separating church and state was to protect religion from being tarnished by politics. The underlying idea was that religion is a garden that must be protected from the wilderness of the world. This church seems to be a prime example of that necessity. Comment 3. I have a lot of respect for all of you for taking this stand. Christian nationalism has no place in the church. It is completely against the teachings of the Bible. Stand strong in what you are undertaking. You are biblically grounded in your stand. The church was given its mission by Jesus, to preach the good news in order to bring people to Christ. The church is not, nor should it ever be, a mouthpiece for politics. I will keep all of you in my prayers. You are doing the right thing, even though it may feel scary. Standing up against power is never easy. Comment 4. Hey, Christian over here. First, I love that you have biblical references for what you guys are doing. Second, the idea of comparing Trump to Jesus no matter the political views of yourself or the pastor is quite honestly blasphemous, so you're 100% doing the right thing. And third, you might not be old enough to vote yet, but here's the thing, if you have conviction about anything, get passionate. In this case, get mad, rock the boat and use your voice. It's what we're called to do. Will it be difficult and scary sometimes? Yeah, absolutely, but things that matter often are. So what I'm saying is you kids absolutely rock. You're far better examples of Christ-like behavior than your pastor is giving out right now, and mad respect for that. Remember Joshua 1:9 and God's command, as you kids do this, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. When my late husband's ex-wife passed away, I had to decide whether to adopt his children. We haven't seen each other in 2 years. Hello, I of course know how awful this sounds. But it is a recent development and I'm unsure if I'm completely in the wrong. Before I married my husband, he had 3 children with his ex-wife who were 2, 5, when we got married. His ex was still bitter, I say this in the most respectful way possible. But it's true, as they had only been divorced officially for a year. After that, custody was a big issue with us, with her and my husband fighting for full custody. Unfortunately, we only ended up getting weekends and the complete months of December and July while they were out of school. So it goes without saying I wasn't much of a mother figure to them rather than their father's wife. My husband passed away 2 years ago in an accident and I haven't seen them aside from the funeral in all that time. His wife called me up sometime last month to reveal she's suffering from a terminal illness, a brain tumor, and that she was hoping I could take in the children after she passed. Both her and my husband's parents are far too old to even care for themselves completely. I still take his mother grocery shopping as she can't do it alone, and that there was no one else who would be able to care for and support the children in a proper way. She said her sister suffers from addiction and I'm not sure if that could be something the state would consider if there was truly no one left. I told her I'd consider and needed to think it over and would call her in my mind. I feel that even though it's heartbreaking that she has to consider who will care for her children when she's dead so soon, but I'm not sold and I don't want to jump in with full custody of 3 children who I haven't seen in 2 years. OP adds more information in the comments. For people who thought it was relevant. We were married for 5 years and together for 6. The kids are now 10, 14. No, we never got around to having kids of our own and I still don't have any. Their mother never remarried. I do passively for myself but could reasonably support the 3 of them provided we all make sacrifices and their mother or the state helps supplement the income either with her life insurance or some type of aid. The biggest issue I have with myself being THE is the commitment. These are little people who my husband loved dearly but at the same time I barely know. I've always thought I was a decent person but my extreme hesitation make me think otherwise. Update. I want to thank everyone for their condolences for my husband and the life he lost. I wasn't sure if it was my right to update this as I'm sure I made a decision most people would think me awful for. But at this point it's more of a releasing of feelings off my chest. As you know, my husband's ex is ill and I still feel for her greatly with much sympathy and will pray for her and her children. But it's been a very long time since I was in any way a parent to them. Even as a stepmother, most of their care went to my husband. I just don't feel I could properly care for them and myself in my life. I told her this. And I feel awful that I made her react the way she did. Crying and coughing. There was so much guilt I felt it was awful. But I think I have always known my decision. That I wasn't going to take in the children. I just didn't want to acknowledge it because it made me feel awful. I wish I could tell you where she decided they're going, but after our meeting where I told her my decision, it's been radio silence. As much as I would like to say they're going to people who are perfect and they'll be fine. I don't know. And their mother doesn't owe me an explanation. But I do wish them and her the best, and in the best case scenario I pray for her health. Now to the next story. Story 2. Am I the asshole for asking my husband to help our child while cooking for family? Relatives called me out for treating him like a servant. I, 30F, was assigned to cook for my husband's family during a week-long trip, 11 adults 4 kids. I sat down to eat after cooking for a few hours and our child asked for a condiment and a drink. I asked my husband, 40s, if he'd mind getting it and he had no issue and got up. My meal and his aunt had a fit about this and said, why am I treating him like a servant? I could get up and take care of it so my husband could relax. He had been all day. They've been cold and mean and not speaking to me. I'm wondering if I should have done it myself or if I should just ask my husband if we can go home. I've got 4 days left. Relevant comments. Top comment. The reason OOP is voted info. Please explain how you were assigned to cook. Nobody except my supervisor assigns me to do anything, and I still have the option of saying, no, though there could be consequences. In what way were you making your husband do anything? He could have said, no. OP, sorry I tried to make the post short. His aunt rented an Airbnb. We paid it back. I'm a really good cook and his family love my cooking, so it was my night to do the cooking. All the women were assigned a night. Commenter, are your mill and his aunt typically set in traditional gender roles? Why in the world would getting the condiment and drink make him a servant and not you? Also, do you have to cook all week or was this just your night? NTA, but if you ask to go home, you'll really turn this into something big. OP, more info. I tried to make it short in the op. This was just my night to cook. But it is all the women that are cooking. His aunt is a single mother and her sons have never been taught to cook and their girlfriend's idea of cooking is PBJ. She set the chores as this was her idea and she paid for it. We all sent the money to her. I just feel so low. I'm stuck in this tiny bedroom, smallest in the Airbnb BTW, and being the only married couple kinda felt like a slight, while everyone outside is relaxing. Husband was hanging with me but his mother asked to speak with him. It's been an hour. I tried to go out but they all got silent and quiet and just stared at me till I went inside. Commenter, that sucks. Did your husband stick up for you? Or offer to help you cook? OP. He did stick up for me and say it's no big deal, but his aunt was yelling at him to sit down and his mother just glared at me. I love my husband to death. He's good at a great many things, but I didn't feel like getting food poisoning tonight. Tensions already seemed really high as I took the boat out, and I was wearing an appropriate two-piece. Think sports bra kinda bathing suit with long sleeves and swimming shorts. But his aunt called me a hussy, and only little girls wear two pieces, and I need to respect the PPL around me. Commenter. Are the other people in the larger bedrooms there alone, while the two of you have to share the smallest? OP. It's a 6-bedroom house. Only one other family member brought their partner. But they all brought their kids. His mom originally wanted us to have a different room, but his aunt refused. She's like the family bully. Is what I'm guessing. Husband came back and we are talking about what went down. Will update. Edit. So his aunt arranged the Airbnb, she assigned the rooms and the chores. She has made other comments to me on this trip that have made me feel bad about myself. Husband just came in after being outside talking with his family for the last hour, and he won't go into details but said that we will be staying, but if they say one more comment or if I feel any more discomfort we will be leaving. We want to stay as we have some fun events that we don't want our child missing out on tomorrow and Monday. Relevant comments. Commenter. NTA. If they're not speaking to you, just consider that a bonus. I wouldn't want to hear anything assholes like that have to say anyway. If you really want to get a dig in though, you could say to them, if I knew that's all I had to do to get you two to shut your yapping cake holes, I would have done it sooner. OP. That's kinda my plan. Just avoid and do our own thing the best we can. He didn't say much, but that his aunt doesn't want her son's GF to think she can boss him around like I do my husband. Sexist, right? He said that this will be the last time he makes me suffer going on a vacation with them and will take me to some tropical island next year to make up for it. Commenter. I just read your edit and I agree with the idea of staying so your kid doesn't miss out on fun, but what the hell is this? He won't go into details but said that we will be staying. OP. He told me some of the brief details but didn't want to repeat the sexist and rude comments his aunt made while his mother just stayed quiet. He did tell me that his aunt didn't want her son's GF to think that they could boss her son around like I do my husband or to dress inappropriately like myself. I've got a lot of insecurities about my body image and he tries to protect me. I'm 5'2", 110 pounds and worked hard to lose a lot of baby weight, so I was proud and thought wearing an appropriate, very covered, two-piece would be okay. I was called a hussy. Update. So this morning while getting ready the cousin's GF came and spoke to me and said that what they said was completely wrong and disrespectful and that she doesn't believe what they said about me. Made me very happy. Anyway, as we were heading out to go hiking, his aunt couldn't help herself I guess and said at least I don't look like I belong on a pole like I did yesterday. My 5-year-old yelled at her and said to stop being mean to my mommy before we could say anything. My husband had a few choice words for her in front of everyone. So anyway, we are driving home. Relevant comments. Commenter. So what treats will the kiddo be getting for defending mom? Seems like you're doing a good job there and have good backup from your spouse. OP. We are taking him out to his favorite restaurant for dinner once we get back into town and to his favorite ice cream shop to have a sundae. My husband really went for the kill after his aunt's comment cause I was lacing up my hiking boots. He had our son go up to the room and get his bag and bent down to help lace up my boot for me. He then told his aunt that I am his partner, not his maid or servant, and that she was a jealous witch that attacks me because she wishes she looked as good as I did, and that he was lucky to have a hard-working wife and mother to his child who also looked amazing. That we do things for each other as a team and that she is just a miserable old witch and we wouldn't be seeing them again. They've been blowing up his phone but he turned it off. OP follows up with, I won't say we are perfect or never have fights or innocent spats over the most silly things. But one thing is for sure, after 15 years we won't let each other be disrespected and we always have each other's backs. That is what we are hoping to teach our son. That even though things may get rough in life we handle them with grace and respect and always have each other. My husband is in love with his student, he is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. My husband and I, both 35 years old, met in college. We fell in love and got married 8 years back. I gave birth to our daughter in 2020. My husband is a professor at this med school, he's a doctor himself. My friend Sarah also works in the same college, and she's in the same department as my husband. Few months back in December, Sarah took me out for lunch and told me that she suspected something's going on between my husband and this med student, 25 female. She claimed she'd seen both of them give yearning looks to each other. She said that she's known my husband for so long, and she'd never seen him talk to any other woman like this, that he'd been so aloof around women all these years, but it's just different with this one girl. At that moment, I had laughed at her face. I remember telling her that she's jumping to conclusions based on these supposed yearning looks. That's why I didn't tell you before, she had said. I was confused too. It's not like he goes out of his way to talk to her, but whenever they do talk, it's like watching a slow burn romance movie. She looks at him like he's Brad Pitt and he looks at her the way he used to look at you. I remember the exact words because they sting. Internally I was breaking down, externally I just smiled and told her that she's probably overthinking. That night, I casually mentioned this to my husband. I was laughing at the absurdity, and I expected him to join in and deny the wild possibility that he's in love with a student. But he didn't. Instead he looked at me, all teary-eyed, and said, "I'm sorry. I can't get her out of my mind. I've tried, trust me. I should have told you sooner. But I thought I could save our relationship. I really wanted to." I asked him if he'd cheated on me. He said no. He said he didn't even talk to her. Nor did they have any contact outside of college, and that he completely understood how morally depraved it is to try and pursue a relationship with a student. She wrote him a letter about a year back, confessing her love for him, and he had told her that even though he was into her, nothing would come out of it. Apparently that was when the yearning looks had started. I honestly don't remember how I reacted then. I think I just started packing and came to live with my parents along with my daughter. I've been living with my parents since then. Half of me wanted him to come and beg for forgiveness. But he never did. He comes by sometimes to spend time with our daughter, but that's it. He never talks about the elephant in the room, nor do I bring it up. I keep checking that girl's social media. She's insanely beautiful, almost doll-like, and intelligent. I can't help but think that someone like him should be with someone like her. He's always been very good looking and I'm more of a plain Jane. She's Meredith to Derek. I don't know what to do. What do I even tell people? I don't even know who I am without him. Some part of me still wants him to come back. Edit. I've decided to talk to him. I know I've been avoiding this for months, but after reading all the responses, I feel it's time I rip that band-aid out. I'm going over to our house. I'll update on what happens. Too long. Didn't read. Husband just admitted that he's in love with this young woman who is also his student. She loves him too. Relevant comments: Moss Valley. So he didn't actually cheat? He has a crush? If I understand that right, he hasn't betrayed you yet. Crushes sometimes happen that don't mean the relationship is over. Get therapy with him. OP answer. I mean, cheating for me isn't just physical. He's had crushes in the past and I've had crushes in the past, but we'd always been upfront and then laughed about it. This one feels like a betrayal because he was attracted to someone for more than a year. This someone gave him a freaking love letter, he told her that he's attracted to her, and not once did he mention it to me. That's a huge breach of trust for me and I don't think I can look past it. OP answer. Added more about her friend Sarah and what she observed. I know. He said he entirely stopped interacting with her after the letter incident. It does seem absurd, but even my friend Sarah corroborated this. She said he never went out of his way to talk to her before, and then almost entirely stopped talking. Given that Sarah and him are in the same department 24/7, and that she noticed something as small as them giving each other looks, I'm sure she would have noticed anything out of the ordinary. I've had access to his phone and his passwords throughout, and he wasn't texting or calling her either. That's why this feels weird laughing out loud. Update. For those who don't want to read the boring details. In short, I have decided to go ahead with the divorce. Long story. The day I made the post, I met up with Sarah for dinner. I thanked her for telling me about my husband and the student, and also for being such a good friend. I asked her about my husband. She said there's nothing unusual. He's been a bit withdrawn and aloof with everyone lately, but that's about it. Yesterday I went over to my house unannounced. He was there alone in his office. I told him I wanted to talk. He said he'll explain everything. So apparently this woman has had a crush on him for 2 years, her friends ship her with him. She would stare at him during her rotations, and would blush whenever he looked or talked to her. Back then, he didn't think much of it. Many girls have had crushes on him and he always ignored them. About 1.5 years back, they were in the same research group thing. I don't know how this works, but there were 5-6 people along with these two. Because of this they had to spend some time together working, and it was then that he started noticing her. He went into detail about how he was impressed with her intelligence blah 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 and her beauty blah blah blah. The moment he realized that he had a crush on her, he dropped out of the research thing. This was a year ago. Few weeks later she gave him the letter confessing that she has feelings for him. The first thing he told her after reading it was, "You can get into trouble because of this." She didn't care, she wanted an answer. "Is it all in my head?" she had asked, to which he replied with, "It's not just in your head, but nothing can come out of it. I hope you understand." That was the last time they interacted. According to him, the yearning looks Sarah described were more of awkward eye contacts than anything else. He told me that even though he is still attracted to her, he has no intention of pursuing any sort of relationship with her regardless of whether we stay together or not. He said he's willing to change his job and go to therapy. I told him to give me some time to think about it. To sum up. 1. This has been going on for 3 years. Not once did he mention anything to me. 2. The student and him spent a considerable amount of time last year working on the research. 3. He told her he liked her back lol. 4. He's still very much attracted to her and that's why I've decided to go ahead with a divorce. I don't think I can trust this man again. And a relationship without trust isn't something I am interested in. I've told my parents about it. They're not exactly on board but they're still supportive. I've also contacted my lawyer about the same. It's going to be a long process I believe. That's it. I believe this is my last update. Too long. Didn't read. He's still attracted to her. I won't ever trust him again. We're getting a divorce. Relevant comments. Chance. Reason 6617. It's a crush. He is not in love. OP answer. That doesn't matter. He crossed a line he shouldn't have by telling her he likes her. This is not an exit. Literally. I can't believe these comments. He's gushing about her beauty and intelligence. He told her the feeling was mutual? He could have easily denied it to her and then kept his distance but he liked the attention. OP answer. I mean, to be fair to him, he wasn't exactly gushing about her. I kept asking and he kept answering. Deal breaker for me was him telling her the feeling is mutual. All but look Lamau these dumbass comments. You too hasty it's a cruise chill. Like Stafu the man literally said, I can't get her out of my head. If he was committed to his wife he would have changed job proactively. Not wait until now. He let it develop to a point he can't take his mind off of her and y'all saying it's no big deal. You guys obviously never had a real relationship. OP answer. He said he didn't change his job earlier because quote, I'm a doctor and there are people counting on me. I couldn't just walk out on them one day. He said he's willing to change his job if that's what it takes to make you stay. New update. For context. My ex-husband is a doctor and he was in love with his student for years. She was into him too and wrote him a love letter etc. When I confronted him, he told me it was a crush and that he put a stop to it as soon as he could, and that nothing physical ever happened, but the damage was done. You can read the posts on my account if you're interested but that's the gist. Nothing more there. So I decided to take our daughter and permanently move to my parents' house. We're in the middle of separating now. A lot of people have told me to forgive him. And I've myself debated if I'm taking the correct step or not. But the trust is gone, and I don't think I want to be in a relationship with someone like him. It's taking a lot of strength to do this. I have lost all self-esteem. Fact is that I was always insecure of how my ex was way above my league. About how I was lucky to have him. How people often said he could have done so much better. Over the years my insecurities had disappeared. Now it's all back. He's attracted to someone so beautiful. So incredibly intelligent. And obviously she's also into him. I keep looking at her social media all the time, obsessing over her. There was an Instagram story she uploaded where she was with my ex-husband and a few others, and it felt like someone stabbed me in the heart. He looked happy, and he'd never looked that happy in years. I got tired of being pathetic and even complained to the hospital management about the inappropriate relationship between her and my ex. All I got in response was that they can't take any steps without concrete proof. Now my sad ass wants to snitch about her to her parents. To get her in trouble. To make her suffer. I know this is unhealthy. I'm in therapy but IDK, I don't think I'm healing. I hate that I have to be sad and heartbroken over that man and he doesn't seem to care. He's stopped coming to visit our daughter too. I wish he would have cared. I wish he would have fought for me. I wish he would have not tossed aside our decade-long relationship for her. I hate this. I hate everything. Relevant comments. Mayor Charles Coulon. If you wanted to go full petty, you could put them to her training program. Medical schools and teaching institutions frown on faculty-learner romantic relationships and consider it an abuse of power. Your husband likely had to formally evaluate her and their affair, even emotional, would tip the fairness of those evals compared to the other students. I have seen married doctors fired for this kind of behavior. Also tell her parents. She sure as shit didn't mind hurting you or your daughter. Don't roll over because of a misplaced sense of loyalty to your D-bag ex. OP answer. I did reach out to her training program. They basically told me that they can only take steps if I have any tangible proof. Which I don't. I asked my friend Sarah who works in the same department as him to also complain, but she's not keen on the idea. IDKY. Final comment from OP. I feel like I've already wasted so many years on him. We met when we were 20. I thought I knew him so well, but now it's like I didn't know him at all. I don't understand what's changed tbh, he's a very good-looking guy. All throughout our relationship there have been many girls who had crushes on him. He used to be so chill about all of it. Never made me feel insecure. Never lost his mind like this. IDK what's happened honestly? Does the ex FaceTime or contact the daughter? It's a 1-hour flight. He does FaceTime with her daily but he won't do it if I'm in the room. So he does it when my dad is looking after her. He's not reached out about alone time, he's only said he's waiting for the court orders regarding the custody. He doesn't want to see me at all. We had a big fight after I reported him and that girl to her college, and he said it's not correct for our daughter to see us fighting like that again, so he's not gonna visit. My husband is in love with his student, he is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. New update. Now to the next story, story 2. My husband is fucking in love with another woman and wants to try polyamory. I feel like I'm the third person in my own story. Hi. I've been married to my hubby for 4 years and we've been together for 12 years. After a lot of financial struggle we bought a house and we are now planning to get kids. Thing is, a few months ago my husband felt sick and had to stay home for a while. He decided to pick up an online game and started having weekly sessions with a group of players. Among them is a girl, 30 I think. And long story short, he fell in love with her. He broke down crying a month ago and admitted it. He told me it built up so gradually he didn't understand how he felt until it was too late. They started texting privately after meeting and eventually had one-on-one calls together. Then at some point he said, she told him she was in love with him and he realized it was mutual. He said he told her it was impossible but loved her too. They tried to be just friends but they couldn't resist, and continued to show affection for each other. He showed me the texts, but also ventured into sexting. She asked if she could meet him face to face but he refused. So he told me all of this, apologized over and over again and told me he couldn't control himself, and while he loved us both, it was me he would choose no matter what. I was still very upset and slept at a friend's that night to gather my thoughts. I decided to forgive him because he clearly felt guilt and wanted to work it out. I told him that while I was deeply hurt, I still appreciated him coming forward to me and being honest about what happened. We got into long conversations about how we were feeling in our relationship. I accepted he could love someone else but said I didn't like how he handled it. He agreed. And then yesterday he asked if I was comfortable opening up the marriage to polyamory. He said he still wanted to live with me and have kids but can't erase nor ignore the feelings he has for her. He says he wants to do it right and let us both see other people, with clear boundaries and communication, and still be present for one another. I'm gonna be honest, it made me very uncomfortable at first. We have several friends who are poly, I know more or less how it works. But I never really thought about getting into it myself. I am not against it, it just never crossed my mind before. I am trying to think it through but it's a lot to take in. Sorry my writing is probably messy but it's kind of hard to focus. I guess it's too early to decide and we have a lot more to discuss beforehand, but still. Could you guys give me your opinions on this? Thanks a lot. Top comments. Commenter 1, I'd be divorcing so fast. Dog of the bone. So he cheated and now wants to be able to keep cheating by calling it poly, lol. Come on. Do not have kids with this man for the love of God, and if you have any self-respect you'll be serving him divorce papers as soon as possible. Sorry your husband is a cheating ass. Swamp Cats, you got married under the assumption you would remain monogamous. He is trying to fundamentally change the nature of your relationship. If I were you, I would drop any attempts at conceiving and figure out your next steps. Personally, I would not stay with someone who desired an open relationship. You need to decide if it's something you're willing to entertain or not. Update 1. Hey guys, first off, sorry I didn't reply to all your comments. I am very thankful for them. They helped me realize hard, but fair truths about the whole situation. I waited for a bit to think about it all and had multiple long discussions with my husband. I wanted to confront him before making a final decision. To answer some of your questions, the other girl wanted to meet him, but they never did. Partly because my husband refused, but honestly, mostly because she lives too far from here. I still got checked for sexually transmitted diseases, though, and I'm clean. Yay. As for our polyamory friends, they apparently were the ones who suggested he go down the polyamory road. I stopped talking to them for now. I'll deal with the bigger problem first. I told him his actions hurt me deeply, and that while I appreciated him admitting his affair, it was still infidelity. I told him what you guys said. that turning it into polyamory was merely greenlighting the affair after the fact. That polyamory should be built on mutual trust and communication, which he already broke. That I didn't feel respected. It destroyed him. He said he already knew, deep down, but didn't want to admit it. Neither to me, nor to himself. We both screamed and cried a lot. He finally admitted he wanted to open the marriage for selfish reasons. He is very sorry. He cut off contact with the other girl, let me fully access his computer and phone, and now wants to go to counseling to repair our relationship and marriage. He has shown me a lot of affection and attention since then, although he admits to himself it's sometimes out of guilt and not just out of pure love. And now I want to make it work too, but am I? Or is it a sunk cost fallacy? I don't know. Our first session is in 2 months, the earliest we could get. And every day I change my mind. Literally yesterday I wanted to leave him, while today I think it's worth giving it a try. Because we've known each other for so long, we understand each other on a very deep level, share a lot of interests, and have already built so much together. He was there for me during hard parts of my life. He took responsibility for his actions, and is really trying. Plus, if I leave him, I'd have to start my life nearly from scratch. Find a new place to live, go back to dating for the first time in 12 years. I don't want to lose everything. It sounds very hard and scary. Am I not too old for this? But at the same time, that's a form of denial, isn't it? It doesn't matter if those years were good. It's not going to be the same. Even if he gains my trust back, even if I forgive him, I'll never forget. I think he is genuinely remorseful. But isn't it too late for that? I am too empathetic. Him being present now doesn't erase what was done. Do I want to stay not because I still believe in this relationship, but because I don't have the strength to ask for a divorce? Because it's the easy choice, some kind of codependency? I have no idea. I can picture both paths clearly, and it's tearing me apart. I am lost, maybe even more than I was when I wrote my previous post. I've lost sleep and appetite, and I'm not sure I enjoy anything in my life anymore. I booked an appointment with a psychologist, for me alone, to help with this whole thing. I am sorry. At this point, I am rambling. I know I am the only one who can decide what's okay and comfortable for me or not. It's ultimately my choice, and my choice only. The emotional hell I am going through just makes thinking about that choice very hard and paralyzing. I'll go to both therapies and try to see what to do from here. I'll try to update, but it's probably going to take a while. I am sorry. I want to thank you again for your support, and I am sending you guys a lot of love. Edit. A couple of infos I should have mentioned but didn't because putting all of that into writing without omitting something is much harder than I thought. He cut off contact with her because once he told him he was married and wanted us both, she just ran away and broke up with him. There are times since then where my husband starts feeling sad or angry because of what's basically withdrawal. And for that he's smart, at least sensible enough not to blame me. What kind of marriage did we have before this crisis? It will sound so naive. It's my first and only romantic relationship. We were very close and basically grew as adults together. We could talk about anything and understand each other. We shared the same values and interests. What changed, I think, is that we got into a routine and he got bored. During our argument he said he was addicted to the attention the girl was giving him and that he felt I didn't show him I was in love with him enough anymore. I told him that even if it was true, he should have told me instead of having an affair. On one hand I have my faults too and I could accept this as one of them. On the other I was taking care of him and the house while he was sick. I don't think he believes it. I don't think he means it. But it makes me wonder whether I was actually a good wife for him. Even though I am not responsible for his actions. Thanks again for your support, y'all. It's a lot to process, but it helps me. So much. Relevant comments OP on if she and her husband have kids and plans on getting counseling. OP. Kids are off the table. If we do go into counseling, and it goes exceptionally well, maybe we'll talk about it. But for now, the distrust is already there. He says I love you, but I never know whether it's to regain my trust, whether he means it or not. Even if he does he love me or is it a lie he tells himself? Dog of the bone. If you choose to stay, don't be surprised if in a year you find him talking to someone again. Cheaters are sneaky. They'll show remorse and swear they've changed. Meanwhile they're smirking inside because they've started a new affair and think they can get away with it this time. OP. Thank you. It's obvious and well known. Once a cheater, always a cheater. But reading it helps me fight denial. I really need to break up with him. If not for myself, just to show him that actions have consequences. Final update. Too long, didn't read, We are divorcing, hooray. Trigger warning: emotional affair, manipulation, self-harm threats, psychological abuse. Hey, I hope you are doing well. A huge amount of things have happened since then. I'll quickly summarize. Feel free to check my profile if you want to know more. It was a very unpleasant ride. So, my soon-to-be ex-husband had an emotional affair online and tried to make me greenlight it by asking for an open marriage, where we'd be allowed to have side adventures. I refused and his affair partner dumped him. He begged me to try to reconcile with him, to which I agreed, while I was actually trying to prepare my exit. We both went to individual therapy, still am. We separated temporarily 3 times, but every time I came back it went terribly. He was desperate. He kept trying to cross my boundaries. Love bombing me. Playing the victim. Asking to touch me even though I established I didn't want to. Threatening to kill himself if we were to divorce. I could go on and on. This made me finally realize, along with my therapist's help, lot of self-reflection and my exchanges on Reddit, that I was in an abusive relationship. Which is an important part, actually the most important part, of this update. Please look up definitions and examples of abuse, because I had no idea that what my husband had been doing all these years, even before the affair, counted as such. In his case it was psychological abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, guilt tripping, blame shifting, emotional blackmail. Nothing aggressive or mean. Which turned me into a very submissive partner over the years, always catering to his needs while erasing mine. I rationalize everything. It happened subtly and gradually and I was too naive to see it for what it was. His emotional affair and open marriage proposal were the natural continuity of that. Of course, the more I tried to get away from him, the more manipulative he got. Now that I was aware of it, I knew what he was doing. But fighting years of conditioning, even if you recognize it and succeed, is fucking exhausting and disarming. So, earlier today, I brought a friend home to assist me. We sat down, the 3 of us, and I told my husband we were over and I handed him the papers. It might sound dumb but it's genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I was terrified. Yet he agreed. He repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken, clearly mad and frustrated. But still, he agreed. He signed them and went back to his parents for now. We still have to go through the whole procedure, separate our assets, decide what to do with the house and all. And he still wants us to go to marriage counseling. But right now? I feel free. For the first time in months. The last hours have been a mix of tears, celebration and godly, restful sleep. And I have to thank you guys again. Because my first Reddit post was the wake-up call I needed to eventually finally get here. Better late than never. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you all. Relevant comments. Fionest_05. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently yes. He was heartbroken. That's a special kind of asshole. Was it all for nothing? After cheating on his partner. He sounds like an insufferable dickhead honestly. Congrats on your freedom. OP. I know, right? The hypocrisy. The nerves of this man. The worst part is that he appears very charming to everyone who knows him, myself included. Hell, a lot of people from our circle, who are aware of what he did, still think he's a good person who just lost himself for a while. I guess it's hard to accept that the ones we love can be terrible people too. Any decision 470. You have been through a long, hard journey, and it will take a while yet, but you are investing in yourself and your health and happiness. Good for you. Continue self-care, and practice safety and security. Slow down and heal so that you will be strong and ready to seek and recognize true love. Wishing you a joyous future. You can do this. OP. Thank you. I'll do my best. I like to think the hardest part is behind me, but this story taught me to expect the worst. Whatever happens though, from now on, it's me first. I deserve love and happiness and I'll fight for it. My wife's gym addiction is ruining our marriage. She's having an affair with a gym friend, leaving me with our unborn child. OP's wife, 30F, has always been fit but has been increasingly passionate about working out over the last 1.5 years, returning to a gym she had previously left due to her busy schedule. The gym slowly started taking over her schedule, both weekend days, and every weekday pre- and post-work. Going to the gym becomes the solution for any stress, fights, crisis. Everything is gym to the point where if the wife misses a session, it affects her mood negatively. As OP says, Like a junkie not getting her fix. As wife is now 4 months pregnant, OP expresses concern over the intensity of her workouts and also that he simply misses her, given all her time is now taken up by gym. They can't work out together, because gym is her time. She won't work out at his gym either. Gym becomes a form of escapism from real life, a compulsion, essentially. And no problems wife is running away from ever really get solved because gym is simply not the solution wife seems to think it is. Gym has become so prevalent that family members, friends start making comments on how much time wife and gym spend together. Update 1, OP shares that he had originally laughed over comments on his post that speculated about infidelity, but quickly came to discover they were correct. Wife has been sleeping with guy from gym, who she had mentioned to OP countless times as a gym friend. There is confrontation. OP breaks wife's phone, wife hits OP. OP leaves for a short period of time and returns to wife, who, though remorseful, will not admit to exactly what infidelities she's committed. Update 1 ends with OP feeling guilt for his rage, left with zero answers as to exactly what's going on with wife. Update 2, my wife admitted to an affair February 12, 2024. Wife admits to an affair. She felt bad about it, but not bad enough to not sleep with guy from gym pretty quickly. She might even be in love with him, she doesn't know, or won't say. And oh, there's a chance the child she's currently pregnant with might not be OP's. She'll get a paternity test though. Stellar work wife. My wife is moving in with her AP, they're in love February 22, 2024, guy from gym and wife, who will still be referred to as wife. For now. Are moving in together. She's not getting the paternity test. OP expresses sadness for her, that she just can't be alone, or seem to work through her mess on her own. Wife had been with OP since she was 20, and OP theorizes she is codependent. Guy from gym allegedly doesn't care if the baby isn't his, he's happy to play house with OP's wife. My wife has agreed to a paternity test February 29, 2024. Shocker, guy from gym wants a paternity test, so a paternity test they will get. In follow-up comments, OP reveals the results say he is in fact the father. An update on my wife's affair and pregnancy March 15, 2024. OP is now conflicted. He has gone from excited to be a father, to not being sure he's going to be a father at all, to now knowing he will be the father of a child born into the disaster that wife has created. There is a small but non-physical confrontation between OP and guy from gym when wife brings him to OP's house to gather things she needs, and OP tells guy from gym to leave or he's gonna punch him. OP and wife have private words upstairs. Wife is just so in love with guy from gym, she can't help it. Predictably, confrontation becomes physical when OP returns to his living room to see guy from gym still standing there despite the warning, and so OP follows through and coldly clocks him. Update 5 closes with OP and wife still legally married, but wife dedicated to living with and loving guy from gym. Another installment of the implosion, which is my marriage April 10, 2024. OP's wife is still purganante, 26 weeks. OP and wife have agreed that he will be the one in the delivery room when the baby is born. And guy from gym will not be present. Guy from gym has a big problem with this, of course, because having an affair with and housing another man's pregnant wife simply would not be enough. OP prepares to sell the marital house and split the profit. He gets to keep their dog, thank God. Wife's sister shares with OP that wife is already complaining about guy from gym, that he's selfish, hangs out away from home too much, etc. Birds of a feather and whatnot. OP ends the update, expressing that he is at least happy his soon-to-be ex-wife is miserable. I'm still alive May 19, 2024. I'm still alive. I'm mainly posting here because several people have reached out to me and were concerned that I'd taken my own life. No, I'm not on the brink of ending my life. I think I'm doing better than I have since all of this started. Around the time of my last post, my story blew up and I was getting messages from people who saw it on TikTok and YouTube. I had to take a step back because it was a little overwhelming. I have over 100 unread messages here. I appreciate it, but it was a little uncomfortable at the time, and I got to the point where I didn't really want to talk about the situation with my wife and her AP anymore. So as of today, our baby is due in less than 10 weeks. We're in the home stretch now. I don't feel prepared at all. All of this other stuff has just been so distracting. I started working in a nursery. It's not done yet, but I have the floor finished and the walls painted. My ex-wife was impressed with the color scheme and furniture I chose. She's not legally my ex-wife yet, but I've started calling her that. It sort of makes it easier. I also packed up a bunch of her stuff. Originally I refused to spend my time packing up her things, but eventually just said screw it and started packing it. I'm at the point where it'll just be easier to not see all of her stuff around here. Why did I leave it for so long? She came over to get some of the boxes I packed up. She came alone. Things were fine between us. I loaded the stuff into her car. We didn't argue. At one point she started to tear up and said she fucked up. I said yeah she did, but there's no point talking about it now. She shit all over our marriage. She has her muscle-bound asshole to go home to now anyway, so who cares? She said I know, but it's not the same. I told her nothing has been the same since she decided to fuck him the first time. Supposedly he's going to let me be in the delivery room when my baby is born. I didn't even argue it when she said it like that, but inside I was boiling at the idea of him letting me be there for the birth of my child. She says she talked to him and he agreed it wouldn't really be right to not allow me to be there. I'm going to take what I can get if it means being there for the birth of my child. I'm going to try to just ignore him for the time being. She was acting all sweet and laying on all of the I really want you there, I really need you there stuff, and I know mentally I'm not in a place to be that cold to her when she starts acting that way. I'm trying to be indifferent more than anything else, but it's so hard when she's actually around and starts looking at me a certain way and making me feel bad. She invited me over to see the nursery they have set up at his house. I'm not sure I can bring myself to go into another man's house and look at the nursery set up for my kid. I did ask her if she was truly safe there though. I don't know why, it's just been bothering me. As pissed as I still am, I don't want to find out he's mistreating her, and I definitely don't want my kid to be going into an unsafe household. I haven't told her about anything her sister has told me. They probably won't last, but as of right now there's a very good chance my newborn baby will be going home to his house. It kills me to think about. It's almost soul-destroying to think about if I dwell on it too long. She says she's fine. He genuinely loves her. He's great with kids. He accepts that she's having a baby and that this is part of the package. She insists it's not weird because she wasn't pregnant when anything started between them. I asked her why she did it. Why did she ever let anything start between them in the first place? She said I don't know. Then went into I don't want to talk about this mode and left pretty soon after. Typical behavior from her. Just run away. Overall I'm doing okay. I'm not sitting here depressed and drinking a bottle of scotch every night anymore. I mean on occasion, but for the most part no. I feel more used to my new normal now, and that'll all change yet again pretty soon. Additional info: there's a draft of a custody plan now, but the court won't approve anything until after the baby is born. Right now she's in agreement, but there's plenty of time for her to change her mind, or for him to convince her to change her mind. She plans to breastfeed, but with agreement that she'll pump and the baby can drink from a bottle when not with mom. Everything I've read says a baby ideally needs to spend time with each parent frequently, without gaps that are too long in between, and it's best if each parent is feeding, changing, bathing, etc., during their time. At this time she's in agreement with all of this. I can say that she's not said or done anything to indicate she wants to restrict my time with the baby, other than the whole delivery room thing. She seems to want me to be involved in that respect. I hope she sticks to her word. If not, I will be fighting it through legal means. I'm a dad. July 2nd, 2024. I have a baby. A little girl. I'm a dad. She was born yesterday at 11:57 p.m., 2 weeks early. As he's done before, she was having some pains off and on and he left for work yesterday morning. She works from home on Mondays. She told me around 8:30 a.m. she was having contractions 17 minutes apart. The same thing happened not long ago, but then by evening all the pains stopped. I was at work, so I told her to keep me posted. A little later she said they were 15 minutes apart and she had some other signs it might be actual labor starting. I asked her if she needed somebody there with her. She said wanted me to come be with her. I didn't even mean to volunteer myself. She was scared. I didn't even ask why she didn't call him. I left work and went over to his house. Uncomfortable doesn't begin to describe it, but there were obviously more important things going on. He wasn't there. She didn't even contact him. She said she just wanted it to be me and her there. In her words, he hadn't seen her pee or shit herself yet, but I've witnessed all of that stuff already, so she was more comfortable with me there. I really tried to be as nice and supportive as possible. Set the whole thing about her affair, our marriage, everything to the side for a brief time. I don't really know what my purpose was being there, but I think she just needed somebody there so she didn't feel alone. She spent most of the time stretching and doing some sort of yoga labor routine and bouncing on this huge exercise ball. I twiddled my thumbs for the most part and looked through a bunch of his belongings. I was timing the contractions and they were consistent and slowly did get closer together, so I thought it was probably actually going to happen. It wasn't nearly far enough along to go to the hospital yet, and it was getting close to when he'd get home. I was planning how I'd handle that when she called me into the bathroom to ask her if I thought her water broke. It wasn't like in the movies with this huge gush of water. So he got home and I was there. He came into the house and the first thing he asked is, "What are you doing here?" I think he thought something else was going on. "No, you just left and went to work and left her alone when she was scared." He said he was home and he'd be with her until it was time to go to the hospital. He put his hand on my shoulder and said something like, "Thanks, bud, I got it from here and we'll call you when we're on the way to the hospital." He called me bud. I told him I wasn't his fucking buddy and to fuck off. I could tell she wanted me to leave. I'm not sure she really wanted me to leave so much as she was in labor and the tension between the two of us wasn't what she needed and I knew that. It was his house, so what was I supposed to do? I left and prayed they'd actually call me instead of letting me know the next day that my kid had been born. She texted me a few hours later to say the doctor told her to go to the hospital. At that point I still didn't know if I was going to be waiting outside or what he'd decide was best for his apparent wife and child. I was allowed to be in the room. I didn't force my way in there. She said she wanted me to be there. He was there too. By far the single most awkward experience of my life, and the only reason I was able to excuse it was because she told me she wanted me there and I didn't want to miss the chance to be there when my kid was born and to hold my kid before he did. I can't imagine what the doctors and nurses were thinking. Fucking humiliating. Then the guy tried to police what I could see. I put the baby in there. He's fucking watching and it's like this is still my wife and that's my baby. I chose to stay dignified and I ignored him the entire time. I was there to do whatever she told me to do and my focus wasn't on him, but in any other setting I don't think I would have been able to hold back. The baby came flying out. I mean, as far as labor goes. These are the nurses' words and I trust labor and delivery nurses to know what they're talking about. She tore very bad because the baby came out so fast. The baby is so tiny, barely 6 pounds and only 18 inches, but perfectly healthy. I went home for a short rest, although I really couldn't rest at all. I went back today and of course he was there. Surprisingly, he said he was going to give us some time alone with the baby. Not sure if she had previously asked him to do that when I showed up or not, didn't ask. He even brought us all food back when he returned a few hours later. I wondered if mine might be poisoned, but I tried to be nice. He's still not gone, so I'm wondering how long he'll be around. I just can't let myself do anything that will make her try to keep me away from my daughter now. I don't want them making it difficult for me. I'd prefer not to share her name publicly, but I can confirm it's the name we chose for a daughter years ago. He had no say and he hasn't said anything about the name at all. It kills me to see him holding her though. I eventually left because it was just too much sitting there pretending to be like some bizarre company. I'll know I will get my time with her when he's not around. He's already posting them on his social media. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to figure it out. I just have to find a way to be the bigger person because I won't let him or their relationship discourage me from being my daughter's dad. I totally get doing anything for your kids now, and if it means having to pretend to get along with him, I will. Additional comments from OOP. It's not about picking me. I just have a hard time not caring about her anymore. The fact that she was carrying my child made it a lot more difficult. Otherwise, I could have and would have cut all ties with her. I don't know, I still feel the need to protect her or help her. Hopefully it'll get easier now that she and the baby are two separate people. Honestly, I'm considering doing something pretty stupid. She's getting discharged from the hospital early tomorrow morning. I don't want them to go home with him, so I'm thinking about asking her to come home to our house instead. It's ridiculous and sets us up for disaster. It wouldn't be to be with her. I don't want my newborn baby going home to another man's house. I don't think it's for the baby's sake that I want to stop it. It's for my sake. But it's not like we'd be divorced and living together forever. So we'd live together for some period of time, but eventually we'd go our separate ways, date other people and so on. I can't trust her again. That would probably be worse for our kid in the long run. At least by being in two separate homes in the first place, this will just be the norm for her and she won't have to go through that heartache of being one family splitting into two. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to handle seeing my child going home from the hospital to his house. I'm honestly scared to be present when they're discharged because I'm not sure I can control myself. I caved and I asked her to come home with me when they was discharged from the hospital. I framed it more like, if you don't want to go home with him, you don't have to. I let her know she could come home to our house if she wanted to. She said she can't. Why? Because he's done so much for her. He moved her into his house. They have a whole nursery set up. He loves her. I don't love her anymore after what she did, her words. But he loves her and accepts her even with the baby. She thinks she'll never find anyone who will love her and love our baby too, so she can't risk losing him. I tried to tell her she doesn't owe him anything. Just because he let her move in and there's a nursery there doesn't mean she's indebted to him, especially not when it comes to something this big. She said, I want to, but I just can't. I'm sorry. I left. I told her I couldn't sit there and watch the get into his car and go to his house. As a consolation you can come over and see her tomorrow. Great. I know she did this. This is all her doing. But why am I the one feeling like I failed? This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't immediately shut her out. I basically just pushed her to him. OOP on the AP posting pictures of the baby online. Today I told him he can't post pictures of her online. He said he was just posting a few pictures to say how proud and happy he was of my wife. It wasn't weird. I said he can post her all he wants but he can't post the baby. He didn't seem to be taking it seriously, so I told him I know he wishes he'd won this one, but he didn't. She's my kid, not his. If he's genuine about being all buddy-buddy and respecting me as the actual father, he'll respect my request. He said okay, he understood. We'll see. New updates. Life update July 24th, 2024. Many people have asked for an update on my situation, but I've been pretty busy. There's the baby, plus a week of completely unrelated but never-ending annoying problems. Remember that book Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day? That's the week I've been having, but I'm not even going to get into it beyond saying I can't even stay at my own house right now due to a giant hole in the wall. I've been dealing with insurance and contractors all day, and they hit a water pipe. I'm still on paternity leave and continue to regularly spend time with my daughter. We have a set schedule for when my daughter comes to stay with me, so I've been spending less time over at his house. Sometimes my wife needs help during the day though, or just to be able to take a shower or a nap, so I will stop over to help her. Really, I just want to take advantage of any opportunity I can to spend time with her and bond with her. Plus, breastfeeding isn't working out very well. She's still not producing enough milk and I know she's upset about it, but it sort of makes things easier for me. At least she has help when the baby is with her, supposedly he helps, gets up at night, etc. I'm on my own, and I won't lie and say it's a walk in the park, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. The other day she called me and asked me to come over. She said she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I've heard that line from her many times, when she cheated on me without my knowledge, and it was usually mostly related to her job. I got over there and she was saying she can't handle being a mom, she can't handle life, she can't function. She was crying. This time she couldn't run off the gym. She would if she could, but she's not really allowed to exercise yet. She won't talk to anyone, won't seek professional help. Some days she seems much better than others. She's just an easily overwhelmed person. Everything overwhelms her. Sometimes we have, dare I say, a good time together. The most she can really go as far as physical activity right now is walk. We took the baby in her longest walk yet and walked from his house to my house. Everything was fine in the walk. She was in a good mood. We were joking around. Then she turned really sad after being at my house, our former shared house, after a little while. She finally admitted that this isn't how it's supposed to be, raising our daughter between two homes. She said my home is our daughter's real home and she's only supposed to have one home. Then she started sobbing about not having a home anymore. My house isn't her home and her boyfriend Gumbura's house isn't her home and she's essentially homeless and doesn't belong anywhere. She admitted she fucked up really badly and she doesn't want to share custody or to only see her daughter half the time. She just wants to come home. But she loves him and she thinks he loves her and our daughter and she doesn't want to hurt him after he's done all this for her. I said so what? What she wants for her kid should be more important than his feelings. If he can't get over the fact that the married, pregnant woman who he was sleeping with wants her kid to grow up in a single home with her actual father, he can fuck off. He can fuck off anyway. If she can't tell him and wants me to tell him, I will. She doesn't think she can tell him. I told her this is her biggest issue, communication and honesty. Just tell people the truth and stop being a pussy about ever telling anyone the truth about how you really feel. Thing is, I've been tolerating him lately. Don't like him, but tolerate him. I'm not hanging out with him. Ever. I know it sounds crazy coming from me, but I think he's genuinely in this. Still shouldn't have been fucking my wife. Doesn't absolve him of any of his involvement. He's back to being cloying nice to me. Suggesting we hang out, try to be friends. He's so fucking happy all the time. It's a little unsettling, but I think he's just one of those people and maybe that's what she likes about him. I'm not one of those people, never will be. So anyway, she and I sort of got into an argument, started as a discussion, turned into an argument, then morphed back to a discussion, All about everything we don't like about each other in our relationship. In the end, we were both able to say what we need from the other person. She's just too overwhelmed right now and can't make any changes. She can't handle trying to change right now. It gives her too much anxiety. So I don't know, we're sort of at an impasse right now. Then this stuff with the house, I've just been extra stressed and not really all that pleasant to deal with. My wife has moved home, for now July 28, 2024. This month continues to be the strangest I've ever experienced. The repairs to my house were made and I'm back home thankfully. I can only take a few nights under my parents' roof. I slept with somebody else. We went out on a date. I think we both just wanted to have sex to say we'd finally gotten over our former spouses. She's the ex-wife of a friend of mine. She and I are actually closer/better friends now than her ex-husband and I. Several people have suggested that we start dating each other. We get along great and we are on the surface a really good match, but it was too fucking weird for both of us. She's very attractive, very social and fun to be around, and has been incredibly kind to me during this whole ordeal, but I can't see her as more than a friend. I had been intentionally avoiding sleeping with anyone else. I hadn't been with anyone since the last time I slept with my wife. That feels like an eternity ago. For the longest time I wasn't interested in being with other women. Then it sort of morphed into my way of feeling morally superior to her. I was going to hold out and not pursue anything until after we were divorced. It's pretty pointless and childish. Just a dumb way to make myself feel better and to be able to say I never cheated. I still don't feel like I cheated. There is no marriage anymore. Within hours of this happening, I started getting texts from my wife saying she decided she wants to come home. It's like she had some sort of sense. She was saying she was ready. Would I come help her? I called her and told her I don't want her to come home and to be in a relationship again. She doesn't get to just decide that's what's going to happen. She then started to say, "Oh, I know, I just meant move back in." I told her I didn't really believe her and felt like she was just jerking me around again. She said she thought our conversation the other day had gone so well and that she thought we seemed to be at a place where we could really work on fixing everything, but until then she could live in another room. She said she was completely serious about it and she wants our daughter to be in one home. I feel so mixed about everything, but ultimately I want my daughter living in my house 24/7 and I don't want another man helping to raise her, so I took the bait. Today I showed up at his house to help her move some things, but I anticipated I'd get there and she'd either have changed her mind or she wouldn't have been planning to leave at all and was only waiting to see me do some more tricks for her. They were arguing when I got there. The baby was crying. She was crying and running around packing things in bags, and he was following behind her begging her to stay, offering to do anything to make her stay. He accused me of this being my idea. Maybe it was, IDK. I don't really care what he thinks. It was obvious she had just sprung this news on him shortly before I got there. She was telling her over and over that she just wants her child raised in one home and that his home wasn't really their home and she was sorry she was doing this to him after everything he'd done, but she just has to give our daughter one home with her real father. We got back over to my house and she's obviously an emotional mess. I have no room prepared for her. Not 15 minutes later he shows up at the front door. She didn't want to talk to him. He wouldn't give up and eventually he was there on the front porch loudly saying things like, "That's not what you were saying when you were blowing me last night." So at that point, after I'm sure our neighbors had been enjoying this embarrassing scene long enough, I told him if he didn't leave I'd call the cops. I went out there and tried to calm him down. I had to sympathize with him. She runs away, that's what she does. I may have said a few other things in my own favor and to make him realize he doesn't want to be involved in this mess that is my wife. I don't think he'll give up so easily. It sounds terrible, but once she was at my house I sort of found myself wishing she'd leave with him. I know I'd wanted her to come home, and I tell myself it was mostly due to the baby, but now I'm wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into. She said, "I didn't really blow him last night. I haven't done anything with him since she was born. I've only been thinking about you." I told her, "Yeah, right. You expect me to believe it? Even if it's true, what on earth makes you think I'd ever believe anything that you say?" Then out of spite I told her I slept with somebody else. I know I only told her to hurt her, and I feel bad about it now. She immediately demanded to know who. I told her it wasn't her business. She claims it is her business because we're still married. Nope, I'm not sharing. So, now we're awkwardly existing. I don't have much faith that she's going to stay here. I think she'll be back at his place within the week. I've told her that he's not allowed over here. He has no business being here. And if we're raising our daughter in the same house, together, then she can't just run off to his house to be with him whenever she feels like it. It won't work that way. She says she knows, And she wants me to want to be with her again, and she'll prove to me she can be a good partner. She tried to kiss me and I rejected her. She's upset. She's taking a nap now. I feel like I've dug myself into a very deep hole now. Relevant comments. Smoke thin mints. Brother, you better get her out of that house and fast, Omeloop. I was really doing a good job of tolerating the guy since they came home from the hospital. I don't like him and never will like him, but I don't believe he had any nefarious intentions with my daughter. However, my heart broke every time I had to leave my little girl over there at another man's house. Or when I'd go over there to pick her up and he would greet me at the door holding my baby, talking to her like he was her dad. No, that's one of the lowest feelings in the world. So for these reasons I'm happy to have them here. I just don't know how this can or will work with her mother living here. DC Photo 78, is this really the environment you want your child to grow up in? OOP, no, not at all. But I also don't want her growing up in another man's home. What I'm worried about is my wife dragging her back and forth. I've told her she can't do that, it's not fair to me or our child. Purple_Bishop 2, if you really don't want your daughter being raised half-time by AP, your only real option is to truly attempt to reconcile, but it's pretty clear neither of you really want to reconcile with each other. It's just that neither of you want to be apart from your daughter. If she is going to live with you for even a couple of days, you need to have some tenderness in your heart for her and be willing to lovingly interact with her and your daughter. Your WW is postpartum and an emotional wreck, so if you gray rock or get angry, shit will go south fast in a way that won't be good for your daughter. All other paths lead to 50/50 custody and acceptance of AP having a role in your daughter's life. Be civil, not friendly, civil, to AP as you say your WW loves him and will likely go back to him soon. If you and AP are at war, it will be terrible for your daughter. OOP, I'm going to be nice. We sat on the porch while it was storming outside tonight and she was talking to the baby and said, "This is how it should be. Daughter's name, Mommy and Daddy." Several rude comments immediately popped into my brain, but I kept them to myself. I figure I might as well enjoy it while I can. Well, enjoy having my daughter here and maybe pretending we're a normal family for an hour. I'm not actually enjoying having my wife here right now. It's not making me feel good. I didn't mind when she was here the other day when we took a walk and came over here, but today I'm really not enjoying her being here. I'm going to keep that to myself. My parents are making me give up my baby for adoption. I'm heartbroken and unsure of what to do next. They've left me with no choice. Plus new update. I'm 16 years old. I got pregnant by somebody I work with. He's 18 and is about to graduate high school. He's planning to join the military after he graduates. He's not my boyfriend. We were never in a relationship like that. I mean, I wish he was, but he doesn't seem interested in that. We're friends. He flirts with me. I lost my virginity to him. He didn't force me or anything like that. I've had sex with him multiple times. I'm 15 weeks pregnant now. Everyone knows. Well, not everyone because I'm still hiding it from a lot of people. But he knows, and my parents know. I'm embarrassed by it. I feel like an idiot. Like a joke. Like trash. I just wish I could hide until after the baby's born. I want to never leave my house. My parents are basically forcing me to give the baby up for adoption. I live in a state with heavy abortion restrictions. It's way too late to even get one now. My parents don't believe in abortion either. They told me this is my punishment for getting pregnant, that I deserve to have to deal with being pregnant now. They've decided that I'm giving the baby away and have already set up a meeting with an adoption agency. They say they won't let me ruin my life with a baby, and they aren't going to raise my baby either. So, this is the only other option. My mom keeps saying, "You'll thank us later." I didn't get pregnant on purpose. I don't really want to be a mom right now. I turned 17 over the summer and will only be starting my junior year next year. At the same time, going through pregnancy and giving birth just to give my baby away terrifies me. I don't know if I can live with it. It literally makes me feel like I want to throw up or pass out. I feel like I have no choice but to go along with what my parents want. It's not like I could support myself, let alone me and a baby. I could never just do it on my own. I was too scared to get an abortion earlier on before I told my parents I was pregnant. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble, but now I realize that probably would have been the easiest thing for me. If anyone reading this has given a baby up for adoption and survived it, please let me know what it was like. Do you get over it? Do you really end up feeling like it's the best thing for them and you're able to just live with it? Relevant comments. OP on her parents and raising a baby by herself. I know, and I'm not suggesting that I raise a baby by myself. I know it's not really possible. I would need a lot of help, which is also not possible for me given how my parents feel about it. So at the end of the day, sure it's my choice, but I'm sort of cornered into only being able to make one choice. OP on the father, and if he knew she's pregnant, he knows I'm pregnant, and he knows my parents are essentially forcing adoption. I think he's relieved that they've decided this and are going to force me into it. I think he feels bad, but at the same time he doesn't want to be a parent, so he says stuff like, yeah, that's probably the best thing. OP on if her parents are choosing to take a legal route against the father. I'm in the US. He just turned 18 in April. They don't really want to involve him. I thought they'd confront him in person, demand to speak to his parents and stuff like that. They didn't react like that at all. I mean, they're mad at him and they blame him for this too. But they want to keep him removed from it all probably so nobody will interfere with what they've decided the plan is. IDK. Update: I'm 20 weeks pregnant now and will turn 17 within the next few weeks. My parents are still forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. We've met with an adoption agency. The adoption counselor knows that I don't want to do adoption. She asked to speak with me privately without my parents present to ask me a series of questions. I was honest and told her I didn't want to give my baby away, but I had no other choice. She seems to feel bad about it and told me that I will ultimately have to sign the papers after the baby is born. My parents cannot sign the papers. Unfortunately, without my parents' help, I have no other options. The adoption counselor talked to us about the option of my parents adopting my baby, which I don't really want either. No worries, my parents aren't interested in raising another baby. My parents want me to look at the potential families. I'm trying to look at them. It's so weird thinking that I'm looking at parents for my own baby. I know I'm not ready to be a mom, but it's still so weird. None of this feels like it's happening to me. I've talked to the baby's father. He graduated high school and goes off to basic training later this summer. I think he'd be fine with adoption. He said he doesn't really know what other options we have. We could get married since the military would at least help pay for a place to live and we'd have medical benefits, but I can't get married without parental consent. We don't love each other. What kind of marriage would that be? But it seems like the only realistic solution. I hate the idea of being married at 17 years old and to a person who doesn't genuinely want to be married to me. So then another option which still involves marriage might be for his parents to help out, even take care of the baby and let me see him or her until I'm 18 and don't need my parents' permission to get married. That doesn't really seem fair to them. He could try to object to an adoption, but it's not guaranteed that his wishes would be respected. Plus, then what happens to the baby? His parents seem like good people. I don't know them well, but I've met them. They're worried about what this will do to his future, but they told my parents they believe it should be our decision and that it's their job as parents to help us. My parents basically said it's their job to protect me and that all of the responsibility will fall on me and it'll be my life that's ruined. Our families met to discuss everything, but it was really just parents telling them what was going to happen, and that they and their son had no say. Relevant comments. OP on the ideal adoption situation she would like to see happening to the child. I don't have an ideal adoption situation right now, because I still can't accept adoption. But, probably two gay guys. It's the women in these couples I look at that seem more fake than the men for the most part. Again, I know this sounds terrible to say. Something about a lot of the women is just really rubbing me the wrong way. Maybe two lesbians, because the few lesbian couples I've seen at least seem more genuine than the straight women. Well, in some cases the gay couples could have their own biological children, even if the children didn't share both parents' DNA. But, I'm just more drawn to those couples and the profiles I've seen just seem more genuine. But yes, it feels like nobody is good enough for my baby. I acknowledge that it might not seem rational. If you've never been in the position of having to look at families, all complete strangers, to give your baby to, you probably can't fully understand. I'm allowed to be picky. This could be the biggest, most important decision in my entire life, and this is the only part of the whole adoption thing I actually have much of a say in. I'm only 20 weeks pregnant, not 38. There's no rule stating I have to have a family picked out yet. Some people take longer picking out a new car to buy. It's not as if adoption was a choice I came to on my own and even feel positive about. So yeah, looking at potential adoptive families is going to give me some feelings. As I stated, it's not a matter of thinking I can or cannot provide a better life. It's a totally bizarre and heartbreaking thing to do, to read through the profiles of families to give your baby to. And there are a ton of families. Update: having a boy. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a ton of responses on my post from a week ago, but I figured I'd post an update because a few things have changed. I had an ultrasound on Friday and found out I'm having a baby boy. He's basically fully formed and just needs to get bigger now. I saw his head and his nose, and they even got a picture of the bottom of his 2 feet together because he was sort of sideways at first and we had to get him to move. It looks sort of like footprints. I could clearly see his little hands and everything. So I already said it in my previous post, but people are still sending my info about abortion. I know those people are trying to help, and I wish I had maybe reached out here when I first found out I was pregnant, since I didn't know I could get pills mailed to my house. I just can't get an abortion now. It's a fully formed baby. I even named him. It won't solve my problem at this point, because my biggest problem with adoption is how I'm going to live with it mentally for the rest of my life. Now that I know it's a baby moving around in there and stuff, I think I would also not mentally be able to handle an abortion now. If it was still just a lump of cells, I'd feel different, but I was too scared to do anything then. After the ultrasound, I sent the baby's father the pics. He wasn't there. My parents don't want him or his family involved now, probably because I told them he offered to marry me, and they yelled at me for even considering that. I told him I can't give the baby away and asked if his parents were really serious about helping and if he'd hate me for keeping it. He said he won't hate me. I still think he'll blame me for ruining his life. He already told me he thinks adoption is the best choice. If we got married and he got caught cheating on me, even if I was okay with it, he could get in a lot of trouble. He said, "Why would I cheat on you?" He said he likes me. He wouldn't have sex with me if he didn't like me. He just didn't see the point in us being in a relationship since he was leaving anyway. It was just easier that way. The thing is, I know I'm not the only girl he's been with during that time. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm special to him or he loves me. And we both know it's sort of ridiculous to imagine us being married or acting like adults, but I guess that's what you have to do if you have a baby. I can't really imagine being a wife, but maybe it wouldn't be too bad and I'd get to move away from my parents. He said it's really weird to think about, but I have very few options and he doesn't know what else he's supposed to offer, but he's going to talk to his parents since I'm too shy to. I guess I'm assuming they were just saying it to be nice, but are probably happy my parents are making me do the adoption. He says his parents aren't like that. I'm really just an inconvenience to everyone, and if I keep my baby he might end up not liking me too. I don't want to screw up my baby's life. I would do everything I could to be a good mom. I would grow up and learn how to be a wife and mom and an adult. I can't imagine living after giving my baby to somebody else. Also, if you're looking to adopt a baby, please do not message me here. Many people already have and I just delete those messages. It's creepy. If I do put my son up for adoption, it will not be to somebody I met through Reddit. I'm sorry. It's just very creepy to be messaged by adults here who want to adopt my baby. There was a comment full of hard truths left on this update. I feel horrible for you. You're in a terrible position. But your current plan does not make sense, and is not healthy for the baby. You want to marry the father who really doesn't want to be a father, because you'll have access to military housing and benefits. Being a military spouse is incredibly difficult. You will have to go where he goes, which means you will not really have support from his parents, because they will not pack up and follow you every time he is relocated. So no real support from your family or his. It will be difficult for you to build your own career because your jobs will have to be accessible to where he is based out of. He will resent you for pushing for this marriage that you admit is loveless and would be out of convenience. So your plan right now means your baby will grow up with a dad who doesn't want him, a strained and/or distant relationship with grandparents, parents with an unhealthy relationship, and financial hardship. And you will be unable to leave when things inevitably implode in your marriage, because you will not be financially independent, and you will not have any support from your family. My heart breaks for you because you clearly love the little boy already, but it's a really bad idea for everyone involved. At this point it's one of those things where love means doing what's best for him. And what's best for him is being in a stable environment. Edited to add, because I keep seeing you say you aren't sure how it works in the military, I wanted to throw out there that I do, and that I'm not saying all this because I'm just guessing. My dad was in the Army. My long-term ex was in the Army. My best friend is married to a Marine. My other best friend is married to a man in the Army. And my cousin is in the Air Force. Being a military spouse is difficult no matter what branch you are talking about, and no matter how promising the benefits sound. Most people in healthy, loving long-term relationships struggle with the hurdles that come in military relationships. Two very young people who don't love each other with a baby and financial hardship? I don't see that working. My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. I'm getting married and moving in with strangers. I'm 24 weeks pregnant now. I just turned 17. My parents have been trying to force me to give my baby boy up for adoption. I've made several posts about it. I don't want to do it. We've met with the adoption agency and looked at families. I don't think I can survive if I do it. I can't imagine my baby being out there or forever being a nuisance to an adoptive family. They said if I keep the baby, I'll be doing it all on my own. They aren't going to help me in any way. The baby's father's family is willing to help me though. The baby's father isn't my boyfriend. I know that probably sounds bad. We were never officially in a relationship, just friends really. But his parents have been a lot nicer throughout this whole thing. I don't know them well, but I'm getting to know them better now. I'm going to have to, since they are willing to help me, us. They aren't really happy that I'm pregnant, but they believe it should have been my decision about what to do about the pregnancy and eventual baby, and that as parents it's their job to help and support that decision. He's joining the military. His dad is retired military, brother is military. It is what he's always wanted to do. He just started basic training. So the plan is that we're going to get married when his family and I go out there for his graduation. Unless he changes his mind between now and then, which he might. I know he might. He hasn't said that, but I'm just scared he will. There wasn't time to do it before he left. Anyway, his tech school is over a year long, so the baby and I could move out there with him if need be. Or I can stay with his family here until he goes to his permanent duty station. That would allow me to graduate high school instead of getting a general educational development. Or at least finish the next year of high school normally. I need notarized approval to take the general educational development. At 17 and my parents refuse, but they've agreed to sign paperwork to allow me to get married. I don't understand them. I don't understand how they'd rather allow me to get married and go live with another family instead of just allowing me and my baby to live at home until I finish school and turned 18. It makes no sense. I'm not even a parent yet and I wouldn't let my 17-year-old get married. If it was between my 17-year-old getting married and moving across the country or supporting her decision to keep her baby and assisting her with finding resources to enable her to parent, I know which option I'd choose as the parent and it wouldn't be marriage. It hurts so bad. They've essentially said if he's going to marry me and his family is going to help us, then I'm not their problem now, so they'll sign off on that. They yelled at me, called me names, and locked me in my room. I could go back to being the daughter they love if I would just go along with their plan, but these things will never be the same between us again. His parents were the ones who convinced them to approve of the marriage. They met with my parents. Actually, we all met together. They've been the only ones advocating for me at all. They want me to finish school. They're going to help me arrange childcare and I'm going to move in with them before the baby is born. I will take my newborn baby home to their house. I don't even know these people. It's strange and uncomfortable for me, but I'm at the point where I can't be picky about what help is offered. Luckily the baby will be covered by his dad's insurance no matter what, and I will be covered by insurance once we're married. I'm not planning to depend on military benefits to address all our needs. It's just one piece of the puzzle. After I graduate I plan to get certified for something that has good career prospects and pays well. I'm going to be smart about what field I select, and I will use any opportunity to find grants or scholarships to help pay. My parents want me to go straight to a traditional 4-year college. I'm in honors classes now. I get really good grades. I scored very high on the PSAT. I should go to college, but I'm not really interested in any of the career fields that make college worth it. Financially, in my eyes. Unless I got a huge scholarship, I'd be paying mostly with student loans. So I'm looking into other avenues where I can enter my chosen career field much sooner and start making good money quicker without incurring so much debt. I'm really scared about everything. I've never had to do any adult things. I've blown up my whole life by getting pregnant and not going along with my parents' plan. I don't even feel like I have parents now. I never thought my family would end up this way. I sort of just want to go along with their plan because in many ways it'd be a lot easier. I could go back to my life and still be accepted by my parents and have their love and support again, but my life will never be the same. I think I'd regret taking the easy way out. I don't think adoption would be easy for me at all, but as far as day-to-day life struggles it'd probably help easier. I think I'd grow up and hate myself for doing it, and I'd never be able to undo it. What I'm doing now is the only option that I don't think I'll spend my whole life regretting. At least it won't make me feel like a coward. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about everything that's happening. That I'm going to live with virtual strangers. That I'm going to get married. That I will eventually move across the country and be a mom and a wife before I can even legally drink alcohol. Although moving across the country doesn't sound too bad right now. I just don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm probably taking on too much, but it still makes me happier than when I thought I'd have no choice but to sign adoption papers. Relevant comments: Maroon Sweater, 123. Setting aside the fact that this nightmare situation should not exist and a shotgun contract marriage is probably not a great solution, OP won't just have access to healthcare and housing. Spouses have access to some education benefits too. Or they did in 2014. God, I'm old. Geez. Honestly hoping this is a military recruiter troll or a pro-abortion troll because this poor fucking kid. Swim Sweater. She'll have access to some education benefits right away. But there are people who prey on those and scam you out of them for utterly useless certificates. My heart breaks for her because she and her baby daddy are going to be miserable. I don't think she realizes how tough it's going to be financially on top of emotionally. I really hope his family helps her sign up for whatever aid they'll qualify for, like women, infants and children, and use the Army Emergency Relief Car Seat Program to get one for free. Creepy. Snow 8166. Unfortunately, there's no optimal solution for OP. Even if she decided to abort, it's too late for her now. I imagine it would be very difficult to go through pregnancy and birth, then give your own flesh and blood away to strangers. I can't blame her for not choosing that route, but it also sucks that she will need to sacrifice so much, and be in an unwanted marriage and living arrangement, in order to keep her baby. OP has to choose between two shitty choices. I messaged her about a government program that houses pregnant teens and helps them find housing arrangements and educational job opportunities, but since she's been getting a deluge of messages, she probably skipped over mine. In my humble opinion, something like that would have been a great third choice. Cathouse chicken. I think the saddest thing about something like this is the type of people to talk her out of an abortion are the same type of people that wouldn't want to allocate funds for helping a young single mother. Our anti-abortion policies, coupled with lack of public funds to help new mothers who don't get abortions, really reiterate the purpose of anti-abortion policy, and that's to create a baby pipeline for adopters. Stepdad's birthday gift turned nightmare, hidden camera found in clock. The shocking truth about who really planted it. For my 18th birthday, my stepdad gifted me a clock. When I discovered a hidden camera inside, I fled, suspecting him, but later found out the new assistant was responsible for spying on me. I'm 18 and live with my mom and stepdad Joshua. My mom married Josh 6 months ago after a rough divorce with my dad, who had an affair. It was a messy situation, and now neither my mom nor I have any contact with him. Josh has been a family friend for as long as I can remember. I never suspected he had feelings for my mom, and I don't think anything happened between them before the divorce. Growing up, I called him Uncle Josh and spent time at his dental practice, so it was a bit of an adjustment seeing him as a father figure. But I always liked him. And he makes my mom happy, so I went with it. Yesterday was my birthday, and I usually don't make a big deal out of it. I went to school, then hung out with friends. It was a nice day. When I got home, I was surprised to find out my mom and Josh had planned a surprise party for me. This was quite a shock because my mom is usually terrible at keeping secrets. I walked in to find my mom, Josh, Aunt Kathy and my little cousins ready to surprise me. It was actually quite nice. We celebrated with cake and my favorite foods, and everyone seemed happy. Then came the time for presents, which is where things took a turn. I opened gifts from my cousins and Aunt Kathy first. Then my mom and Josh gave me concert tickets to one of my favorite bands. I was thrilled because I had been saving up for ages to buy a ticket with my part-time diner job. It felt like the best birthday gift ever. After my aunt and cousins left, I went to my room to tell my best friend about the tickets. I was in bed chatting with her when Josh knocked on my door, saying he had one more present for me. I was already so happy with the tickets that I couldn't imagine anything better. Josh brought out a huge box and I tore into the wrapping. Inside was a pink wall clock with little strawberry decals. It was cute but seemed underwhelming compared to the concert tickets. Nevertheless, I was grateful and placed it on my study table. Josh asked if I liked it and I said yes. He was really happy and mentioned that the concert tickets were my mom's idea, but he wanted to get me something special on his own. My room is decorated in pink with lots of strawberry-themed items, so the clock fit perfectly. I appreciated the thought and thanked him again for being so considerate. He wished me a happy birthday once more and left. Feeling sleepy, I told Amy I was going to bed and would talk to her the next day. She had been on the call and heard Josh come in, asking what he got me. When I told her it was a clock, she insisted I show it to her. I promised to send a picture the next morning, but she was persistent, so I agreed to take a picture and send it right then, even though I didn't want to get out of bed. So she would have to settle for a terrible dark picture with my flash on. My study table is right beside my bed, so when I'm lying down, I can just barely reach it. Feeling extremely lazy, I decided to stretch out and snap the picture from bed. That's when I noticed something really odd. My room was pitch dark. I don't have any night lights or fairy lights because I need complete darkness to sleep. I grabbed my phone, opened the camera, turned on the flash, and aimed it at the clock. That's when I saw it. A small bluish light on the clock. The time flashed in a soft pink, but there was a noticeable blue light. I found it strange but didn't think much of it. I took the picture, sent it to Amy and tried to sleep. I was almost asleep when I remembered something from a movie or TV show and instantly sat up. I glanced at the clock again, did a quick search on Google, and attempted to take another picture, this time with my front camera. Guess what? The same blue light confirmed it. There was a hidden camera in that clock. In case you didn't know, you can detect hidden cameras using the front cameras on most phones, and sometimes even the back camera. I'm not sure exactly where I learned this, but I'm a huge fan of crime documentaries, so maybe I picked it up from a show or something. I was convinced there was a camera in that clock, and it was recording me. I felt a knot in my stomach. I didn't know what was going on. Why would Josh give me something like that? Someone might have been watching me right then and there. That thought snapped me out of my shock. I got up, threw the clock in the trash, and when I returned to bed I was trembling and confused. I didn't understand what was happening. It all seemed surreal. I didn't know what to do, so I called Amy and woke her up. I explained what happened and she was just as freaked out as I was. We stayed on the call for a while and she suggested I call the cops because clearly, Josh was some sort of creep, and who knows where else he might have hidden cameras. The thought made my stomach churn. I considered going straight to my mom and Josh to tell them what happened, but I was so confused and scared at that moment it almost felt like a nightmare. Amy and I ventured online to locate a particular clock on a dubious website. After some thorough searching, we finally found it. The site was filled with eerie surveillance gadgets and similar items. The most unsettling part was spotting stuffed animals there, which made me even more uneasy since I own many stuffed animals, some gifted by my mom and Josh over the years. It made me wonder if any of them could have hidden cameras. I began feeling like everything in my room was watching me. It was one of the most distressing experiences I've had. Unsure of what else to do, I gathered all the stuffed animals that I hadn't bought myself, along with the clock, stuffed them into a trash bag and got rid of them. Feeling physically ill, I decided to just sleep it off and handle it in the morning. I took some melatonin, played some white noise, and tried to sleep. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I know it wasn't much. My mom woke me up, shouting my name. Disoriented, it took me a moment to understand that she was yelling about the wall clock. She said Josh found it while taking out the trash that morning and was deeply hurt by my actions. I took a deep breath and told her to give me a moment so I could explain everything, confident that she would understand why I was relieved to have thrown it away. She called me an ungrateful brat, saying I wasn't worth the effort they put into making my birthday special, and demanded that I apologize to Joshua immediately. Before I get into what happened next, keep in mind it was very early in the morning, just before 7 a.m. I had a rough night and barely slept. My mom's agitation put me in a bad mood too. So when she told me to apologize, I snapped back that Josh was lucky I wasn't reporting him to the police for being a massive creep. My mom lost it and slapped me. I was shocked. In 18 years, she had never raised a hand to me and now she did it over a man. I was offended and deeply hurt. The full reality of the situation hit me and I started to cry. My mom thought I was crying because of the slap, but it was more than that. I was overwhelmed and needed her support, but she only made things worse. She saw me crying and said there was no point in it, that I should have thought before acting like a brat and throwing away a thoughtful gift. That was the last straw. I got really angry and yelled that she should think twice before defending her husband. She got even angrier and warned me to be careful about what I said next. I had enough. I got out of bed, grabbed my phone and car keys and asked her if she knew where Josh got the clock from. She thought I was implying it was a cheap gift, which wasn't the point at all. As she started to say something else, I told her I'd had enough and didn't want to hear it. I pushed past her, ran to my car and drove away. She followed me to the driveway and tried to stop me, but I was quick enough to get away. I drove to a nearby diner and sat there for a while, trying to figure out my next move. Knowing I couldn't go home, I called Amy and she told me to come over to her place. That's where I've been since the afternoon. Amy and I decided to confront my mom and tell her the truth, so we sent her screenshots of the creepy site where the clock was listed. I sent them to her and waited. About an hour later, I started getting calls and texts from both her and Josh. I didn't want to talk to either of them, so I ignored the calls, but the texts were all apologies. They both said they were ashamed of how they acted and should have given me a chance to talk instead of lashing out. They offered to explain if I gave them a chance, but I honestly didn't care. I couldn't see how this could be explained or made okay, and I definitely didn't want to go back home. I texted my mom, telling her to stop trying to reach me because I wasn't interested in hearing her out. She replied with a long message saying that Josh was innocent and would never do anything like that. Apparently, the wall clock was bought by his assistant Peter. Josh did want to get me something for my birthday without mom's help but didn't care enough to pick something out himself, so he asked Peter. Peter is a new guy working for Josh for the last few months. Josh hired him fresh out of college, so he's not much older than me. Since Josh's practice is nearby, he sometimes sends Peter to run errands like getting his lunch, and he has even come to dinner, so I've met him a few times. He always seemed kind of creepy to me, so it wasn't a big surprise that he would try something like this. He never even tried to talk to me directly, and I had no reason to believe he was capable of doing something like that. My mom's text said they wanted to call the cops on Peter but wouldn't do it without my permission. She also said she would leave Josh because he put me in this spot with his carelessness. That shocked me because I know my mom really loves Josh, so it must have been hard for her to say that. This finally made me call her. My mom sounded devastated. She had no idea about the camera and felt incredibly guilty for not believing me earlier. She kept sobbing and apologized a million times, saying she was sorry for everything, especially for slapping me and not listening when I needed her most. She said she just wanted me to come back home so she could apologize in person and make things right between us. I told her I still wasn't ready to see her but asked if she was sure it was Peter and not Josh who bought the clock. She said she trusts Josh. I told her I was still not comfortable living in the same house as him and she said I was more important to her, and if I wanted to, she would get separated from Josh. I told her I needed time to think. Also, I got a million missed calls from Josh, but I didn't pick up any of them. He texted me many times, saying he can prove that Peter bought the clock and that he had no idea it had a camera. He also said my mom wasn't speaking to him and begged me to hear him out. He said he loved my mom and me as a daughter and would never do anything to hurt us. So that's what my day has been like. Amy has been my rock and said I can stay with her as long as I need. It's just her and her grandma at their house, and I know her grandma well, so I'm sure she won't mind me staying until I figure out my next move. My mom has even tried to reach Amy, but she didn't pick up. It's not hard to figure out where I would go in a situation like this, but I hope she doesn't actually show up at her door. I feel really guilty and conflicted. I think maybe I should hear him out and see if he actually has proof, but at the same time, I feel scared and unsafe at the thought of seeing him. I don't want to destroy my mom's marriage over a misunderstanding, but I'm wondering if I'm doing something wrong here. Amy says I should do what feels right to me, but I'm not sure at all. Update 1. I did not expect to become Reddit famous overnight. The response to my post has been overwhelming, with so many questions and comments that I haven't even had a chance to read through them all. But I have some major updates to share first. The morning after my post, my mom and Josh showed up at Amy's place. I wasn't surprised. I told my mom I didn't want to see Josh and that they should leave, but she begged me to hear her out. She was very emotional, clearly having been crying, and even Josh looked rough. Feeling bad for them, I decided to hear them out once. First, let me clarify that Josh was not lying about Peter picking out the gift. He showed me text between them. Although there was no direct text about finding a gift, there were messages from Peter saying he found the perfect item and a picture of the clock. It looked like an ordinary clock. Just like when I first got it. Josh had told him to order it and send the invoice to the office. The conversation was basic and nothing seemed suspicious. Reflecting on my interactions with Peter, nothing major stood out. He had just been a little creepy, like catching him looking at me, but I never thought much of it. I told Mom and Josh about this, and they were furious. Josh kept apologizing, saying he failed me and put me in danger and that he would never forgive himself. By then, I knew it wasn't his fault and I wasn't angry at him anymore. I agreed to go back home with them. I can't believe I almost ruined their marriage over this. It's gross to think that some random creep was trying to spy on me and the thought of him seeing me gives me chills. This whole situation is a nightmare. We decided to go to the police. We have enough proof to ensure Josh isn't caught up in the investigation, and he's willing to do anything to get me justice. We're going to the police tomorrow morning. The clock is still in the trash because we don't want to alert Peter if he's still watching. I'm nervous, but at least I have support. I hope they catch him and teach him a lesson. I'll try to post an update. Some of you suggested not trusting Josh, thinking he might be in on it with Peter and now trying to shift the blame. I understand your concerns, but I trust him. Peter has been a creep for as long as I've known him. Even if Josh were capable of such a thing, why would he involve Peter, someone he's only worked with for a few months? I checked the texts on Josh's phone and the timing between messages. It didn't look like any were deleted, and Josh showed me the transfer of money to Peter's account for the clock. He had no way of knowing where the clock was bought from. All of this makes me feel like I can trust Josh. I'd rather give him the benefit of the doubt over Peter. Sure, Josh should have been more careful and picked out the gift himself, but that doesn't make him a criminal. Peter wouldn't take the fall for Josh because there's enough proof to get him in trouble. If Josh was involved, The investigation will reveal the truth. Regarding how Peter knew I would like that kind of clock, Josh mentioned that he told Peter to look for something pink and preferably with strawberries. It's not a hard guess for anyone who knows me. I love pink and have a lot of strawberry-themed things. It's just part of my personality. But instead of focusing on that, we should be more concerned that these products even exist. Many of you have asked me to name the site where the clock was bought, but I don't want to cause trouble. However, you can easily find it if you search for hidden cam clocks online. Amy and I found it pretty quickly that night. Update 2. We called the cops on Peter and he got arrested. Thank you to everyone who offered advice and support on my previous post. After reading your comments and discussing it with my mom and Josh, I realized I couldn't just let this go. I felt shaken and scared, but I knew I needed to act to protect myself and possibly others. I talked with Amy and realized he might be doing this to other girls. Maybe even minors, which made me more determined to stop him. After having breakfast and gathering my thoughts, I decided to call the police. My mom and Josh stayed with me for emotional support. I explained everything to the dispatcher, the hidden camera, the suspicious clock, and my confrontation with my mom. They took it seriously and sent 2 officers to our house to take my statement. The officer was very understanding and professional. I was nervous about how it would go, but the officer just asked me to describe the clock in detail and any other suspicious items. He asked about my interactions with Peter, and I told him everything I could remember, though there wasn't much. I also mentioned the website where Amy and I found similar spy devices. The officer assured me they would investigate thoroughly. We shared the text exchanges between Josh and Peter, showing that Josh asked Peter to pick out the gift. The officer said they needed Josh to go with them for questioning. Josh agreed immediately, reassuring us that there was no need to worry and that he would be back soon. After taking my statement, the officer asked if I felt safe staying at home and if I had any friends or family I could stay with. I told him I trusted my mom and Josh and felt all right. He told me to contact them if I felt unsafe. They also needed to search our house for other possible hidden cameras or suspicious items. The police conducted a thorough search, particularly in my room, but found nothing besides the clock and some stuffed animals I had thrown away. Peter claimed that none of the other items were bought by him, and my mom confirmed that most were bought by her. The police went through them but found nothing suspicious. They didn't find anything else in the house, which visibly relieved my mom when the police confirmed there were no other objects of concern. Josh left with the cops and came back after a few hours. When I asked what happened, he said it was all routine. They asked if he wanted a lawyer, which he declined, and mentioned he might be called in again. The cops also wanted my mom to come in for standard questioning the next day and needed me to come in too for paperwork and other details. Peter was arrested at his home and is now under investigation for invasion of privacy and related crimes. I don't know much about the ongoing investigation, but I hope he confesses or they gather enough evidence to convict him and prove Josh wasn't involved. It has been an exhausting day, and I just want all of this to be over soon. My mom and Josh have been very supportive, giving me space to process everything. We've also hired a lawyer, whom I'll meet tomorrow. I'll try to provide an update, but it might take a while as I need time to process everything and wait for more definite developments. Update 3. It has been 4 months since my last update. I've been really busy, so I apologize for the delay. First, Peter was found guilty, and we pressed charges against him. He didn't put up a fight and admitted to buying the camera clock without Josh's knowledge to spy on me. The only silver lining is that we found no evidence of him doing anything similar in the past. Since I was a minor when Peter first started working for Josh, he didn't bother to delete his search history. The police found the site with surveillance devices on his computer. More disturbingly, they also discovered that he followed me on almost all my social media using fake IDs. I had no idea about this, and it really creeped me out. He admitted that he had a crush on me when he first saw me, which is extremely creepy because he was an adult, and I was only 17 at the time. The police didn't find any evidence of him doing anything except following me on social media while I was still a minor. He said he knew he couldn't approach me directly, so when Josh asked him to pick out a present, he came up with this disgusting plan. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I had not noticed the camera that night. Since he had no prior convictions or criminal charges against him, this was considered a misdemeanor rather than a felony. Despite our efforts to charge him with a felony, he only spent a few days in jail before being bailed out. I am quite disappointed with how things turned out, but at least his actions are permanently on his record. That's all I can tell myself. Over the past few months I've been focusing on school and getting into college. I am also going to therapy to deal with the trauma of what happened. I am grateful to have my mom, Amy, and Josh supporting me through all of this. Am I the asshole for getting my eldest daughter a kitten to reward her sacrifices for her nonverbal autistic sister, despite my wife's overwhelming frustration? My eldest NT daughter, 7F, has had to make so many sacrifices for her sister with nonverbal autism, 5F. More sacrifices than any child should have to make. She has unintentionally been put on the back burner ever since her younger sister was born. It is clearly taking a toll on her, and I felt really bad. The poor child cannot even have playdates unless I'm there because my wife cannot manage another child alone on top of our two because our daughter with autism needs constant supervision, can be aggressive and is very prone to meltdowns. She cannot even go to friends' houses unless I'm there to help unless the other parent can drive her and bring her back. Because our daughter with autism is too difficult to handle in cars without another adult there. She has also been subject to aggressive behaviors from her sister and has been always expected to let her sister have the first turn, the biggest piece and the winning ticket so to speak. She also had her toys frequently destroyed by her sister. I partly blame myself for this and I'm trying to do better by her. She has been dying for a kitten ever since she could speak, but my wife kept saying no because she couldn't handle any more work as our autistic daughter requires so much care. I see the longing look on my daughter's eyes whenever there's a kitten on the television in a magazine etc. I've tried to get easy pets like a betta fish so my wife wouldn't be overwhelmed but she still wants a kitten. My wife is a Sam and I work long hours. I thought my daughter has had it rough these past 5 years and for once deserved a little joy in her life, so I decided against my wife's wishes to get her a kitten. The joy on her face ever since having her new kitten brought tears to my eyes, and I'm not a crier. My wife is furious with me and has demanded that I return the kitten. Our daughter cried so much over hearing this I have usually acquiesced to her, but this time I put my foot down and said, absolutely not. I understand she's overwhelmed, but our daughter deserves a little bit of joy in her life for once, and as she gets older, she will be able to handle the kitten more. Our daughter is a person, and not just supposed to be a decorative artifact in her sister's story. I understand she's the one who's home and has to help take care of it much of the time, but it will not be a kitten forever, and it will grow into a more independent cat. At least our daughter was asking for a kitten rather than a puppy, which is a lot more work. I've seen a lot of posts here about adult children of disabled siblings going no contact with their parents due to emotional neglect, and I am trying to prevent that from happening. Update. I am the OP here. The other account got suspended, that's why I can't update from original account. My wife and I are now separated and more likely than not getting a divorce. I have tried everything and my wife has refused all suggestions. She refuses respite care because daughter with autism doesn't like strangers, said the same thing when I offered to hire a pet sitter for the kitten when I'm not home to help. I spoke to an old acquaintance of mine from college who is now a child psychologist because I was at my wit's end. He said, I'm going to be very candid with you. Children with high needs autism such as yours will only get bigger, stronger, and worse. Yes, she may currently be helped by ABA therapy and such. But all that helps training will go out the window once she hits puberty. And in every single case their siblings have ended up with psychological issues, depression, anxiety, and CPTSD, and often for low or no contact with parents upon adulthood. And telling your child that I'm doing the best I can, and don't take it personal, will not reduce the harmful impact on their mental and emotional health. My advice: get her into a group home ASAP. I'm not saying forget about her or don't be in her life. I'm saying that is where they all end up eventually, and you'll be doing no one any favors by waiting until she's too large and strong for you and your wife to manage. I have not seen one case of behavior improving for the long term until they ended up in a group home. I'm sorry to have to be so grim, but I couldn't bring myself to lie to you. It's no one's fault, it's the nature of high needs, low functioning autism. All the love in the world won't fix it. I thanked him for his honesty. I discussed it with my wife, including the group home. She'll have none of it. A minute later I heard a tumble and 2 loud cries. My older daughter is at the bottom of the steps and the younger one is at the top. She cried, she pushed me. All her mother could say was, if you had picked up your toys like I told you to, this wouldn't have happened. She stepped on your toy and got upset, that's why she pushed you. This was the final straw for me. I said, for the love of God. What's wrong with you? She's 7 years old. Neither of us can handle her and you expect a 7-year-old too? She yelled at me to get out. I told her, way ahead of you, I want a divorce and I'm taking my oldest daughter and kitten with me. I took my daughter to the hospital to get her checked out for internal injuries. She has a few scrapes but is otherwise okay. Physically at least. Wife never called to ask if she was okay. She and I are staying in a hotel, with a kitten, until I find an apartment. We've only been here 3 days and I already see such a difference in my daughter. She's not the shell of a child I once knew. She's happy, vibrant, calmer than I've ever seen her and hasn't cried once, while she used to cry 1 to 2x a day before. I do also plan to get her therapy ASAP, which her mother wouldn't let her do, claiming no time, but when I offered for her to do Zoom sessions with the therapist, she said no because she doesn't want the therapist judging her. And she absolutely adores her kitten. She stays with my parents while I'm working, and I plan to send more than ample child support, show alimony to my wife and other daughter and let them have the house. I did what I had to do for her well-being. The child psychologist I spoke with said, I'm the first parent he's seen who has advocated this much for the well child. And that broke my heart. Now to the next story. Story 2. Am I the asshole for buying my grandparents' dream house and not giving it to my sister who expected it? My 27F wife, 30F, and I recently closed on our dream house and it has the family torn. Years ago my grandparents owned the family home, but when they died unexpectedly with a lot of medical debt and expenses our family had to sell their house. It was heartbreaking and sad and I decided as a small child that one day I would buy the house back. I shared those dreams with my sister. I met my wife when I was 18 and she was 21. Her parents owned a small rental that they allowed her to live in rent-free, just paying for the expenses. She invited me to live with her a year into our relationship and we got married a year after that. I told her about my dreams of owning my grandparents' house and she fully supported me. We began putting large amounts of money back for a down payment, in the hopes that the house wouldn't go on the market before we could afford it. Because we didn't pay rent and both had good jobs for our ages, and the economy we lived in, we were able to put back a very, very large sum of money. My in-laws also offered us a sum of $75,000 for the down payment. And in total, we put back about $185,000. About 20 years after my grandparents passed away, their house finally went back on the market at a massive price. The house itself is huge with 6 bedrooms, a large lakefront estate, and several features including a pool and small guest house. We knew that this house would have a huge price tag and we skimped and budgeted for 9 years to afford my dream house. My sister was also house shopping at this time but with a much smaller budget. Her and her husband have children, student debt, and rented for the past several years, and were not able to put back money in the same way my wife and I were. When our grandparents' house went on the market, I sent the link to my sister and said that we were finally getting our grandparents' home back in the family. She was very excited and said as much, and that was that. My wife and I moved forward, visiting with the owners and real estate agents, having it inspected, and made an offer. They accepted and we were absolutely over the moon. Throughout this whole process my sister kept saying how excited she was to have the house back in the family and how nice it will be for her children to know this house and grow up in it like her and I did. Our grandparents' house was the location of every birthday, holiday, gathering and reunion, and my wife and I planned on making it that way again. Which was why what my sister said didn't raise any red flags. Weird that she'd phrase it that way but not concerning. We had a BBQ at my parents' house to celebrate the final closing of our house. During the dinner my MIL offered to kennel our dogs while we were in the stages of moving to keep things easier and them safe, and that was when my sister piped up. She asked why our dogs needed to be watched when the real issue was her kids. My wife asked what she meant and she said that her kids will need more supervision than our dogs and that she was confused as to why we'd be so busy that our dogs needed watching. I told her I was the one confused. I didn't know she was helping us move, and that if her kids couldn't reliably be left to their own devices then she absolutely did not need to help us pack. My sister proceeded to ask why my wife and I would be packing. I told her the obvious, we just closed in a house? For length reasons I'll leave out a lot of the back and forth, but here's the gist of it. My sister had it in her head that we were buying the house to either A. rent to own it out to her family, or B. transfer the title to her name and have her pay us back in time. Yes, that is literally what she was thinking. Despite us never discussing anything like that once. When I told her that was not happening my sister threw a fit. She was pissed because this was her dream too. And that it wasn't fair that only one of us could live it. That since she had children they deserved to grow up in the family home, and what did my wife and I even need all that space for? My wife told her that it isn't the family home anymore. It wasn't left in a will, we purchased it, and now it is our home. And we decide what we will do with it. My sister told my wife to shut up and that she had no say in this family discussion. I informed my sister that if she spoke to my wife that way again we would not be having any kind of contact with her anymore. That she doesn't get to assume we're giving her a house and then throw a hissy fit when she's put in her place. And we left. My in-laws spoke to us on the matter a few times but all told us we were in the right, and that my sister was very out of line. I assumed everyone would agree, but if they did, I wouldn't be on this thread. I got texts and voicemails from my parents saying that we were out of line, threatening my sister. They told me they were disappointed in me for taking my sister's dream from her and that I don't have kids, so I can't understand her wanting to provide them with a good home and childhood like she had. That it's only fair we set up a way to give her the house, and that we could afford to find something else. Even my more distant relatives have said that it was cruel of us to take that from her. I'm honestly super shocked and taken aback. I've seen stories similar to this on Reddit, entitled "People Thinking They Should Get Their Relatives' Houses," but I never expected to live it. This feels surreal, and I hate that we're starting this new chapter out on such a sour note. Edit. Wow, this blew up in such a short amount of time. Thank you for your support, and if this continues to be interesting and not blow over, I'll definitely update. Yes, this unfortunately is a real situation. And in case anyone is curious. Yes, the house is big and expensive, but it's severely outdated. Which is why the size and features don't exactly match the price in today's housing market. Like, I don't think any owners after my grandparents renovated a single thing. Also, I am a woman, lol. Update. I can't read and respond to all of these comments, but thank you. I will continue to update, but since posting yesterday morning not much has happened. I will add a bit more of what's happened since the BBQ. I haven't responded to any messages my family have left. I honestly didn't think this was that big a deal, but after scrolling through the comments for a while with my wife, we're both taking this much more seriously. A security system isn't an option at this moment. The house needs too much work at this moment to have cameras and such set up. They'd be in the way if everything else was being done. We'd have to have them removed for several of the things we need done, and we don't even have internet access at the property at this moment. I will be scheduling meetings with some companies to start coming out and working on the property before we get to the cosmetics. However, we do have someone coming out to change the locks on Thursday. We won't be moving into the house for a bit since it needs so much work before we're comfortable. I've had a few people suggest the story is fake because the price of the house doesn't match the features. The house needs a lot of work. It hasn't been updated or worked on in years, and the price reflects that. Also, we are lucky to live in a state where property values haven't skyrocketed too bad. Edit 2. I've posted a full update. It's on a separate post that for some damn reason I can't link them together. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Info. How much did the house cost if you put down almost $200K as a down payment NTA? But your first mistake was sharing the listing with your sister. OP. The house was a little over $800K. But the down payment itself was only about $100K. The rest was used for closing costs, moving costs, and renovations updates. It had a seriously dangerous deck that looked like it had been done by the homeowners that needed to be completely torn down and redone. OP responds on getting a will in place regarding the house in case she and her wife passes on. That way her family cannot fight over the legal rights of the property. OP. Honestly, I never even thought of this. I've always assumed wills and trusts were enough, but this is a scary possibility. Thank you. And I will be strongly considering this. Update. For the goddamn life of me, I can't get my post to link, but I'm sure if you're reading this, it's because you've already read my original post. If someone would link it in the comments, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everyone for being so supportive and offering advice. To those who suggested getting a security system in place, we are going to do that, but the house is not in a place where a security system can be installed. For the time being, we're looking into getting some battery power trail cameras as suggested by one Redditor. I can't find your comment in the sea anymore, but you know who you are. We don't have to worry about internet access and they won't be in the way of renovations. We are restoring the house back to its original glory. Pre-carpeted bathrooms and mismatched wallpaper. Besides fixing broken shit and upgrading old appliances, we'll be having the floors redone, paint, wallpaper, new windows, and opening up some walls that shouldn't be there. For the next 2 weeks, my wife and I will be meeting with people coming out to work on electricity, plumbing, and a few other things, and we have a consultation with a home security company. Along with cameras, we're looking to get alarms and door codes and set up an access gate around the property. One of those that needs either a passcode or to be let in by someone in the house. We've already made an appointment to have the locks changed and aren't concerned about my family trying to squat there. My in-laws have allowed us to park their camper trailer on the property while work is being done, not only for peace of mind but to avoid commuting back and forth multiple times daily. For the actual update. I was hesitant to post this update since it's so soon after my original post, but I guess enough has happened for it to be useful information. The events of the BBQ took place last week, but I only got around to writing it all out yesterday. I sent a message to my parents and siblings yesterday evening, asking to meet up to talk things through and try and figure out what's wrong and what exactly the hell is happening. Earlier today, my wife and I met my parents and my brother's family at his house before my sister arrived. I let them know that if they tried to interrupt or control the conversation we would leave. I told them that I never once even suggested my sister would be allowed to rent out the house or buy it from us. That you didn't know where she got the idea from, and showed them the text strings where I first sent her the listing and every conversation where I updated her on the progress. My mom asked to see the rest of the conversations about the house and I told her there were none. She informed me that my sister told them all that we had made an agreement that my wife and I would purchase it, and then rent it out to my wife's family until they'd paid enough to buy it. That we would live in the guest house, and they'd get the main house. She told them that we had gone back on our deal, and had absolutely shattered her dreams of raising her kids in the house she grew up in. We gave our side and it wasn't difficult at all to convince my parents that we were telling the truth. With the lack of evidence on my sister's part and absolutely no legal documentation, my parents didn't even attempt to try and back up what she told them. My parents were very apologetic and let us know that they never would have said those things to us, had they known the truth, and that they supported us 100%. My brother was supportive of us as well, but he was never one of the people harassing us over this, so his reaction is less important. Around then my sister and her husband showed up. My BIL is a doormat and will give my sister whatever she wants, so I wasn't expecting much from him. I asked her to produce any of the necessary evidence to prove that I told her we'd rent the house out to her. That her lie was ill-conceived and that she better have a good explanation. She attempted to suggest that I had deleted the conversation, but when she couldn't produce said messages, either her story fell apart. She started crying, saying it wasn't fair that we got everything handed to us, and that we didn't need a house this big, and that we were rubbing our wealth in her face. So to my understanding, she thought she could trick everyone into bullying us into renting our house out to her? I guess? Like some kind of fucked in the head Scooby-Doo villain? Instead of using ghosts to scare us away, she's using a fake rental agreement that she didn't even attempt to make look or sound legit. We let her know that she had a lot of apologizing to do before we'd consider having a relationship with her moving forward, and that she wouldn't be welcome in our home for a long time. At the moment, our relationship with my parents is rocky at best, for obvious reasons. They let us know that they're here to support us if we need moving assistance or help with renovations, but it'll take some good hard thinking to decide if we're okay with that. We will not be giving anyone in my family a spare key, but my wife's parents will receive one for emergencies. The house won't be in a state to host guests for a bit, so we are choosing to cross the "can my family be trusted at our home" bridge when we come to it. To answer some common questions I've noticed in the comments. My sister obviously has some screws loose, but my parents don't really coddle her. She's what you can consider the golden child, and the baby. But honestly, most of her antics up until this point were just one-upping achievements during our childhood or seeking more attention from our parents. She's dramatic, entitled, and a little selfish, but has never displayed this level of crazy before. Yes, we will get a security system, but not for a bit. No, my family will not be trusted with a key. Yes, I am a woman. I know it's crazy how two women can be married. LOL. My wife and I do not have kids and will not have them in the future. My sister has done some odd things, but nothing as absolutely absurd as this. We will be meeting with an estate planner to put everything into writing. We plan on leaving the property to my SIL and her kids, with my mill as the executor of our estate for the time being. My sister and her family rent a small house in town. They aren't struggling per se, they each are college educated with good jobs, but children are expensive, and then adding in student debt and $2,000 a month in rent, and you aren't exactly living it up. Also, there's a surprising amount of people mad at my wife and I for being rich. We are not wealthy. My in-laws are comfortable and are generous enough to allow us to occupy their rental at no charge. They bought a new house decades ago and just didn't sell their previous one. So they allowed my wife to live there. The down payment was my wife's college fund from years ago. Her parents put money in it, but when she decided to go into a trade, they kept the money and saved it specifically for the purpose of a down payment. When we told them that the house was up for sale finally, they offered the college fund they had kept for her. We work good paying jobs, but were able to save so much because we didn't have to pay $2,000 a month for housing. We skimp and save, and we did damn well earn it. We lived below our means and spent years forgoing any kind of luxuries to afford something we wanted. So yeah, not as drama-filled as a lot of people were expecting or hoping. I don't see this as the end of it, not at all. But for the time being, my wife and I are focusing on dealing with our new house and not my sister. She's blocked on both our phones as of this morning, and I'm not sure when I plan on unblocking her. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Leaving it to your SIL is mad work. You're closer to your SIL than your sister? OP. The sister who attempted to trick, bully, and harass her way into taking the house we just bought and turned my entire family against us? And my SIL is my wife's sister. So yes, she's just as close to us as my sister. Closer after the stunt my sister just pulled. Comment 2. And I would have gotten away with the house if not for those meddling lesbians. OP. Okay, this one got me. Comment 3. Your sister is delusional and has made up a narrative in her head that she is owed or entitled to certain privileges. Your parents are crazy for reinforcing that narrative to her. Good on you for taking your wife's side and not standing for disrespect. Comment 4. NTA. Do not ever give your parents or sister a spare key or the door code. Ever. My foster family of 11 years is kicking me out by the end of the week. I have nowhere to go and I feel broken. I, 18 male, was told earlier today that I need to pack up and leave by the end of the week. I still feel in shock. I was removed from my biological family when I was 7 due to issues with my parents. I was then placed in foster care and then matched with a couple who I will call the Peters. It's not their real name. No matter how much I actually want to blast their real info, I won't. The Peters were always really nice to me, and since I moved in when I was pretty young, after a while I started to consider them my parents. I called them Mum and Dad, treated them as my parents, treated their biological son as my brother. I wasn't their only foster child. They also have a 9-year-old boy who has lived with us for a little over a year. I was never adopted by them. I know why, because they live off the fostering allowance. Something that never really bothered me. They told me that it didn't matter, and that legality didn't make us a family. Which I believed. I went on their agency website earlier today and I found out that they are getting paid at least $2,400 for me per month. Or at least they were. Since I turned 18 they stopped getting the allowance. However, they applied for a staying put arrangement for me, which meant they would continue getting paid something as they continue to support me and let me live with them. It wasn't as much, I think it was like $1,000 per month. They told me they had it approved until I was 21, so I thought I'd be able to stay at least until I finished uni. They sat me down today and told me I had to leave. They told me that fostering is a business and that they couldn't afford to keep me on just the stay put arrangement allowance. They told me I had until the end of the week. 4 days. How generous of them. They said they need my room because they want to get a new foster placement. They literally told me it's not personal. Like that makes me feel any fucking better. They said they would still consider me like a son, not their son anymore. Like a son, and that they want to keep in touch. What a joke. They choose to kick me out. An 18-year-old with no job, no income, no nothing. About to start university. Yet their bio son who is 25 gets to stay? So yeah. I guess fuck me, right? I'm just the one no one ever wanted. I guess I wasn't ever truly part of their family. Relevant comments. Accomplished Emu 591. I am sorry for your situation. However, you should contact the agency that was paying them. Tell them what they did, and ask for referrals to other organizations that can provide you assistance with finding employment and attending uni. It is even possible that your report of their behavior would make them ineligible for further paid foster placement. Not likely, but possible. No address 1159 responding to Accomplish EMU 591. Calling your former social worker is 100% a great idea, OP. Or going to Citizens Advice. There is plenty of support available to former foster children and they will help you find what you're eligible for. The part about reporting them, sadly there wouldn't be anything legally wrong or against any fostering practices for what they're doing. As long as they don't continue to claim on the staying put order, that is. In England, fostering is generally treated more as a business than as something you do for love, as it is in the US. Which has its upsides and its downsides. Morally though, the Peters are despicable people in my opinion. Jen in Miami. I'm so sorry. If it makes you feel any better, many parents kick their biological kids out once they turn 18 too. OP. Answer. It doesn't really, if I'm honest. Mouse and Ladybug. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. These are garbage people. I'd be reporting them for fraud. They can't accept money to have you stay there if you aren't. OP. Answer. They'll probably cancel the staying put arrangement altogether, so I don't think they'll continue to be paid for me after I leave. Though that is something I am 100% checking in a few weeks. Po boy from Po family. They're doing it for the money. That is why. It's unfortunate and they sound horrid. I'm sorry, OP. I hope it all works out for you. Leaving will suck. But at least you won't be surrounded by greedy leeches. OP. Answer. I thought they were my family. I'm genuinely considering going no contact with them after I'm set up whatever I'll end up doing next week. Cucky 94. You absolutely should. You were 7 when you went into their care. They denied you the opportunity to find a real family who love you for you and not the dollars you brought in. Fuck them. You deserve better. OP answer. I doubt anyone would have adopted me. I wasn't a great kid, in truth had more issues than a hospital piss pot. I wasn't a great kid in any sense. But I changed. Genuinely I changed. I can't help but wonder if this is because of how I was as a young child. Nene 1 through 0388. I'm so sorry this has happened to you, honey, you must be feeling awful. Do you have a care leaver's personal advisor? Not sure which area you are in. They should be supporting you to find move-on accommodation in a supported setting if needed. Or support you to approach your local housing office for support. Without cause, your foster family cannot give you 4 days notice to leave, they would need to give formal notice which is usually about 4 weeks. It would be worth calling your Children's Services Duty, VOR, out-of-hours telephone number and explaining the situation, because it will be whoever is responsible, i.e. the personal advisor's team who will be paying the staying put fees to the foster carers, so there is someone who is responsible and will need to provide immediate support to help you. OP answer. Yeah, I'm meeting with him today. I'm going to tell him they've given me a verbal 4-day notice and that I need urgent help. If I'm honest, I don't want to stay here anymore. The whole dynamic has changed and none of them even look me in the eyes now. But I'm not going to make myself homeless, so I'll stay until I have accommodation and I'm not leaving the house until I do. Brightad 3 is 06. It is awful, but if they counted on that money to make rent, they might not have much of a choice. I wouldn't conduct myself that way, but not every foster couple is rich. OP answer, they own their own home. And just some quick math for anyone interested. I don't know what package I was placed on because there's a difference allowance for each package, but according to the fostering agency website the minimum was $2,400 for me, it goes to a maximum of $3,400 per month, but I'll estimate off the lowest. Mine obviously stopped, but it would be the same for the 9M foster placement they have now. So, $2,400 x 12 for ours, $2,800 per year. Plus my $12,000 per year from the staying put order, gave them a nice $40,800 per year. Which they would pay little, if any, tax on, as a fostering allowance is taxed very lightly here. That may not sound like a lot to Americans with your high wages, but the average post-tax wage where I live is $23,985 per year. They had enough, I think. Mini update. Okay, thank you guys for all your advice. Honestly, I was in a state of shock yesterday. Maybe still am today. I wasn't thinking straight. I only slept 2 hours last night, that's all, so I'm probably a little delirious today as well. Firstly, I have contacted my personal advisor. He'll be having an emergency meeting with me at 1:30, so I'll have more details about what's going to happen to me then. He'll hopefully be able to sort out emergency accommodation for me. Secondly, to those of you saying the Peters can't legally just give me 4 days notice to leave, I will definitely be mentioning this to my personal assistant and get his advice on it. I don't want to stay here any longer than I need to because they told me it's like I don't exist. They just look right through me. But I'm not going to move out until I have safe accommodation for me. I will outright refuse. I am not going to be made homeless. Thirdly, those of you saying contact my uni, I have an offer from them, but it's only conditional if I get my predicted A levels. Hopefully I will, but since I'm not technically a student yet, I don't know if they will actually provide any support yet. Finally, I am also going to ensure that the staying put allowance stops. I will tell my personal assistant today that it should surely be stopped if I'm not living with them. Luckily I have some money saved. Some people here have said I should be entitled to a bursary when I start uni, and I'll have my maintenance student loan to help me. I've already started looking for a job. Relevant comments Snaggle00T4. Good luck. I'd cut all ties with them. They are not good people. Celebration Main, 8329. Good luck OP, I am here rooting for update 2. Okay, hi everyone, I just got home and am feeling incredibly tired, so this is just going to be a short update. Basically, I had a big long meeting with my personal assistant and he was very sympathetic and felt upset that the Peters are treating me this way. We had one meeting and then I went to get food while he spoke to the Peters directly, and then I came back to meet him again to let me know everything that has happened. He's putting me on the list for social housing. I am hopeful that it will not be long until I am able to get my own house. I recorded the meeting because I'm so sleep deprived, and also, I have really bad memory processing for long things like that because of my dyslexia. Autism or something, I'm not sure. I can listen to it again tomorrow after I've slept, but from what I gather they will help me with paying for rent costs. I will also get some money to help pay for furniture and things like that. When he spoke to the Peters, I don't know if he said they had to keep me housed for a while or asked them to. I'm not sure. But they've agreed to keep housing me until the end of August, so at least I don't have to worry about everything happening in 3 days. He did tell me that if I feel uncomfortable, I can be moved into a youth hostel place while they wait for a property to be available for me. But I said, if I can, I would rather stay with the Peters until I am ready to move. Even if it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. He told me they will continue getting paid the staying put allowance until the day I officially move out, and then it will be stopped. On a completely separate note, my best friend and I had a huge argument earlier. He said that I'm being ungrateful, and honestly what he said really hurt me. We had a huge argument. I just thought out of everyone he would get me and understand what I was going through. Maybe not. Maybe I'm being unreasonable. I am really tired, so maybe my emotions are just not being controlled well at the moment. I am going to talk to him tomorrow after I've slept, and I'm hoping this argument will just blow over because I need him at the moment. I don't feel like I have anyone else. Oh, and I haven't read all the comments because I didn't expect to get so many. Thank you everyone who has offered support. It is genuinely so sweet and I am so thankful. Relevant comments Gen 820. Glad things are working out. Don't worry about your friend. Right now you are in survival mode. Trying to make sure you aren't on the streets. Hope everything keeps working out for you. OP answer. He said I should be grateful that they kept me that long anyway. Like the fuck? I'm not a pet. He also said some other things like how it's good that they're going to help another child like I was. Which is true, and I get that it's a good thing what they're doing to help people. But him saying those things make me feel like I'm being crazy for wanting to stay like I was promised by them. Ugh, I'm too tired and maybe I'm being irrational. I'm going to talk again with him tomorrow and say I'm sorry. Long and unimportant rant. It never bothered me that they were paid to keep me before. Genuinely never bothered me at all. I always knew I was a foster child. I was about 15 when I learnt that they were paid money to look after me, and I told myself it was a good thing. And it probably was. I have had loving parents for 11 years, which is more than some people can say. I just didn't ever think they'd make me move out when the payments stopped being as high. I found out that when I was still a child they were paid $111.82 per day for me. That's $40,114 per year. I had never felt different to the family. I had always felt loved and secure. I don't understand why they have changed their minds about me. None of them will even look at me in the eyes anymore. And it's gotten to the point where I can't leave my room anymore because all I feel is the absence of the love that used to be there. I didn't come down for any meal times, which was a rule that you had to before. If I didn't go down before, I wouldn't have gotten any food. But Mum brought it up to my room and knocked on the door to say she was going to leave it there for me. I've used that 100 times over and over again in my head, to try and convince myself that they still love me. I called her by her first name when I came home yesterday. Not Mum, Claire. She looked upset when I did that, and a part of me is happy about that, and a part of me feels cruel for it. I knew it would hurt her and I did it anyway. In some ways I wish she wakes up to the pain she's causing me. I hope she takes it back and says that it is a lapse in judgment, and that she loves me and wants me to stay. But if that were going to come, I think it would have already. I guess I'm not worth the $76 per day they lose by not replacing me with another foster child. When I feel bad about hurting them, I remind myself they're kicking me out to get an extra $76 a day. That's what I'm worth to them. $76 per day. Relevant comments OP respond. I don't expect anyone to read this or care, but I want to say thank you for the immense love you've all shown me. I feel nothing but gratitude to you all. My in bad book. I'd like to think, at least a part of the reason for their lack of eye contact and emotional withdrawal is due to their feelings of absolute embarrassment, guilt and shame. That she seemed upset with being called her name, I feel, somewhat supports this. And they should feel this way. However, I really do hope they can put these feelings, and their egos, to the side and take steps to actively make amends and rebuild the relationship. I really am sorry this is happening, and I'm so very happy you had a secure and safe childhood. Edit. To add, I follow you and read your posts because I really want you to be okay. You didn't deserve this. No child does, no matter their struggles. I've been thinking about you and putting all the good thoughts out there for you. Emgen France, your feelings are valid and important. You are not alone. Adopted is a great group here on Reddit just for adoptees. People who understand because they've been there. You can also find groups on Facebook, and there may even be local groups in your area if you'd like to connect with people in person. You're doing amazing. Okay, I am going to try and condense this as much as possible. Basically, 18 male, got removed from my bio family when I was 7. I got taken into foster care and was matched with a family called the Peters. I was then raised by the Peters for the remainder of my life, from 7 all the way until now. They had originally told me that I was able to live with them indefinitely, as I considered the Peters my family. And they applied for a stay order with me, which basically means they continued to get paid something like $250 by the government to recognize that they're continuing to support a former foster child, me, after my 18th birthday. As I said before, I was always told by Peters I could stay as long as I needed to set myself up in life. Their bio son, who I considered my brother, is 25 and still lives with them. He doesn't work but graduated university 2 years ago. I have a conditional offer at a local university which I'm studying classics with aims to become a teacher. I start in October, if I get my predicted A-levels, which I think I will. But the Peters told me that I had to leave by the end of the week because they wanted to get another foster child. This is something they really sprung on me. And it's been extremely difficult for me. I had to get in contact with my social worker who spoke with the Peters, and now they're letting me stay until the end of August, but the whole family has changed. I explained all this to my best friend, and I said I was considering going no contact with them after I moved out. He ranted to me about how ungrateful I'm being to them. And how they raised me for 11 years and now they want to give that to another child in a position like I was. I get that, and that's part of the reason why I feel so guilty. My friend isn't speaking to me now, calling me selfish for wanting to stay with the Peters like I was promised. And for them trying to get rid of me with 4 days' notice. There were plans they could have taken to transition me into independent living before I turned 18, and they chose not to take part in them, because they told me I could always stay with them. The one time of my life I needed my friend, and he's gone too, and I feel so alone, and I can't understand why he's taking their side over mine. I understand the argument that they will continue to help another child, but at the same time I just wish they didn't have to throw me out to do so. When I suggested to my friend they could have asked their bio son to move out instead of me, and he just said, "I'm being selfish." I still don't even know if I am going to go no contact with them. I just said I felt like doing it, and I wish I didn't even say that because I didn't expect it to cause such an argument. So, am I the A? Relevant comments. Top reveal 847. You poor kid, your friend is an AH, and you're certainly not. Even if there is another kid waiting and desperately in need, they could have and should have at least let you plan ahead more than a few days in advance, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Are you foster parents at least helping you find a place? Edit to add that you should let someone at the university know. IDK how it's done where you are, but some universities have programs for stuff like this. Wardog 1983. You not the A. The Peters are using the fostering system to support themselves. They do not care about helping the kids. They say that to justify their callous treatment of you. They should not be foster parents. I'm sorry about your friend, his point of view is a betrayal because it is simply wrong. Scott's way. Hey. Dude, my cousin used to foster kids. She fostered 3 sisters and 1 other girl. I use the words because she adopted them as she wasn't in it for the money. OP answer. I don't really even care that they were looking after me and getting money for it. It doesn't bother me. I never knew how much they were getting to look after me, but I did know they were being paid. It does make me hurt and betrayed that they're kicking me out for a difference of 70-something pounds a day. Material, Cellist 4133. Not the A. Also, you are far from ungrateful. You were 100% grateful until they made it about money. You thought they took care of you because they were good people. Instead, they took care of you for money. It's an even exchange, nothing to be grateful about. Peters found my Reddit posts. The Peters' son, Jamie, has found my original Reddit post. I guess I should have been more careful with the details, but my mind was so frantic at the point of writing it I just couldn't think straight. I'm not sure how he found it, but considering it has almost 10,000 upvotes, and Jamie was the person who introduced me to Reddit, I guess it might have just popped up on his page. Does anyone know if it might have popped up to him because we're on the same network, in the same location? A few hours ago Jaime came to my room. He showed me the original post and asked if I had written it. At first I tried to deny it, but I'm an awful liar, so he just knew. He asked why I didn't tell him about this, and I said I thought he knew. He told me he had no idea and would not have supported his parents throwing me out if he did. He was told I requested to move out. He genuinely seemed shocked and appalled at the details in the post. Against my wishes he shared the post in the family group chat. He did this out of a place of wanting to defend me. Mom, Dad, I really think you should read this and see the impact this is having on. But I really wish he didn't do it. They've both read the message but neither have responded. I have not left my room since. I'm really anxious right now. Like I'm at the level before a panic attack. I can feel one coming on. Relevant comments. Polly6119. Stay calm and know that you did nothing wrong. They may try to gaslight you. They may lie to your brother. They don't have a good track record for being decent people. But no matter what they do, remember you did nothing wrong. They cannot throw you out because of it. They have learned their lesson on that. I'm glad to know your brother didn't agree with their horrible decision, and I'm glad that he found out. Him not looking you in the eye these past couple of days may have had something to do with the tension already in the air and him thinking you just up and wanted to leave. I hope it turns out that they realize their mistakes and apologize profusely. But brace yourself for that not happening and that they may get upset with you for airing dirty laundry. They may end up trying to guilt you and blame everything on you. They may do nothing. Please remember, no matter what they say and no matter what your ex-best friend said, you did nothing wrong. Your feelings are valid. You deserve love. You did not deserve what they did to you. Afternoon agitated 803. Calm and breath. Sounds like he's being a big brother and sticking up for you, because for him you're his sister and he loves you. So talk to him more, lean on him more. He's an adult, he can handle it. The moving out. The Peters could have really dealt with this in such a better way. They could have talked to you about now that you're an adult and soon going to university. We'll go and talk to your caseworker about finding you your own place to live, and we'll be able to help another little kid just like you when you came here, but you've got to come round for Sunday dinner. Or something like that. They handled this so badly, saying yes you can stay till 21, then telling you exactly the money they receive, and then telling you to get out by the end of the week. Where did they expect you to go, FFs? Do the foster parents not work at all? Or are the children their only job? And although he's being a good brother to you right now, if he finished uni 2 years ago, why isn't he working or getting training or something? 2 years of not putting his degree to use will show those in whatever field he did the degree in that he has no work ethic at all. I've just tonight been reading through all your posts and I completely understand why you're thinking of going LC with foster parents. They've handled it really badly, and next time you see your caseworker, ask them, do foster parents not get training or anything on how to handle this situation of when a child is reaching 18? Tell the caseworker you want notes or something put on their file of how badly they have handled this, so that any future foster kids they look after their file shows. This is what they do when the money drops down, so that a future caseworker can put the child's needs first and they don't go through what you went through. With your friend, he's being a bit of an asshole. I'm guessing by the language used he has the privilege of living with his birth parents his whole life and is in no danger of being told he has to get out in 5 days? He is not acknowledging he's in a position of privilege in this situation. I'd message him and say, these last few days have been crazy, and although you wouldn't know what it feels like to be in this position, I was just looking for a friend to listen to. It's been a stressful and upsetting few days and I don't want to fall out with you. And just suggest something you usually do together if you play a computer game or just hang out. End it with, do you want to play comp hang out tomorrow? And leave it at that and see what they say. Fairy Rebels Wild, to the Peters. From OP's posts, it sounds like you had a genuine relationship with him, or at least he felt you did. It's good that you were able to provide a stable family life for him. Considering that you had originally told OP he could stay and you had applied for him staying put, I'm going to assume that somehow your circumstances changed. That sucks. But you handled this in the worst way possible. You should have approached OP in a collaborative manner, explaining the situation. Phrased it as not being able to support him anymore, rather than fostering being a business. Explored if him getting a job and financially contributing would have helped. Actually help him connect with his personal assistant for those transitional services and with their advice, making a realistic move-out date. Everything you did was wrong. Saying fostering as a business taints every family interaction or affection as fake and transactional. I dare say pretending to be his family is worse than if you had kept it businesslike from the beginning. Verbal 4 days notice is actually heartless. How cruel and frankly, unrealistic, especially as you knew, being the ones to have originally allowed him to stay, that he wasn't applied to the transitional services yet. You can't expect him to continue treating you as family while you treat him as a former business colleague. Again, heartless and unrealistic. I hope you learn to be more empathetic to your future foster kids, or at least, be honest to them about your intentions from the beginning. What I'm going to send in the family group chat. Is this a bad idea? To Matt and Claire. I came to you as a 7-year-old. A 7-year-old who had never felt love or affection, or anything remotely nice. I was taught at a young age to fear those in authority. To fear the sudden changes in the moods of my birth parents. I was taught to bottle up my emotions and my pain and never show it. When I first came to you, my life was ruled by fear and anxiety. I know my behaviors back then were awful, and were a struggle to manage. I had been taught there were no consequences for some actions. And firm, scary and hard consequences for others. The worst part was that those actions never seemed to be consistent. I could do something one day and be praised by my birth family, and another day I would be beaten. Love was not something given, it was something earned. It was conditional and shallow. You both showed me another way. You showed me love and affection, and at first it felt confusing and hard to comprehend. I couldn't see myself as anything more than a nuisance. I couldn't see why someone would love me. I couldn't understand why you weren't beating me. Do you remember me telling you, "You can hit me if I am naughty, I won't mind"? Slowly you taught me to trust and love myself, and those around me. You showed me that no matter what I did, you wouldn't give up on me. You wouldn't send me away or hate me. And I really tried to make you. I know that. I was scared. You made me realize that it wasn't my own fault I was in care, and that I wasn't to blame for the things that happened to my birth family. You showed me appropriate outlets to my fears. You showed me love, compassion, and kindness. The first day I remember feeling truly safe was when I was sitting in your arms at 8 years old watching Shrek. I still think back to that moment. It probably just felt like another day to you. But to me, it is a core memory in my life. It's a moment that shapes the way I see myself. You sat up with me when I was worried about moving up to secondary school. You comforted me when my birth mom told me she no longer wanted to be part of my life. You were there when XX broke up with me when I was 15 years old and I felt like my whole world was ending again. You encouraged me to go beyond my studies and apply to university. The most important thing you showed me was that I was worthy of being loved and respected. You never gave up on me. I am who I am today because of what you did. I look at myself and I see compassion, care and kindness. And in those traits I see you. You weren't my birth family, but you were my family. My only family. I don't know what changed. Why has there been a switch? Why have you gone from the loving and caring parents you were? When I leave my room now, I no longer feel that love and kindness that brought me out of the pits of despair as a child. It's almost as if you have completely altered the way you see me, and I just can't understand why. A few days ago you told me I had to move out. You gave me 4 days notice to leave my family. You sent me back into feeling like that child at 7 years old. I'm not saying this to guilt you or to ask you to let me stay. That is past now, and unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever be able to see you the same way again. I understand if you were hard on money or if you wanted to help another child like me. But why not talk to me? Why spring it on me and then act like I don't matter? Why tell me it's just business? Did you think that would make it hurt less? Since you told me my whole life has been turned upside down and I don't know how I will make it to the other side. If I had felt like this a few weeks ago, do you know who I would have gone to? I would have gone to you. I would have told you my worries and my fears, and you would have said the exact right thing, and then we'd sit together and watch some awful TV show. And now, I have no one again. I feel like I'm being told for the second time in my life that I don't deserve a family. And this time I have no one to pick me up off the edge. That was always you, Mom and Dad. It was always you I could rely on. Why are you giving up on me now? Relevant comments. OP respond. I really feel like today the whole thing has just hit me in the face again. I think the emotions I was feeling were being blocked, and today they've been let out and I've done nothing but cry all day. Jay loves writing. Send it to them. Let them know how you feel, how they hurt you, and that they cannot expect you to ever contact them again after you leave. They need to know how you feel. Send it to them, and if you want to, leave the GC. Because they may try to justify their actions, and you don't need to hear it. OP answer. The sad thing is I don't think I even want that. I want them to love me again. I've contacted my personal assistant, and I'm moving out today. My personal assistant is allowing me to store my things I can't take with me in his garage. It's kind of him. He's found me a place at a local hostel. I'll get my own room apparently, which was a big deciding factor on if I wanted to move in or not. The hostel works with the LA and houses a lot of care leavers, the English term for someone who has aged out of foster care, while they wait for their own houses. I haven't sent the message yet, but I know my foster brother Jamie has seen it. Yesterday I felt overwhelming emotions, today I feel none. I don't know which is better. I'll send it once I'm moved out. I have a room, so I'll be gone in a few hours. I still haven't spoken to them, but I just can't face it anymore. I am sick of being anxious and stressed about this. I guess they did get their 4-day notice after all. Edit 1. I have just left Peter's house for the last time. The room is ready for me at the hostel. I feel so weird and sad and lonely right now. I've ordered myself a pizza to have for dinner today. And my PA even paid for it. I just want to get in bed and cry. My head is spinning thinking about everything I need to do. Wish me luck, everyone. Edit 2. I want to clarify something. I was hurt and in shock when I wrote my first post, But I want to make it understood that I was never eligible to be adopted. At first, the end goal for me was to reintegrate myself into my birth family. By the time we knew that was never going to happen, I wouldn't have accepted adoption as I wanted to keep my legal ties with my birth family. The Peters always told me it didn't matter that I didn't want to be adopted, and they loved me the same anyway. Maybe it wouldn't have changed anything, or maybe it would have. They were paid fortnightly for caring for me, and they would get $1,865.48. That's $4,702.48 per year they got just to raise me, which is about $52,295.77. I keep thinking about that number. Was that all I was? I wonder what I would change if I could go back in time. Edit 3. I am settled in the hostel now. It's not exactly luxury, to say the least. But at least I'm here now. I sent the text message, very slightly altered from the one I wrote yesterday. And then I left the group chat. I also posted it on Facebook. That was probably the wrong thing to do. I don't know. Final update. This is going to be my final update on all of this. I want to put everything behind me. Claire rang me crying, saying she had no idea I felt like this. How? How could she not know? She said she was sorry and begged me to come back. God. How do I ruin everything? She was telling me all these things about how she regrets the past few days so much and wishes she could take it all back. I said this is not fair. She cannot throw me out and then call me crying. I said it's manipulative. She just kept saying sorry. She said she loves me and wants me to come home. Jesus. This is just a lie, right? She must have known. Am I the bad person here? I feel so confused I don't know what to do. I just hung up and then she started texting me and I blocked her. But now I feel like I'm the bad person here. I'm so tired of this. Of all of this. I want nothing to do with any of them. I don't think Reddit is good for me. I'm not sure any of this is good for me. I'm going to delete the app. Sorry everyone. Relevant comments. Calamity Curls. I've been following along with your updates as you post them, OP, and I want to tell you that I'm so sorry you're going through this, that you deserve better, and that you are so strong in a situation where you shouldn't have to be. I'm glad your personal assistant is helping you, and I wish you nothing but success and happiness. OP answer. Thank you. I considered contacting my bio mom. Last time I spoke to her was when I was a young teen. But I think it might just be seeking out something to make myself feel more hurt, and I don't think I could deal with any more rejection. To bigger and better things. 8 marshmallows. I can't believe the Peters were too cowardly to even say anything to you. Will this whole situation make them ineligible for future placements? I would think there is a reporting structure and your personal assistant would be obligated to flag their file for this. OP answer. Doubt it. My personal assistant didn't even seem shocked by the situation as a whole, and I think my parents have framed it as us falling out to their social worker. Despite me making it clear that's not the case from my POV. Refusing my boyfriend's threesome request led to a wedding drama and a shocking revelation. Am I the asshole? This is a throwaway because too much identifying info is on my main page. IF29 met my boyfriend Michael M35 at a show I performed in. I am a theater person as a hobby, and he complimented my performance and bought me a drink. We have been together now for a little over a year. His sister got married last week and I was initially pleased to be asked to be a bridesmaid but also a bit surprised as she barely knows me, but I thought this was an attempt to have an excuse to also get to know each other better. Michael and I got into an argument the week before because he said that he wanted to entertain the thought of spicing up our sex life and having a threesome. He said since I was bi, why not? I didn't like the idea too much and said so, and it devolved into a petty Cold War and he started to ignore my messages after he left my place. He didn't reply to me at all until the day before the wedding asking what time he needed to pick me up since we can't go separate, otherwise, people will gossip about us. He barely said anything to me the whole time we traveled to the venue. The wedding was fine, but at the reception he got me a plate and leaned in to kiss me, but I shied away and he got up to mingle. I started feeling ill not too long after and 911 was called. I realized I was having an allergic reaction but had my pen but still had to be carted off by the ambulance, and that's when someone who was looking for Michael said that he had left with some of the other groomsmen to a bar nearby. I called 6 times and texted that it was an emergency as I was getting checked out by the paramedics, and again when they strongly suggested I go to the hospital, but he never replied. I was released by the hospital and called him to ask him to pick me up, but he didn't pick up, so I woke up my best friend and she took me home and stayed with me overnight to make sure I was okay. The next morning Michael called me but I was still asleep, so he left me a lengthy voicemail yelling at me that I ruined his sister's wedding and that I always have to make things about me. He came over to further berate me and told me he should just break up with me at this point as I'm dramatic and this is all too much, so I pointed out that he had gotten my plate, knew full well that I have a legit allergy to coconut, and that his sister had told me afterwards that he knew that the cake he gave me was the coconut cream cake as all the food had signs saying what it was and what the ingredients were as I'm not the only person with allergies that attended. He left telling me that he can't talk to me when I'm this way. I was honestly exhausted so I didn't bother going after him. But his father called me to ask how I was doing and after I answered he then told me how I'm hurting Michael's heart by blaming him and Michael has been inconsolable since we fought. I texted Michael to ask if we could talk but the conversation went back around somehow to the threesome and how I don't respect him even in intimate settings or want to hear him out regarding his needs and make things about me. I am so confused because to me this feels manipulative but I respect his father so much. I go to their church and he is a pastor there. So to have him tell me I'm in the wrong threw me. Edit. A lot of comments are suggesting that this was intentional and I have actually never considered he gave me something I'm allergic to on purpose and certainly not to use against me to leverage in our argument. But I think I may have to come clean and talk to his parents. I know them well so hopefully it won't go too badly. Small update. Michael texted me this morning to apologize. He said the wedding was stressing him out and he had a lot on his mind so he accidentally handed me the plate he meant for himself, not the one for me. He said he didn't know I was in the hospital and felt bad he wasn't there for me but he left the reception with some of the groomsmen to blow off much needed steam. I don't know how I feel about it all so I just replied, okay. He is now asking to come over and talk this out in person. Second edit. For any and all of you calling me stupid or implying I am a child and why am I still with this guy etc. Just know, you remind me a lot of him of how he used to put me down and bully me and it's a real wonder of mine if you treat people in your life like he did me. I suspect you do. Glad to be rid of him and indifferent about you. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Be honest, have you, now that you are looking back, seen red flags like this? This behavior likely didn't just show up. Have you ever gotten ill after a disagreement with him? Oddly enough I am sitting with my BFF and she asked me the same question and yes, actually. Our first real argument that I can remember I was down with a stomach bug for almost a week and he visited me and made soup. Then the only big argument I can recall outside this one, he wanted to use labels really soon onto us going on some dates and I didn't and the next morning, I was sick with chest pains and stomach cramps. I don't want to sound dramatic or accusatory but since people have commented he might have purposefully given me something I'm allergic to, I just don't know anymore. Comment 2. NTA. The two of you are completely incompatible. He wants threesomes, you want to attend wedding receptions without leaving in an ambulance. Okay. When I read this I was with Bestie and we've been drinking and the scream I scrumptious laughing so hard nearly killed me more effectively than the coconut LMAO update 1. Well many of you were right I should not have met him in person, but I did. He took me out to lunch insisting he pay for it all and it was incredibly over the top. He had flowers and a written letter of apology but as some of you messaged me his apologies dodged the point by way of if I hurt you, or that you're feeling X or Y feeling, etc. He quoted some scriptures and said he has repented as his carelessness caused me harm. I wasn't much moved by any of it until he said how much his family loves me and how much our church roots for us as a couple and I kinda sat back and realized that one flimsy reason I was even entertaining forgiving him and staying was because of the pressure I dealt with as the GF of a pastor's son. It occurred to me that there were so many times I let things slide because he is the heir apparent so he had the power in the social aspect of our community. Sorry I know I'm rambling but I'm emotional and tipsy. I remember just staring at him and saying it was incredibly alarming that by now he can't be aware of my one ingle allergy and that he didn't bother to tell his own GF he was stepping out with the guys or even that he was stepping out of his own sister's wedding at all. He then said it was really actually kind of stupid of me to eat a cake that had coconut and implied I'm an idiot for not realizing what I had was coconut. I realized then he would never accept that he was in the wrong and thus there was no point. I stood up and smiled and said, you know what, don't worry about it. Thanks for dinner. Good night. To which he replied that if I wasn't going to grow up and accept his apology I'm a waste of his time. He uses that a lot whenever we disagree and it usually hurts me deeply but this time it was like a Rolodex of memories flooded my brain and I really suspect he's been deliberately making me sick whenever we disagree to teach me a lesson. I said I was done and he needn't waste his time with me from this point on and left. I then sent screenshots to his father explaining the situation as best I can without blaming Michael for prior illnesses without proof and I got a text about 20 minutes ago from his father. His father is incredibly disappointed in my immaturity and hurt that I wouldn't even give it until Sunday at church where we can pray together, talk it out and heal. I felt this way for a while, but I was able to say at this time that using religion as a tool of guilt is low, and I am no longer concerned with his version of God, as that version is a judgmental, cruel, and heartless jerk, while the one I always thought of was loving, compassionate and kind, and I am done. I was told by him and by further emails that I am no longer welcome at my church until I reconcile with my true husband, and learn compassion and respect for my leaders. So I guess that's it. I will enjoy sleeping in tomorrow and eating coconut-free food, while lazing about my home rather than going to 3 separate church services starting at 8 a.m. and then figure it all out from there. I don't know how to sign off, but I do watch a concerning amount of Charlotte Dobry videos, and she usually ends things with practical shit like, do your laundry or something. So I will just say, live for yourself, feed your soul, and know you're enough. I certainly am going to put in the work to get there, and I hope we all make it to the other side, content and filled with love and joy. And by the way, F you, Michael. I know you are reading this. I know you know it's me, and I hope your socks are always just a little soggy. OP added in the comments. Here I forgot to add to my post, but I didn't want to bring the threesome requests into it. Well, I sent his daddy screenshots of some texts. If you'd like some drama, here are the top 2. It was the night I sent him home after he tried and failed to pressure me into sex. He told me that I was missing out and should be grateful since your body makes me sick, but my love for you is stronger. Would it kill you to be grateful enough to just do a HJ? And on his birthday, I had just been in the hospital after passing out from exhaustion and dehydration and went straight to his party. I stayed at his place until everyone left, and I left soon after, helping clean all but the kitchen, and he sent, you could have cleaned the kitchen then or stayed over for sex. Then you're a waste of time if I don't even get birthday sex. Thanks a lot. And after both B suggested adding a third. His dad hasn't responded. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Holy crap, and you stayed with him? You poor girl, no one deserves someone like that in their life, but you didn't say if you told his dad about him sending you to the hospital and potentially killing you. Because we both know, and the rest of Reddit knows, that he did that intentionally. And if there was proof of him giving you that cake, you could probably send his happy ass to jail. OP, I didn't and don't have the best self-esteem. And here is the only black woman in the town that I've known of. I've always known that I'm considered less desirable. Not saying that's right, but just knowing where I live. Been here since my preteen years. When Michael asked me out, it was like a parade. Everyone acted like it was a Cinderella story and I won a lottery or something. I have a friend who I have been texting today, and she is letting me know how dumb I've been. I never told her of our issues, and is about ready to commit crimes. LOL. I think I lost myself for a bit, but I wanted to leave the church low-key for a while because of my treatment, so that helps a bit. Update 2. It has been a hot minute. I forgot about my posts until I was watching a YouTube video on Reddit stories, and the story reminded me that I never did update. I found a church in my city a bit more laid back, like we can go to the pub after and have a laid back laugh. I did like it and made amazing friends I am still in touch with, but the going to church idea came from my therapist, and it was to see if I do identify with the church or the ideals of it, and I don't. So now I am back to being the heathen I am. LOL. My ex quickly moved on and he had a new GF within a month of us breaking us. Bless that woman, I thought, because isn't she in for a ride? Oddly enough, she reached out to me on my Facebook and I was curious and opened it. She started with who she is, how long she and ex have been dating, and how long they knew each other. Childhood friends, so basically forever. She then said that she feels convicted by the Holy Ghost to seek a resolution between me and ex, and she is worried I may be his true wife. And if I cannot forgive, then I am proving I am not, and to let her know, as she cannot marry him until I make this clear. I shit you not. Seeing the screenshots, the chat with my new church buddies, my friends sent vomiting emojis, and that this is a cult and not a faith. I concluded they were right and replied with, yeah, marry him if that's what you want. And nothing more. I am getting messages from members of the church, but I don't much care. I've loved my life since leaving. I didn't know life could be so enjoyed really, and it makes me wonder how much damage the church had on me, but for now, just for fun, I am going to an appointment with a friend of a friend's apprentice on tarot readings. LOL. No, that's true. I was asked. No offense to anyone who believes in it, it's just not normally my thing, so I'm curious and interested. Maybe it will be good. I will know. Now to the next story, story 2. Am I the asshole for flipping out on my fiancé for canceling all the vegan food options from our wedding menu behind my back? My fiancé, 31 male, and I, 25 female, are getting married soon. There wasn't much that disagreed on during the wedding planning except for food. Me and my family are vegans, and there are so many reasons why we chose this lifestyle, and one of them being that we have a history of health issues. My fiancé and his family are the complete opposite. They're hardcore meat eaters, which is fine by me obviously. However, when deciding on the wedding food menu, I wanted to add 5 vegan options. My fiancé and his mom objected, saying it was a waste of money over food that isn't real food. They also argued that this would be offensive for their guests and suggested my vegan options just be the good old salads and appetizers. His mom wanted cupcakes, lol. I said no because for one, it's me and my family who's paying. And two, I want to make my guests feel welcome and not be treated as second-class citizens by being served salad. My fiancé made a face and said, "Isn't that what vegans eat?" I refused to argue about it and said it was final. The other day, I found out that he had canceled all the vegan options and took them off the menu completely and behind my back. I was seething. I called him at work, but he kept hanging up on me. I went straight to his workplace and confronted him there and just flipped out on him. He was stunned to see me. He at first said it was his mom's idea, then told me to go home because I was making a scene at the office. The fight continued at home and he defended himself by saying that I sort of made him resort to doing this after I kept brushing off his thoughts and input and refusing to accommodate his family. But there were plenty of meat options. Why can't I get 5 vegan options when I'm paying for it? He yelled that it was his wedding too, not my family's. My family said it was fine and they'll figure it out and told me to let it go, but I refused. AIT for putting my foot down on this. Verdict, not the asshole update, 1. So his mom messaged me earlier to try to get me to listen to what she had to say after I kept ignoring her phone calls. She spent long walls of text just to address what I did at her son's workplace, calling it all kinds of stuff from immature to unhinged. She then went on to explain how she's noticed that me and my family kept acting dismissive of her son's input and contributions to the wedding. She said that she noticed my behavior towards him and her entire family and wanted to speak up earlier but didn't and tried to keep the peace. She then went on to address the food menu issue and denied her involvement in the cancellation of the vegan option, but that didn't mean she doesn't support her son's decision. Moreover, she thought it was so irresponsible of him to make that move because of my continual refusal to see how this stuff is a waste of money. She also pointed out how I kept saying I paid for it, and said that technically this isn't just my money, it's mine and his because we're getting married. She suggested I wake up and get rid of my money, I paid for it, mentality. She finally mentioned how bad this whole situation is making me look and said that she and her son had already offered a number of compromises that I chose to brush off and decided to make it my weird hill to die on. She said that not only her son is upset but she and the family are as well after hearing about it, and suggested I just agree on their compromise and be done with it. This pissed me off beyond belief. I responded by letting her know that I'm still standing my ground on this even if I'll have to call the whole wedding off because of it, because honestly, this is just ridiculous. It is. My mom and dad, they don't even know what to say anymore. Apparently, my fiancé saw my response to her, he's with her, and is now trying to call me, but right now I'm waiting on him to get home and see if he's still insisting on the stance he took. I'll update if there's anything worth adding after we talk. Relevant comments. Comment 1, NTA, are you sure you want to marry this man and his family? They have no respect at all for you and yours. OP, frankly, I have no idea why his mom feels so strongly about getting involved. I only included in wedding planning only because I respect her, but I guess it's like they say, give an inch, and they'll take a mile. Comment 2, info, how many options are there in total? So like 5 non-vegan and 5 vegan, meaning 8, 10 options for meals. Is this a buffet or restaurant reception? Or is this a multi-course menu and so there is essentially one vegan meal with 5 courses? NTA, because he did this behind your back without talking to you. But I'm wondering why he cares what other people eat. Also, he's the AH for claiming he doesn't know what vegans eat. You're vegan. He knows you eat more than salad. OP, aside from the vegan we have 6 options with meat. His mom picked 1. I'm paying for the whole thing. Comment 3, if you marry him, this is the rest of your life. He'll do whatever his mom says when it comes to your kids and managing your life. Update 2, so the talk didn't go well. I waited for him to come home so we could have a final conversation about it, but he still insisted on his stance. For more details, his family are a bit on the heavy side. Nothing wrong with that, they're perfectly within their right to decide how to live, but they get easily offended at the mention of the words weight and food. I tried so hard to focus on the issue at hand, but I noticed there was a pattern of this behavior. He said it wasn't true. And that this was just an attempt for me to throw past conflicts at him in order to win the current one. He claimed he tried to reason with me about why and how his guests might see those vegan options as offensive, also said that his family love food and consider it a big deal, and how he didn't want his family to feel like there's certain options that they couldn't touch, and feel that there's difference in how I treat them versus how I treat my family. He then went on to explain how it's just an event and how my family should just accept what's on the menu, and if they felt inconvenienced, so what? It's just a one-time thing, they're not gonna die if they had salad and appetizers. What he said wasn't a good enough reason for me, cause his folks are gonna think and say what they want, but at the end of the day it's my wedding. And to be honest, realizing that my partner himself thinks it's okay to steamroll my opinions and decisions simply because he's prioritizing others and their opinions over me was really upsetting and not something that could be looked past. Normally, I'm a person of rational discussions and compromises. I'm all about compromises. I'd compromised on much bigger matters than just food, but like people said, it quote s not about the food anymore. If it ever was. Like, he'd literally lose nothing if he let me have what I wanted, but apparently, he was willing to lose it all over this, which is fine by me. I gave him back the ring and called everything off. I just couldn't envision myself living like this any longer, having to walk on eggshells for his family and letting him basically override my opinions and have the final say no matter what. Marriage is about compromise, and here he has nothing to lose yet chose to do this to me and my family. Mind you, this is my first serious relationship and I didn't know what to expect, but it's safe to say that he and his mom and family did make it feel like I was taking crazy pills on many occasions, so that's that. Last thing he said was that I chose my family over him and ended everything for the sake of keeping him happy. Decision has been made and it's done. Just wanted to give an update to those who wanted it. Thank you so much for your endless stream of advice and support. Relevant comments. Comment 1, good for you. Marriage is about compromise, and it doesn't sound like your ex is interested in compromising, or even letting you have a say in things. That isn't a partnership. OP. Thank you. And you're right. Honestly. I felt kind of hesitant about posting an update. In fact, I was hesitant about posting my situation as a whole. Normally I'm not the time to share my private business online, but I was desperate. Like I said, there were times where his family made me feel like I was taking crazy pills. Honestly, and I'm gonna say this anyway, I hate them. They always made me feel like an outsider and a stranger. Never really warmed up to me and instead pretended to like me, but it was obvious they resented me. They claim that I'm a covert fat phobic, but in reality, I got mocked, along with my family, for being underweight due to health issues I'd mentioned before. Don't even get me started on ex-future Mill, though I feel as though I gotta let it all out and vent. Comment 2, you go girl. Dude 100% laid out a roadmap where only his opinion matters and yours is irrelevant. This probably wasn't the first time, but it for sure would not be the last. OP. Exactly. Like I said, I'd noticed a pattern of this behavior but kept rationalizing it, which was a huge mistake on my part. It's been utter torture trying to please him and his family. I'm an emotional mess right now, but there's this little voice of reassurance telling me I've gone through the worst and survived it. I'm so thankful this happened. It helped me see things clearer. I told my daughter that I would not attend her wedding if her biological father was present, but she now believes that I am stuck in the past. I would appreciate some advice on the current situation I find myself in, and I'm hoping an outsider's viewpoint can offer me some clarity. For some context, about 24 years ago I was sexually assaulted by a close friend of mine and got pregnant by the encounter. I was inconsolable for months after the event. To make matters worse, I found out I was pregnant at about 20 weeks, and where I lived at the time, it was illegal to get an abortion after the first trimester. My husband had really been my rock and my support during that time, and I do not know how I would have ended up if not for him. He said that I could put it up for adoption or I could keep the child and he would raise it like our other children. I decided to not give it up for adoption, but raising the kid was hard. I am half Polish and half German, and he is half German and half Russian. We both have pale skin, light hair and blue eyes, as well as being fairly tall. I'm about 178 centimeters or around 5'10", and he is 191 centimeters or about 6'3". However, our daughter Luna is about 160 centimeters or 5'3", has dark hair and a brown complexion like her biological father. I often heard snide remarks about me being an unfaithful wife because it was obvious that she was not my husband's child. It was especially hard for me when Luna was young because she looked so much like her dad. My husband took care of my daughter most of the time since I had bad flashbacks whenever I saw her face from when I was assaulted. As she grew up, it died down a bit, but I would still get these horrible panic attacks when I saw her wearing boys' clothes and short hair. Since I was prone to having panic attacks, Luna ended up being closer to my husband than she was to me. Also, she often ended up getting a little more than her siblings from my husband as some sort of compensation because of me. We never told her that she was the product of sexual assault because I was too ashamed and my husband did not want her feeling different from her siblings. I often told her that me and her biological father got into an altercation and never spoke to one another ever again. About 2 years ago, she got one of those DNA test items and found out she had a relative in the system. Said relative got Luna in touch with her bio dad and they started talking despite my protests. He apparently wanted to speak to me about something he wanted to tell me, so Luna attempted to persuade me to speak with him. I made her aware that me and her father shouldn't ever be in the same room together. Now, Luna is getting married to a lovely young man. Some of the COVID restrictions have been lifted so she is able to have a decent-sized wedding. The original plan was to have my husband walk her down the aisle, but he had gotten into a bad accident leaving him in a wheelchair until his legs were strong enough to support his weight again. However, this is not her idea of a picture-perfect wedding day, so she invited her biological father to have the honor of being the bride's father. Her wedding invitation not only invited my rapist, but she totally disrespected the man who raised her. Although I or a bridesmaid could have pushed him down the aisle, she thinks it would not fit the vibe of the wedding. My husband looked so shocked and upset that she would even think of this, but I was furious. I have a visceral hate for that man and I let her know that I would not be anywhere near him. She told me that this is what she wants and there's no changing her mind, so I told her I will not be attending if he's there. She got upset and told me that I shouldn't hang on to the past, but I laid it out to her that she doesn't know what happened between me and her biological father, so she shouldn't stick her nose where it doesn't belong. Though I feel terrible about what I said and how I said it and I can't be blamed for her being born or not knowing what happened since I never told her, I still feel as though my wishes should be respected if I say I don't want to be in the same room as someone. I'm now okay with her contacting her father. I just do not want anything to do with him. Also, it's rude to replace your father with another man who you've barely known for 2 years because of something he couldn't control. Can anyone offer me a perspective that I'm not catching? Has anyone ever dealt with this, and if so, how? Second post. Deleted by the subs mods but recovered. Before I get started on the update, I have a few things I want to address. A lot of people have questioned me on why I did not tell my daughter that she was a product of sexual assault. The only answer is that I was ashamed of myself. For some context, before I got married to my husband, I actually was very close friends with my attacker. We grew up together in a small community and our families were close. Our parents even wanted us to get together. He was always interested in me, but I didn't give him a chance until university. I broke it off with him and started dating my husband, but I never cut him off because we were very close. He invited me over to drink. This was normal for us, and when I started getting a bit tipsy, he or it PD'd me. I was very traumatized by the situation and tried to get him jailed, but I couldn't. He had a very good reputation, so everyone believed him. Even my own mother, when he said I willingly came over and did it with him. I eventually stopped pursuing because of the social pressure, which only got worse when I found out I was pregnant. I eventually left that place with my husband and kids to live somewhere else. After I gave birth, my husband suggested therapy, but I was scared of being judged again, so I decided to bury it and try to forget about it. I just realized now that it was the worst way to go about this, but it's the only way I knew how to honestly. On to the update. After reading all the advice I'd gotten, I decided that I should stop running away and tell her everything. I called her to come over and she did. I first apologized for yelling at her for her suggestion because in her mind, it was an innocent suggestion. I told her that I wasn't angry at her, but how fast she was willing to replace her father because he was in a wheelchair, and that anger was compounded because she brought up her genetic father. I apologize again for acting childish and not like an adult. She asked me why I am so against her genetic father being in the same vicinity as I am, and I just told her everything from our initial friendship to her forced conception. She didn't believe me, like some Redditors predicted, but I can get a copy of the records of the court case and offer them to her if she needs a look. She looked stunned, like she wanted to believe me but couldn't. I apologized for keeping all this from her because I didn't know how to bring it up. She told me she didn't believe me and would confirm with her genetic father, so I told her to take the time she needed to process all this. Later that day, she came again, crying and apologizing for not believing me. I held her and cried and apologized too. It was kind of therapeutic. We had a long chat and I did feel closer to her. When we were done, she said she wanted to take me out to a surprise to help me feel better in a couple of days, which I happily agreed to. I went to see her yesterday in this little restaurant with a patio that had a private pay-for-use area for a maximum of 4 people, due to COVID. As she ran up to me and gave me a hug, she led me to the patio, where her biological father stood. She told me he was here to apologize and start my healing journey. I just wanted to leave, but he grabbed my hand and all those memories I tried to repress just came back out. I started having a panic attack and lost balance, to which he tried to help me keep my balance, which worsened everything. I honestly don't remember how I left, but I ended up in my car just sobbing. I called my elder son to pick me up because I was not fit to drive at that moment. Today, my daughter called me upset that I ruined her surprise, but I was extremely upset with her. I asked her why she did that when she knew everything that happened between me and him, and she tried to use the excuse of my healing journey, but I wasn't having it. She admitted that she wanted me to get used to him because he's going to be walking her down the aisle along with my husband and doing the daddy-daughter dance. I told her that while I loved her and respected her decision to be with him, I am not willing to be anywhere he is. She started complaining about how she wants all her family to be there, and I'm still not forgiving, but I hung up the phone. My husband is aware of everything and stands by me about not going to her wedding, but I don't want this. If my other children were to know, they would stand by me and tell the rest of their extended family, which is going to lead to my daughter getting disowned by the family. There is no need to give me advice on this because I will be seeking professional aid. Anyways, one good thing to come out of this is that I'm finally confident enough to seek therapy. Thank you for listening to my venting, and for commenting on my last post. Happy holidays. I hope you enjoy it with those who you love. Third post. Hello everyone. It has been a while since I last posted on this website. I have a few new updates for everyone that has been asking me. I apologize for not getting to everyone in my direct messages, but I really appreciate everyone sending me support through those tough times. I would like to share some good news before going on about what happened with my daughter. My husband is able to walk again, albeit with a cane, but it is progress. We have been going to physical therapy to help strengthen his legs after his accident. It's good to see him happy and walking again. I've also been to therapy and met this wonderful and sweet therapist. My therapist is so patient and kind. Since my husband and I started together a few weeks ago, she has been extremely helpful. Bless her soul and all those who recommended therapy. I would have missed out on such an experience, so my thanks go out to all of you. Like most of you advised, my therapist also advised me to tell my other children about what went on between my youngest. For reference, I have 3 other children, 30M, 27F, 27M. My eldest boy is the only one that had a slight idea of what happened, but the other 2 were left unaware. I was quite scared and anxious to tell them what happened, especially because my mother and other family members initially reacted negatively. I invited them over around 2 weeks ago for a family dinner and told them everything that happened with the conception of my youngest to what happened recently. They were all silent and stared at me, so I became a little nervous until my daughter started crying. It was so upsetting for her, and my 2 sons were pissed off at my youngest and her father. They asked why I didn't tell them earlier, and I told them I was just scared of how they would have reacted. My husband took them out of the dining room to talk while my eldest daughter just cried together. When my boys and husband came back, they apologized for leaving early and left. My eldest daughter wanted to spend the night with me, but early in the morning, she left with her brothers to do whatever. I didn't hear anything from them until last Wednesday. I was on Facebook when I saw my elder daughter's post calling out my younger daughter for not only ignoring the man who raised her but siding with her mother's pissed and re-traumatize her. My boys made similar posts as well, dragging her name through the mud. I had so many direct messages, but I didn't want anything to do with them, so I deleted the app off my phone. Since I don't like people knowing about my personal life, I asked my kids to take down the post. They said they did, but I haven't re-downloaded the app to find out. My youngest husband came to my house with his mother to apologize. He told me he broke off the engagement because he couldn't be with someone who treated their parents like that. His mother let me know how disgusted she was with my daughter's actions, and someone like that would never be a part of her family. I was honestly stunned by all the support I have received. It's one thing to receive support online, but receiving support in real life was surreal for me. I am a bit disappointed because I wanted my daughter's former fiancé to join the family, as he is a lovely and sweet boy, but he has boundaries in a relationship that my daughter unfortunately crossed. As for my youngest, she is furious with me. She sent me a nasty voicemail saying that I ruined her life. Her friends and fiancé basically cut her off. Needless to say, I felt terribly sorry because I had attempted to avoid this situation at all costs. I went through what she is experiencing, and I know exactly what it feels like. I told my therapist about this, and she told me that the difference is that while I was the victim, my daughter brought it on herself. My therapist is probably right, but I can't stop this feeling of dread. I tried to call my daughter, but once I heard her father on the line, I hung up. He took it upon himself to let me know that my daughter is depressed because of my actions. I feel terrible for treating my daughter like this. My husband says that I should focus on myself, and I'm trying to, but I just can't stop worrying. I don't think that my daughter is safe when she's with her biological father. This is all that's going on in my life right now. For all those asking, thanks for listening to me, and thanks for the advice again. I really appreciate everything. I caught my wife cheating after 20 years of love, so I confronted her affair partner and ended his marriage. Now my life is in shambles. I didn't notice the signs that were there. Here are a handful that come to mind. She began sending strange late-night texts. She frequently went out for drinks with her pals. I was happy that she was being friendly, even if this was not her usual behavior. She attended yoga once a week, but it appears that she was not compensated because she assisted with setup and cleanup and the instructor was one of her coworkers. In my opinion, she was also quite rigid for someone who practiced yoga. Callers who are unknown hang up. If we were near each other's phones, we would frequently answer them. She had an unidentified caller on multiple occasions who would end the conversation as soon as I responded. Although we received a lot of spam calls, the calls were typically from telemarketers or debt collectors trying to locate the number's prior owner. It's rarely a hang-up. I was not expected to return until tonight because I work out of town. Tomorrow was our scheduled departure for a 2-week road trip. I came home yesterday afternoon because work was sluggish. Since we've been so busy this summer with family and friends, this trip was meant to offer us some alone time. I didn't recognize the truck in my driveway when I got home. Recently, my neighbor inquired about my opinion of the new truck, but I assumed he was wrong and didn't give it much thought. I had a horrible instinct as soon as I saw the truck. The feeling was there, and it was powerful, even though I loved and trusted my wife. I crept to the window of our bedroom on the side of the house. It was open, and as I approached I could hear them. My worst suspicion was validated when I peered out the window. On my bed they were straight there, nude. I turned to leave. I've been resisting the temptation to do something I'll later regret. Right now, I'm having a hard time caring what happens to me. I spent the night in my family's cabin and drank all that was there. I was about to confront her on my way home today, but I changed my mind. I'm not prepared. Anger is all I can feel. Violence is all I can think about. Right now, I'm not in a good enough state to see her. I'm currently back at the cabin. I've spent the last hour gazing at a 60-ounce bottle of rum. I don't want to become wasted and make poor choices, but I do want to get wasted and forget this. I am aware that this is a pivotal time in my life and that what I do in the days ahead will determine how I live the rest of my days. I am there. I need assistance. I'm contacting strangers because I'm not ready to talk to friends or relatives. F this planet. Edit. The rum will remain nearby for the time being, but I have made the decision not to consume it. My brother is on his way and should be here in a few hours, according to the phone call I made. My wife just texted me to tell me how much she loves me and how excited she is for our trip. I still haven't replied. In addition to my brief update, I wanted to clarify a few remarks and queries that continued to come up. I feel much better today, if you can't tell. The pain subsided almost entirely. Although I still feel like I've been hit in the stomach, I've started to look ahead. I don't think this is correct. Am I just incredibly resilient, or is this a sign of things to come? To shed some light on the queries and remarks I've received, I've included some cliff notes. When I mentioned wife and best friend, I meant the dual roles my wife and I had in our relationship. I didn't even know the other guy, let alone consider him my best friend. I didn't get a good look at him, but based on my fleeting impression and the fact that I saw his car, I don't think it's someone I know. We are childless. However, we intend to have them shortly. We recently sold our home, and when the new owners move in September, we plan to relocate closer to my place of employment. Like he did for me, I will express my gratitude to my neighbor in a subtle way. After a long work travel, I must admit that coming home to Willow P may be one of the worst things. I sincerely apologize for what occurred to you. As for us, we're just getting started, so grab a seat, and let's get started with the first update. My brother and I had a lengthy conversation when he got there. He has been my actual best friend, and I've come to learn that I should never forget that and that he will always support me without passing judgment, just as I would support him. Despite the fact that we occasionally argue, he truly sets the bar for what true friendship is. I chose to reply to my wife's text yesterday night as I was meant to be at home. It made sense for me to just be texting her because we are not permitted to have phones on the premises. She is aware that I may easily slip in a few texts. I informed her in writing that I would not be able to call her until the end of the weekend because I had to travel to one of my company's remote locations. I informed her that I will reschedule after canceling all of the reservations. I rented a romantic bed and breakfast on the vineyard, and she said she could bring her best friend over this weekend. I was aware that she didn't want me to believe that her best buddy would be attending. Since it was non-refundable, I informed her that I had already given it to my brother and his wife, who would reimburse me in a month. I canceled every reservation this morning, with the exception of the romantic one. I'm going with my brother. Luckily, the hotel allowed us to move from the honeymoon suite to a 2-bed room. This just ended up being a long overdue fishing excursion with my brother because there is a really great lake and boat rentals close by. I am therefore free this weekend. That reduced my worry and gave me more time to reflect because I won't have to write or speak to her for a few days. Right now, I'm considering getting a divorce. There's really no other way for me to see it. My brother is in favor of this, however he has requested me to talk to someone for a few weeks. On Monday, his wife is willing to speak with me through a friend of hers who works as a couples counselor. At least it might help me sort out some of this muddle, but I don't see it changing my mind. In order to at least get ready for what I believe is inevitable, I am also starting to talk to lawyers and taking a lot of advice from this place. I want to do it correctly. I don't think she would try to cheat on me, but I also don't think she would try to do so I think I should be ready for anything. That was a brief update, but it gives us a glimpse into the OP's current thoughts. Let's move on to the following update, which is quite extensive and contains a wealth of information. Now, let's go on to that. The last few days have seen a lot of events. To go to the Tibetan breakfast on the vineyard, my brother, Matt, and I drove for over 5 hours. I am really grateful that he has supported me during this time. It helped me get my thoughts straight, although it was more of a venting session. Our fishing trip wasn't very successful. The proprietor of the B&B provided us with some food after we both caught a few trout that we had to release because of their size. Those were quite successful. We took a car back to Matt's house on Sunday. He lives almost an hour away from my home in the town next door. Jen, Matt's wife, was waiting for us when we got there, and we all sat and opened a bottle of white wine that was stored in the cooler. For me, the weekend officially ended at this point. Jen informed me that she chose to spy on my wife while we were abroad. She informed me that the man spent the entire night in my house on Friday, but she arrived on Saturday morning just as he was about to leave. She located the apartment where he resided after following him home. On Saturday night, while she was texting me to tell me how much she loved and missed me, my wife stayed over there. Jen claimed to be dividing her time between stalking my wife and visiting relatives in my town. She claimed to have caught my wife on Sunday morning as she was leaving his apartment and snapped a few photos of them cuddling and kissing before she got into her car. I'd rather not see them. For me, that essentially sealed the deal. If she can so easily go from telling me she loves me and being with another guy, I doubt I could ever trust her again. Nevertheless, I made the decision that I would not react hastily because of my feelings. I must maintain my composure and composure. Jen then informed me that Sharon would be joining us for supper. Jen made an appointment for me with a psychotherapist named Sharon. To be clear, this was my first encounter with my wife, and she has never met her. We got along well, and Sharon was a really pleasant girl. Following dinner, Sharon and I took the dogs for a stroll around Matt's neighborhood while also having a little private chat. Sharon was quite helpful since she listened well and gave me the impression that I didn't need to be cautious. Being that open about how I felt was therapeutic. Even though I get along well with my brother, this was something new and much needed. I enjoy blogging on Reddit for the same reason. It's a way for me to vent and clear out some of the chaos in my thoughts. The only practical advice Sharon provided me during our hour-long walk was to not put off talking to my wife. It will be more difficult to discuss this with her the longer I wait, she said. She explained that right now, I need clarity more than anything else, and my wife is the only one who can provide it. Jen and Matt invited me to remain with them for as long as needed later that evening. I talked to my manager, who was able to arrange for me to live in corporate housing because I'm aware that Matt and I have a time limit on living together. Although I had to leave on days off, I had been staying there every other week for some time. If I needed to, he was able to arrange for me to remain full-time for a few months. Later that week, I made the decision to reschedule with Sharon. For the first session, I thought talking would be enough, and she agreed. I lay in bed all night Sunday, trying to figure out how to go about this. I found this difficult because even the hypothetical situation in my mind made me feel depressed or angry. I made the decision to wing it. Normally, I perform well under pressure. I got up the following morning and bid Matt and Jen farewell. What if he's there when I get home? I asked myself as I drove home. I then reasoned that it would probably only make me feel even more irate than I had been a few days prior. I choose to start with a drive-by. My wife's automobile and his truck were not present. After going inside and gathering a number of necessities and items I didn't want to part with, I proceeded to the man's residence. His truck was there, but so was her car. To find out where she was, I made the decision to write her. "I'm getting groceries," she said. I drove past the grocery shop and verified she was there because I don't trust her at the moment. Admitting that I did that makes me feel so bad, but that's the only way I can be sure of anything, and it breaks my trust. We need to discuss, so I contacted her again and implored her to simply come home. "What's wrong?" she replied in writing. I just replied that she must be prepared to be honest before shutting off my phone. 15 minutes later, she arrived home. As usual, she came over to give me a kiss and an embrace when she entered. I turned my back on her. She repeated, "What's wrong?" to me. I therefore advised her to start telling the truth to me. She seemed not to understand what I was talking about. I replied, "Okay, if you can't be honest, then I'm leaving." At this point, she became frantic and asked, "Are you talking about yoga?" I assumed that was a beginning. She told me that she hadn't been attending yoga when I asked her what she was talking about. "Where were you going if you weren't going to yoga?" I asked. She claimed that because she had been so worried lately, she was taking walks to decompress. "What has been causing you so much stress, and why did you feel the need to lie to me about what you were doing?" I inquired. She said she didn't know how to tell me and attributed it to the transfer preparations. I persisted in pressing, saying, "So you decided to lie. Why did you feel the need to let me know that you were taking a stroll to relieve stress?" I responded that I wasn't stressed when she stated she didn't mean to lie and that she was concerned she would be making me feel more stressed. She didn't appear to be telling me everything. "What do you mean?" she asked, looking at me in amazement. "I think you're lying about more than just skipping yoga," I remarked, glancing at her. "I'm asking you to be honest once more. If you continue to lie, this won't work because you have already lied to me." "Oh, are you talking about last weekend when I went for drinks with some friends and came home late?" She followed up on her attempt to deflect by claiming she was at a loss for words. "I sensed something that disturbed you. I didn't know she went out late or drank drinks." I questioned her whether she was lying again or if it was what she actually did while I was at work, a few hours away. She explained that although she went out for drinks that evening, she didn't run into her purported best friend. In response, I inquired, "Who did you see?" "No one, I just drank alone," she claimed. Naturally, I wasn't buying this, and I was getting impatient. I therefore questioned her, "Is that something now? That you are drinking by yourself?" "Yeah, maybe I have a problem," she replied in response. She had one final chance to be honest before I left, so I told her to get to the bottom of her drinking problem. She claimed she didn't know what else to say after giving me a glance. I simply got up and walked away. I usually take a drive to keep away from her when we argue. She likely assumed this was the same, but then she noticed that I had taken my Xbox, clothes and toiletries. She started blowing up my phone at that point. "There's nothing more to say," I told her, because I offered her an opportunity to be honest and she didn't. She pleaded with me to come home so we could discuss things face to face. She claimed she didn't know what she believed she'd done or why I was so unhappy. She reaffirmed her love for me and her vow to never harm me. I felt a new ache in my chest just listening to her say that. The words were always consoling, and I blindly believed them. It felt like a dull, sharp knife cutting through my heart in the most worst way right now. I hung up because I couldn't take it any longer. Before I was prepared to respond once more, she called back roughly 40 times. "Did you talk to Karen, the best friend?" she asked this time. She responded, "Come home, I don't want to say this over the phone," when I asked why. In order to lower my heart rate, I agreed and continued driving for a little while longer. I then returned home. "I assume you spoke to Karen," she began. She went on to describe how they went out for drinks a few weeks earlier when I was at work, but I just gazed at her. When a few men began purchasing drinks for them, they simply cooperated. One of the guys tried to kiss her as they were leaving, but she quickly retreated and informed them that she was married. She then expressed her regret and wanted to inform me, but she was a fool and chose to keep it a secret from me. She also informed me that without asking, Karen provided his friend my wife's number after hooking up with the other guy. Since then, he has texted her a few times, but she has never responded in writing. After all of that, I just asked her to show me her phone, and she did. Other than her mother and me, there were no texts at all. This was new to her because she never deletes her texts. When I investigated the deleted images, I discovered one of a guy I didn't recognize, even though her photos were clean. She told me it was the man who attempted to kiss her when I inquired who it was. "Why did you take a picture of him?" I asked her again. Once more, she placed the blame on herself, claiming that I was just being stupid. I pointed out that it's not a valid excuse and refused to allow her get away with it. I pressed her once more to explain her actions. She claimed not to know. "Is that all you want to tell me, or is there more?" I inquired, growing weary of the whole situation by this point. That was all she could think of, she said. I went out again. I didn't want to face any more hints of the truth. I climbed into my truck and headed out. She tried to stop me as she hurried outside, But I was already out of her grasp. After having my lunch and trying to think of what to do next, I went to the adjacent park and just sat on my tailgate. As I sat there, I started to recall other things I should have known better, like the times I worked a weekend shift and went to bed early. Along with some of her girlfriends, my wife went out to the club. She wasn't home when I woke up at 4 in the morning. I tried calling her several times, but nobody picked up. She called me back about half an hour later to ask if I could come get her. She informed me that they were unsuccessful in their attempt to hail a cab when I picked her up. Her buddy was approached by a pair of men who wanted to stop at home before offering them a ride. Her married buddy entered a room with one of the guys when they arrived at his residence. According to my wife, she looked for her for long before giving up and waiting with the roommates in the kitchen while enjoying a drink. When I tried to call her, she said she didn't hear her phone. We got into a fight over this, and she ended her friendship with her friend because she was disgusted by what they had done. I assumed that was the end of it. She once made the trip to another city to see a close friend. A scheduled girls' night was held. 4 of the girls were in their pajamas, watching movies while intoxicated. That's what I was told anyway. She then gave me a goodnight call at around 1 in the morning. She kept telling me that they were having a nice girls' night during our 20-minute conversation. Then, in the distance, I heard a man's voice. She initially denied hearing anything when I questioned who it was. Then, loudly, it occurred once again. "Oh yeah, ex-friend took a couple of guys with her," she answered, unable to deny it. Everyone in this place is furious about it. She was 3 hours away and intoxicated. She forced me to put my trust in her once more. We discussed that as well as her refusal to inform me of their presence. She vowed never to place herself in such a predicament again. That obviously didn't stick. I was prepared to try this one last time after recalling all of those things and our discussions about them. My phone rang nearly instantly after I switched it back on. She was yelling for me to come home when I responded. I returned home by car. As soon as I stepped inside, she was there, crying uncontrollably. She kept saying, I'm so sorry," while seated on the couch. "What are you sorry for?" I asked her. She started to rock crazily back and forth. She confessed to lying about the man who attempted to kiss her after it took her a solid 5 minutes to collect her breath enough to talk. I asked her to explain what had transpired after giving her a quick glance. She claimed that evening, the 4 of them returned to his house and played about. Even though I knew there was more, I felt lightheaded simply listening to her say it. There seemed to be a million people talking into my ears at once, and the room seemed to be getting smaller. I believed that I was experiencing a panic attack. To get things back to normal, I went to the restroom and washed my face with cold water. "What exactly did you do?" I asked her again. I forced her to do it even though she attempted to avoid it. She went on to say that she gave him her head after he touched her. "Was that it?" I questioned her, knowing it wasn't all of it, and she said, "Yes." At this point, I was furious and informed her that I would no longer play the trickle truth game and that we would either stop talking or she would have to tell me everything at once. It took her a few more minutes to talk when she started crying once more. She now admits that they had another encounter and shared a bed. Then right away, "I'm so sorry. I will stop at nothing to make up for this because I love you." "Just the one time?" I asked her, knowing the truth. If she tells me the truth, I should please give her a chance to do everything she can to make up for it, she continued after pausing. I promised to give it some thought, and now the whole truth was revealed. She acknowledged that it had been an affair for over a month and that they had been having sex while I was out of town for work. She informs me that he is married and that their divorce is imminent. "Does he know you're married?" I questioned her. "Yes," she replies. "Do you think our marriage is failing if he was having an affair because his is failing?" I then questioned. "No, I don't think ours is failing," she responds, before going on to say, "I'm so dumb. I despise myself. Don't leave me, please. I can make this right." "How would you do that?" I inquired, and she stated she would do anything I requested. "What would fix this for you if you were in my shoes or the shoes of your affair partner's wife?" I questioned her. She said that it would be resolved if she knew the truth and could believe that I meant what I was saying. Then she said, "I'm trustworthy. I made a mistake and will not do it again." "Would you want to know the truth if you were his wife?" I questioned her. "Yes," she replied. "Then fix this?" I said. She asked, "Do you want me to call his wife?" After giving me a look. "If you believe that's what she would want," I said. She attempted to call but never received a response. Her cell phone rang a couple of minutes later. Karen Work was stated as the name. I knew it wasn't Karen because of the shocked expression on her face. "Is that him?" I questioned. "It was," she said. When I replied, he said, "Oops, I must have the wrong number," being the coward that he is. "No, this is the husband of the girl you have been having an affair with," I said. "She has something to tell you, so I'm going to let you talk to her." I handed the phone to her. She claims that she told him the whole truth, everything I know, that they were only having a brief affair and that he should never get in touch with her again. Before she hung up and asked him, "What divorce lawyer are you using?" I demanded to see the phone. "I'm not getting divorced," he responded. "Why did you tell my wife you were?" I asked him. "I didn't," he stated. I then requested to talk to his wife since I believed she should be aware of this just as much as I am. "Please dude," he said, "I didn't realize she was married. Don't let a mistake destroy my marriage." "You ruined mine over a mistake," I shot back. "It is only right that I inform his spouse." Since she was at work, he begged me not to tell her, promising to tell her everything when she got home. I hung up after saying, "All right, you do that." I then turned to my wife and asked her whether she knew the name and place of employment of his wife. She did. My wife called to let me know she was at work. She managed to get her on the phone and instructed her to sit down. This woman stated she will phone my wife back from her car as she was about to depart for the day. She did. "What's going on?" was the first question she asked. My wife informed her that she didn't want to start any mishaps and that she had something awful to share with her. "Please don't drive," she pleaded. The wife was obviously alarmed and inquired as to the whereabouts of her affair companion. My wife informed her that he was currently in their apartment and doing well. My wife went on to add, "I just wanted to let you know that we have been having an affair for the past month. Since I'm currently coming clean to my husband, I felt you should be treated with the same deference." After a minute or so of silence, the affair partner's wife claimed she would find out who my wife was if this was some sick joke. She hung up after that. Karen Work texted my wife less than 10 minutes later, saying, "Thanks, you just ruined my life." I picked up the phone and replied, "You just destroyed 2 marriages and 4 lives. Remember that. You bit of junk, you were to blame for this." My wife pleaded with me to stay with her for the next hour. She promised me sexual favors, counseling, and the promise that she would always be by my side. Thanks to the comments, this was just what I expected. Then as a reward, she suggested that we take that trip. She said, "We need time away. My work schedule has been separating us lately, so we need to get together and spend some quality time." And just what I thought she would say. I went, but she wasn't expecting me to inform her. Additionally, she wasn't prepared for me to inform her that I already had a counseling appointment scheduled. She most certainly didn't anticipate my telling her that I had slept with her in my own bed. She probably didn't anticipate that I would have a hotel reservation in place. She sobbed on the floor when I told her all of that. She began to complain that she didn't deserve to live. She advised me to break up with her immediately since she is too awful to be with anybody else. That was how it continued for some time. I listened to her justifications for 4 hours straight, during which time she tried to give me a hug, a cuddle, or even a head if I would just remain and work things out with her. When I finally phoned Karen, I informed her that her unfaithful buddy was suicidal and asked her to come watch her. After that, I departed. I haven't spoken to her since that incident, which occurred about a full day ago. All day long she has been phoning and texting me. All day long her friends and family have been phoning and texting me. Each one has a different justification or request for sympathy. The only person to write to me was her father, who assured me that he would always love me like a son, no matter what, and that I should act in my own best interests. I had my first good cry since this whole thing started when I read it. My counselor Sharon and I have appointments tomorrow and Thursday, respectively. Though I'm unsure of everything until it happens, I believe I know where this is headed. I apologize for the long story, it's just a good method to get things out. Once more, thank you very much for all of the letters and comments. I feel so much less damaged and more hopeful because of the folks who are sharing their own tales like this. I truly appreciate all of your words and actions on my behalf. That concluded the update. Before I offer my commentary, we have one last update regarding this story. All I can say at this point is that I believe the OP did a fantastic job of persuading his unfaithful wife to tell the truth. Final update. Well done, he. Let's proceed to the last update now. It was a pretty eventful week. I've been alternating between my brother's house and camp. I only stay on nights when I have an early appointment because I want to be as unobtrusive as possible. I've benefited much from my employer's permission to take a few weeks off for personal reasons. I've kept going to see the therapist, Sharon. So far, I've seen her 3 times. Personally, I feel better now than I did a week ago. Therefore, even if I don't think our visits are very fruitful, I do think they're a nice opportunity for me to get some things off my mind. I will therefore continue for the time being. Last Thursday, I had a conversation with a lawyer. I compiled a list of all assets and financial information, including debt, under their guidance. After that, I went to the bank and requested that they put a stop on our accounts so that no one could take money out of them without the other person being there. This won't prevent either of us from obtaining new money, just the old shared money, because we both have our paychecks deposited into our own accounts. Although it's now too late, the lawyer did advise me to wait to confront her until after I've served her the papers. I was getting calls and texts from my wife, her family, and her friends almost non-stop throughout the entire week. My sister-in-law hosted a family gathering at the cabin this past weekend. I went and had to tell my family the news. Now that it's public knowledge, I can incorporate them into my recuperation process. Up until about 8 o'clock on Saturday night, everything was going as smoothly as it could be. When my wife's automobile arrived, my dad, brother and I were gathered around the fire. Matt, my brother, assured me he would handle everything. In order to avoid being seen from the driveway, my dad and I made the decision to take a stroll around the property. I could hear my wife yelling at my brother to move out of the path as we were just about to enter the woodland. She was accompanied by a few of her pals, who were also shouting at Matt and urging him to shut up. He tried his hardest, but in the end they were too much for him. She pushed past him and came running toward us. She must have noticed us going in that direction. I stated I would handle her, even though my dad offered to handle it. My wife, who I'll just call Kate, came racing to me and started crying. I didn't stop her from giving her a hug right away, but I also didn't give her one in return. She pleaded with me simply to talk to her. I accepted, and in order to have some peace, we strolled around the property's trails. The other guy's wife has left him, according to Kate. She told me that he blamed her for everything and threatened to kill himself over the phone. She says she hasn't spoken to him since telling him to simply do it. She then takes out a piece of paper and begins enumerating the ways she intends to make amends with me. She provided all of these services on the first day, including sexual requests and couples therapy. And then she surprised me. I don't want to continue living this way, she says. She stated that she wants us to both quit our jobs, go abroad, and open the small beach bar we've always discussed. She claimed that if I accompanied her, she would depart immediately. In order to contextualize this is all that came to mind for the previous week as I tried to picture my life after the divorce. I assumed that everything would have to be restarted. I might as well add another element to the tremendous change I'm currently going through and just do what I want. I was reminded of how much I missed her and wanted to be with her when I heard her express the same desire. I knew I had to cut the conversation short at that point. Her buddies were waiting for her when I escorted her back to her car. I informed her that although I couldn't guarantee anything more, I would be open to talking on the phone. She felt enough at ease to depart. Since then, we've talked on the phone every night, but it never changes. She sobs and pleads with me for another opportunity. I hung up after becoming upset with her for what she'd done. Right now, I'm having a terrible time missing her. It's difficult to talk to someone who was my best friend for decades. It is heartbreaking to realize that all of our hopes and dreams have been thrown away. The only thing I want is to simply move and start fresh somewhere else. She wrecked it, even though I wanted that to be with her. She took that away from me, that's all. We only have that information from OP. With any luck, he was able to complete the divorce, relocate to a beach, and open his bar. At least we know that the affair partner received his just desserts and that he was able to confront his unfaithful wife. I thus hope that the original poster is content with his life and enjoying himself wherever he is as I wrap up this film, which has already been long enough. In addition, how many of you would like to see a beach bar like the one the original poster mentioned? That is one of my retirement fantasies, and I'm aware of it. I exposed my sister and fiancé's deception at the altar. The wedding they planned to destroy became their undoing. I operate a hotel at one of Boston's most prominent establishments as a 45-year-old woman. I've worked my way up from the front desk to my current position, dedicating the last 20 years of my life to this business. What began as a work to help my sister when our parents passed away has evolved into my identity, my accomplishment, and my haven in a cruel world. Creating moments, planning experiences, and making sure every visitor feels the warmth and elegance that have come to define our brand are all part of managing this hotel, not just keeping an eye on things or upholding standards. 3 years ago, we received our 5th star after I oversaw the restorations, rebrandings, and even a total reworking of the service philosophy. The employees here are like family to me. Many have been with me for more than 10 years, and they have seen me grow from a young, anxious boss to someone they respect and trust. They have helped me through the difficulties of raising my 35-year-old sister Rachel, filling in when she needed me at school functions or during those trying adolescent years when she found it hard to handle our parents' absence. Although Rachel currently works at a nearby cafe, our relationship has always gone beyond sisterhood. I was 25 years old, just starting my management training program, and suddenly in charge of a 15-year-old who had lost everything when our parents perished in that horrible tragedy. I became her best friend, mother, and sister all at once. Her welfare was my top priority in every choice I made and every promotion I sought. Our haven was the hotel. Rachel would complete her homework in my office during school breaks while conversing with the housekeeping staff and picking up French from our seasoned concierge. As she became older, she would assist at the front desk at peak times, and our frequent visitors loved her for her inherent charm. Despite the difficulties of those years, we managed to put a life together out of the pieces of our broken family. I was never interested in romance. Dating felt like an extra hassle between running the hotel and making sure Rachel had everything she needed. There were fleeting flirtations at industry gatherings and sporadic dinners with business associates, but nothing that ever seemed worth pursuing. My employees would make jokes about putting me up, but I consistently refused. I would tell them that Rachel was my child and the hotel was my husband. When 43-year-old Ethan arrived at our hotel 3 months ago, everything changed. The way he viewed everything made him stand out right away, not only because of his custom-made suit or his quiet assurance. The majority of our affluent guests were too preoccupied with their phones or their own significance to pay much attention to their surroundings. Ethan watched. He praised the delicate lighting that took me months to perfect, remarked on the vintage molding we kept throughout restorations, and pointed out the fresh flowers in the foyer. During check-in, he said, "Your attention to detail is extraordinary," his eyes looking directly into my eyes. "Even though I've stayed in hotels all over the world, this one is unique. You can sense the thought that goes into each detail." Those remarks struck a chord with me because they recognized the hotel's thoughtfulness and effort in addition to its beauty. When he inquired about nearby eateries, I found myself offering not only the customary suggestions but also my own personal picks. The undiscovered treasures I came upon on late-night strolls following especially trying days. We fell into what seemed to be a natural pattern throughout his 3-night visit. After his meetings, he would come back to the lobby lounge every evening, where he was in an ideal position to strike up a discussion with me whenever I walked by. He inquired intelligently about my professional background, the hotel's past, and my future goals. Ethan appeared truly interested in every detail. In contrast to most visitors who view such discussions as merely being polite. Instead of doing the customary corporate checkout on his last morning, he left a handwritten message that read, "Your enthusiasm for the place is inspiring. How about we carry on our conversation over dinner?" He gave me his personal phone and said he understood if I wanted to keep connections professional. There's so much more I'd love to learn. I debated whether or not to text him for hours. When Rachel came into my office that afternoon, she saw that I was preoccupied and demanded to see the message. "You have to call him." More excited than I had seen her in years, she exclaimed. "When was the last time someone actually took the time to get to know you, not just your job?" Everything changed after that first dinner. Similar to my enthusiasm for hospitality, Ethan talked passionately about his work in investment banking. Just as I saw the delicate dance of managing a premium hotel, he explained complicated financial tactics in a way that made them sound like art. He listened to my mention of my parents with sincere compassion, offering his own stories of resiliency and loss. Months passed, and our bond grew faster than I should have been concerned, but Ethan made it all seem normal, even inevitable. Always keeping in mind the preferences of my employees, he would surprise me with lunch at work. He demonstrated an amazing recall of every small detail I had shared about Rachel on our weekend excursions, even swinging by to provide encouragement and inquire about her job at the cafe. He informed me, "You're different," one evening as we were strolling around the waterfront. "By now, most people in your situation would be burned out and jaded from dedicating so much of themselves to their families and jobs. However, you've managed to strike a lovely mix between professionalism and sincere friendliness. Finding someone who genuinely appreciates the importance of creating experiences for others is uncommon." 2 months into our relationship, over a private dinner at a fancy restaurant with a view of the harbor, the proposal was made. The ring was exactly what I would have picked for myself, elegant without being garish. As he knelt next to our table, Ethan talked about creating a future together while a string quartet played sweetly in the background. "When you find someone who shares your beliefs and commitment to greatness, why wait? I know this seems fast," he acknowledged. "Allow me to be a part of your universe and assist you in building something even more remarkable than what you have already accomplished." When Rachel learned that she was engaged, her reaction was intense. Tears were running down her cheeks as she gave me a hard hug. "At last," she said. "Someone deserving of you." I was genuinely moved by her excitement as she immersed herself into the wedding planning. We stayed up late talking about specifics and exchanging aspirations and wishes for the future, as if we were teenagers once more. The wedding preparations moved swiftly forward. I deserved to be the focus of attention for once in my life, so Ethan insisted on throwing a lavish celebration. He was comforting when I raised concerns about the expenses. His suggestion was to combine our resources. I saved for our honeymoon and future house, you saved for the wedding. I take it that we are now partners. Rachel insisted on handling a lot of the wedding planning so I could concentrate on managing the business. She managed the guest list, set up samples, and communicated with vendors with a level of efficiency that made me think of myself. "You've taken care of everyone else for so long," she replied. "Let me handle this for you." The hushed phone conversations that ended abruptly when I walked in the door, the occasional glance between Ethan and Rachel during our family dinners, and the unexpected coincidences of them running into each other when I was preoccupied with work-related emergencies are some of the indications that I chose to ignore. Everything fell apart yesterday. When Ethan hurried off to what he claimed was an urgent client meeting, he left his phone behind and came to my office to discuss final wedding plans. The notifications lit up the screen as the cell phone continued to vibrate with incoming texts. I didn't intend to pry, but I noticed a preview of a message. "My darling, I can't wait until tomorrow." She won't be aware of what struck her. Rachel was the sender. I opened the phone with shaking hands. There was no password security. He never thought I would see it, I discovered later. My world was completely upended by what I discovered. They exchanged hundreds of mails dating back months before I had even met Ethan. In an early communication, Ethan had written, "She's perfect for our plan. Hotel manager, substantial savings, no real relationship experience, plus she trusts you completely." Rachel had even more heartbreaking answers. "She has always put a lot of effort into looking after me. She never established a personal life. This will be far too simple." Everything had been planned by them. It wasn't by accident that Ethan showed up to the motel. Rachel had told him everything about me. Even my favorite wines and my routine. Every chance meeting, every sincere discussion, had been meticulously orchestrated. But their affair was only one aspect of the truth. Ethan's career as an investment banker was unsuccessful. He used credit cards to purchase his luxury suits. His promises of an opulent future were false, and his tales of financial triumph were made up. I was his lifeline as he drowned in debt. Their true strategy was made clear by the messages: utilize my cash to have an extravagant wedding, then during the ceremony, shockingly disclose their affair. They would make fun of me in front of my friends, co-workers, and employees, and I would be left to bear the consequences. With what was left of my money, they would vanish. Something else caught my attention as I read through their exchanges. Notes from Ethan's legal wife, Catherine. She knew who he truly was, unlike me. Arguments concerning unpaid bills, unpaid child support, and his gambling debts filled their texts. Now as the light is rising, my workplace is covered with deep shadows. My hair and makeup crew will be here in a few hours. Rachel is meant to be present, acting as the maid of honor and a loyal sister. Another detail I discovered in their communications is that Ethan will likely be practicing his vows, which I now know were lifted from romantic films, in preparation for his role in this deception. The location, catering and flowers for this wedding cost all of my life savings, which I have been saving for the past 20 years while raising Rachel, sending her to college, and helping her pursue her dream of owning her own cafe. However, a peculiar serenity has descended upon me as I sit here and watch the early morning light dance across the hotel lobby to which I have devoted my life. They believed they were taking advantage of me by betraying my love and confidence. They failed to remember that I wasn't naive to get to where I am now. I've managed one of Boston's most prominent hotels for 20 years, and over that time I've learned how to deal with crises, transform setbacks into opportunities, and, above all, play the long game. I have been on the phone for the past several hours, to my lawyer, who has been diligently documenting everything and preparing the required legal measures. To Catherine, who needs to know what her husband is plotting, and to the hotel security team, who have always been more than just employees to me. They are the family I selected, and they have already taken some action. Today, a very different kind of ceremony will take place in the exquisite ballroom, where I have planned many flawless weddings for other ladies. I will benefit from every detail they intend to use against me. Everything will go exactly as planned, just not in the way they had hoped. This includes the 300 visitors, the costly decor, and the meticulously scheduled timing. I get a little depressed when I see the bridal gown hanging in my workplace because of the dreams it symbolized. However, such fantasies were based on false information. And I've always valued harsh realities over lovely lies. In front of everyone I know and admire, Rachel and Ethan intended to make a scene that would stick in my memory. Their goal was to make my wedding day a grand event. I've worked my entire career planning flawless events, and this one won't be any different. Things won't go as planned for Ethan and Rachel tomorrow. They're going to have exactly what they wanted, a wedding to remember. After all, I've learned one important lesson in my 20 years of hotel management: although the client isn't always right, they always receive what they are entitled to. The city is now painted in tones of gold as the sun has fully risen. Time to get ready for the once-in-a-lifetime performance. They believed they were the show's directors, but they are going to find out who actually controls this establishment. In contrast to them, I never let my audience down. Update. This morning, Catherine showed up at my hotel office. She produced a stack of financial paperwork, including evidence of Ethan's debts, unpaid child support, and the loans he had taken out using their shared assets as security. She was a composed woman in her early 40s with a calm intensity that mirrored mine. She put the documents on my desk and added, "He's been doing this for years." Spread elaborate stories about his wealth, targeting successful women. But this is the first time he's worked with an accomplice. I mentioned Rachel's involvement, and her voice caught a little. The following hour was devoted to going over messages and contrasting timings. The holes in my discovery were filled by Catherine's record. Ethan had a recurring pattern of extravagant credit card purchases, seducing women, and then vanishing with their money. Rachel's involvement, which gave his scam more legitimacy, was the only thing that was different this time. After that, my lawyer showed up and went over everything we had collected. "This isn't just fraud," she clarified. She has already prepared emergency petitions to freeze accounts and stop any attempts to transfer funds, saying, "It's a conspiracy." And with the evidence of their planned public humiliation, we can add emotional distress to the charges. Both of them continued to send messages throughout the morning. Rachel texted to say that she was happy to pick up the flowers. Fake concern filled Ethan's voice as he called twice to discuss last-minute plans. Every interaction seemed like a new betrayal when I didn't respond, but I remained silent. A discreet briefing has been given to the hotel staff. The purpose of the security cameras is to record everything. Disguised as service personnel, police officers have been placed subtly throughout the hotel. They are awaiting my cue, prepared to take action as soon as the fraud evidence is made public. Catherine went into further detail about their marriage, including how Ethan would go missing for months at a time and then come back with long-winded justifications and vows to reform. For years, she has been accumulating evidence in anticipation of the ideal time to take action. It was like giving her the last puzzle piece she had been attempting to complete when I contacted her last night. The cosmetics artist set up in my own suite an hour ago. In an apparent attempt to coordinate with Ethan for their big performance, Rachel texted that she would be late. A lovely reminder of how quickly fantasies may be turned into a weapon is the bridal gown hanging, ready. When Ethan's parents first arrived, they had no idea what their son really was. The reporters I reached out to pretend to be wedding photographers, eager to capture every moment. Ethan will not be aware of Catherine's presence until the ideal time, as she will be seated in the front row. The required paperwork has been prepared by her lawyer for prompt action. The frequency of Rachel's messages is increasing, and there is a tinge of anxiety in them. "Are you all right?" she inquires. "You seem distant." If it weren't so terrible, the irony of her worry would be funny. This is the result of 20 years of sisterhood. Though not for the purpose they intended, the location is turning into the ideal stage. Instead, every detail they planned to embarrass me would double as the background for their publicity. When I look at my reflection in the office window, I see someone who has spent decades controlling chaos rather than a victim. They believed they were planning the ideal scam, but they would soon discover who is actually in charge of this operation. Update 1. Just now, the makeup artist completed her job. This isn't the bridal preparation I had envisioned, and every brushstroke serves as a reminder. My mirror displays expertly done makeup and flawless contouring. They expect me to be a blushing bride, and I look just that. When Rachel did show up, she rushed into the bridal room with an armful of flowers and that phony smile that I can now see clearly. She embraced me with what seemed like real warmth and said, "You look stunning." How long has she been this skilled at acting? As I observed her in the glass, she started to fiddle with my veil and talk about last-minute things. As her eyes met mine in the mirror, she remarked, "It's unbelievable that my big sister is finally getting married. You deserve this happiness for everything you've done for me." If it weren't so tragic, her performance's bravado would be stunning. All morning, Ethan has been sending texts that are meticulously crafted to keep up his facade until the very end, such as, "Can't wait to see you, love. And just a few more hours until forever begins. According to his most recent communication, his parents are excited to have me join their family. The hotel's huge ballroom has been renovated just as planned, with 300 chairs precisely placed, crystal chandeliers glittering, and white roses all over the place. Only a few members of my team are aware of what is actually going to happen, but they work quickly through the preparations. Ethan won't notice Catherine until it's too late because she is already positioned, sitting quietly in a corner. A few minutes earlier, her lawyer showed up with paperwork. The police officers who are pretending to be employees have verified their identities. Rachel never stops attempting to spend meaningful time with me. Do you recall the time we spent planning your wedding as children? As she adjusted my clothing, she inquired. She is correct in one regard, this will undoubtedly be more remembered than those childhood fantasies. This is even better than anything we imagined. I can see visitors coming in through the window of the suite, acquaintances I've known for decades, co-workers from the hotel business, and even some of my frequent visitors who have grown to be like family. They're all decked out in their best attire, anticipating a love celebration. Rather, they will witness a very other event. In the foyer, Ethan's parents are welcoming visitors, and his father is gushing over his son's prosperous investing business. Their world will soon fall apart just as thoroughly as mine did yesterday. The string quartet is getting ready and rehearsing in the wedding march, which will never come to its customary end. I just received confirmation from my lawyer that everything is set up. Legally, as soon as Ethan and Rachel take action, a series of unanticipated events will begin. Rachel continues to be the loyal sister by assisting me with my sneakers. She squeezed my hand and asked, "Are you nervous?" I forced a tiny grin, realizing how accurate she was about the gravity of what was about to happen. It's normal to be quiet before such a big moment. We have 30 minutes till the ceremony starts, according to the wedding coordinator's recent signal. Rachel excused herself to inquire about a few things, most likely to finalize plans with Ethan. Today, I'm by myself in the bridal suite, surrounded by the mementos of what ought to have been the most joyous day of my life. They'll discover in half an hour how justified their dread of my attention to detail was. Update 3. I started walking down the aisle as the wedding march got underway. Ethan played his role as the successful, attractive groom filled with emotion as he stood at the altar. The scenario briefly resembled the fairy tale conclusion they had intended to ruin. Rachel, still wearing her maid of honor outfit, came forward as I was halfway to the altar. She said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let this continue." Her voice echoing over the flawless acoustics of the ballroom. "Ethan and I are in love. I'm carrying his child." The audience's gasp was precisely what they had hoped for. Just as expected, Ethan's face changed from that of a stunned groom to that of a regretful lover. I recognized that they had practiced this moment. Their spectacular surprise had been meticulously arranged. Ethan said, walking over to me, "Grace, you've been nice to us, but Rachel and I—" My voice was clear and calm when I interrupted. I motioned toward the rear of the room, and the big screens that had been used for wedding pictures came to life. "Let me handle the announcements from here." The meticulous preparation, the premeditated deception, the jokes about my confidence, and their planned betrayal were all visible in magnified form. Catherine got up from her chair and walked slowly in the direction of the altar. Ethan's expression turned pale. She said, "Hello, darling." Her voice piercing the startled quiet. "Surprised to see your wife here?" There was another round of gasps when the word wife reverberated around the ballroom. The policemen who had been pretending to be employees took their places. With paperwork in hand, my attorney came forward. Financial information started to slide on the screens, the theft, the fraud, the complex strategy they had devised. "Ethan Thompson," declared the lead detective, "you are being held on charges of grand theft, fraud, and conspiracy. Miss Rachel Anderson, please remain where you are." Rachel's expression fell flat. The self-assured smile gave way to fear. She reached for me and pleaded, "Grace, please. You don't understand. He said that once we had your money, we'd be together." Finally expressing my rage, I said, "Once you had my money? You'd run away together, start a new life with the savings I earned while raising you." When Ethan attempted to flee, the hotel security guards were prepared. All the exits were closed. His father got up and demanded answers. He received copies of the evidence, his son's dishonest past and the list of deceived women, instead of replies. Ethan's assets were frozen and divorce papers were served to him by Catherine's lawyer. As the cops carried Ethan away in handcuffs, the visitors watched in stunned silence. Rachel stayed motionless, tears running down her cheeks. She muttered, "What's going to happen to me?" I said icily, "That depends on the district attorney." She was escorted out of the ballroom by 2 officers. The click of handcuffs marked the end of 20 years of sisterhood. My hotel personnel navigated the turmoil with efficiency, guiding guests to the reception area. Surrounded by the flowers and decorations intended for a completely other event, I found myself feeling oddly at ease as I stood in the empty ballroom afterwards. Even while the betrayal still hurt, it was somewhat satisfying to see their well-thought-out strategy fall apart. Catherine's case appeared strong, and Rachel was assisting the prosecution. There would be several courtrooms where justice will be served. A month has passed since the wedding that never happened, because both Ethan and Rachel decided to collaborate with prosecutors after realizing the strength of the evidence against them. The court case proceeded more quickly than anticipated. I was given $50,000 in damages from Ethan by the court, but getting it will be a completely different story. The judge's remarks regarding their plan's premeditation and the breach of family trust were especially severe. Ethan is currently facing criminal charges in 2 additional states, and Catherine's plea for retroactive child support was also successful. Throughout the proceedings, Rachel made multiple attempts to get in touch with me. "I know I can never make this right," she said in one message, "but please, you're the only family I have." I erased all of her messages without answering. The sister I thought I knew, the one I reared, never existed. According to my lawyer, Rachel may be able to avoid jail time by cooperating with the prosecution, but she will probably still be subject to probation and required reparation payments. She used to talk about wanting me to be an aunt someday, so the fact that she is still carrying Ethan's child feels like a cruel joke. Once more, although in a different way, the hotel has turned into my haven. I was really struck by the loyalty of my workers during the entire event. They have surrounded me with a protective circle, answering phones, rerouting intruders, and making sure I can concentrate on what I do best, managing this establishment. Quickly, word got out about the failed wedding and the arrests that followed in the hotel business. Unexpectedly, it has improved rather than harmed my reputation. "Takes real strength to handle that kind of betrayal with such dignity," said one of my frequent clients. In a long letter, Ethan's parents expressed their sadness and embarrassment. I turned down their offer to pay for the wedding. Money was never the point of this. It has to do with family and trust. I've already transformed the intended improvements for the honeymoon room into a brand new corporate conference space. I've kept in touch with Catherine, exchanging details on Ethan's current legal issues and offering support for one another's court challenges. She has turned into a surprising ally who genuinely recognizes the extent of his dishonesty. "We're both better off knowing the truth," she stated to me, "no matter how much it hurts. I still have the bridal gown hanging in my wardrobe. Something prevents me from making the final decision to donate it, even though I should probably. Perhaps it serves as a reminder of what I learned about my own strength rather than what I lost." The woman who purchased that outfit was incredibly naive in her trust. Now the owner, a woman, is aware of this. I've kept Rachel's old room ready for her over the years, and her belongings are still there. I finally packed everything into boxes yesterday and gave a storage firm a call. It will be held for 30 days. I forwarded the information to her via my attorney. Anything left over after that will be donated. The betrayal itself is no longer the most difficult aspect. It's recognizing how poisoned 20 years of recollections have become. Was Rachel constantly playing a part, waiting for the appropriate moment, or was every Christmas picture, milestone celebrated and late-night chat with her genuine? I've returned to my job, finding solace in the well-known routines of hotel management. I'm putting all of my energy into new initiatives and enhancements, and my staff has observed that I'm more focused than ever. I was invited to give a presentation on crisis management at a hotel management conference last week. I hardly recognized Rachel's handwriting when I looked at her signature on the settlement documents this morning. On the other hand, I hardly recognized her anymore. With a few pen strokes, 20 years of sisterhood came to an end. I have lost my anger. Simply fed up with bearing the consequences of what transpired. My true family, my employees and devoted customers, need me, and the hotel needs me. And I simply have to look after myself for the first time in 20 years. I occasionally find myself thinking about Rachel and the unborn kid she is carrying late at night in my office. I know I made the correct decision though, when I think back on the messages I saw, the premeditated betrayal, and the years of deceit. After burning, certain bridges ought to remain ashes. My father crushes my dreams to protect the golden child and refuses to pay for my tuition, but I get my sweet revenge. I have a younger brother, 28, and we were raised by our dad, 56, ever since we were in middle school. My dad has always favored my brother over me, and with time, I got used to it. I was never the kind of son that my dad wanted because, unlike him, I had no interest in sports or doing the typical macho stuff that boys do. I was always more into more typically feminine things, which is why I was a huge mama's boy growing up. I loved everything to do with the kitchen, reading books, and even singing. My dad tried to make me play football with him, but I was no good at it, so gradually we grew apart. My brother, on the other hand, was exactly the kind of son that my father wanted. He was a rough and tough boy, not afraid of getting dirty while playing or even getting hurt. He was the perfect son for my dad, and it was very obvious that he loved my brother way more than he loved me. He'd always have great things to say about my brother but never me. My mother, however, never played favorites. She was fair to both of us, and that's why I loved her more as well. I did put in an effort to befriend my dad and spend time with him, but once we'd grown apart, he didn't seem too keen on fixing our relationship either. Unfortunately, the glue holding our messed up family together, my mother, passed away when I was in 8th grade. She'd been suffering from cancer, and by the time we realized it, it was too late for her to be saved. She was gone before we knew it. My mother's passing pretty much devastated me, and I kind of spiraled during that time. My only solace was the kitchen, and I'd whip up something new every day as if my life depended on it. My mother was a great cook, and she'd tell me often that had she not been forced into taking over her dad's business, she probably would have become a chef. So cooking was the only thing that brought me any comfort, since my dad and brother were no help in dealing with my feelings. They suppressed any emotional reaction they'd had to my mother's passing, and if anything, grew even more distant from me when, in normal families, something like this would have brought us closer. My fixation on cooking pissed my dad off even more, and he'd keep bugging me to get out of the damn kitchen and do something more manly. One day, when he'd had enough, he even told me that if he saw me in the kitchen again, he'd make me do all the other household chores as well. He told me to be more like my brother and man up, which ended in a huge fight where I told him he never loved me, and he agreed to it. It was finally out in the open, and I guess it was pretty much the last day that my father and I spoke to each other so openly, because after that, I stopped trying to win him over altogether, and he didn't seem to care about it either. For the next few years, I spent all the time I had in my room, listening to music and studying new recipes. I was determined to make this whole chef thing work out, not just for myself, but also for my mother. Meanwhile, my dad and I only spoke when it was absolutely necessary. My brother didn't care about me much either and ignored me, just like our dad did. So after my mom passed away, I basically had nobody I could count on. Finally, when it was time for me to apply to colleges, I decided to apply to a few of the top culinary schools as well as normal colleges, so that I'd at least have a shot. I didn't know if my dad would agree to it, but I had to try. At the very least, I'd already interned at a restaurant secretly that summer and had some experience. I had even managed to make them write a recommendation letter for me, which helped greatly. I ended up getting accepted into several of the schools I had applied to, including one of the best, which just so happened to be in France. I was thrilled that this was finally happening for me, but I was equally nervous since this would mean having to ask my dad for permission. I'd already made up my mind to beg him to let me go if he seemed reluctant, because I just absolutely had to make this happen for myself. I wasn't prepared to give up on my dreams under any circumstances. So I did tell my father about it eventually, and while I was ready for him to reject my request, saying that it wasn't a masculine profession, I was absolutely not prepared for him to decline paying my tuition at all. I still remember being really confused when he told me that he wouldn't be paying for my education at all, since it wasn't as if my dad was poor in the slightest. As a matter of fact, he was pretty well off and could easily afford to send me to France, but money wasn't the reason he wasn't ready to pay for my tuition. It was the fact that if I went to France and joined such a reputable school, it would make my younger brother feel insecure. He was struggling with his grades and couldn't bring himself to focus, so my dad wanted me to either go to community college or find a way to pay for my own tuition. I was astonished that he would do something so cruel to his own son and didn't know what to say to him. I tried to tell him that I needed this, but he was hell-bent and absolutely unwilling to pay for my tuition. He even told me that my brother's well-being was his topmost priority and that he didn't want me competing with his son. I could hardly even believe that this was happening because I couldn't imagine any other father in the world crushing their child's dreams like this just for their favorite. After a lot of pleading and sobbing, when he still refused to budge, I ended up getting into a huge fight with him where I said a lot of things to him and then left his house for good. I started living with my maternal aunt, my mother's older sister, instead. The only reason I hadn't moved out earlier was because I found comfort in the house where I'd grown up with my mom and also because I didn't want to change schools, which I'd have to do if I moved in with my aunt, since she lived pretty far away from the high school I went to. I told her all about my dad and how he'd outright refused to pay my tuition, and that I needed her help. It felt like crap asking her for a ton of money since she wasn't as rich as my dad, but she reassured me that she'd take care of all my expenses. Somehow, She managed to get all her friends to pitch in and sent me to the culinary school of my dreams, and I'm always going to be grateful for that. Once I got there, I worked part-time as well and tried to make the most of my time there to make all the money that was being spent on me worth it. I worked really, really hard and made my way up. When I graduated, I was one of the most skilled chefs there and even got a job just a few months after I graduated. I started working at a really high-end French restaurant, and I sent half of my salary back to my aunt to repay whatever debt I had. Slowly but steadily, I was just lucky that I didn't have to rely on a student loan, or maybe I'd never be able to pay any of it off. Anyway, I worked in France for a few years before finally moving back home, once I'd saved up enough to open up my own restaurant. It's been a couple of years, and in the meantime, I worked at another restaurant here as the head chef while also working towards my goal of opening up my own restaurant someday. It was all finalized a few weeks ago, and I was able to finally open up the restaurant I'd been working towards for so long. Two of my friends from back when I was in France also joined in on my business idea and became co-owners with me, which is why I was grateful when they allowed me to choose what we were going to name the restaurant. They happened to be from the same state, so we were all okay with opening our restaurant in my city of choice as well. I chose to name it after my mother, which was a really lucky coincidence for us since my mother actually has a really beautiful and uncommon name in the city we called our home. It was all finally falling into place. A few days back, we even had a little party for a few select guests before we were officially open for business. Of course, I invited my aunt and a few of her friends who'd also pitched in to help pay for my tuition. I also invited some of my friends back from school, but that was pretty much it. I didn't invite my father and brother because of obvious reasons. Even if I'd wanted to, I couldn't have since I hadn't spoken to them ever since I'd left home, and neither had they bothered to ever get back in touch with me. I guess all of us were better off this way, but I should have known that they would definitely show up to piggyback on my success someday. And that's exactly what happened. At the party we threw, they showed up an hour before the party was due to begin but weren't stopped by security since we shared the last name. They claimed that they were here to surprise me, and at least that bit was true. I was definitely surprised when I saw them. My dad and brother greeted me like nothing awful had ever happened in the past and were really warm towards me, probably for the first time in my entire life. I was shocked to see them, so I just froze when they first entered the restaurant. My buddies noticed that something was off, and after politely greeting my family, they left us on our own. I'm thankful that they were able to pick up on my discomfort. I still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing them again when they dropped another bomb on me and showed me a gift that they'd brought for me. It was a portrait of my mother, and my dad even told me that he commissioned it for me to hang up in my restaurant. As soon as he'd heard that a new fancy restaurant with this name was opening up in our city, he'd known that it was definitely none other than his son. He even told me that he'd always known that I had it in me. My brother, too, was jumping on the bandwagon and praising me, telling me that he was immensely proud of me. I couldn't believe my ears and knew instantly that something was very strange about all of this. I didn't say much and kept waiting for them to get to the point because I knew there must have been a reason for them to be here. I let them speak, and eventually, they did get to the reason they were here. Apparently, my brother was working as a bartender now, and even that was possible just because my dad had managed to convince a friend of his to give him a job at his club. My brother's grades had kept falling throughout high school and college, and that's why he didn't end up in the high-paying positions my dad had always expected from him. On top of that, he'd also been slacking during his high school football games, which is why he wasn't able to get a sports scholarship either. Ironically, he's the one who ended up having to go to community college because he got rejected everywhere else. What they wanted me to do was make my brother a partner in the business so that he'd have a more respectable position, even though he had done absolutely zilch to deserve it. I had the urge to laugh in their face but somehow managed to hold back and instead told them that I'd think about it. I wasn't going to think about it though. I just didn't want to turn them away. I wanted them to stay for the party because I had a much better plan in mind, to humiliate my family, who'd come out of the woodwork as soon as they received word of my success. They seemed reasonably pleased, but boy, oh boy, they had no idea what was about to come. After a while, our guests started arriving, and in an hour or so, everyone we'd invited was there. I spent the evening socializing while my dad and brother also did the same, and I even heard them boasting about me to a few people while I marveled at their sheer audacity. Towards the end of the party, it was time for the hosts, namely me and my partners, to give a toast. My friends went first since I wanted to save the best for last. Then, finally, it was my turn to speak. That day, I was finally going to speak my heart out. I started off by thanking all my guests and raised a drink to my mother first since she was the reason I'd even ever been able to achieve so much. I strongly believed that it was her faith in me as a child that had made me believe I could do any of this at all, and that had stayed with me even after she was gone. After I'd paid my due respects, I decided to get to the real respect as well. I brought up how I'd had to take a loan from my aunt and her friends to go to culinary school and thanked her as well. Then finally, I got to the reason I'd had to take a loan for my tuition in the first place: my family. I brought up how I'd grown up with a father who never loved me or had any faith in me, and always berated me for having feminine interests like cooking. I had a younger brother who was the replica of my dad. I told them all about how my dad had refused to pay for my tuition out of fear that I'd end up becoming more successful than my younger brother, who was his golden child. This is why I ended up leaving home, but despite all odds, I was able to rise and become who I am today. So in a way, they did deserve some credit for creating all the hardships I've had to face. Otherwise, I never would have found out how resilient I was. A lot of people shot my dad and brother the nastiest looks they could manage while I was saying all of this, and even they had the good sense to at least look ashamed, even though I knew that they didn't feel that way in the slightest. Anyway, I then walked over to my dad and brother and actually hugged them, putting up the same pretense that they had when they visited me today. "Two can play this game," I announced. Because you'd shown up to celebrate my success today, I'd forgiven them for whatever had happened in the past, and I was even ready to give my brother the job of a bartender at my restaurant. To other people, this obviously seemed like a really emotional reconciliation, and they ended up actually clapping for me at the end of my speech. There were a few wolf whistles. Only my family and I knew that this was nothing more than an attempt to humiliate them, which I'd done quite successfully. But they had to smile and act like they were super grateful for what I'd done, since they couldn't exactly storm out angrily, which is exactly what they wanted to do. After a while, when the crowd had cleared out and it was finally time for us to go home, my dad and brother confronted me right outside my restaurant. They were furious, and I swear there were angry tears in my brother's eyes. They demanded an explanation for what I'd done. If I'd never intended on making my brother a partner, then I should have just turned them away as soon as they arrived. I just laughed and told them that this was my form of paying them back for everything they'd done for me over the years. "This is exactly what you deserve." Then I walked away and didn't bother to look back, even when I heard my brother crying about how this was the cruelest thing, and even yelling after me to tell me that I'd regret this. But I didn't care, since I was already in my car and was driving away. That happened a couple of days ago, and I haven't heard from them since. My aunt thinks that I might have gone a little too far with this one and should have just kicked them out at first, but I don't agree with her. This was well deserved. I'd had enough of humiliating my father and brother. Update 1. Hey, I decided not to reach out to my family to apologize, in spite of what my aunt had said about me being way too harsh. I don't feel sorry about what I did, so I'm not going to pretend I do and go out of my way to say so. They could have taken the opportunity to apologize to me when they visited me, but they didn't. I explained this to my aunt as well, and while she still believes I shouldn't have done what I did, she hasn't said much about it. I guess this is just one of those areas where we agree to disagree, and I'm okay with that. In other news, my brother has made sure that he goes behind my back to talk crap about me to all our friends from school. It's unfortunate that we went to the same high school, since this just means that random strangers from school are now texting to confirm the rumors that I'd humiliated and then kicked out my dad and brother from my restaurant after feeding them 3-day-old food on purpose. Yeah, he exaggerated the story to make himself seem like the victim, which is pretty unsurprising. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care about petty rumors, but I don't want potential customers taking these rumors seriously. So, I've texted my brother that if he doesn't stop spreading lies about me and my restaurant, then I'll make sure that he loses the job he has right now too. I'm hoping that it works, because I really don't feel like dealing with their unnecessary crap right now. I'm really busy with work, and this just isn't the time. Update 2. LOL, my brother texted back saying that he was going to stop only when I'd make him a partner. I don't even understand what level of idiocy and delusion this is. Besides, if he wants to be a partner, then isn't it a pretty stupid idea for him to be talking crap about the same restaurant? I'm pretty sure this is my dad's tactic to ensure his darling son lands a high-profile job without doing any real work. But unfortunately, it's not going to work with me. I've told him that if he doesn't stop, then he'll be hearing from my lawyers, and that he's in absolutely no position to be negotiating with me right now. The only reason I haven't done anything yet is because I don't want to get caught up in unnecessary drama, but I'll definitely mess him up if he tries anything funny after this, and he should take this as my last warning. I really hope he does, for his own good. Update 3. So, guys, it's been around a month since the last update, and since I've been really busy, I haven't been able to fill you in on what happened after that. My brother did stop talking crap about me behind my back, but they were still pretty desperate to join in on my success. So, my dad decided to pay me a visit with my brother a few weeks ago, just to intimidate me. They showed up at my house, threatening to sue me for using my mother's name for my restaurant, and even told me that they'd already spoken to a lawyer. So, if I didn't want any trouble, I needed to make my brother a partner as soon as possible. Obviously, I called their bluff immediately since no lawyer would take up such a stupid case. I think they were forgetting a very important fact. She was my mother too, and not just his wife. As far as I was concerned, no law could stop me from using her name. By then, I'd had enough of their bullcrap, so I told them that if they didn't leave me alone, they'd be forcing my hand, and I'd have no option but to call the cops. My brother lost his temper at that point and tried to grab me by the collar, but luckily, my dad held him back. I think it was the constant humiliation that had finally gotten to him and he'd snapped. Well, it wasn't my fault, and they were lucky that I didn't call the cops right then. I told my dad that he needed to get the hell out, but he only told my brother to go cool off in the car and that he wanted to speak to me in private. After my brother left, he tried to manipulate me by telling me that if my mother knew what I was doing to them, then she'd be really upset with me and I should bury the hatchet. At this point, I told him to leave me the hell alone because even I was at my limit. He couldn't just use my mother to get his way. That was just low. To be honest, we were way past the point of reconciliation. Not once had either of them apologized to me, even once, so I really didn't understand why they expected me to forgive them without even asking for it. As for what my mother would feel, I'm sure she would have felt equally let down back when my father had refused to pay for my tuition, and for that matter, every freaking time he made me feel awful about myself. So, he should be the last person to give me a sermon about what my mother would and wouldn't like. I know she's proud of me wherever she is, and nothing that my dad says is going to change that. At least my restaurant is doing well, and hopefully, we'll be able to expand soon enough.